Soon, 3 days passed, and the much-anticipated Shrek Academy admissions examination finally arrived. Originally, Zhuoshi wanted the 5 girls to rank first with their talents. There was no possibility that they would fail the test. However, Su Yunhan insisted on traveling incognito. Even if he was tripped up by some people, he could still enter Shrek Academy through the special admissions channel. He wanted to see how deep the water of Shrek Academy was. Shrek Academy only admits 300 regular students each year, and including work-study students and special students, the number will not exceed 400. However, there are no less than 3,000 students who come to register. Shrek Academy has set up a total of 10 assessment points, and each assessment point only needs to assess more than 300 students, which greatly improves the efficiency. The 5 women were ranked 6th at the first assessment point. After waiting for about an hour, a woman in white came to Su Yunhan and his group with a list. Wu Qingmeng, Wu Sidwa, Gu Yu, Su Xiaoyan, Qin Yanyan, it's your turn. Led by the woman in white, Su Yunhan and his group walked into an empty room. Inside the room, 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, were sitting behind the table with the lights off. The old woman in the C position was none other than the dean of the outer courtyard of Shrek Academy, Qingyan Dolua Kaiyuer. The current Sun Moon Empire is not the cowardly Sun Moon Federation of the original time and space. The Silver Moon lineage shares the same fate with the country, so naturally they will not betray the Sun Moon Empire and join Shrek Academy. Kaiyuer in this time and space is even more explosive than the one in the original novel. When she was young, she pursued Yunming, but when her pursuit failed, she rushed to become Yunming's lover and mistress. After being rejected by Yunming, Kaiyuer began to set her sights on Yunche, dreaming of becoming the daughter-in-law of Yunming and Long Yeyue. When Yunche was 4 years old, Kaiyuer took him everywhere. Under the pretext of helping Yunming and Long Yeyue take care of the child so that they would have more time to practice, but in reality, it was to foster their relationship while they were still young. After learning about this, Kaiyuer was hung up and beaten by Long Yeyue, and the tendons in her hands and feet were cut. If Yunche had not pleaded for her, she would have been beaten to death by Long Yeyue. Because of her good foundation, Kaiyuer was honored to become Yunche's concubine, a lover who was even worse than a concubine, a lover without a formal status. Su Yunhan heard all these gossips from Zhuoshi, which were extremely explosive. He didn't understand why a super Dolua at level 96, who could make a living anywhere, had to have a relationship with Yunming. Ahem, that's too far off topic. Going back to reality. Kaiyuer cleared her throat and slowly said, "The 5 of you please introduce yourselves, name, martial spirit, spirit power, and second occupation." Wu Qingmeng took a step forward, leaned slightly forward towards the position of the 3 old men who had turned off the lights behind the table, and said. Wu Qingmeng, martial soul, Dark Knight Demon Side, level 41 strong attack system battle soul sect, level 5 mecha repairman. The remaining 4 girls introduced themselves in the same way as Wu Qingmeng. Wu Sijuo, martial soul, Qingwan, level 41 strong attack system battle soul sect, level 5 mecha designer. Gu Yu, martial soul, elementalist, level 39 strong attack system battle soul master, level 5 mecha maker. Su Xiaoyan, martial soul, star will ice staff, level 39 control system battle soul master, level 4 blacksmith. Qin Yanyan, martial soul, ribs, level 34 strong attack system battle soul master, level 3 mecha designer. Kaiyuer nodded and said, for the first level, Wu Qingmeng and Wu Sidwa scored 10 points, Gu Yu and Su Xiaoyan scored 9.5 points, and Qin Yanyan scored 7 points. The second level will test your main specialty. You will have 2 minutes to prepare and 1 minute to demonstrate. Main specialty. Wu Qingmeng, Wu Qingduo, Gu Yuna and Su Xiaoyan looked at each other and smiled sweetly. After 3 years of getting to know each other, they could know what the other person was thinking with just a look or a gesture. The time is up, who will go first? As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yunhan pulled Qin Yanyan back, leaving enough space for the 4 girls. The next moment, the 4 of them soared into the air. Gu Yuna used the abilities of ice and fire to make a Rasengan. The 2 energies of ice and fire were incompatible with each other, but were closely connected and attacked towards Wu Qingmeng. Wu Qingmeng's mind moved, and a dark purple gust of wind wrapped around her body. She waved the Dark Knight Demon Side in her hand and faced Gu Yuna's self-created soul skill called Song of Ice and Fire head-on. On the other side, Su Xiaoyan and Wu Sidwa protected their bodies with their internal energy. Without any fancy moves, their 2 dainty palms faced each other head-on. Boom! Accompanied by a sharp explosion, the 3 old men who had turned off the lights behind the table could no longer sit still and stood up immediately. The energy fluctuations generated by the battle between the 4 of them were already no weaker than those of a high-level soul master. If the inner courtyard had not been reformed, they could have entered the inner courtyard directly based on their talents. Great! Being able to control these two mutually reinforcing and mutually restraining elements to this extent, this scene, will definitely be engraved on the milestones of Shrek Academy, Poseidon Pavilion, and even the entire DOURO continent. As she spoke, Kaiyuer walked up to Yunhan and looked her up and down. Little girl, are you willing to be my disciple? Kaiyuer said with a smile. Yunhan said calmly, I don't want to. Don't want to. Kaiyuer frowned and asked in surprise. Why? Yunhan said expressionlessly, you just said that with my talent. I will definitely be able to stand at the top of the continent in the future. But what about you? If you reach the top of the continent, you will not stand in front of us as an examiner. Right? After all, you Xiao Jiang, Zhou Yi, and Kaiyuer are the same type of people. They obviously don't have any real talents or knowledge, but they always like to show off themselves. They always want to rely on nepotism to improve their reputation and status in order to control more power. Be it seducing Yun Che or accepting Gu Yu as her disciple, Kaiyuer only wants to be the empress who is second only to one man and above 10,000 people. A female emperor who can freely establish a harem and no one dares to point fingers at her. At that moment, she no longer needed to please men. Instead, there were a lot of men who wanted to please her, Kaiyuer. Gu Yun's truthful words brought Kaiyuer back to reality. I am telling you clearly that you, Kaiyuer, are not worthy enough to accept me, Gu Yu, as your disciple. 0 points, second level, all 5 of you got 0 points. After saying that, Kaiyuer sneered and walked back to her seat. This is not fair. Qin Yanyan couldn't help but say. Kaiyuer said coldly, in this world, there is no absolute fairness. If you want fairness, you must be strong, never pin your hopes on others to give you fairness. Only you can bring fairness to yourself, provided that your strength is enough to suppress fairness. In a sense, Kaiyuer could indeed be considered a genius. She had mastered the trick of replacing concepts to perfection. If Su Yunhan had not given them a heads up in advance, it would have been difficult for them to detect the problem in Kaiyuer's words in such a short period of time. The third level is a talent test, which is your second. Wait a minute. Wu Qingmeng slowly raised her head, looked at Kaiyuer behind the table, and sneered. Dean Kai, with you interfering, no matter how outstanding our 5 sisters are, the final assessment score will definitely be below the passing line. What's the point of continuing the assessment? Don't think I don't know what's in your mind. Don't you just want to imitate that good-for-nothing master Yu Xiaojiang who was expelled from Shrek Academy and recruit a few disciples who have the potential to become gods? Do you want to be a master of gods? A selfish, greedy, and arrogant fool like you wants to be a teacher of God, are you worthy enough? Wu Qingmeng couldn't stand Kaiyuer's behavior. She was just a small dean of Shrek Academy. But she had such power that she couldn't even leave the inner city of Shrek. She didn't dare to touch other people in the academy, so she ran away here to show off to these students who were under the age of 15. Shut up! Kaiyuer slammed the table in front of her fiercely, her anger instantly bursting out of control. It was fine if Yun Ming, Long Yeyue, and Qin Xinjie scolded her, but even a little girl who was less than 15 years old and only in her 40s dared to scold her. Didn't she climb to this position in vain? The more Kaiyuer thought about it, the angrier she became. She waved her sleeves angrily and a stream of light blue energy went straight towards Wu Qingmeng. Seeing this scene, the 2 old men with their lights on the left and right were so nervous that they didn't expect that Kaiyuer was so brave that she dared to attack the junior directly. If this were to get out, they would definitely become the target of criticism from the Sun Moon Empire, the Spirit Pagoda, the 10,000 Beasts Alliance, and even the Body Sect. Do you still think that Poseidon Pavilion is the same Poseidon Pavilion from 10,000 years ago? Su Yunhan snorted coldly, first stretched out his hand to disperse the green energy. Then quickly stepped forward, grabbed Kaiyuer's hair and slammed her against the wall. Boom! 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 As the hall shook, the heads of other assessment sites rushed in, and saw, their immediate boss was being pulled by the hair and slapped wildly by a young man. Everyone swallowed and turned their eyes to Zhuosher. After noticing everyone's behavior, Zhuosher's mouth twitched slightly. It can be seen from this that Kaiyuer is really unpopular in Shrek Academy. Even after being beaten like this, no one came out to speak for her. Zhuosher stepped forward quickly and pretended to be worried. My dear brother, Kaiyuer is not only the dean of Shrek Academy, but also the elder of Poseidon Pavilion. Her status is no less than ours. I'm afraid that you are abusing private punishment here, which is not in accordance with the rules. The elder of the Sea God Pavilion? Is Kaiyuer worthy of it? As he spoke, Su Yunhan pulled Kai Yuer's hair and lifted her head up, exposing her bloody face to everyone. President Kai, what do you mean by there is no absolute fairness? What do you mean by suppressing fairness? Do you dare to repeat what you just said to Qingmeng and the others in front of these colleagues? Kai Yuer swallowed the words back just as they came to her lips. She was in a disadvantageous position now, so it would be meaningless to explain herself more. On the contrary, she would only make mistakes if she talked too much. At this time, Kai Yuer could only place her hope on Yun Che, even though she was already old and ugly, and the other party had not touched her for several years. Seeing that Kai Yuer remained silent, Su Yunhan snorted coldly and slapped her twice. Several students with extreme talents came to sign up. It would have been fine if you didn't report them to Poseidon Pavilion. But you took it upon yourself to accept them as your disciples. When they disagreed, you deliberately made things difficult for them. Kai Yuer, do you want to push these students with extreme talents to the opposite side of Poseidon Pavilion? As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar in the hall. This hat was not small, and if it was confirmed, Kai Yuer would never be able to turn things around. Enough. Along with a majestic voice, Long Yeyue, dressed in a dark red palace dress, walked in. Gu Chen, you are great, you have just joined the Sea God Pavilion for less than 4 days, and you have found such a big borer for the Sea God Pavilion, how do you want me to reward you? Su Yunhan bowed and said, reporting to the Deputy Pavilion Master, I eat the salary of the Emperor and share the worries of the Emperor, this is my duty, I dare not ask for a reward from the Deputy Pavilion Master. Long Yeyue chuckled and said, we in the Sea God Pavilion have clear rewards and punishments, you have made great contributions, if we don't reward you, who will find out these evildoers in the future? Well, you will replace Kai Yuer in the Sea God Pavilion, from now on, you are the elder of my Sea God Pavilion. Alright, everyone else can do whatever they need to do, 2 people, take Kai Yuer away to me and put her in the death row to await her fate. Gu Chen, Zhuo Shi, the 2 of you follow me. As soon as he finished speaking, the little white-haired Shen Yi walked out from behind Long Yeyue and gave Su Yunhan a reassuring look. Su Yunhan nodded, then followed Long Yeyue out of the hall. The scene changed to the meeting room of Poseidon Pavilion, where Su Yunhan, Zhuo Shi, and Long Yeyue were sitting at the conference table, drinking the spiritual tea specially provided by Poseidon Pavilion. After an unknown amount of time, Long Yeyue took the lead in breaking the silence. Gu Chen, do you have any ideas about the future development of our Poseidon Pavilion? Su Yunhan said in a deep voice, Senior Guangan, I think you are the real boss of the Sea God Pavilion. I have a question for you. Can the Sea God Pavilion change its past decline and surpass the Spirit Transferring Tower and the 10,000 Beasts Alliance to become the leader of the Soul Master world again by internal reform alone? Long Yeyue said helplessly, this is exactly what bothers me the most originally, I plan to sort out the internal affairs of the Sea God Pavilion first. And then release the enrollment quota of Shrek Academy to enrich the Soul Master Reserve of the Sea God Pavilion. Even if we cannot return to the top of the continent, we must be able to stand up to the Spirit Pagoda and the 10,000 Beasts Alliance. Senior Guangan, at this point, don't you understand? The dirtiest place in the world is not on Poseidon Island, but in Shrek's inner city under the jurisdiction of Poseidon Pavilion. No matter how greedy a minister who is idle and serves as a mascot at home is, he can only rely on his power to acquire more properties. A century-old pavilion master, a 1,000-year-old family, no matter who comes to power, whoever becomes the pavilion master of the Sea God Pavilion, it will not affect their status. The current Sea God Pavilion cannot be changed by killing a few titled DOURO. The status of the Sea God Pavilion is currently precarious. Those noble families have chosen to band together for warmth and continue to suck blood from the DOURO continent. They just need to wait until the day when they can no longer suck blood, and then open the city gates to welcome their new masters. Of course, it's not that the Sea God Pavilion system has problems, but the source of the problem. Let's not judge the character of the gods for now, let's take the Golden Iron Triangle that founded Shrek Academy as an example. What about the top 10 competitiveness of martial souls? There are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. And monster concepts. In this kind of environment, it will only cultivate a group of villains who bully the weak and fear the strong. Kai Yuer is a replica of the useless mentor Yu Xiaojiang. Hearing such heartfelt words, Long Yeyue felt a little sad. After Tianwan Doulo died, as Yun Ming's legitimate wife, she was promoted to the deputy leader of the Sea God Pavilion, representing Yun Ming's control of the power of the Sea God Pavilion. Once people have tasted the power, they can never let it go. There is no such thing as a divine test, it was just a device that Ah-in installed in the Poseidon Pavilion before this. The high-level people in the Poseidon Pavilion stored soul power in it, and through conversion, It can be used to empower soul masters below level 96, which can at least increase the soul power of the person being empowered by one level. After an unknown amount of silence, Long Yeyue came back to his senses, looked in the direction of Su Yunhan, and slowly said, Gu Chen, in your opinion, is there really no way out for the Sea God Pavilion? Su Yunhan pondered, right now, the only way out for Senior Guangan's family, and even your lineage, is to escape, take the resources of Poseidon Pavilion, abandon the cloak of Poseidon Pavilion and establish a completely new force. Now that the forces on DOURO continent are saturated, we can, take a long-term view and leave DOURO continent and flee overseas. Without touching the bottom line of the Spirit Pagoda and the 10,000 Beasts Alliance, we can completely establish a large empire force similar to the Heaven Do Empire. To be honest, Long Yeyue was moved. On this Sea God Island, even with Yun Ming's support, she couldn't have the final say. If she left the Poseidon Pavilion and fled overseas to build a large empire, whether she was a queen, queen mother, or directly an empress, she would be able to keep power firmly in her own hands. Long Yeyue's face suddenly darkened. After looking Su Yunhan up and down, a dangerous expression appeared on his face. Can you tell me what your purpose is in joining the Sea God Pavilion? Su Yunhan said frankly, I want to exchange ideas on the path to becoming a god with Senior Qing Tian. Unexpected, reasonable. Long Yeyue thought for a moment and said, how about this, from today on, you are my registered disciple. Well, I have a niece who just turned 17 this year. I am busy with affairs every day and have no time to take care of her, so I will place her in your mansion first in your free time, you can teach her cultivation on my behalf. Hearing this, Su Yunhan quickly bowed down and said with a smile, please rest assured, Aunt, as long as I, Gu Chen, live one day, I will definitely take good care of junior brother Yun Che. The word aunt made Long Yeyue very happy. She paid out of her own pocket to reward Su Yunhan with 2 40,000-year-old soul bones. After confirming the development direction, Long Yeyue made a prompt decision and appointed Zhuosher as the dean of the external college of Shrek Academy, and all matters had to be consulted with Gu Chen's opinion. Su Yunhan had no psychological burden at all. He would sleep with Long Yeyue's niece, and he could even use this bond to bring them closer together. If it worked well, he could tear the Sea God Pavilion apart before the Demon and Abyss interface arrived. As for Long Yeyue's character, it didn't matter. As long as she wasn't a die-hard Tang family fan like in the original novel, Su Yunhan would treat her differently even if she had flaws in character and personality. Even after the Tang family's power was completely destroyed, he didn't mind arranging a second-level god position for Long Yeyue to live out his retirement. After leaving the Poseidon Pavilion meeting room, Su Yunhan and Zhuosher came to the dean's office of the Shrek Academy's outer courtyard, chatting and laughing. Brother Zhuo. Okay. Let's change the content of the final exam for students from the external academy. I really don't know which bastard who has no PY to give birth to a child came up with this model. They haven't even confiscated the storage soul guides, communicators, and gold soul coins. They're leaving Shrek City and heading to the Soul Master and Soul Guide academies in major cities to challenge them. Did someone kick their brains? Zhuosher frowned and said, my dear brother, although this method consumes more manpower and resources, there shouldn't be a big problem with the assessment itself. Right? While training the students to be self-reliant, it can also allow them to meet more soul masters of the same age outside and broaden their horizons. Self-reliance is bullshit. Su Yunhan said angrily. Brother Zhuo, have you ever thought about it? Even if you are accompanied by a teacher, you really won't enter some places you shouldn't enter when you are unfamiliar with the place. Zhuosher's face suddenly became filled with horror, and then he started searching for something in the office like a madman. After searching for about 5 minutes, a piece of information was placed in front of them. There were a total of 381 first-year students taking the final exams after school started, a total of 375 second-year students signed up for the upgrade exams. When he saw this information, Zhuosher felt a chill down his spine. There were 6 people missing, which was exactly the number of a small team. Could it be that, these 6 students, along with the instructor who was responsible for protecting them, have passed away? The problem is not just in one academic year. Every academic year, and even every grade, experiences staff losses after the final exams. How could he know nothing about this kind of thing? Asshole. Zhuosher cursed angrily, clenched his fists, and slammed the table hard. The desk, which looked a bit shabby, shattered into pieces. It would be fine if Kai Yue relied on her status to bully the students. But she clearly knew that the final exam system had loopholes and that the students' safety could not be guaranteed, but she chose not to report it and even suppressed the incident after it happened. Bastard, this Kai Yue is a beast who is even worse than an evil soul master. End of this chapter. The mentors who can be dispatched by Shrek Academy to serve as protectors for ordinary students are at most Soul Emperor or Soul Saint level battle armor masters. DOURO continent is so vast that the forces hidden in the dark cannot be underestimated. Who knows? You might be captured and used as a cauldron in some small ravine. Legend of the God of Destruction is a history book. It only records how powerful the protagonists are and how they can escape unscathed even after breaking into someone else's military base. It does not record the ordinary students who died because of the twisted system of Shrek Academy. Brother Joie, please don't feel bad, I still say the same thing, Shrek Academy has become so rotten, simply killing a few people and changing some systems cannot change their hearts that are all xenophobic and treat human life as worthless. If you want to change the current situation of Shrek Academy and Poseidon Pavilion, it is doomed to be impossible without the concerted efforts of dozens of generations. Okay, don't think about those things, just do your job well, come on, Brother Joie, let's go drink. Su Yunhan patted Shuisher's shoulder, then turned around and walked out of the office. Is there really no way for Poseidon Pavilion and Shrek Academy to change? The answer is no. The probability of success in the Sea God Pavilion is very small, but it is not impossible. First of all, that person must have enough prestige in Shrek City, and his prestige in the Sea God Pavilion and Shrek Academy must be comparable to that of the Sea God. Looking at the 30,000 years since Tang San became a god, there is only one person who meets this condition, and that is Ling Zichen, who is known as the Human Cannon. Ling Zichen has guarded the Poseidon Pavilion for 10,000 years. With her prestige, changing the Poseidon Pavilion to Zichen Pavilion is just a matter of a word. The scene changed, and Su Yunhan and Shuisher walked into the inner city of Shrek, into a building called Wangchun Tower. Su Yunhan followed Shuisher and sat down in front of the stage. He glanced at the dancer who was performing an unknown dance on the stage and couldn't help asking, Brother Joie, is it necessary to come to a place like this just to have a drink? What's the point of two grown men drinking alone? Come here to watch Mei Ji dance, just to relieve the irritability in your heart. Don't worry, this Wangchun Tower is owned by the Sea God Pavilion, the dancers inside are all pure and innocent people who sell their art but not their bodies, they are not comparable to those brothels that harbor filth and corruption. Just like that, while appreciating the graceful dancing of the dancer, Su Yunhan and Shuisher toasted each other with wine until the sky gradually darkened, and then they reluctantly left Wangchun Tower. There are very few alcoholic beverages that can make a titled Doulua drunk. What the two of them drank was not the alcohol, but the atmosphere. A dignified titled Doulua would not drink to drown his sorrows over a tiny bit of trouble. After leaving Wangchun Tower, Shuisher returned to the dean's office to handle some matters. Originally, as Shuisher's deputy, Su Yunhan had the obligation to help him deal with these trivial matters. However, there is a beauty in the mansion waiting for him to favor her, and Su Yunhan will not lose the big picture for the small one. From Shuisher's mouth, we learned that Long Yeyue has only one niece, named Long Yen. Hearing this name, Su Yunhan instantly thought of the famous talented woman in his previous life. Kai Yen, whose courtesy name was Zhaoji, was later changed to Wenji to avoid the taboo of Sima Zhao during the Jin dynasty. She is the Kai Wenji we all know. After returning to the mansion, Su Yunhan had just entered the door when a lively young girl in a dark red palace dress with her hair tied into a neat ponytail and without any jewelry came over. She bowed and said, Yenner greets her husband. Long Yen is indeed the niece raised by Long Yeyue. Whether it is the way she dresses or her behavior, she is no different from Long Yeyue. Su Yunhan took Long Yan's hand skillfully, walked up a flight of bluestone steps, and came to the pavilion in the center of the courtyard. As soon as he sat down, Su Yunhan's cold voice suddenly rang out, I heard that you were close to a male student named Feng Jia in Shrek Academy. Facing Su Yunhan's questioning, Long Yan's delicate body trembled, and with a plop, she knelt down and said. The male student named Feng Jia is only the only forger in Yenner's group, as members of the same group, it is inevitable that we will have some exchanges. Please rest assured, my husband, a female blacksmith named Mu Shi has just transferred to our class, I can ask the teacher to arrange a team of all female students for me. Seeing Long Yan's well-behaved appearance, Su Yunhan's eyes flashed with surprise. Through the contact during this period, Long Yeyue gave him the impression of being a woman with a strong career ambition. Why would she train her own niece to be a tool for marriage? Even if Long Yan's talent for cultivation is average, she can still be trained to become a golden queen like Ye Fei to assist her cousin Yin Che. Or Long Yan got instructions from Long Yeyue and deliberately pretended to be well-behaved in front of him. Never mind. Yenner, it's getting so late, we should go back and rest. After saying that, Su Yunhan held Long Yan in his arms like a princess and walked into the house. My dear, tonight, let Yenner serve you. As she spoke, Long Yen jumped onto the horse and began her first journey with extremely clumsy movements. Yenner, you must be tired after making so much noise yesterday, just take a rest today, it won't be a problem if you don't go to Shrek Academy for one day. Looking at the plum blossom mark on the bed sheet, Su Yunhan felt a little bit reluctant. Even if the other party was just a tool for marriage, after experiencing negative distance contact, he couldn't just ignore it. Long Yen said softly, "It's okay, my aunt prepared some golden wound medicine for me. It doesn't hurt so much after applying it. Today is the opening ceremony of Shrek Academy. As the descendant of the Vice Master of Poseidon Pavilion, it is natural for me to follow the example of my superiors." Long Yen sighed, quickly folded the dark red palace dress and put it back into the soul guide, then took out a dark red sportswear and put it on. "Yenner, let your husband comb your hair." Regardless of whether Long Yentong agreed or not, Su Yunhan directly carried her to the dressing mirror, took a jade comb, and gently combed her hair. Seeing Su Yunhan's skillful movements in the mirror, Long Yan's heart suddenly became mixed with various emotions. He originally thought that as a tool for marriage, he would never get the happiness he was looking for, and his life had come to an end. The mentors who can be dispatched by Shrek Academy to be the protectors of ordinary students are at most Soul Emperor or Soul Saint level 2-word battle armor masters. DOURO continent is so big that the forces hidden in the dark should not be underestimated. Who knows? You may be captured and used as a martial spirit extractor in some small ravine. Legend of the God of Destruction is a history book. It only records how powerful the protagonists are and how they can escape unscathed even after breaking into someone else's military base. It does not record the ordinary students who died because of the twisted system of Shrek Academy. Brother Joie, please don't feel bad, I still say the same thing, Shrek Academy has become so rotten, simply killing a few people and changing some systems cannot change their hearts that are all xenophobic and treat human life as worthless. If you want to change the current situation of Shrek Academy and Poseidon Pavilion, it is doomed to be impossible without the concerted efforts of dozens of generations. Okay, don't think about those things, just do your job well, come on, Brother Joie, let's go drink. Su Yunhan patted Shuisher's shoulder, then turned around and walked out of the office. Is there really no way for Poseidon Pavilion and Shrek Academy to change? The answer is no. The probability of success in the Sea God Pavilion is very small, but it is not impossible. First of all, that person must have enough prestige in Shrek City, and his prestige in the Sea God Pavilion and Shrek Academy must be comparable to that of the Sea God. Looking at the 30,000 years since Tang San became a god, there is only one person who meets this condition. And that is Ling Zichen, who has been the master of the Sea God Pavilion for 10,000 years. Ling Zichen has guarded the Poseidon Pavilion for 10,000 years. With her prestige, changing the Poseidon Pavilion to Zichen Pavilion is just a matter of a word. The scene changed, and Su Yunhan and Shuisher walked into the inner city of Shrek, into a building called Wangyue Tower. Su Yunhan followed Shuisher and sat down in front of the stage. He glanced at the dancer who was performing an unknown dance on the stage and couldn't help asking, Brother Joie, is it necessary to come to a place like this just to have a drink? What's the point of two grown men drinking alone? Come here to watch the dancers dance, just to relieve the irritability in your heart. Don't worry, this moon viewing tower is owned by the Sea God Pavilion, the dancers inside are all innocent, they are not comparable to those dirty brothels. Just like that, while appreciating the graceful dancing of the dancers, Su Yunhan and Shuisher toasted each other with wine until the sky gradually darkened, and then they reluctantly left the moon-watching tower. There are very few alcoholic beverages that can make a title Doulua drunk. What the two of them drank was not the alcohol, but the atmosphere. A dignified title Doulua would not drink to drown his sorrows over a tiny bit of trouble. After leaving Wangchun Tower, Shuisher returned to the dean's office to handle some matters. Originally, as Shuisher's deputy, Su Yunhan had the obligation to help him deal with these trivial matters. However, there is a beauty in the mansion waiting for him to favor her, and Su Yunhan will not lose the big picture for the small one. From Shuisher's mouth, we learned that Long Yeyue has only one niece, named Long Yen. Hearing this name, Su Yunhan instantly thought of the famous talented woman in his previous life. Kai Yen, courtesy name Zhaoji, was changed to Wenji in the Jin dynasty to avoid the taboo of Sima Zhao. She is the Kai Wenji that everyone knows. Back at the mansion, as soon as Su Yunhan entered the door, a lively girl wearing a dark red palace dress, with her hair tied into a neat ponytail and without any jewelry came over, bowed and said, Yenner greets my husband. Long Yen is worthy of being the niece raised by Long Yeyue herself. Whether it is the way she dresses or her behavior, she is no different from Long Yeyue. Su Yunhan took Long Yan's hands skillfully, walked up a flight of bluestone steps, and came to the pavilion in the center of the courtyard. As soon as he sat down, Su Yunhan's cold voice suddenly rang out, "I heard that you were close to a male student named Feng Jia in Shrek Academy." Facing Su Yunhan's questioning, Long Yan's delicate body trembled, and with a plop, she knelt down and said, "The male student named Feng Jia is only the only forger in Yenner's group. As members of the same group, it is inevitable that we will have some exchanges. Please rest assured, my husband, a female blacksmith named Mu Shi has just transferred to our class. I can ask the teacher to arrange a team of all female students for me." Seeing Long Yan's well-behaved appearance, Su Yunhan's eyes flashed with surprise. Through the contact during this period, Long Yeyue gave him the impression of being a woman with a strong career ambition. Why would she train her own niece to be a tool for marriage? Even if Long Yan's talent for cultivation is average, she can still be trained to become a Golden Queen. Like Ye Fei to assist her cousin Yun Che. Or Long Yan got instructions from Long Yeyue and deliberately pretended to be well-behaved in front of him. Never mind. Yenner, it's getting so late, we should go back and rest. After saying that, Su Yunhan held Long Yan in his arms like a princess and walked into the house. "My dear, tonight, let Yenner serve you." As she spoke, Long Yan turned over and began her first journey with extremely unfamiliar movements. "Yenner, you must be tired after making so much noise yesterday. Just take a rest today. It won't be a problem if you don't go to Shrek Academy for one day." Looking at the plum blossom token in front of him, Su Yunhan felt a little bit reluctant. Even if the other party was just a tool for marriage, after the communication, he couldn't just ignore it. Long Yan said softly, "It's okay, my aunt prepared some golden wound medicine for me. It doesn't hurt so much after applying it. Today is the opening ceremony of Shrek Academy. As the descendant of the Vice Master of Poseidon Pavilion, it is natural for me to follow the example of my superiors." Long Yan sighed, quickly folded the dark red palace dress and put it back into the soul guide, then took out a dark red sportswear and put it on. "Yenner, let your husband comb your hair." Regardless of whether Long Yentong agreed or not, Su Yunhan directly carried her to the dressing mirror, took a jade comb, and gently combed her hair. Seeing Su Yunhan's skillful movements in the mirror, Long Yan's heart suddenly became mixed with various emotions. He originally thought that as a tool for marriage, he would never get the happiness he was looking for, and his life had come to an end. Long Yan is a woman who is most sensitive to emotional matters. She can always tell whether someone is trying to please someone deliberately or treating him sincerely. Seeing that Long Yan's mood was a little off, Su Yunhan said with a smile, "Yenner, I have only one shortcoming, which is that I am too sentimental. I will never touch women outside casually, but any woman who has been with me to Wushan, I will not be indifferent to them. The hair is done, Yenner, we should go." On Shrek Square, students from 6th grade stood in 6 columns. Since the graduation requirement of Shrek Academy was to become a one-word battle armor master, the scene was completely different from that of other advanced academies. The higher the grade, the fewer students there are in the class. There are only about 100 students left in the 6th grade. According to the Shrek Academy's enrollment season every 3 years, their ages are already over 30 years old. As long as you become a one-word battle armor master, no matter how long you have been a member of Shrek Academy, you can graduate from the outer college. Those younger outer college graduates can also participate in the inner college selection. Going back to reality. The new students who had just joined Shrek Academy were all whispering to each other. Regardless of whether they knew each other or not. They were all telling about what they had seen and heard in the past few days and exchanging some important information. Soon, Zhuosher, who had just been promoted to the Dean of the External Affairs College of Shrek Academy, walked onto the podium with a group of tutors and gave an impassioned speech. After the speech, the little white-haired Shani walked down from the podium and led the freshman class into the teaching building. There are more than 300 people. If we were to arrange seats for them one by one, we would not know how long it would take. Shani simply let the new students find seats freely, and soon, the huge tiered classroom was full. Shani took a deep breath and walked up to the podium. "From now on, you are students of Shrek Academy. No matter what you do outside in the future, as long as you are still in the academy, you represent the academy. Once you do something out of line, no matter which country or force you come from, the academy will punish you accordingly. Each of you has a student card, which contains various records of your own situation. At the same time, it will also store your contribution points. You must be very curious about what these contribution points are used for. Simply put, in Shrek Academy, there is nothing that cannot be done with contribution points. This includes but is not limited to asking teachers questions, applying for souls, spirit rings, spirit-raising platforms, purchasing spirit bones, etc. Contribution points cannot be purchased with gold soul coins. They can only be obtained through tasks assigned by the academy. There are many types of tasks, such as some simple physical labor, metal forging, mecha design, manufacturing, maintenance, etc. In addition, students can also trade contribution points privately with each other. Private transactions of contribution points require a 3 transaction amount. The teaching in the academy is only half a day in the morning, the afternoon and evening are your free time. You can use this time in any way you want. The precautions for new students are similar to those in the original book, except that the last place elimination system has been cancelled. At this point, if we continue to insist on the so-called monster concept, we will soon be doomed. However, the teaching system of Shrek Academy is indeed eye-catching. It does not charge tuition fees, nor does it distribute any training resources. Instead, it creates a new type of currency that circulates in the inner city of Shrek. Due to the establishment of the 10,000 Beasts Alliance, human soul masters can no longer hunt soul bones by hunting soul beasts. Although the top leaders of the Spirit Pagoda, the 10,000 Beasts Alliance and other forces have already developed artificial soul bones. But, some problems have not yet been overcome. The soul bones currently produced cannot be absorbed and can only be used to make soul guides. As a result, the value of soul bones has skyrocketed, and Shrek Academy has clearly marked the prices of some soul bones of decent quality, which is enough to attract more students to join. After Shani finished explaining the things to pay attention to for new students, he revealed another bombshell news. Today's theory class will not be held, let's elect class leaders first. The class cadres include a class leader, 2 deputy class leaders, a forging committee member, a design committee member, a production committee member, and a maintenance committee member, corresponding to the 4 major secondary occupations. The world of soul masters has always respected strength, and the same is true for Shrek Academy. Everyone stand up and follow me. Under the leadership of Shani, nearly 400 students came to the Shrek Academy's great fighting arena. In the fighting spirit arena, Su Yunhan came in front of the students and slowly said, "Let me introduce myself, my name is Gu Qin, I am 23 years old, a level 92 title DOURO, and a title Dragon Emperor. Today I will be in charge of the selection of class leaders for this freshman class. All students above level 35 who want to run for class leader and vice class leader, please line up." No need to bother, Wu Qingmeng walked out of the crowd, looked at the students in front of him, and said coldly, "Your Majesty the Dragon Emperor, I apply to challenge all the students above level 35 who want to run for class monitor and vice class monitor. If I win, I hope the Academy will allow me to freely decide on the candidates for the 7 class leaders." As she spoke, Wu Qingmeng moved her mind, and the Dark Knight Devil's Scythe appeared in her palm. 4 purple black soul rings slowly rose from under her feet and circled around her, moving rhythmically. Seeing this scene, the whole freshman class was in a state of panic. The 4th ring of 10,000 years. And they were all artificial spirit rings. Even if it was just a female spirit master, the physical strength was enough to scare these students away. There were quite a few students above level 35, at least dozens of them, but the fighting spirit arena was so small that a ranged spirit skill could knock down a large group of people. Besides, even if you win this kind of battle, it would not be glorious. At this time, a burly student came out, clasped his fists in the direction of Su Yunhan and said, "Your Majesty, we are convinced that Wu Qingmeng should be the class monitor, but isn't it a bit against the rules to let her freely decide on the selection of the 7 class leaders?" Wu Qingmeng said righteously, "Since you dare not fight me, I can't shamelessly ask for this power. However, there is one thing I can't help but say. Teacher Shin said that Shrek Academy has always respected strength. I hope that when the class selects the 4 major committee members, the level of the secondary profession is only a reference. If you want to be a committee member, you must have outstanding strength." However, after thinking about it carefully, they were relieved. Except for the blacksmith who needed some talent, the rest of the secondary professions were purely theoretical knowledge, and anyone could do it. It was indeed difficult to convince the public to appoint the 4 major committee members based solely on the level of the secondary profession. The burly young man nodded, then walked onto the fighting arena, looked at the new students below, and said loudly, "Yang Nianxia, Martial Soul, Dark Gold Bear, level 39 Strong Attack System Fighting Soul Master, level 4 Blacksmith, is there any brother who is also a blacksmith who dares to come on stage and fight with me?" Shani. Little White Hair was somewhat caught off guard by this situation. How did the election for a few class leaders turn into a competition? But it's better this way, competition brings motivation. Otherwise, if the class is lifeless and word gets out, she, as the class teacher, will lose face. At this moment, Su Xiaoyan walked onto the stage with an expressionless face, clasped his fists towards Yang Nianxia and the people below the stage, and said, "Su Xiaoyan, Martial Soul, Star Will Ice Staff, level 39 Control System Combat Soul Master, level 4 Forger, come to fight." 4. 4th level blacksmith. Looking at the fragile and weak Su Xiaoyan, Yang Nianxia frowned subconsciously. The gender ratio of blacksmiths was close to 8-2. He had seen many female blacksmiths, but this was the first time he had seen a female blacksmith like Su Xiaoyan whose figure had not changed at all. Su Yunhan cleared his throat and slowly said, "This battle is related to the final ownership of the forging committee. So you two don't have to hold back, just do your best to defeat your opponents. But, you can't deliberately kill people. Once discovered, you will be expelled immediately. Do you hear me?" I heard it, too. As they spoke, the two of them retreated to the edge of the fighting arena and assumed a fighting stance. Both sides are ready, now the game begins. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Nianxia, without any martial spirit possessing him, and without using any spirit skills, rushed directly towards Su Xiaoyan. How strong can a female spirit master with a weapon spirit be, even if she is a 4th level forger? The Star Will Ice Staff spirit doesn't seem to be a spirit with strong offensive capabilities. With this thought in mind, Yang Nianxia rushed to Su Xiaoyan unhindered. When the two were less than 2 meters apart, a brilliant smile suddenly broke out on Su Xiaoyan's little face, and Yang Nianxia, who was still in her ignorant period, was stunned on the spot for a moment. Suddenly, Su Xiaoyan raised his leg and kicked towards Yang Nianxia's lower body. Yang Nianxia quickly straightened her hips and tightened her abdomen to avoid Su Xiaoyan's explosive attack. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Xiaoyan suddenly reached out and grabbed Yang Nianxia's left arm. With a slight force from her slender waist, Yang Nianxia, whose lower body was unstable, was thrown out. The girl next door has grown up. She is as strong as a mountain and as brave as the world. Regardless of the pain in his body, Yang Nianxia hurriedly climbed up from the fighting arena. This time, there was a bit more respect in his eyes when he looked at Su Xiaoyan. Yang Nianxia knew very well how hard it was to learn forging. For a woman, a petite one at that, to have the same strength as him, she had to work 100 times harder than he did. However, this is not a reason for him to give up his position as class leader. Yang Nianxia instantly entered the state of martial spirit possession, and the 1st and 3rd spirit rings under her feet lit up. 3rd soul skill, Demonic Bear Roar. 1st soul skill, Dark Gold Claw. A dark golden light enveloped Yang Nianxia, and the next moment, his figure appeared in front of Su Xiaoyan, and a pair of bear claws hit Su Xiaoyan's right shoulder. Ice Mirror. Along with an ethereal voice, 5 black ice mirrors the size of human heads appeared in front of Su Xiaoyan. Yang Nianxia's dark gold claw fell, and the Xianbing mirror shattered instantly. Some debris on the mirror surface directly pierced into Yang Nianxia's skin. The next moment, a shocking scene appeared. Su Xiaoyan, holding the Star Will Ice staff, took this opportunity to frantically whip Yang Nianxia in front of him. The Star Will Ice staff had no physical attack power. But it could not withstand Su Xiaoyan's great strength. He hit the wounds on both sides of the ribs caused by the mysterious ice mirror. Even though Yang Nianxia had thick skin and flesh, the feeling of the extreme ice entering the body was always uncomfortable. Seeing this scene, Su Yunhan shook his head secretly. When the Xianbing mirror was shattered, Su Xiaoyan only needed to add one more punch to end the battle, but she chose the style with the most barrage. She is really a little girl who never grows up. Stop fighting, can't I just admit defeat? Yang Nianxia slumped on the ground, holding his head in his hands, allowing Su Xiaoyan's ice stick to whip him. Yang Nianxia was helpless. He couldn't beat her. The other person was just teasing him with an ice stick. What's more, the other person was a cute girl. He couldn't bear to get angry. After Yang Nianxia admitted defeat, Su Xiaoyan curled his lips, pointed the ice staff in his hand in the direction of the new students, and said loudly, "Is there anyone else who wants to compete with me for the position of forging committee member?" At this moment, Tang Wulin walked out of the crowd, imitated Yang Nianxia's behavior, and bowed in the direction of Su Yunhan, saying, "Long, Your Majesty the Dragon Emperor, I am a level 5 forger, but my soul power is less than level 30, so I can't compete with Su Xiaoyan. I hope that His Majesty the Dragon King and Teacher Shen can give me a chance, if I can be successfully elected as the forging committee member. From now on, if my classmates have any questions about forging, I can answer them free of charge." A level 5 forger who is less than 15 years old, this is indeed a great achievement. However, with a spirit power of less than level 30, Tang Wulin's cultivation is not good enough. In the eyes of others, Tang Wulin must have put all his energy into forging and neglected his cultivation. Shani walked over, looked at Su Xiaoyan on the stage, then looked at Tang Wulin who was eager to try below the stage, and whispered, "Your Majesty the Dragon Emperor, how about we give this little guy a chance?" A level 5 blacksmith who is less than 15 years old is considered unique in the Shrek City Blacksmith Association. Su Yunhan shook his head and said with regret, I'm afraid, this won't work, we at Shrek Academy have always respected strength. Once this opening is made, no one will practice anymore and focus all their energy on learning a second profession and competing for the positions of the 4 major committee members. What can we do? We at Shrek Academy must not encourage this kind of evil trend. However, the rules are the rules, and there is reason within the law. Tang Wulin's innate spirit power is slightly lower, but he can reach nearly level 30 spirit power while practicing forging. This is really rare. How about this? From today on, Tang Wulin and Su Xiaoyan will serve as the first-year forging committee members. The contribution points that the academy issues to class leaders every month will be divided equally between the two of them. There are conditions for Tang Wulin to share the position of forging committee member with Su Xiaoyan. He must be better than Su Xiaoyan in forging skills. Every 7 days, the forging skills of the two will be tested. At that time, all first-year forgers, even ordinary students, can go to observe. If the above conditions are not met, Tang Wulin will be directly deprived of his position as class leader. Everyone, do you have any other ideas? Thoughts? They didn't have any other thoughts. They were just curious about how much innate soul power Tang Wulin had. Since there are no objections, the candidates for the forging committee have been decided. Now let's start the election of the design committee members. Su Yunhan waved his hand, signaling Su Xiaoyan and Tang Wulin to return to the team. Before he finished speaking, a tall and thin boy walked onto the Fighting Soul stage, looked at the direction of the stage, and said loudly. Li Zixing, Martial Soul, Ghost Leopard, 41st level Agility Attack Fighting Soul Sect, 5th level Mecha Designer, please give me your advice. Wu Sidwa slowly walked up to the platform, clasped her fists towards Li Zixing's position, and said, Wu Sidwa, Martial Soul, Qinghuan, 41st level Strong Attack System Battle Soul Sect, 5th level Mecha Designer, please give me your advice. There is no doubt that Wu Sidwa overwhelmed Li Zixing and won the battle easily. Wu Sidwa, Wu Qingmeng, Gu Yuna and Su Xiaoyan, the 4 girls, each mastered more than 10 kinds of self-created soul skills, which are not comparable to those soul masters who only have 3 or 4 soul skills. Just like that, after a long battle, Wu Sidwa, Wu Qingmeng, Gu Yuna and Su Xiaoyan were successfully elected as the 4 major committee members of the first grade. The positions of the 4 major committee members have been determined. Now, it is time to elect the 2 vice-class monitors for the first grade. You must be very curious about why I put the election of the 2 vice-class monitors last, instead of letting 2 of Wu Sidwa, Gu Yuna, and Su Xiaoyan take on the positions concurrently. Su Yunhan pointed in the direction of the 4 women and said expressionlessly, to tell you the truth, among the 4 of them, 2 are my fiancé, 1 is my disciple, and the other is my sister-in-law. Although they are excellent, I am still willing to give others a chance. Yang Nianxia, Li Zixing, step out. Hearing this, the 2 people whose names were called suddenly brightened up. They hurriedly walked out of the crowd and stood in front of Su Yunhan. Su Yunhan continued, I have seen your performance on the fighting arena just now. Although you are not as good as Qingmeng and the others, you can be considered a little genius if you are compared with others. I will now appoint the 2 of you as vice-class monitors for the first grade, and assist Qingmeng in managing the class. Teacher Shen, the class leaders have been elected, and the rest of the time is up to you. After saying that, Su Yunhan left the fighting arena without looking back. Sister Yenner, what's wrong with you? Why do you suddenly want to change groups? Is it because I did something wrong? I will change it. Isn't it okay for me to change it? The morning class had just ended, and the second-year students left the classroom one after another. Long Yan was about to meet Mu Shi, who had just transferred in, when Feng Jie kept chirping behind her like a parrot. Long Yan was pretty and of good status. She was quite modest to her group members and rarely lost her temper. She was just a little unapproachable. If you were not in the same group with her, it was almost impossible to approach her. Feng Jie himself had feelings for Long Yan. After 3 years of getting along, their relationship was pretty good. Just when it was about to develop into a close friendship, he was told that the other party was leaving his group. How could he be willing to accept this? Seeing that Long Yan walked out angrily without saying a word, Feng Jie became anxious and reached out to grab the other person's sleeve without caring about hierarchy. Presumptuous. Long Yan stopped, turned around abruptly, raised his arm slightly, and slapped Feng Jie hard. Feng Jie, it's my freedom to be in the same group with anyone. Who are you to be in charge of my private affairs? Long Yan's voice was very loud, and it immediately attracted the attention of other second-year students, especially the male students, who all looked at Feng Jie with a gloating expression. I asked you to show off your relationship with Miss Long every day, now you're getting your retribution. After being slapped, Feng Jie was not angry at all. He even knelt down and slapped himself hard. Sister Yenner, I'll do it myself. As long as you can calm down, I'll do anything for you. Feeling that slapping himself was not enough, Feng Jie went to the roadside, picked up a few bricks, and smashed them on his face. Long Yan. Mu Shi. Zhuiying Zhuisher's granddaughter, : A group of second-year students, . Could it be that Feng Jie is a masochist? Zhuiying felt a little sorry for him, so she quickly came to Long Yan's side and whispered, Sister Yan, why don't you tell him the truth and let him give up? This is not a solution. If he dies because of you, it won't be good if the news gets out. Sister Ying, what is his status as Feng Jie, and what is our status as well? Do I need to inform him in advance who I, Long Yan, want to marry? That's what I said, but that's not the problem. I always feel like you, Miss Long, are playing a trick on Feng Jie, this silly roe deer. Let's go, let's call Mu Shi and go to my new home to take a look around. It's considered as getting acquainted with the place, and it will be convenient for you to come and play with me in the future. As he spoke, Long Yan took Zhuiying and Mu Shi's hands and left the scene. Seeing that Long Yan had left, Feng Jie stopped slapping his face with a brick and quickly stood up and chased in the direction where Long Yan and the other two were going, shouting as he ran, Sister Yenner, wait for me, wait for me. In this way, Long Yan, Zhuiying and Mu Shi walked in front, and Feng Jie kept a distance of 1 meter and followed closely behind them. This made Feng Jie a little confused. Oh no, he had been pursuing Long Yan for such a long time, but he didn't know that his sister Yenner had a house in the inner city. That's right, that's right. His sister Yenner is the eldest daughter of the deputy pavilion master. What's wrong with her having several houses in the inner city? After an unknown amount of time, Long Yan suddenly stopped. Turned around slowly, looked at Feng Jie and chuckled. Feng Jie, when I get home, will you still follow me? Don't blame me for not reminding you, I have a pet at home with a bad temper, and it specifically bites strange men who trespass into the mansion. Before she finished speaking, Zhuiying poked her head out with a strange expression, leaned over to Long Yan's ear, and whispered. Sister Yan, you and your brother-in-law have only known each other for less than a day, and you're talking about him like this, aren't you afraid that he'll be angry? Long Yan smiled and said, Oh, my husband is a very good person, it's just some jokes, he won't care. Seeing Long Yan and Zhuiying talking and laughing, Feng Jie's doubts deepened. Pet? What kind of pet would attack a strange man who trespassed into the mansion? Long Yan and his two daughters did not stay for long. They opened the door and walked into the mansion. Just as Feng Jie was about to enter, the door was closed by 3 people from the inside. This made Feng Jie a little upset. Following Long Yan and the other 2 into the house was different from opening the door himself. If it was the latter, Long Yan could easily notify the law enforcement team to arrest him on the grounds of trespassing into the mansion of the dead. A licker may be a licker, but have you ever seen a licker lick himself into jail? Feng Jie did not lean on the door to eavesdrop, but just sat on the ground with a depressed look. He played the clown and knelt down to lick Long Yan for 3 years. Privately, he naturally knew what others thought of him, such as, Feng the clown. The toad wants to eat swan meat. The dead-licking dog who doesn't shake hands, etc. What is a sin? He, Feng Jie, is the only male in Long Yan's group, and he even licks Miss Long's boots. This is the original sin. It was precisely because of this behavior that Feng Jie completely ruined his popularity among both men and women in Shrek Academy. No female soul master wants her boyfriend to lick other women. Thinking of this, Feng Jie stood up, gritted his teeth, pushed open the door and walked in. He had already licked her, if he didn't continue licking, wouldn't it be in vain? If he could marry the beauty and become the nephew-in-law of the vice-master of the Sea God Pavilion, he could at least save himself a few decades of hard work. Once people see a shortcut, it is hard to guarantee that they will not have evil thoughts. Entering the mansion, Feng Jie walked through a long corridor. After turning a corner, he faintly heard the voice of Long Yan talking to a strange man. Long Yan approached Su Yunhan in an intimate manner, took his arm and shook it a few times. Husband, I just accepted a mission to go to the far north to collect spiritual tea. The mission rewards everyone with 15,000 contribution points. Can you accompany me on the trip? Husband. Accompanied by a cold male voice, the 4 people in the courtyard looked in the direction of the sound and saw Feng Jie squatting near the bushes with a constipated look. Su Yunhan frowned and said unhappily, defecation is not allowed here. Poop. Feng Jie hurriedly explained. Sir, I'm Yan, Long Yan's classmate. I just saw 3 classmates entering the mansion, so I wanted to come over and say hello to them. Feng Jie immediately broke out in a sweat. In front of Long Yan's legal husband, How could he admit that he had just followed Long Yen? Even though she was mentally prepared, when she got here, the words to please Long Yen were stuck in her throat. He was unwilling to accept this. He really was unwilling to accept this. Ever since he joined Shrek Academy, he had been trying to make his presence felt around Long Yen every day for the past 3 years. He would send Long Yen a good night message every day on the newsletter. For 3 years, without interruption. Why can an unknown boy get the beauty before him, why? He had thought about it, but at this critical juncture, he had to make do with the matter. He finally knew what the pet that Long Yen was talking about was. Just wait and see. As long as he can pass this test, he will continue to make his presence felt by Long Yen's side. Why is a son-in-law so arrogant? Shouldn't he still focus on Miss Long? He wants to make his presence felt, strive to become Miss Long's lover, and put a hat on someone. Thinking of this, Feng Jie subconsciously glanced at Long Yen, his eyes full of possessiveness. Naturally, Su Yunhan noticed this action. Su Yunhan turned around, looked at the position of Long Yen and the other 2 girls, and said solemnly. Yenner, your husband wants to teach a dog who wants to turn over and become the master a lesson. Take your 2 classmates to the backyard to sit for a while, so as to avoid being splashed with blood. After seeing off Long Yen and the other 2 girls, the expression on Su Yunhan's face darkened at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he held a handful of caltrops in his hand. Seeing the sharp spikes on the caltrops, Feng Jie swallowed his saliva and shouted. You can't do this. Shrek Academy has a clear rule that no one can fight privately in Shrek Inner City. Your actions have violated the laws of Poseidon Pavilion. Su Yunhan sneered, in broad daylight, you secretly followed the eldest daughter of the vice master of the Sea God Pavilion. Are you a spy sent by the Holy Spirit Church, trying to kidnap Yenner and demand a ransom from Senior Guangan? Hearing this, a hint of panic instantly flashed across Feng Jie's eyes. Once this hat is put on him, no one, not even God, can save his life. At this moment, Feng Jie regretted that he should not have dreamed of marrying into Miss Long's family. He was really stupid. He was proud of himself before, thinking that his talent was strong enough, so strong that as long as he didn't make a big mistake, even the big shots of the Sea God Pavilion couldn't kill him for no reason. But today, he found out that he was wrong, extremely wrong. If the superiors wanted to kill a student with no background, they didn't need to frame him, they just needed to accuse him of being an evil soul master. Soul masters are born aristocrats and have plenty of time left to waste. How could Feng Jie be willing to die? He knelt down immediately and kowtowed 3 times towards Su Yunhan's room. Sir, I was wrong, I shouldn't have knelt down and licked Miss Long, please give me a chance, I am willing to die for you. He had previously left a secret bag for Di Tian. After Gu Yunna's injuries healed, he would send people to join the Sea God Pavilion, the Spirit Pagoda. The Tang sect and other forces, trying every means to seize the power of these forces. After defeating the Abyss Interface, he would gather the faith of the entire DOURO star and abolish Tang Hao's position as the Lord of the Plain and a Yin's position as the core of life. Since Su Xiaoyan and Wu Sidhua are girls, Su Yunhan couldn't bear to let them out to seize power. Feng Jie was different. He already had the leverage over the other party. Whether he lived or died was just a matter of his words. Letting him go to harm the Tang sect could be considered recycling waste. After dealing with Feng Jie's affairs, Su Yunhan walked through a long corridor and came to the backyard of the mansion. Su Yunhan quickly walked to Long Yan's side, patted her shoulder, and whispered, I have already dealt with Feng Jie's matter, don't worry, from now on, he will never bother you again. As he spoke, Su Yunhan sat next to Long Yan, grabbed her little hand and stroked it gently. Long Yan pouted and said unhappily, Husband, can you accompany us to the far north? Su Yunhan slapped his forehead and remembered that Long Yan had just said that she had accepted a mission to lead a group to go to the far north to pick spiritual tea. The so-called spiritual tea is a kind of tea that is a specialty of the far north. This kind of tea grows in the core area of the far north. In order to reach the best level, it must be picked by young and beautiful female soul masters themselves. Shrek Academy would issue such tasks regularly, but the process of picking spiritual tea was not as easy as imagined. First of all, the environment in the core area of the far north was extremely harsh. And the weather could change at any time. If there was a blizzard, being trapped in an area for more than 10 days, even if they had taken measures to keep warm in advance, a group of delicate girls would probably have a hard time during this period. Secondly, the location where the spiritual tea grows is extremely tricky. If you are lucky, it only takes 3 to 5 days to pick enough for the task. But if you are unlucky, it will take at least a month to achieve the goal. 15,000 contribution points may seem like a lot, but in reality they are just 13 or 14,000 forged first-grade components. Su Yunhan pinched Long Yan's little face and said unhappily, Yenner, are you so short of contribution points? It's not that I'm short of contribution points, it's that I want to leave Shrek City and see the outside world, Long Yan said thoughtfully. Husband, from the moment I was born until today, I have never left Shrek City. My aunt told me that only after I get married, I will be qualified to see the outside world. Su Yunhan could understand Long Yeyue's approach. The outside world was colorful and she was busy dealing with the affairs of the Sea God Pavilion. She did not want Long Yan to leave her sight. If she was deceived by someone like the useless mentor Yu Xiaojiang, it would only ruin Long Yan's life. Yenner, don't you just want to go out and see the outside world? Okay, your husband agrees to it. You have accepted the mission, right? Go buy some cold weather gear first, and come back to me when you are ready. Just like that, Su Yunhan took Long Yan, Zhuoying and Mu Shi and boarded the Soul Guide train to the far north. Before leaving, Su Yunhan kept Xiaoqing to protect Wu Qingmeng, Wu Sidua, Gu Yuna, and Su Xiaoyan. Although he had reached a cooperative relationship with Long Yeyue, people's hearts are hidden, so we must be on guard against others. In the compartment of the Soul Guide train, Su Yunhan was flipping through a book that he had brought from the library of Shrek's outer courtyard to learn about the recent situation in the far north. To his surprise, most of the soul beasts in the far north were relocated to the permafrost zone of the Xingdou Great Forest under the leadership of the Titan Snow Demon Ape and the Ice Bear King Xiaobai. However, some soul beasts did not leave the far north, but chose to settle in an area in the northernmost part of DOURO continent. 8,000 years ago, the current deputy leader of the Sea God Pavilion went to the far north, hoping to try his luck and see if he could capture a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Later, someone witnessed with their own eyes that the sun and the moon appeared in the northeast of DOURO continent for a quarter of an hour. The deputy pavilion master with the strength of extreme DOURO and 4-character battle armor master never returned to Poseidon Pavilion again. Since that day, the northeastern region of the far north has been designated as a restricted area by all major forces on DOURO continent. Seeing this, Su Yunhan couldn't help but murmur in his heart. The Snow Empress was in the extreme north, and even without a battle armor, she had the ability to kill a 4-character battle armor master with the cultivation level of ultimate DOURO. But the problem is, as far as he knows, Xue Di would not be so bored. She is the overlord of the far north and it is impossible for her to expose part of her people under the dangerous wall. Could it be a servant from another god's heritage site? A divine servant who is qualified to mobilize some divine power is indeed capable of killing a 4-character battle armor master with the cultivation level of ultimate DOURO. If he had the chance, he would definitely go to the northeast of the far north to find out, but not now. Without an avatar by his side, the 4-character battle armor had not yet been produced, and with a cultivation base of only level 95, he really did not have the confidence to go on an adventure. Before they knew it, the Soul Guide train arrived at the station, and the 4 of them arrived at the northernmost city of the Tiandou Empire, Shuafang City. It's getting so dark, let's find a hotel and rest for the night. After getting off the car, Su Yunhan took the 3 women and left the Soul Guide station. After wandering around, the 4 finally walked into the Tulip Hotel in the city center. As soon as he entered the door, Long Yan quickly walked to the front desk and threw a small bag of gold soul coins in front of the front desk lady. Open 2 upper rooms for me. The lady at the front desk took the purse in her hand and weighed it carefully for a few times. After determining the approximate number of gold soul coins in the purse, a hint of hesitation suddenly appeared on her face. Miss, the upper room in our hotel costs 100 gold soul coins per night, are the extra gold soul coins tips? This price surprised Long Yan. You know, although it is also a Tulip Hotel, the hotel in Shrek City is more than 3 times more expensive than this one. Long Yan tilted his head in thought for a long time, then quickly snatched the purse from the receptionist and poured out about 220 gold soul coins. He grabbed the key on the table and followed Su Yunhan upstairs. It's still early, Ingmei, Mushi, do you want to come over and play for a while? When Zhuoying picked up the key and was about to open the door, Long Yan hurriedly waved his hand and invited the 2 to join the chat group. Upon hearing this, Zhuoying and Mushi's little heads froze instantly. As a newlywed couple, not only did they not take advantage of this rare time to play together, but they also brought someone else into the room. Are you trying to do something bad, or are you too naive? In the end, Zhuoying and the other 2 did not reject Long Yan's invitation. With the other party's power, it would not be so troublesome for him to take advantage of them. After entering the room, as soon as everyone took off their coats, Long Yan hurriedly ran into the house and placed a complete set of the ultimate version of flying chess on the table. A few days ago, I saw senior sisters playing with this in the dormitory, it looked interesting, so I asked someone to buy a set for me. Can you play with me for a while? Long Yan tilted his little head and looked in the direction of the 3 people with a pitiful look. Su Yunhan. Shuiying. Mu Shi. Seeing Long Yan's pitiful look, the expressions on the three people's faces were extremely wonderful. She is really a little girl who never grows up. Her personality is so charming and really endearing. Since they had nothing to do, the three of them simply sat down at the table and played flying chess with the little girl Long Yan. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yunhan glanced out the window and said thoughtfully. "Three young ladies, do you want to continue playing? It's almost midnight, and we have to get up early tomorrow to go to the core area of the far north to pick tea. Is it so late?" Zhuiying turned on the soul communicator to check the time, then hurriedly picked up her coat and pulled Mu Shi out of the room. After Zhuiying and the other person left, Long Yan kicked off his boots, knelt on the bed, and began to tear off Su Yunhan's clothes. "My husband, let Yener serve you and let you rest." Under Long Yan's encouragement, the two of them soon became frank with each other, and waves of cheerful voices instantly filled the room. An hour later. Su Yunhan looked at Long Yan, who had fallen asleep in his arms, and sighed deeply. He could see that Long Yan was deliberately trying to please him and wanted to win his heart in this way. This world is so cruel. In a marriage with a strong purpose, one party will always have to make sacrifices. The next morning, at noon, Su Yunyun led the three girls into the far north. If it weren't for the fact that the environment in the far north was suitable for the growth of many innate spiritual creatures, it would have become a part of the human world long ago. Even so, in the outskirts of the far north, you can still see a lot of ice houses built by human soul masters. For some ice attribute soul masters, the far north is a purely natural mimicry training ground. Many soul masters who have nothing to worry about will come to the far north to retreat in an attempt to break through to a higher level of cultivation. Without the obstruction of soul beasts, the four of them reached the core area of the far north in less than half an hour and began to look for the location of the spiritual tea. As early as 10,000 years ago, the spiritual tea produced in abundance in the far north was still a rare commodity. The dangerous growing environment and harsh picking conditions made the spiritual tea precious. Only the royal families of the four great empires and the high-ranking officials of the Poseidon Pavilion were qualified to enjoy it. With the withdrawal of soul beasts, the once rare treasures have become ordinary resources that used to fly in front of the halls of the rich and powerful, but now fly into the homes of ordinary people. The four of them were lucky enough that in just 2 hours, the jar that Long Yan brought was filled with nearly 3/4 of the spiritual tea. At this moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Su Yunhan took the three women to find a cave that was sheltered from the wind. Before the blizzard came, they set up a tent and went in. The tent could block the biting cold wind, but it couldn't stop the cold from invading. Soon, the three girls felt a chill pouring down from head to toe. They curled up and rubbed their hands together, trying to relieve the cold in their bodies. It was sunny just now, how come the weather suddenly changed? "Husband, how long will this blizzard last?" Su Yunhan said expressionlessly. "It's hard to say, the weather in the far north is always unpredictable. A blizzard may only last for a few hours, or it may last for a few days or more than 10 days, in extreme cases, it is possible that it may last for dozens of days. In this environment, if you three little girls with only 4th and 5th ring cultivation force your way forward, I'm afraid you will be completely turned into an ice sculpture in less than half an hour." Hearing this, Long Yan shook his head, a trace of sadness suddenly emerged on his face. "I thought I could earn these 15,000 contribution points just by moving my fingers, but I didn't expect that someone once lost his life because of these 15,000 contribution points." Although Long Yan is naive, she is not a fool. She understands the principle of learning by analogy. Countless teams picking magical tea must have been buried in this land of ice and snow. Su Yunhan said meaningfully, "Yener, you are the niece of the vice president of the Sea God Pavilion, Light and Dark DOURO Long Yeyue. From childhood to adulthood, others only respect you and fear you, you just think that you have a unique status. But you don't know that the pocket money your aunt gives you, even if it's just 1 month's share, is half a lifetime savings for an ordinary soul master. It is said that soul masters have no shortage of money. But that only applies to food and clothing. If they have no shortage of money, why are there still so many soul kings who do not have a complete set of battle armor and cannot graduate from Shrek Academy? People are divided into different classes from the moment they are born. The wealth of upper-class spirit masters is more than they can squander in their lifetime, however, lower-class spirit masters are busy all their lives. If they do not have outstanding talents, the wealth they have accumulated cannot even buy a 1,000-year spirit bone. In recent years, it seems that there have been many title Doulua who were born from common people, in fact, they are just favors from the higher-ups. Without the spirit pagoda to awaken their martial souls for free, let alone break through to the title Doulua level, they will be ordinary people without soul power for the rest of their lives. Even so, there are still people who regard the existence of the spirit transferring tower as a thorn in their side. Su Yunhan chuckled and said, Yenner, let me tell you a story. A long time ago, there was a temple in a small city. In the temple lived a group of powerful monks. Every time a wild beast attacked the city, the monks would drive the beast away. Over time, the existence of the temple became known to everyone, and the residents of the city were all grateful to the monks. They felt that if the monks hadn't rescued them, they would have become food for wild animals. As the temple's reputation spread, residents sent their sons and daughters to the temple, and people were proud to join the temple. Just like that, the temple became stronger and stronger, and directly became the most powerful force in the city. Even the city lord's mansion had to give way to the temple. Later, wild beasts attacked the city again, but the monks in the temple were slow to fight against them and instead stayed indoors. Under the residents' desperate pleas, the monks in the temple finally went out of the city to fight and repelled the aggressive beasts. When some residents held the bodies of their relatives that had been bitten to pieces by wild beasts and questioned the monks why they did not fight back in time, the monks replied, "You should resent the beasts that destroyed your homeland, instead of speaking ill of the savior who saved you from the beasts." Later, a small organization appeared in the city and began to recruit children from poor families. No matter what their background or talent was, they could join the organization and learn martial arts. But the temple only recruited disciples with extraordinary talents. Before long, the strength of that organization was able to compete with the temple. When the organization gathered residents and headed out of the city to the gathering place of the beasts, hoping to eradicate the hidden dangers in the city once and for all, they found that the beasts were not vulnerable at all. The temple had already had the strength to eradicate them. Su Yunhan's voice stopped abruptly, leaving the three women with enough room to think. They knew that Su Yunhan would not tell them an irrelevant story for no reason, so they racked their brains to analyze useful information from it. The temple has only one purpose for supporting the enemy, and that is faith. As long as the beast exists, the temple is the god in the hearts of the residents. They need an external enemy to threaten the lives of the residents in order to maintain their own rule. Is this a metaphor for a certain person or a certain force? The three women noticed this situation almost at the same time, and quickly associated it with the historical background of DOURO continent 10,000 years ago. That was a most tragic era. As the gathering place of evil soul masters, the Holy Spirit Church possessed two of the three ultimate DOURO in the world. If the beast refers to the evil soul master or the Holy Spirit Church, then, the object of the temple metaphor is obvious. Not a word about Shrek. Not a word about Shrek. The three girls all set their eyes on Su Yunhan. They didn't understand. He was clearly working for Poseidon Pavilion, so why would he say bad things about Poseidon Pavilion and Shrek Academy behind their backs? After an unknown amount of silence, Long Yen could not help but ask. Brother Chen, we were clearly discussing which faction disliked the Spirit Pagoda, so why did you point the finger at Poseidon Pavilion and Shrek Academy? Su Yunhan said calmly, Yenner. Whose interests do you think are harmed by the Spirit Pagoda awakening martial spirits for civilians for free? 10,000 years ago, evil spirit masters were rampant on the DOURO continent. The emperors of the Heavenly Soul, DOURO, and Xinglua empires, as well as the nobles, were afraid of their own deaths, so they all showed goodwill to the Sea God Pavilion and Shrek Academy. Now, since the Spirit Pagoda has been providing free martial spirit awakening services to civilians, the number of spirit masters in the major forces has increased exponentially. The once powerful Holy Spirit Church can no longer thrive, even with the secret support of the Shrek Academy. Long Yen curled his lips and said unhappily, My aunt and uncle are not that kind of people at all, they are both from common people and have no reason to hate the Spirit Pagoda. Su Yunhan asked. Yenner, at this point, do you still think that the Sea God Pavilion is your aunt and uncle's Sea God Pavilion? If they can have the final say in the Sea God Pavilion, why does Shrek Academy only recruit 300 students, instead of accepting all soul masters of any level like the Spirit Transferring Pagoda? As he spoke, Su Yunhan hugged Long Yen tightly in his arms. Yenner, don't worry, your husband will never let you down. My aunt and the Zhuosher elders are on the same side as your husband. If not for this, I would never agree to marry you. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Yen and Zhuoying both turned their eyes to Mu Shi. This made Mu Shi extremely embarrassed. You are all partners with the same stance, and she is the only outsider, right? Mu Shi scratched his head and said with an embarrassed look. Dean Gu, and Sister Yen, Sister Ing, don't worry. I will definitely keep today's matter to myself. Dean Gu, you also know that my father is just a poor saint craftsman who wants to become a divine craftsman. Our family has nothing to do with Shrek Academy. Su Yunhan said coldly, swear by your spirit, Mu Shi, it's not that I don't trust you, but you are too emotional, and you might leak the news at any time. To be safe, I can only use this method to shut you up. Mu Shi and Tang Wulin have a relationship of senior sister and junior brother. Before the plan was implemented, Su Yunhan did not want Tang Wulin to be aware of his hostility towards Poseidon Pavilion. Tang Wulin might find out about his own life experience someday, and he doesn't want Tang Hao and Ayin to be born early. After Mu Shi's spirit swore an oath, Su Yunhan took out a device similar to an oil lamp, injected a trace of the azure lotus earth core fire into it, and hung it on the ceiling. Under the illumination of the green lotus earth core fire, the three women felt that the coldness in their bodies had been dispelled, and their whole bodies were warm. After a while, sweat started to flow down the foreheads of the three women. Unable to bear it any longer, Long Yen took off his red jacket and thick stockings and put on the same dark red outfit that he had worn for thousands of years. Su Yunhan even shifted his gaze to the side. If you two feel hot and want to change clothes, change quickly, I won't spy on you two, I'll make you some spiritual tea after you're done. Su Yunhan no longer paid attention to the movement behind him, and took out an exquisite little teapot from his soul guide. In this way, the four of them drank spiritual tea, played small games, and spent a happy night in this snowy world. The next morning, the snowstorm had dissipated and the sky gradually cleared. The three women put on their equipment again and continued their tea-picking trip with great anticipation. It must be said that the three little girls were very lucky. In just 4 hours at most, not only did they achieve the goal of the mission, but they also collected about 1/10 more spiritual tea. It was already noon, and the three girls were sitting on mats happily eating lunch. They had earned 15,000 contributions in less than 2 days, which was indeed something to be happy about. While eating, Mu Shi subconsciously looked back, and suddenly, the expression on her face instantly became horrified. Gu, Dean Gu, look quickly. Before he finished speaking, the three of them frowned and looked in the direction Mu Shi was looking, and they saw nothing. It was still a vast expanse of white in front of them, and there was nothing worth noting. No, that's not right. Although the buildings in the city during this period could not reach the sky, standing in the core area of the far north, it was still possible to see the outlines of the buildings in Shuafeng City. Su Yunhan wiped his eyes, and there was still a vast expanse of white in front of him, as if he had no view of the sky. Are they trapped in some kind of illusion? Seeing Su Yunhan's solemn expression, Mu Shi burst into tears. Dean Gu, there is no way forward, are we going to die here? Su Yunhan said calmly, everyone has to die, some are heavier than Mount Tai, some are lighter than a feather, a quasi-god level extreme DOURO only has a lifespan of about 250 years. After the third generation sea god Chen Shao ascended to heaven, only the current sea god pavilion master, Sky DOURO Yunming, has embarked on the path of becoming a god in the past 10,000 years. Now, we have entered a world that has not been explored yet, the end of the world may hide the inheritance of gods. As long as you can survive, your future achievements will even surpass Qingtian DOURO, what are you afraid of? That being said, but, in this era, soul masters no longer need to hunt for soul rings. Long Yan, Zhuiying, and Mu Shi are flowers that grew up in a greenhouse. I'm afraid they have never killed anyone, let alone faced life and death. Seeing that the three of them all looked pale, Su Yunhan curled his lips and said, I'll give you 2 choices, one is to follow me, the other is that I'll find you a hidden cave and set up a layer of restrictions around the cave. If I am lucky enough to survive and find a way out, I will naturally come back to pick you up, if I die, the restriction will disappear directly, and you will find a way out by yourselves. Long Yen was fine. Although she was afraid, she would follow her husband without hesitation. As for Zhuiying and Mu Shi, they are not stupid. In this endless world of ice and snow, no matter how warm the tent is, it is not as comfortable as being with a title DOURO. Since you have no objection, then follow me, remember, do not try to disobey my orders, otherwise, I will spank your buttocks severely. Spanking. Hearing this, Long Yan, Zhuiying and Mu Shi's faces instantly turned red, and they kept cursing someone in their hearts for being indecent. In this way, Su Yunhan took the 3 women and rushed towards the northeast direction of the far north. They didn't know how long they had been walking. But before they knew it, they had walked into a forest. Under their feet was a marble road. At the end of the road was a small town with an architectural style that was more like that of medieval Western architecture. The 4 of them subconsciously looked back, but there was no ice or snow anywhere, just a forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. If Su Yunhan had not been able to sense the presence of the god-killing spear, he would have suspected that the 4 of them had left DOURO Star. Because, the sun above their heads was actually purple. Under the cover of the purple sunlight, an inexplicable feeling of depression instantly surged into his heart. Su Yunhan turned around, looked at the 3 women and said coldly, when we enter the town later, no matter who comes to talk to you, don't reply. Facing Su Yunhan's cold gaze, the 3 women nodded repeatedly, indicating that they understood. If you want to explore this unknown world, the best way is to watch more, listen more, ask less, and try to understand this world through the words and deeds of passers-by. After entering the town, the four of them walked around the town twice. The language and clothing of the men and women passing by on the street were no different from those in the outside world. As for the Western-style buildings. Friends who have read The Legend of the Azura Sea God, know that the style of the original work is very out of place. What are Bibi Dong, Saras, Miles, Flanders, and Poseidon? Until now, readers have been unable to figure out one thing: is Bibi Dong's last name Bai or Bibi? Whether it is the title of Pope or the architecture of the Pope's palace, they all tend to be in medieval Western style. This small town is at best out of touch with the outside world and has not kept up with the times. After walking around in circles, the four of them walked into an inn that was decorated quite luxuriously. It was a little dark in the inn and no one could be seen. Just as Su Yunhan was about to turn around and leave, a beautiful woman with long azure hair and elegantly dressed in a silver-white palace dress walked over. The beautiful woman bowed slightly and said, "For guests, do you want to stay in the hotel?" Su Yunhan nodded and said expressionlessly, "Please give us a king-size bedroom." "One room?" The beautiful woman was stunned for a moment, then she walked lightly to the counter and placed a room card on the counter. A total of 100 gold soul coins. Su Yunhan grabbed a handful of gold soul coins from his purse and threw them onto the counter. After picking up the room card on the table, he took the three women upstairs. If he was not mistaken, the beautiful woman in the silver palace dress only had level 9 soul power. With this level of soul power and her attire, Su Yunhan suddenly thought of a possibility. But, this is just a guess and it will take enough time to verify. After entering the room, Su Yunhan slowly said, "You three can sleep on the bed, and I can just find a chair to lie down for a while. However, there is one thing we must agree on first: you can only eat the food you brought with you. If you don't have enough, I have more here." The three girls nodded quickly. Even though they were flowers raised in a greenhouse, they were not fools. They could always understand this truth. It is always a good idea to be careful in this strange place. Otherwise, Zhuiying and Mushi would never agree to let four people share one room. Looking at the three women sleeping, Su Yunhan felt somewhat fortunate. Fortunately, at least the three of them were not those unreasonable little fairies. Well, let's take it one step at a time. Su Yunhan folded his arms, slumped in the chair, and slowly closed his eyes. The next day, Su Yunhan led the three women down the stairs and came to the front desk. He grabbed another handful of gold soul coins and placed them on the counter. "Let's renew the room for another day. Oh, by the way, madam, are there any high-end hotels near your home?" "A high-end hotel?" The beautiful woman pondered. In Lingxi town, the most high-end hotel is undoubtedly the Wuhuan Hotel. Wuhuan Hotel. This word instantly made the four of them tense up, and a possibility suddenly flashed through their minds. Could this small town be the place where the orphans of the spirit hall lived in seclusion? After leaving the inn, the four of them followed the route marked on the map by the beautiful woman to find the location of the Wuhuan Hotel. The whole town was like a maze. The four of them had clearly walked around the town inside and out yesterday, but the problem was that according to the map provided by the beautiful woman. After passing through an alley, a huge statue came into their sight. It was a woman wearing armor and a battle skirt, holding a long sword, and behind her, there were 3 pairs of wings. At some point, the holy sword of angels appeared in Su Yunhan's palm. It seemed to have a spirit, breaking free from Su Yunhan's restraints and overlapping with the sword in the female statue's hand. Along with a flash of golden light, many cracks appeared on the outer surface of the statue. In just a few breaths, the originally cold statue instantly transformed into a blonde woman who appeared in front of the 4 people. Is it another new reincarnation? The blonde woman muttered to herself, holding the angel holy sword and looking up at the sky. Su Yunhan took a step forward, bowed to the blonde woman, and said, "Junior Gu Chen, greet Senior Angel God." "Gu Chen." The blonde woman frowned and looked towards Su Yunhan in the direction of the voice. The angel's holy sword in her hand seemed to tremble. "Tell me, how did you die? Can the 6-winged angel spirit be passed down?" Su Yunhan shook his head and said, "Senior Angel God, I am not dead, nor am I your direct descendant. I just got the angel holy sword by chance and unlocked the right to use it." "Oh. You are not dead. Then, do you know where this place is?" Xian Lingxi asked thoughtfully. Su Yunhan pondered, this should be considered the underworld of DOURO world, right? The underworld? What is that place? Su Yunhan slapped his forehead, and then he realized, no. Even if the Great God Circle was established, the DOURO world did not establish the 6 paths of reincarnation, let alone the name of the underworld. There was no other way. Su Yunhan could only briefly explain the settings of the underworld and other worlds to Qian Lingxi. After listening to this, Qian Lingxi nodded with enlightenment and said, "In other words, you are from another world, right?" Su Yunhan said, "No, I am from the DOURO world, I just died twice and my soul wandered to other worlds, I have seen more." "Oh, by the way, Senior Angel God, according to what you said, is this the place that accommodates the dead?" Qian Lingxi nodded and said with a bitter face, "To be honest, I have gone through 11 reincarnations, before each reincarnation, I would clear my memory. I have tried to escape from this world, but failed without exception. I only know that the meaning of my existence is to establish the spirit hall, but I don't know what the meaning of this small world is. Is it just to keep people like me who have a mission in mind here?" Su Yunhan pondered, existence is reasonable, this small world may be the prototype of the underworld, and the opportunity to establish the 6 realms of reincarnation. As he spoke, Su Yunhan paced back and forth in front of Qian Lingxi, his brows furrowed, and it was unknown what he was thinking about. 30 minutes later, Su Yunhan came back to his senses, looked into Qian Lingxi's beautiful eyes, and asked, "Senior, I wonder, are there any special places or buildings in Lingxi town that are so special that even you find it difficult to get close to them, and you can't even detect their purpose?" "It seems like, there is one." Qian Lingxi waved his hand, signaling Su Yunhan and the other 3 to follow. After walking around in circles, the 5 people finally stopped in front of a building that was so ordinary that there was nothing special about it. Qian Lingxi said, "I have visited all the places in Lingxi town, but I can't enter this house. Every time I reach the door, I suddenly lose my memory. When I wake up, I lie where we are now." Su Yunhan looked at the building in front of him, then at the 3 women behind him, and said solemnly, "Yenner, Jueying, Mushi, listen to me, the 3 of you go to the door to check the situation first. It's not that I'm afraid of death, but if something special happens, I can save you in the first time. On the contrary, if I get entangled with someone, I won't be able to take care of the safety of the 3 of you." After instructing the 3 girls, Su Yunhan's eyes unconsciously fell on Qian Lingxi. "Senior, according to the sayings of other worlds, the 2 of us are now separated by heaven and earth. You are not fighting, so the holy angel sword is of no use to you. Can you lend it to me for a while? Without the holy angel sword as a foil, my strength will drop a lot. Angel God Senior, you don't want to stay in this dark place forever, going through reincarnation again and again, and serving as a background for others, right?" Qian Lingxi thought about it, then raised her jade hand and tapped Su Yunhan's forehead twice. "I have given you the highest authority of the angel's holy sword and the angel's divine position, that is to say, from today on, you can directly refine the angel's divine position, or you can pass it on to others. You don't need to make excuses, and don't belittle yourself. In these 11 reincarnations, you are the first group of living people to come to Lingxi town." Su Yunhan looked at the building in front of him, his pupils shrank, and he suddenly turned around and shook Qian Lingxi's arm desperately. "Senior, can you let me meet with the 2nd-generation angel Qian Renxue? I have a lot of questions in my heart that need her to answer." Before he finished speaking, Su Yunhan felt as if his head had exploded, and cold sweat instantly flowed down his forehead. Qian Renxue did not inherit the throne of the angel. The history of the war between the 3 gods. Wrong. Looking at the holy angel sword in his hand, Su Yunhan asked thoughtfully, "Senior, can you tell me, besides you and me, how many other owners has the holy angel sword had?" "1, a total of." Qian Lingxi's eyes suddenly flashed with panic, and her tone became hesitant. As an angel god symbolizing ultimate light, she was not good at lying. Seeing this scene, Su Yunhan said with a strange expression, "Senior, the 2nd-generation angel god Qian Renxue could not be the reincarnation of the 1st-generation angel god, and you play 2 roles by yourself, right?" "No, I didn't mean to lie to you, I just took you to see Qian Renxue." Qian Lingxi's little head drooped slowly, like a little girl who had made a mistake and was caught. Su Yunhan. Qian Lingxi is truly a wonderful person. He is extremely honest and always admits his mistakes. He is somewhat similar to the god of destruction. Su Yunhan waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "I trust your character, but now is not the time to meet, let's solve the puzzle first." As he spoke, Su Yunhan led the 3 women to the entrance of the building. It was a metal door emitting a silver-white light. There was no handle on the door and no gap in the middle. On the wall to the right of the door, there was a goose-yellow, crystal-clear square stone that looked like some kind of mechanism. Su Yunhan patted Long Yan's shoulder and whispered, "Yenner, go over and see if there are any traps, let your husband help you." "Well, I understand." Following a sweet voice, Long Yan clenched his fists, bravely walked to the door. And gently placed his right hand on the light yellow square stone. 3 minutes passed, and the silver-white metal door didn't move at all. Long Yan became anxious, and began to wave her little fists and hit the goose-yellow square stone hard. Boom! 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 All of a sudden, the building in front of him began to collapse, and the ground around him was shaking. Su Yunhan hurriedly grabbed Long Yan's waist, carried her on his shoulders and ran back. After running about 15 meters, the ground gradually flattened out. Su Yunhan stopped and looked back, and saw, the original building had disappeared, replaced by a passage leading to the underground world. "Brother-in-law, come here quickly, that's Senior, she's not breathing." Turning around again, Su Yunhan saw Qian Lingxi lying on the ground with her body curled up. Zhuiying and Mu Shi were squatting beside her, trying to restore her breathing and pulse. Su Yunhan said unhappily, all right, stop wasting your energy, she's already dead, isn't it normal for her to not be breathing?" As he spoke, Su Yunhan waved his hand, then carried Long Yan to the steps above the passage and sat down. Looking around, the interior of the passage was pitch black, and there was no end in sight. Su Yunhan stood up and slowly said, "Girls, it's time to get going." The scene changed, and a mining lamp equipped with a wisp of green lotus earth core fire was hung above Su Yunhan's head. It was not that he was too lazy to hold the lamp, but that his hands were not free. Zhuiying and Mu Shi hugged his arms tightly on the left and right, while Long Yan held his waist tightly. The passage behind them was closed. For the three women, Su Yunhan became their last support. For hours, a full 4 hours of walking, the four of them finally reached the bottom of the passage. It was an extremely spacious hall, which seemed to be about 2,000 square meters. As soon as the four people entered the hall, the gate behind them fell down. There is almost no decoration in the hall, not even any load-bearing beams, only some puzzling murals on the walls. The mural tells a story. Which is that a famine occurred in a country that was once peaceful. The lower-class people could not get enough food and rose up in rebellion. Just as the civilian rebels broke through the capital, a tribal chief named Yang Mu led his army from the north and quickly swept across the country. After Yang Mu ascended the throne and proclaimed himself emperor, he put all his weapons into storage and let his horses go to the mountains to prevent his kingdom from being overthrown. He put all the most advanced weapons and equipment into the national treasury. And strictly prohibited his subordinates from modifying the weapons. He only played with countries of similar strength and did not learn from the strengths of other countries. He madly bullied the lower-class people, plundered resources endlessly, and dreamed of the beautiful dream of the Celestial Empire. In a sense, Tang San is no different from Dai Qingxin, both are conservative and incomplete, looking at the world with their eyes closed, and believing that all the resources in their hands are the most advanced. However, a new question has surfaced. If the heavenly Tao of the DOURO world really wants people to start the 6 paths of reincarnation and create the underworld, why would it set up these insignificant tests? According to past experience, someone needs to make a sacrifice, transform into one of the 6 realms, and fill in the imperfections in the laws of heaven, in order to create the underworld and open up a space for reincarnation for all living beings. Space. Su Yunhan jumped 3 feet high. He finally knew where the problem lay. The difficulty of establishing the underworld was no less than that of establishing the world of gods. It was not difficult to complete the laws of heaven. But the difficulty lay in the operation of the underworld. Ugh. Su Yunhan sighed. He, who claimed to be looking down on the DOURO world from a god's perspective, felt powerless for the first time. It was hard to imagine how much effort the dragon god put in behind the scenes when he founded the god realm. Tian Dao, if you can hear my voice, please come and talk. The demon and abyss interface are coming soon, and there is also a fairy clan with unknown identity and strength who is spying on the DOURO world. I am not Tang San, nor am I the short-sighted 5 great gods. Compared to keeping you in captivity, I prefer mutual benefit and win-win. Su Yunhan waved his hand, and Long Yan, Zhuiying and Mu Shi fainted instantly. He then took out a small sofa from his soul guide and placed it on the sofa. Then he threw the 3 girls onto the sofa in a stacked manner. After doing all this, a figure whose gender was indistinguishable appeared in front of Su Yunhan. When Su Yunhan sensed the cultivation level of the heavenly Tao incarnation, he could no longer hold back. You are the heavenly Tao of a world, at least even if you don't have the cultivation level of a high-level god king, you should have the strength of a quasi-god king. How come your cultivation level is not even a 3rd-level god? Are you kidding me? Su Yunhan pointed at the ceiling above his head and said unhappily. What's going on with this small world? With your cultivation level not even up to the level of a 3rd-level god, you can't even create this hall that is filled with spiritual energy, let alone keep the souls of Qian Lingxi and others captive, right? Hearing this, the incarnation of heaven scratched his head subconsciously and said with embarrassment, you also know that since I and the dragon god were both defeated, I have completely become a puppet of the gods. The birth of this small underworld seems to be a product of your appearance. Unfortunately, the throne of the god of the underworld failed to be born due to the suppression of the life core. As he spoke, the expression on Tiandao's face became more and more solemn. My friend, you are responsible for the laws of destruction and creation. If you can align your body with the Tao, the existence of the Lord of the Plains and the core of life will not be a concern. Su Yunhan frowned and said, it is really not advisable to use one's body to merge with the Tao. I think I am not as good as the dragon god, and I will not take this path that even he has not taken. If one day I can become the leader of all gods, I will do my best to find ways to develop DOURO world and try my best to complete the laws of heaven. You don't have to worry that I will put you under house arrest like Tang San and the others did. Okay, if there's nothing else, take us away from this damn place. I was looking forward to exploring the small underworld. I originally wanted to get a divine inheritance for my little wife, but the result was, it was all for nothing. The incarnation of heaven waved his hand, and the next moment, the four of them returned to the far north land they had been longing for. With a gloomy face, Su Yunhan found a sheltered cave, built a tent, and stuffed the three women in. Why are you still here? What are you following us for? The incarnation of heavenly Tao said weakly, Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna can go to the human world to study, why can't I? Su Yunhan. What is this? He was not worried about the stance of the incarnation of heavenly Tao. With each reincarnation, the consciousness of heavenly Tao would be dispersed and then recondensed. The person least likely to collude with the Tang family's forces was the incarnation of heavenly Tao. Never mind. There is no harm in building a good relationship with the heavenly Tao of the DOURO world. Su Yunhan said, you should give yourself a name first. You can't let me introduce you to others. You are the incarnation of the heavenly Tao, right? The incarnation of heaven pretended to think and said, how about this, from now on, you can call me Zunth. Zunth lost her parents at a young age and was raised by a lonely old man named Xian. With a flash of white light, the originally androgynous figure instantly transformed into a beautiful woman in a silver-white palace dress. Xian Nu said with a smile, how about it, am I pretty? Su Yunhan said expressionlessly, it is beautiful, but this kind of skirt is not suitable for going out, you should change your outfit. Zunth nodded as if she suddenly realized something, and with a flash of white light again, the palace dress on her body turned into a silver-white women's robe. Okay, just follow us in secret. When we return to Shrek City, I will arrange an open identity for you. As he spoke, Su Yunhan went into the tent and used the Azure Lotus Earth Core fire to boil water and brew spiritual tea. Soon, the three women woke up one after another. Looking around at the surrounding environment, first confused, then shocked, and finally delighted. Long Yen said with a smile, husband, have we found the exit and returned to reality? Exit? What exit? You just finished picking tea and you said you were tired and wanted to find a place to rest for a while. Su Yunhan naturally knew that talking too much would lead to mistakes, so he only said part of it, leaving the three women enough room for imagination. Alright, we've all had enough sleep, it's time for us to go back to Shrek City. After dismantling the tent, Su Yunhan took the three women and left the far north. They came to the Seoul Guide station in Shuafang City and bought a box ticket to Shrek City. As for Zunth, Su Yunhan was not too worried that she would get lost from the conversation. It seemed that Zunth was definitely more familiar with the human world than Xiaowu, that dead rabbit. And many more. Is Zunth the short name of Jiu Tian Xian Nu? Judging from the conversation, the other party didn't seem like a time traveler. He might be overthinking it. When they arrived at Shrek City, the sky had already darkened. After getting off the train, Long Yen, Zhuoying and Mu Shi went to the Shrek Outer Courtyard mission point to hand in the mission. Su Yunhan returned to the mansion and without knocking, he pushed open Wu Qingmeng's door and walked in. You, why didn't you knock on the door? The moment she heard the sound of the door opening, Wu Qingmeng, who was lying on the sofa with her legs spread out, quickly stood up, adjusted her skirt and returned to her usual ladylike appearance. Qingmeng, how do you feel about the college life these days? Compared with the intermediate college you were in before, which environment is better? Even if Shrek Academy is not worthy of its name, it is not comparable to an unknown intermediate academy, Wu Qingmeng said faintly. To be honest, I really like the atmosphere of Shrek Academy. The academy does not charge tuition fees, nor does it distribute any training resources. All resources must be earned by oneself. Forging, making soul guides, making mechas, fighting souls, and even gambling can earn a lot of contribution points. Every student is busy every day. And those intermediate colleges give people a feeling of just eating and waiting to die. Every day they just practice step by step. There are rarely fights between students. There is not a single trace of vitality to be seen. Oh, by the way, yesterday I met a second-year female student in the Blacksmith Association. Her hair was purple-red. She gave me an indescribable feeling, as if she shouldn't have appeared in this world. Su Yunhan asked, Qingmeng, did you sense the aura of an evil soul master from her? Wu Qingmeng shook her head and said, no, I am sure that she is definitely not an evil soul master, not even an evil martial soul. That feeling, oh, you will know it if you find a chance to take a look. It's strange, she clearly joined Shrek Academy as a male student, her gender is written as male on her student card, she also wears men's clothing, yet, all the second-year students know that she is a girl. I was a little curious, so I went to ask Uncle Zhua. Well, he told me that the female student disguised as a man was named Yuan Hui and lived in the work-study dormitory. Other than that, there was no other useful information. Yuan Hui. Yuan and Yi Hui. Yuan and Monkey from the 3 generations of Shrek's 7 devils. Never mind. Rather than recruiting Yuan and Monkey, he wanted to see him completely degenerate into an evil soul master, so that the Yuan and family, which had no reputation to begin with, would be infamous for eternity. Thinking of this, Su Yunhan waved his hand, and a stream of soul power hit the switch of the chandelier. Waves of gurgling sounds continued to echo in the room. The next morning, after breakfast, Su Yunhan came to the agency market in Shrek's inner city. As soon as I entered the door, a middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes came up to me and said with a smile, Sir, how can I help you? Su Yunhan said, I need a shop in a better location to sell some of the pills I made. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice, Sir, selling elixirs is not a trivial matter. Without the approval of the Sea God Pavilion, we at Wanshu would dare not risk losing our heads to prepare a store for you. The approval from Poseidon Pavilion? Come to think of it, it makes sense. Selling pills is indeed not a trivial matter. No matter which force it is impossible for them to allow others to sell fake medicine in their own base. Su Yunhan directly threw his identity token in front of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man took it and looked at it. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he quickly put on a flattering expression. Since it is His Majesty the Dragon Emperor, then there is no problem, I will go find a suitable store for His Majesty right away. As he spoke, the middle-aged man waved his hand, and more than a dozen young ladies in cool clothes came out and provided Su Yunhan with a set of attentive service. Soon, half an hour passed and the middle-aged man came running over with a document in his hand, sweating profusely. There is no time to be impatient. A 23-year-old titled DOURO, if nothing unexpected happens, will be the next Sea God Pavilion master. It would be fine if the other party is satisfied. If not, his tenure as a deacon will probably be over. The middle-aged man knelt in front of Su Yunhan and opened the folder in his hand. Your Majesty, this shop is very close to Shrek Academy and the Blacksmith Association, the rent is not expensive, it only costs 200,000 contribution points a year, at the ratio of 1:67, it is equivalent to 334,000 gold soul coins. The official does not sell contribution points, but does not prohibit students and instructors from reselling them. Of course, there are limits to this reselling. And no one, including the elders of the Poseidon Pavilion, is allowed to maliciously hoard contribution points. Su Yunhan took out a blueprint and 4 gold soul coin cards with a stored value of 100,000 from his soul guide with an expressionless face. Just decorate according to the layout on the blueprint, I will come to check it in 3 days. After saying that, Su Yunhan waved his sleeves and walked out of the Wanshu. On the way back to the mansion, Su Yunhan kept thinking about how to promote his medicine shop. No matter how effective the soul-restoring pills and healing medicines were, they were not enough to impress those old guys who had been in seclusion for many years. After thinking for a long time, Su Yunhan finally found an elixir that could shake the entire Soul Master world. The 4th grade elixir Tong Mai Dan has the effect of dredging the meridians. It's just that the quality of the elixir is a bit low. And it may not have any effect on high-level title DOURO. It is mainly sold to those who took too many drugs when they were young and whose cultivation level has stopped at the Soul DOURO level, the Saint Craftsman. Even if a master craftsman only forged a set of 4-character battle armor in his lifetime, it would be enough to make an unknown small force equal to the body sect. Thinking of this, Su Yunhan stopped and disappeared from the spot in a flash. Brother Zhua, this is the Tongmai pill I developed, it has the effect of clearing the meridians, come and see if you are qualified to hold a top-level auction for it. As he spoke, Su Yunhan handed the small jade bottle containing Tongmai pill to Zhuoshi. Zhuoshi opened the bottle stopper, put the bottle mouth to his philtrum and sniffed, my dear brother, the fragrance of this elixir seems a little weak. Su Yunhan said expressionlessly, of course, the level of Tongmai Dan is comparable to that of a soul sage, how could it possibly have any effect on a super Doluo like you? Zhuoshi said sarcastically, then the value of this pill will be greatly reduced, for this one pill, don't go to the auction house, just give it to Feng Wuyu and let him digest it within the Shrek City Blacksmith Association. Hearing this, Su Yunhan curled his lips and then placed a basket of Tongmai pills in front of Zhuoshi. This, looking at the Tongmai Dan in the basket, Zhuoshi could not hide his excitement and stood up from the chair tremblingly. So what if the grade is comparable to that of a soul saint? So what if the medicinal power is a little inferior? As long as the quantity is sufficient, a saint craftsman like Wuton can be raised to the level of a titled DOURO by hard stacking. Just when Zhuoshi was dreaming of becoming a 4-character battle armor master, an untimely voice suddenly sounded. Brother Zhuo, you think too much. No matter how good the medicine is, there will be drug resistance. Each soul master can only take 2 Tongmai pills at most. Zhuoshi. It was all in vain. Zhuoshi frowned and said, if that's the case, we can try some hunger marketing. We can first take out 2 Tongmai pills and bundle them together to sell at the auction. If we're lucky, we can sell them for tens of millions of gold soul coins. Brother, are you short of money? Why are you thinking of auctioning off the elixirs? Su Yunhan said calmly, that's right, I opened a medicine shop in Shrek's inner city, and I wanted to use this method to increase my reputation and attract more people to buy medicine. Looking at the Tongmai pill in his hand, Zhuoshi fell into deep thought. Even though the grade of this pill was a bit low, it was indeed a groundbreaking product for DOURO continent. Of course he knew Wuton. He was the junior brother of master craftsman Zhenhua. It was hard for him not to know him. If Wuton had obtained a Tongmai pill during the Soul Saint period, DOURO continent would have had an extra master craftsman. It's a pity, there is no if. People will always pay the price for their ignorance. After gaining a simple understanding of Su Yunhan's alchemy skills, Zhuoshi quickly put down the Tongmai pill in his hand and immediately put on a flattering expression. Brother, do you have any pills that can make people younger, the kind that makes them younger in every way? A pill that makes you younger? Su Yunhan said with a strange expression, Brother Zhuo, the ancestors who deduced the pill formula were all for the purpose of improving their cultivation, who would have the time to make such a meaningless pill? Meaningless? Zhuoshi's face was full of black lines. Compared with the Tongmai pill, that kind of pill was indeed meaningless. After bidding farewell to the troubled times, Su Yunhan went straight to the work-study dormitory of Shrek Academy. Su Yunhan squatted in the bushes for 3 hours until his legs were almost numb as dusk approached. A boy with short purple-red hair and a delicate look walked slowly towards him. Although Yuan and Yehui was wearing some kind of treasure, Su Yunhan still sensed the breath of the fallen angel's martial spirit. Ugh! Su Yunhan sighed. After all, Yuan and Yehui was a miserable person. Her mother died and her father was deposed. Not knowing the truth, she only thought that it was her grandfather Yuan Enjintian who did all this. She didn't know that her fallen angel martial soul contained the seed of the devil. Once it broke through to level 90, it would open the door to the devil's dimension. At that time, countless demons would descend upon the DOURO world. Looking at the entire book, Legend of the God of Destruction, the character Su Yunhan hates the most is Yuan and Yehui. It is precisely Yuan and Yehui's existence that highlights the ugly faces of some people. Never mind. Why should he expose his own existence to prevent the arrival of the demonic plane? Girl, are you a part-time student? I have something to talk to you about. When Yuan and Yehui felt the powerful aura coming from behind, her body trembled. In this time and space, where are there any kind-hearted evil soul masters? If her identity as an evil soul master is exposed. Even if the Sea God Pavilion, the Tang sect, and the Yuan family join forces, they will not be able to save her life. Yuan and Yehui turned around, looked at Su Yunhan behind him and said with a forced smile, Senior, what do you want to talk to me about? Su Yunhan looked at the empty dormitory for part-time students and inevitably felt a little sad. The protagonists of the DOURO series were absolutely just. But it was because of him, the butterfly, who flapped his wings that Yuan and Yehui was left alone to guard this shabby courtyard. Su Yunhan asked, Girl, don't you feel lonely living alone in the work-study dormitory? Facing Su Yunhan's concern, Yuan and Yehui said faintly. My parents are both dead, and I have been alone since I was a child, I like being alone. That won't do, Su Yunhan shook his head and said. Even if you don't want to get married. You still have to train a successor to take care of you in your old age. Listen to me, from now on, you will resume your female identity, move into the girls' dormitory. And communicate more with other students. I'm not Kai Yuer, I'm not as cold-blooded as her, seeing you all alone makes me sad. Let's go to the academic affairs office and update the student information. I'm only 23 years old, not much older than you, holding your hand is a bit, against the rules. Su Yunhan leaned against Yuan and Yehui, turned around, and looked at the other person expectantly. Her mother died and her father was imprisoned by her grandfather. She didn't know what her family had done wrong. Even her second uncle, who was always smiling, looked at her niece with hatred in his eyes. From that day on, she secretly left the Yunhan family and came to Shrek Academy. Tgthegood seemed to know what had happened to her, so he gave her a bracelet and asked her to wear it to cover up the aura of the fallen angel spirit. She was treated coldly, but a stranger suddenly showed her concern. She seemed a little overwhelmed. Facing Su Yunhan's expectant look, Yuan and Yehue swallowed, stepped forward, and followed Su Yunhan towards the academic affairs office. With the bracelet given to her by Tgthegood, as long as she doesn't take it off, no one will notice her identity as an evil soul master. Soon, the two arrived at the academic affairs office of Shrek Academy. Zhuoshe was sitting in the main seat, seemingly dealing with something. When he saw Su Yunhan and Yuan and Yehue coming in, Zhuoshe's eyes widened instantly. He quickly stood up and pulled Su Yunhan aside, whispering, "Brother, why did you bring her here? She is." Out of selfishness, Zhuoshe didn't want Su Yunhan to get too close to Yuan and Yehue, but when the three words, "Evil Soul Master," came to his lips, he just couldn't say them. After all, the other party was the one that Tgthegoud specifically asked to take care of. If he made Yuan and Yehue's identity as an evil soul master public, he would be doomed. Su Yunhan said angrily, "Brother Zhua, no matter what the reason is, we can't be as heartless as old Lady Kai and throw a girl alone into a shabby work-study dormitory. Can you live with your conscience?" Su Yunhan's voice was quite loud, and all the instructors in the room heard it clearly. They looked at Su Yunhan with eyes full of respect. Rather than working under the heartless Kai Yuer, they would rather work under a boss who is more humane. Since Su Yunhan said so, Zhuoshe had no reason to refuse and immediately updated the student information for Yuan and Yehue. Name, Yuan and Yihui. Gender, female. Martial spirit, Titan giant ape. Class teacher, Hai Wuya. After leaving the academic affairs office, Su Yunhan handed a piece of paper with his soul communicator number to Yuan and Yehue. "If you have anything, send me a message, I won't go with you to the dormitory." Yuan and Yehue nodded, took the note in his hand, and gradually disappeared from Su Yunhan's sight. At this moment, Zhuoshe also walked out of the teaching office and pulled Su Yunhan towards his mansion. After returning to Zhuo mansion and dismissing his attendants, Zhuoshe's face instantly darkened. "Brother, do you know who Yuan and Yihui is?" "Who is she?" Su Yunhan pretended to be dumb and said. "Her last name is Yuan N, and she has the Titan giant ape spirit. She should be the direct descendant of the second generation Sea God's brother-in-law, right?" Zhuoshe said coldly, "Brother, let me tell you the truth, Yuan and Yihui also has a fallen angel martial soul. The fallen angel martial soul is not a simple evil martial soul, but the key to open the passage to the demon plane. A few years ago, Yuan and Yihui's mother opened a passage to the demon plane. And countless demons descended on DOURO continent. If Yuan and Zhentian had not asked for help from the Sea God Pavilion in time and sealed the passage to the demon plane, I'm afraid the entire DOURO continent would have faced a catastrophe. Brother, you'd better stay away from Yuan and Yihui. Her existence will only bring bad luck to those around her. You don't know that when the demon plane attacked, 37 members of the Yuan and family alone died." Calm, too calm. Su Yunhan was so calm that it made Zhuoshe feel a little frightened. Since he knew Yuan and Yehue's identity, why did he still approach him? "Brother, what are you planning?" "I don't understand." Zhuoshe really can't understand why his virtuous brother wants to get close to Yuan and Yehue. It doesn't seem like he is attracted by her beauty. "What are you planning?" "Maybe I just saw that Yuan and Yehue was a little lonely, and I felt sorry for this little girl with such a tragic fate." Zhuoshe curled his lips. How could he, who was nearly 90 years old, be fooled by such an excuse? However, he had no intention of asking further questions. He is old, and that drive has almost been wiped out. From now on, it is the world of the young. Now that you are on this ship, you must sail on with determination and not think of jumping off the ship. After all, what people hate most are those traitors who bet on both sides. In front of a young talent, they should put aside those inappropriate thoughts. Just like that, the maids walked into the room again with trays. Su Yunhan and Zhuoshe drank wine and played chess, leaving all their worries behind. After drinking for about an hour, Su Yunhan reluctantly returned to the mansion. Back at the mansion, the living room was brightly lit and Long Yen was sitting on the sofa, fiddling with a soul-guided hand cannon. Oh, I didn't realize that Long Yen is also a talented soul guide. In this era, after thousands of years of changes, the practicality of offensive soul guides has been enhanced. Among them, the most popular offensive soul guide is the soul guide hand cannon that can be used with one hand. Do you think that the soul guide hand cannon is a stupid hand cannon that holds the barrel in one hand and loads the shells with the other hand? Wrong. Absolutely wrong. The barrel is not held in the hand, but on the arm. Before being activated, this level 7 offensive soul guide hand cannon was just a long thin silk glove made of a material that looked somewhat special. Once it was on the market, it was snapped up by female soul masters. Which girl wouldn't like an offensive soul guide that combines beauty with offensive power? The soul guide device that Long Yen was fiddling with at this time was this type of soul guide hand cannon. Su Yunhan had no intention of disturbing Long Yen. He just moved a chair and sat next to her, watching silently. As time passed, Long Yen finally assembled the last part and wore the soul guide hand cannon on his right arm. The next moment, a white light flashed, and a white thin silk glove without 5 fingers appeared on Long Yan's smooth arm. After seeing this scene, Su Yunhan came to Long Yan's side, opened his arms and put them around her waist. "Yener, did you make this soul guide cannon?" Long Yen said dimly, "I don't have that ability, I just spent money to customize the parts and assembled it according to the drawings." Su Yunhan said with a smile, "That's also amazing. The complexity of this soul guide cannon is no less than that of an ordinary 9th level soul guide device. He was able to assemble it. My little Yener is the best." Long Yen felt dizzy after hearing these words of praise. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Yunhan quickly hugged her in his arms and walked into Gu Yuna's room. At this time, Gu Yuna was lying on the bed, flipping through an unknown book, with her hands supporting her cheeks, her silver hair freely scattered behind her, her white skirt rolled up to her waist. And her feet wrapped in white stockings kicking around, looking so cute. Su Yunhan put Long Yen on the bed, and before she could react, Su Yunhan and Gu Yuna attacked her from top to bottom, and soon, Long Yen was immersed in a world of joy shared by the 3 of them. Gu Yuna and Long Yen got up early, cleaned up the mess left over from last night, had breakfast, and went to school. Su Yunhan slept until noon before he climbed out of Gu Yuna's bed. He subconsciously took the soul guide communicator in his hand and was about to check the time when he saw an unread message on it. Su Yunhan clicked on the message and saw, wow, it was actually a message from Yuan Nyehue, asking him to wait for her in box No. 7 of the Tulip Hotel after school at noon. Tulip Hotel. To be honest, Su Yunhan was a little scared after Yuan Nyehue did this. He was really afraid that he had used too much force yesterday, and Yuan Nyehue regarded him as a support. He invited him to the Tulip Hotel today to express his feelings. It shouldn't be, right? Su Yunhan locked himself in the room and refined several batches of pills. When he thought the time was about up, he left the mansion and came to the Tulip Hotel in the outer city of Shrek. After waiting for about an hour, a girl in a dark purple dress and high-heeled boots hurriedly walked into box 7. "I'm sorry, Vice President Gu, I thought the Tulip Hotel was in the inner city and was delayed for a while on the way." After saying that, Yuan Nyehue came and sat down opposite Su Yunhan. As soon as he sat down, Su Yunhan got straight to the point and said, "Girl, what's wrong with you? It's about when you checked into the girls' dormitory last night, and because you dressed up as a man, the other girls ganged up on you and bullied you." Yuan Nyehue stammered, no one bullied me, Brother Gu, I just want to ask you, will all the soul masters who awaken the evil martial soul eventually degenerate into evil soul masters?" Su Yunhan pondered and said, "No, not entirely, as long as you don't use the evil spirit master's methods to practice and don't let the evil spirit dominate your mind, you won't degenerate into an evil spirit master. It's just that, without external help, it's difficult for young soul masters with immature minds to do this. The simplest method is to suppress the evil spirit through the angel realm of the 6-winged angel spirit, and suppress the evil spirit to a controllable level, so as to achieve a permanent effect. It's a pity, the spirit hall has been destroyed for 20,000 years. And the 6-winged angel spirit has long been downgraded to a holy angel spirit." Hearing this, Yuan Nyehue felt a little disappointed. She did not doubt the truthfulness of Su Yunhan's words, because, at this time, Poseidon Pavilion and Shrek Academy could no longer cover up that period of history. In order to consolidate its position, the Chingu family awakened martial spirits for free for civilians, accepted soul masters of all levels without any restrictions. Respected the Spirit Hall as the orthodox, vindicated the 2 gods of the Spirit Hall, and spread the achievements of the Angel God to every corner of Dolua Star. If they did not have the support of the Sea God and sufficient resources to squander, the moment they sensed the disappearance of the God realm, other forces would have already joined forces to break through Shrek's inner city. Yuan Nyehue slowly stood up, gritted his teeth, and took off the bracelet on his left wrist. In an instant, Su Yunhan only felt the breath of the fallen angel's martial spirit coming towards him. Is this a showdown? Just as Su Yunhan had thought, her former relatives all looked at her coldly. Although the Sea God Pavilion Master, Sky Dolua Yunming, felt sorry for her situation, he only provided her with a treasure to conceal her aura. Apart from that, he did not provide her with any substantial help. Yuan and Yihui didn't want to degenerate into an evil soul master. She was gambling that Gu Chen, who showed kindness to her, was willing to help her. She had nothing to lose. Su Yunhan pretended to be surprised and said, "The evil energy in your body has grown to a very terrifying level. If no one helps you suppress it, within 5 years, you, alas." Yuan and Yehui's eyes suddenly turned red, and 2 lines of tears burst out from her beautiful eyes. "Dean Gu, please help me, I don't want to become an evil soul master." At this moment, Su Yunhan finally understood why some people would leave Yuan and Yihui alone. Yuan and Jintian might not be able to kill her. As for destroying Yuan and Yihui's martial spirit, it seemed to be a temporary solution. Not a permanent solution. The bloodline was there, and as long as Yuan and Yihui married and had children normally, the fallen angel martial spirit would continue to be passed on. Rather than locking Yuan and Yihui in a cage and letting her be a canary for the rest of her life, it would be better to just kill her. The best option is to choose nothing and leave Yuan and Yihui alone. How long she can live depends on her luck. Coming back to his senses, Su Yunhan suddenly stood up, and a long sword glowing with golden light appeared in his hand. At this moment, there was a thump sound, and Yuan and Yihui collapsed to the ground. Facing the suppression of the angel holy sword, his whole body seemed to have Parkinson's disease, and his hands kept shaking. "Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. This sword is a relic of the angel god, and it can exert an effect equivalent to that of the angel realm." As he spoke, Su Yunhan moved his mind, and a beautiful 6-winged angel phantom appeared in front of Yuan and Yihui. An hour later, Yuan and Yihui collapsed to the ground as if all her strength had been drained away, and her clothes were soaked with sweat, as if they had been washed by water. "Girl, from now on, you must control your emotions. As long as you don't commit suicide and don't use the methods of evil soul masters to practice, you will never degenerate into an evil soul master." Su Yunhan carried Yuan and Yihui to the sofa, wiped the sweat off her face, and told her the precautions. Yuan and Yihui nodded, tilted his head, and fell asleep on Su Yunhan's thighs. "I rely on." Su Yunhan couldn't help but swear. He would help Yuan and Yihui only because he wanted to use the other party's identity to suppress the prestige of the sea god. He really had no intention of accepting the other party. Rather than introducing the demon plane and the abyss plane, he would rather open up the battlefield outside the DOURO world. And many more. Opened up outside the DOURO world. Rather than opening up the battlefield outside of DOURO world, Su Yunhan would rather open a passage to the demon plane on Poseidon Island. After some thought, Su Yunhan finally found the value of Yuan and Yihui, and an extremely sinister plan began to brew in his mind. This was the sweetest sleep Yuan and Yihui had ever had since she left the Yuan and family. She dreamed about how she and her brother Gu Chen met, fell in love, and then walked into the marriage hall wearing phoenix crowns and bridal robes. What a beautiful dream. Yuan and Yihui shook her head, pulled off her wet pantyhose from her thighs, checked that area, and after confirming that it was intact, there was a look of disappointment on her face. "Am I that bad? Can't a wet sleeping beauty tug at your heartstrings?" Yuan and Yihui murmured, then took out a small mirror from her soul guide to look at her proud appearance. Well, compared to other female soul masters, she was indeed quite bad. In order to disguise herself as a man, she deliberately cut her long hair. Putting away the mirror, Yuan and Yihui began to observe the surrounding environment. This layout was obviously not her dormitory. After changing into clean clothes, Yuan and Yihui walked out of the room and saw, her Gu Chen Gigi was grilling meat with 5 girls in the living room. Wait, barbecue inside? Yuan and Yihui subconsciously looked out the window. The scorching sun was hanging high in the sky, and the sky was cloudless, with no sign of rain at all. At this moment, Wu Qingmeng discovered Yuan and Yihui's presence and quickly waved at her, saying, "Little sister, don't just stand there like an idiot, come over and eat some meat with us." Overlapping words, disgusting. Yuan and Yihui was not polite at all and directly moved a chair to the table and sat down. Brother Chen, I'm curious, why do you guys barbecue inside the house? Is it a habit you developed since childhood? While eating barbecue, Yuan and Yihui finally asked the doubts in his heart. Hearing this, Wu Sidwa curled her lips, patted Yuan and Yihui on the shoulder, and pointed to the door. Yuan and Yihui put down his chopsticks, slowly stood up, and walked to the door. The moment she opened the door, Yuan and Yihui felt an indescribable smell coming towards her, and she was so scared that she quickly closed the door. Whose toilet exploded? Soon, Yuan and Yihui returned to the table, sat down angrily, and continued to eat the barbecue on the plate, not considering himself an outsider at all. Seeing this scene, Long Yan's face was full of black lines. Yuan Hui, oh no, Yuan and Yihui, this little bitch is really shameless. Long Yen felt a bit of crisis. If she left it alone, it wouldn't be long before that little bitch Yuan and Yi Hui would take advantage of the situation to climb up. She didn't want to have another sister. Facing Long Yan's weirdness, Yuan and Yi Hui knew that he was in the wrong and could only pretend to be pitiful. Sister Long Yan, I didn't seduce Brother Gu on purpose, you can only blame me for being too pitiful, which made Brother Gu feel sympathetic. As he spoke, Yuan and Yi Hui secretly pinched his thigh, and tears instantly burst out. Su Yunhan. I never expected that Yuan and Yi Hui, who was a bit eccentric in the original novel, actually had such a friendly side. It really shows that you can't judge a person by his appearance. Su Yunhan cleared his throat and hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Miss Yuanan, since your martial arts defect has been resolved, we should not contact each other anymore. Look, my little Yener is jealous. Su Yunhan quickly agreed, yes, my little Yener is not jealous, little Yener is very broad-minded and will not be jealous of anyone. A scene of a harmonious couple, friendly sisters, and a happy family is playing out in front of Yuan and Yi Hui. Seeing this scene, unbearable memories instantly flooded into his mind. Once upon a time, she had a complete family, a pair of parents who loved her. But now, alas. She can't go back, she can never go back. She seemed to be cursed. No matter where she was destined to be the redundant person. Yuan and Yi Hui ate the barbecue on the plate with tears in his eyes. After filling his stomach, he left the mansion alone. She didn't want to repay kindness with enmity, to receive favors from others and then destroy their families. In the girls' dormitory, Yuan and Yi Hui sat on a chair, opened a large bottle of hair growth water and poured it on her head. Seeing this scene, Chen Yi, who had just returned from outside, was startled. She hurriedly picked up a comb and came behind Yuan and Yi Hui to comb her hair. Sister Yi Hui, you don't need to use hair growth water, you just need to mix it into the water and comb your hair regularly and quantitatively. In less than 3 months, you will have waist-length hair like other girls. Hearing this, Yuan and Yi Hui shook his head and said, I can't wait for 3 months, Chen Yi, I don't care what method you use, even if it costs my life, as long as you can make my hair grow. I, Yuan and Yi Hui, owe you a favor. In Shrek Academy, you may not remember all the inherited martial spirits of the Golao family, but you must know the Titan Giant Ape martial spirit and the Yuan N family behind it. The ancestor of the Yuan N family was the Titan Giant Ape, the overlord of the Star Do Great Forest 20,000 years ago, the sworn brother of Xiao Wu, the soft-boned Dolua of the first generation of Shrek's 7 devils, and the brother-in-law of the second generation sea god Tang San. The patriarchs of the Yuan N family would always have their names on the list in the Poseidon Pavilion. It could be said that as long as Chen Yi could earn a favor from Yuan and Yi Hui, even if her talent was not outstanding, her career in the Poseidon Pavilion would be smooth sailing in the future. Looking at Yuan and Yi Hui in the mirror, Chen Yi subconsciously clenched her fists. With such enormous wealth falling on her head, she naturally had no reason not to fight for it. Sir, there is a noble lady in gorgeous clothes outside who wants to see you, please see. Noble lady? Hearing the maid's report, Su Yunhan was a little surprised. He didn't have many acquaintances in Shrek City. Which young lady would take the initiative to see him? Su Yunhan waved his hand and said, bring her in. Yes, sir. The maid bowed and slowly retreated. After a while, a girl wearing a lavender wide-sleeved fairy dress and a phoenix headdress was brought in front of Su Yunhan. You are Yuan and Yi Hui. Su Yunhan looked at the girl in front of him with an expression of disbelief. It was unexpected. It was really unexpected. He really couldn't imagine that it had been less than 8 hours, and Yuan and Yi Hui with waist-length hair appeared in front of him. If he was not familiar with Yuan and Yi Hui's aura, he would have suspected that the other party had a twin sister. Hearing Su Yunhan's question, Yuan and Yi Hui folded his hands in front of him and said, softly. I know what you are thinking, how about this? I will ask the maid to clean a room for you, from today on, you will be my Gu Chen's registered disciple and can enter and leave the mansion freely. Registered disciple. Yuan and Yi Hui's heart suddenly became happy, and he immediately knelt on the ground and performed a standard apprenticeship ceremony to Su Yunhan, disciple Yi Hui, hello to the master. After some polite exchanges, Yuan and Yi Hui, led by her maid, gradually disappeared from Su Yunhan's field of vision. Unlike before, Yuan and Yi Hui's face was full of smiles. After wandering outside for so many years, she finally had a new home. No matter if she was a registered disciple or a maid, she finally had a reasonable background, which gave her some bargaining chips when she settled accounts with the Yuan N family in the future. At this moment, the soul guide communicator on the table suddenly rang a few times. Su Yunhan took it in his hand. When he saw the content on it clearly, his face instantly darkened. He quickly grabbed his coat and put it on, then walked out of the mansion. The scene changed to the meeting room of Poseidon Pavilion. Long Yeyue, wearing a dark red palace dress, sat in the main seat, staring coldly at Su Yunhan below. Gu Chen, I didn't want to get involved in your affairs, but that little girl carries the seed of the devil and has never left the surveillance of the Yuan family. You rashly approached her, and I need you to give me a suitable reason. Su Yunhan said meaningfully, and, don't judge things by appearances. If you leave Yuan and Yihui alone, what kind of person do you think she will become in the end? Yuan Zhentian is confused, but we must not be confused. Aunt, you are also a woman, and you are also the same age as Yuan and Yihui. You are a female spirit master who was betrayed by her family and awakened an evil spirit. If nothing unexpected happens, she is destined to embark on the path of an evil spirit master. Due to historical issues, the Holy Spirit Church still has considerable influence on DOURO continent. Since Yuan Zhentian is unwilling to kill Yuan and Yihui out of consideration for family ties, then we should control Yuan and Yihui in our hands. If Yuan and Yihui joins the Holy Spirit Church, and everyone in the Holy Spirit Church is willing to lead the way for the demon plane, then the DOURO world will face a catastrophe, which is not what we want to see. Long Yeyue frowned and said, that's true, but you gave her enough hope. That little girl regards you as her only support. Do you have the heart to turn her away? If you accept her, what will you do? You can't be childless for the rest of your life. She's not the only woman in your backyard. How can she bear to see her other sisters have both sons and daughters? Su Yunhan said thoughtfully, Aunt, you have been smart all your life. Why is your IQ not online when it comes to love? We will talk about the future later. For now, we must give Yuan and Yihui enough care to prevent her from degenerating into an evil soul master and cholera DOURO world. You are so sad about Yuan and Yihui's matter, why? Are you afraid that I will let Yen air down? Hearing this, Long Yeyue couldn't help but sighed. I have seen the feelings between you and Yenna. To be honest, I never thought that even without any emotional foundation, you could pour so much emotion into Yenna. There are really not many men like you who are so talented and sentimental. If I were 50 years younger, I would consider marrying you. Su Yunhan. Isn't this Long Yeyue a little too unreliable? What, Chen Xinjie is going to build up power overseas, and you, Long Yeyue, are lonely, so you want to snatch a man from your niece? A whole new question is about to arise. If Su Yunhan really eats the aunt-nephew rice bowl, is he cheating on Yunming or Chen Xinjie? Su Yunhan is not Boss Chow. He has no interest in an old woman like Long Yeyue who has no potential to become a god. Just then, a young man who looked 50 similar to Long Yeyue walked out of the meeting room. Chair, come here, let me introduce you. This is your senior brother Gu Chen, a titled DOURO who is only 23 years old. Yun Che was stunned when he heard this. Due to his good upbringing, he did not ask any questions. Instead, he turned towards Su Yunhan, bowed slightly and said, Yun Che greets senior brother. Su Yunhan quickly stepped forward to help Yun Che up, and stuffed a scroll into his hands. This happened suddenly, and I, as your senior brother, didn't prepare any gifts. This scroll records a self-created soul skill inherited by a soul master family with a dragon-type martial soul. The maximum power should be comparable to a soul ring skill of 50,000 to 60,000 years. Just consider it a gift from your senior brother. Yun Che accepted the scroll with great joy. His favorability towards this senior brother and cousin-in-law instantly reached its maximum. The maximum power of this scroll could be comparable to a spirit ring skill of 50,000 to 60,000 years. Even if he broke through to become a title DOURO, this spirit skill would not become obsolete. After a conversation, Su Yunhan finally convinced Long Yeyue, and the other party promised him that she would help him deal with the Yuan family. As soon as Su Yunhan walked out of the meeting room, Yun Che hurriedly chased after him. Brother, I want to visit your home. I haven't seen my cousin Yenner for a long time. Let's go. Su Yunhan waved his hand, and the two left Poseidon Island. In less than 5 minutes, they pushed open the door of the mansion and walked in. 5 girls, oh no, with the addition of Yuan and Yihui, there are now 6 girls. The 6 girls are sitting around the stone table, assembling some simpler soul guides under the command of Long Yen. As time went by, some less important soul guide parts could be mass-produced through assembly lines. But the problem was that due to the emergence of battle armor, there were very few soul guides in this era, and even if they only assembled some simple soul guides, they could earn a considerable contribution point. With the guidance of Long Yen, the genius soul guide girl, the 5 girls quickly got into the state. They didn't need to carve the formation by themselves. It was just some theoretical things that didn't bother them at all. The looks of the 6 ladies were all stunning, and Yun Che couldn't help but take a few more glances. Well, don't get me wrong. He didn't have any thoughts about Gu Yuna and the others. He had been led astray by Kai Yuer since he was a child, and now his mind was full of mature women. When he looked for a girlfriend, he would deliberately look for the type that was more than 20 years older than him. Yun Che walked carefully to Long Yan's side, took out a string of candied haws wrapped in oil paper from his soul guide and handed it to her. Little Yenner, look, your cousin bought you your favorite candied haws again. Long Yan took the candied haws, pouted, and said unhappily, Cousin, I'm married, why do you still treat me like a child? You still know that you are married? Since you are married, you must practice hard and strive to break through level 90 as soon as possible. Take good care of your body and have more children so that they can inherit our family business in the future. Yun Che's words came from the heart. He was lazy by nature and unwilling to deal with trivial matters. He didn't mind letting Long Yan's child inherit Long Yeyue's position. After all, a son may not be a biological son, but a nephew is definitely a biological nephew. After the cousins exchanged pleasantries for a while, Su Yunhan brought Yun Che to the pavilion in the backyard. Su Yunhan picked up the teacup, took a sip of the tea, looked at Yun Che in front of him, and slowly said, Junior brother, we are all family, I won't be polite with you, are you interested in helping me take care of the business? Don't worry, you don't need to go out and handle the affairs yourself, just use your identity to promote it and support the occasion. Yun Che suddenly became interested and quickly put down the teacup in his hand and asked, Brother, I guess your business is very unusual, right? Su Yunhan nodded and said, Indeed, it's not ordinary, junior brother, after you finished your mission this time, have you heard about the publicity of Tong Mai pill? Yun Che pondered and said, Indeed, I have heard of it. It is said that it is something that a hidden sect has made. It can dredge the blocked meridians of soul masters below the soul DOURO level, the effect will be much worse when used on soul masters. Senior brother, could it be that you made this meridian opening pill? Su Yunhan said, Yes, this Tong Mai pill is indeed the pill I made. Originally, I wanted to open a pill shop in Shrek's inner city, and put the 2 Tong Mai pills on the auction to build up my reputation. However, once Tong Mai pill becomes famous, my medicine business will be open to the entire DOURO continent. Opening a medicine shop in Shrek inner city will seem a bit remote. Yun Che nodded repeatedly and said, Brother, I understand. You want to buy a shop in the outer city as a bridge to communicate with the outside world. And you are afraid that someone will be jealous of the profits of the medicine shop and do something irrational. So you want me to be the one who speaks in public, so as to deter those blind people. Okay, I'll go find my mother now, I'll take care of this matter. After all, he has just received a piece of his own soul skill from someone, and now that person is asking for something from him, how could he not do his best? After seeing Yun Che off, Su Yunhan was in a good mood. He lay on the recliner and opened a bottle of wine that had been treasured for many years in Zhuoshi. Just as he took a sip, the soul guide communicator on his wrist suddenly rang several times. Su Yunhan opened it and saw, it was a message from Zhuoshi. There was no text description on it, only a picture. It was an extremely strange picture. There were 2 moons in the sky. The bright moonlight shone on the blood pool below. Faintly, one could see a muscular man in a women's robe dancing. In other words, this is not dancing, but a ritual. Hey, I feel like I've seen the hunk in the picture somewhere before. After thinking for a long time, Su Yunhan still had no clue. Without any preparation, it was difficult to analyze any useful information based on a picture of unknown origin. Zhuoshi said thoughtfully, about 47 or 48 years ago, there was a phenomenon of 2 moons in the sky on DOURO continent. Calculating the time, if Yuan Nyehue's mother was still alive, she should be less than 50 years old. There is no evidence to prove that the vision was caused by the birth of Yuan Nyehue's mother, but people in high positions always think of the worst-case scenario. Zhuoshi spread the topographic map of DOURO continent on the desk and pointed to a small city called Mixinching in the southwest of Tiando Empire. According to the intelligence, 8 soul masters, 3 men and 5 women, were chased by a group of men in black clothes in a territory 40 miles outside of Meishin City. After killing them, the men in black clothes only destroyed their faces and took off their clothes, and seemed to be searching for something. The royal caravan of the Sun Moon Empire, the Sea God Pavilion, the Spiritual Pagoda, and the training team of the 10,000 Beasts Alliance happened to pass by here and began to besiege these unidentified men in black. The result was quite unexpected. The group of men in black did not tangle with the elite disciples of the 4 major forces. Instead, they directly used the Holy Spirit Church's secret ring blasting technique to escape the encirclement. At this point, the 4 major forces began to clean up the battlefield. They found a crushed soul communicator under a female corpse. Through technical recovery, they obtained a picture like this. Ring explosion. The secret method of the Holy Spirit Church. Su Yunhan was too lazy to complain about the ownership of the secret ring blasting technique. There were more important things for him to do right now. Su Yunhan pondered, Brother Zhua, do the top leaders of the Sea God Pavilion suspect that the Holy Spirit Church has a reason to take back this photo? Wait, there is one thing that I find very strange. The Holy Spirit cult was hunting down 8 soul masters of unknown identities. Why did the 4 most powerful forces in DOURO continent have disciples passing by the scene? Isn't this a bit too coincidental? Zhuoshi said calmly, okay, you don't have to tell me these things, leave them for you to figure out. His Majesty the Light and Dark has just issued an order, ordering you to leave for Xin City immediately. On behalf of the Sea God Pavilion to investigate the whole matter, Dark Phoenix DOURO will accompany you to protect your personal safety. Dark Phoenix DOURO. Leng Yulai. Even in this time and space, the relationship between the Shuangfeng sisters is still not very good. After graduating from Shrek Academy, the elder sister Leng Yaozhu joined the Spirit Pagoda, while the younger sister Leng Yulai stayed in Shrek Academy and is now an elder of the Poseidon Pavilion. After leaving the dean's office, Su Yunhan met Leng Yulai in front of the teaching building of the external college and flew to Meishin City together. The scene changed, and Su Yunhan and Leng Yulai arrived at Meishin City. The hall of the city lord's mansion was already crowded with people. The woman sitting on the main seat was none other than the Liao King, Long Yu, of the Tiando Empire. As the elder sister of the current emperor, the Liao Palace had unprecedented power, directly controlling half of the Tiando Empire. When such a big thing happened, only the Liao King had the courage to deal with it. On the right is a woman with long fiery red hair, who looks about 5 to 6 points similar to Leng Yulai. I think she is Leng Yaoju, the representative of the Spirit Transferring Pagoda and Tianfeng DOURO. On the left hand is a woman with long dark green hair, slender figure. Dignified and beautiful. She is the Holy Spirit DOURO Yali, who is at the top of the DOURO Continent Beauty list and is currently the deputy leader of the 10,000 Beasts Alliance. The woman with long ice blue hair sitting next to Yali is Zhu Qing DOURO Yin Hongqian, the deputy patriarch of the Hongqian family, one of the 3 major families in Mingdu. They are all big shots from various forces. Su Yunhan sat next to Leng Yaozhu, while Leng Yulai went to the opposite side and sat with Yin Hongqian. Su Yunhan. What's going on between these 2 sisters? Long Yu cleared her throat, looked at the 5 people below, and slowly said, since everyone is here, let's get started. According to the investigation of the Liao Palace, we have identified the identity of one of the deceased, please wait and see. As she spoke, Long Yu waved her hand, and a portrait of a pretty girl with a scar on the corner of her left eye appeared on the big screen behind her. Her name is Yu Ling, and her martial soul is Qirong Tong Tianju. She graduated from Tiando Royal College at the age of 21, and later joined Xianming sect under the recruitment of Su Mingjue, the young leader of Xianming sect. Xianming sect. The 5 people below were a little surprised. How did it involve the Xianming sect? Even though the Xianming sect is only led by a level 96 super DOURO and is a second-rate force at best. They have a big business in elixirs and have intermarried with the Tiando royal family for generations, making them quite famous in the Tiando Empire. If the Xianming sect is investigated without authorization and someone with ulterior motives secretly instigates it, the Tiando Empire will probably be in turmoil. Once the Tiando Empire falls into chaos, no one dares to say what the situation in DOURO continent will become. As if she could see the doubts in the hearts of the 5 people, Long Yu hurriedly said. Everyone, rest assured, no matter who is secretly communicating with the Holy Spirit Church, whether it is the queen or the concubines in the harem, Long Yu will kill them immediately. Long Yu was really scared. She understood that among the 3 empires, the Tiando Empire was the weakest. The headquarters of the Holy Spirit Church was most likely within the territory of the Tiando Empire. Even some princes and nobles were secretly colluding with the Holy Spirit Church. In this era, all major forces are intent on suppressing the Holy Spirit Church. Evil soul masters have no chance to emerge at all. She, Long Yu, has turned a blind eye to those nobles secretly doing business with evil soul masters. But today's event was unusual. There was a precedent in the demon plane. And there was also a strange phenomenon of 2 moons in the sky in the photo. She had to think of the worst. A group of core disciples of the Holy Spirit Church who were good at using the secret method of exploding rings were chasing a group of mediocre soul masters. What secrets were hidden in this photo? Su Yunhan suddenly stood up, clasped his fists in the direction of Long Yu and the 3 representatives, and said, Your Highness the King of Liao, Your Highness the Holy Spirit, Your Highness the Heavenly Phoenix, and, Your Highness Zhu Qing. Before we go to the Xianming sect, we should bring more people to prevent any accidents. We should always think of the worst. If there is really something else going on inside the Xianming sect, it will be difficult for us to resist the thousands of troops of the Holy Spirit Church. Su Yunhan's proposal was quickly accepted by everyone. Yali, Leng Yaozhu, and Yin Hongchen all picked up the soul guide communicators in their hands and prepared to call for help. Soon, support personnel from various major forces arrived at the city lord's mansion in Mei Xin City. They are, the Pillar of the Sun Moon Empire, Zihuangdolu Asu Ruochuan, the Supreme Elder of the 10,000 Beasts Alliance, Golden-Eyed Black Dragon King Di Tian, the current master of the Spirit Pagoda. Spirit Pagoda Qiangu Dongfeng, and, the current master of the Sea God Pavilion, Sky-bearing Dolua Yunming. Not to mention Long Yu, even Su Yunhan was shocked by this luxurious lineup. How could the Xianming sect be so worthy as to have these four big bosses come out in person? If you think about it carefully, it's normal. The four major forces know very little about the Holy Spirit Church. And the other party may even be in collusion with the outside world. Some things should either not be done or done to the extreme. Once missed, there will be endless troubles. In this way, under the leadership of Long Yu, everyone quickly arrived at the hill where the Xianming sect's headquarters was located. Di Tian and Qiangu Dongfeng blocked the entire Xianming sect, while the others went directly into the sect to search. Master Su, do you know this female spirit master named Yuling? With the support of four big bosses, Long Yu did not hesitate to slap Yuling's photo on the face of Su Jing, the leader of Xianming sect. Isn't this the girl that Mingjue brought back from the Royal Dou Academy a few years ago? You have something to ask her. I'll call her over right now. Su Jing picked up the soul guide communicator tremblingly and sent a message to Su Mingjue in front of everyone. Soon, Su Mingjue, the young master of Xianming sect, slowly walked over with a young girl. The girl's face was exactly the same as Yuling in the photo, even the scar at the corner of her left eye was restored 1-to-1. When they saw the girl's face clearly, they were stunned and kept wondering what went wrong. Yuling was born in a humble family and could not afford to buy a soul in his early years. So he came to the headquarters of the Spirit Transmission Tower and donated 2 drops of blood. Because it is a fairy grass martial soul, 1 drop of blood was kept in the Spirit Transmission Pavilion. Whether you are a moon antelope or not is not up to you or us to decide, it depends on whether the genes of the two can be matched. As Leng Yaozhu's cold voice sounded, Yin Hongchen directly sealed Yuling's soul power and pressed her to the ground. Leng Yaozhu took a silver needle and took a drop of Yuling's blood, and compared it with the sample brought by Qiangu Dongfeng. Everyone knew very well that no matter whether they could match or not, Leng Yaozhu would deny it to the death, because, they had a hunch that there must be something hidden in the Xianming sect. While Leng Yaozhu was comparing samples, Su Yunhan took Leng Yulai, Yin Hongchen, and Su Ruochuan to search the main hall of Xianming sect. Su Yunhan quickly walked to the table in front of the sect leader's seat, picked up the memorial on it, and read it at a glance. The Xianming sect headquarters has a total of about 3,000 soul masters. Including the field workers who manage the business outside, the total number of soul masters will not exceed 5,000. These memorials are nothing more than a running account of the industrial turnover of each city, how much profit there was this quarter, how much tax was paid, and so on. Su Yunhan had been the deputy sect leader for a period of time and had handled the affairs of the sect, so he had some patience. He read through every memorial without getting tired of it. And when he saw the memorial from Lingdo City, his face changed instantly. In August, we collected 30 kilograms of Soul Master's tears and presented them to our ancestors' Soul Master's tears. Su Yunhan frowned, picked up the memorial and left the Xianming sect hall. Senior Tianfeng, there is no need to compare, it is meaningless now. Su Yunhan threw the memorial directly at Su Jing's face and asked, Su Jing, I want to ask you, who is the ancestor mentioned above? What? Ancestor? Su Yunhan's actions did disrupt Su Jing's plan. Ordinary people who saw this memorial would subconsciously ask what Soul Master Tears was referring to. Who would directly ask someone's ancestor? Su Jing smiled bitterly and said. This old ancestor is naturally referring to me, I am nearly 100 years old, and I have sent away a large number of useless nephews, in order to get by. Their descendants think about how to please me, during festivals, they will give me some rare items that cannot be bought outside. Soul Master's Tears is a brand of fragrant tea, those brats joined forces to give me 30 kilograms. 30 kilograms? Fragrant tea? Why the hell are you not going to heaven? Who can give 30 kilograms of tea as a gift? Su Yunhan sneered and said, Sect Master Su, please stop playing dumb here, we are all adults, you know exactly why we are here and what we want to investigate. Tell me, who is the ancestor? Where is he? What is his name? Su Yunhan kicked Su Jing to the ground and kept stepping on his spine. If it were just about the Soul Master's tears, Su Yunhan might not have any clue, but combined with that photo, the truth gradually surfaced. The Soul Master's tears on the memorial are probably the raw materials of the blood pool. However, there are still many questions that remain unexplained. Is this the only secret hidden in that photo? My lord, my Xianming sect doesn't have any ancestors. You can't offend me with a person who doesn't exist at all. Even if you are from the Sea God Pavilion, I want to see His Majesty. I want to see the ancestor of the Tiando royal family. Su Jing, who was lying on the ground, kept shouting. The next moment, a white-haired old man brought a large number of soul masters to the sky above Xianming sect and confronted Di Tian and Qingu Dongfeng. Stop if you come, a panlong stick appeared in Qingu Dongfeng's hand. The four major forces are jointly investigating the case. Anyone who trespasses the restriction will be punished for betraying the DOURO world. This situation was expected by everyone. The more people came to obstruct, the more secrets the Xianming sect had. Or maybe, this was just a trap set by someone to embarrass the four major forces. The white-haired old man bowed in the direction of Qingu Dongfeng and said, Qingu Tower Master, according to seniority, the current leader of Xianming sect, Su Jing, is my nephew's grandson. Can you please allow me to go in and accompany him? Maybe, with my persuasion, that thief can stop in time and provide some of the information you want. Qiangu Dongfeng said expressionlessly, I repeat for the last time, anyone who trespasses into the forbidden area will be punished for betraying the DOURO world. As he spoke, Qingu Dongfeng held the panlong stick in front of him, looking as if he was ready to fight if they disagreed. On the other side, no matter how he asked, Su Jing insisted that he didn't know anything. Su Yunhan had no choice but to look at Yunming, who was standing beside him. Senior Qing Tian, can you search his soul? Su Jing's memory may contain the information we want. No need to bother. Yunming took a step forward and grabbed Su Jing's hair. Su Jing's eyes froze at a speed visible to the naked eye. I ask you to answer, who is the ancestor you mentioned? What's his name? What's his cultivation level and martial spirit? What's his relationship with the Su family of Xianming sect? Su Jing replied, he is a man with an incomplete body, his name is unknown, his soul power is no less than level 96, and his martial soul is the dark black tortoise. As far as I can remember, he has been the ancestor behind the Xianming sect. Yunming continued to ask, besides the disciples of Xianming sect, has he ever come into contact with anyone else? Su Jing struggled for a while, and his eyes gradually regained clarity. The next moment, under the gaze of everyone, his whole body turned into a pool of blood. Seeing this scene, Su Mingjue and Dueling's bodies swelled instantly, and a pair of blood-red wings grew out from their backs. Before the two unknown creatures could attack, Su Ruochuan was quick-witted and crushed their heads. Is this someone from the outside world? Why does he look so strange and different from what is said in the legend? Yin Hongqian said quietly, there are many kinds of people in the outside world, not just humans and beast-men, but also races in between and even outside of the two. However, these two people are obviously not from the outside world, they must have been transformed into this ghostly appearance in some way. Seeing that the two were talking more and more excitedly, Su Ruochuan quickly waved his hand and interrupted their conversation. Alright, there are not so many questions, Long Yu girl, quickly transfer your people over to take over the scene, with just a few of us, it will take us a long time to search the entire Xianming sect. Searching the Xianming sect is not difficult, but the trouble lies in the next step of tracking down and the follow-up work after the investigation is completed. The Empress Su Jianxin of the Tiando Empire is the biological sister of Su Jing from the same father and mother. Their maternal grandfather was the previous emperor of the Tiando Empire. And the grandfather of the current emperors Long Xiao and Long Yu. One can imagine the status of Su Jianxin and the Su family behind him in the Tiando Empire. The most important thing is, whether Su Jianxin is the mastermind behind this incident is still an unknown. She is not only the queen, but also the biological mother of the current crown prince. Even if there is enough evidence to beat Su Jianxin to death, the two emperors of the Tiando Empire may not be able to get away with it. From the moment they arrived at Xianming sect, everyone had made a decision. No matter what the results of the search were, they would support Long Yu in becoming the king in the southern part of the Tiando Empire after returning. An hour passed, and yellow sand filled the sky outside the front gate of Xianming sect. The Mecha Brigade and Soul Guide Corps under the Liao Palace took over the city defense of Xianming sect and began to investigate the secrets within the sect. High Emotional Intelligence, Survey. Low Emotional Intelligence, House Rating. While confiscating the house, while investigating, Su Yunhan and his group also did not forget to detain the inner and outer sect elders of Xianming sect separately and interrogate them about the ancestor of the Su family. It's a pity that these people knew nothing and no useful information could be obtained from them. At the same time, outside the Xianming sect, the white-haired old man, Long Hao, the national protector of the Tiando Empire, was still confronting Qingu Dongfeng. Master of the ancient tower, according to seniority. The leader of the Xianming sect, Su Jing, is my nephew. No matter what he did wrong, you have used lynching, and you have also shut me out. What, do you want to go to war with the Tiando Empire? Old Ghost Long, start a war. Do you think your Tiando Empire is qualified? Go back and check what your younger generation has done, don't wait for us to come and investigate thoroughly, that would be disgraceful for everyone. Long Hao left. Looking at the others back, Qingu Dongfeng's face looked heavy, as if he was lost in memories. Even if there is no evidence that the Xianming sect is colluding with the Holy Spirit Church, the fact that Su Mingjue conducted human experiments and transformed himself into a monster is enough to sentence them to death. The scene switched to the main hall of Xianming sect. The Xianming sect covers a large area. It is not an easy task to search a sect that can accommodate more than 5,000 people. Of course, such trivial matters were left to Long Yu's guards. Except for Di Tian, who was not good at communicating with human soul masters and was responsible for vigilance, everyone else gathered in the sect hall and played Three Kingdoms Kill. Poker, chess, military flags. Mahjong, Three Kingdoms Kill, etc. are all entertainment projects promoted by Su Yunhan during the peerless Tang sect period. After thousands of years of fermentation, many gameplays that are different from those in previous lives have been derived. In this way, Su Yunhan, Yunming, Yali, Yin Hongqian, Leng Yaozhu, Leng Yulai, Qiangu Dongfeng and Su Ruochuan played the game of Three Kingdoms for a whole night. The more they played, the more addicted they became. Before they knew it, the sky gradually brightened. Suddenly, Long Yu rushed into the sect's main hall and said breathlessly. In the back garden of Su Jing's residence, we found a cellar with a secret door hidden in it. Opposite the secret door, it seems to be the location of the background of the photo. Hearing this, everyone's pupils suddenly shrank. They were about to uncover the secret hidden in a photo, but there was not a trace of joy on their faces. It seems to be going a little too smoothly. Led by Long Yu, everyone came to the back garden of Su Jing's mansion, went down to the cellar, and opened the hidden door. As the door slowly opened, an extremely strong bloody aura rushed towards him. Although the secret room was built underground, there were two large night pearls hanging from the ceiling, illuminating every corner. There is indeed a pool of blood in the center of the secret room, and the bloody evil energy in the room comes from this pool of blood. Everyone looked at each other and took out a series of containers for liquids, such as pots, pans, and bowls, from their soul guides. Not long after, the bottom of the blood pool was cleared out by everyone. Yunming waved his hand and the sky-lifting spear pierced into the bottom of the blood pool. Boom! A dark red magic circle suddenly appeared on the ground, accompanied by waves of wailing from unknown creatures, and a huge dark red light gate slowly rose. Gudong. Yunming swallowed subconsciously. He had experienced the War of Plains and was very familiar with this type of light gate. He quickly retracted his sky-lifting spear and assumed a fighting stance facing the light gate. What is puzzling is that no unidentified creatures came out of the light gate, and the secret room was so quiet that it was a little scary. What should they do now? Should they seal the light gate directly, or do the opposite and go through the gate to another world to get information? End of this chapter. You may not get any benefits if you win, but if you lose you will lose your life. Yunming couldn't help but feel a little sad in his heart. A ruthless person who could create a semi-god status by himself would definitely not be a coward. The demon plane could invade the Doulua plane. So why wouldn't he want to lead the army of the Doulua plane to counterattack the demon plane? The biggest regret in Yunming's life is that he cannot realize his passion. Why can people in the Doulua plane only stand and get beaten? Certain things about the Yuan family are no longer secrets among the top leaders of various major forces. Although he was unable to witness the incident with his own eyes, he clearly guessed the purpose of this light gate from Yunming's expression. Even though they have held high positions for many years and are quite famous in the world of soul masters, they all have some resistance in their hearts when facing this door to another world, and they do not have the same ambition as Yunming. Ugh! The expressions of the others were all reflected in Yunming's eyes. At this moment, he no longer expected these people to follow him into the light gate to search for information from other dimensions. Yunming slowly said, "Everyone, follow me to seal this light gate. In addition, all of the more than 3,000 soul masters of Xianming sect must be killed, no one can be allowed to escape. They would rather kill 3,000 people by mistake than let one go. Because they didn't know if there would be a second Yuan and Yi Hui among these 3,000 people." With the efforts of everyone, 36 seals were added to the dark red plane channel. After doing all this, Su Ruochuan set up 3-level, 10 fixed-type soul guide cannons at the mountain gate of Xianming sect. After the Mecha Brigade and the Soul Guide Corps under the Liao Palace evacuated, 3 Soul Guide shells fell from the sky, and the entire Xianming mountain was directly bombarded into ruins. At the same time, in the Tiando Palace. After returning to the palace, Long Hao instructed his confidants to investigate the Xianming sect's assets in Lingdo City. This investigation directly uncovered a shocking secret: the hotel affiliated with the Xianming sect actually secretly put drugs in the customers' meals, waited until the guests fell asleep, and then sneaked into the rooms to bleed them. Long Hao is not a fool, so he can naturally figure out why these people collect the blood of soul masters. What made him feel the most awkward was that this kind of thing happened right in the imperial city, but he was unable to detect any clues. Long Hao summoned Su Jianxin to his bedroom and threw the report directly in her face. "Tell me. Were you involved in this matter?" Su Jianxin wanted to pass the blame, but facing the old ancestor's questioning, her face was full of guilt. Ugh. Seeing the expression on Su Jianxin's face, Long Hao sighed. To be honest, he still liked this little girl very much. With her help in state affairs, his nephew, the emperor, would have more energy to devote to cultivation. Long Hao said, "All right, this incident should serve as a warning to you. You and the Xianming sect must never do such things again. Reselling supplies is fine, but you also resell the blood of soul masters. No wonder Qiangu Dongfeng is so angry. If the water is too clear, there will be no fish. Even in the Sea God Pavilion and the Spirit Pagoda. There are people who resell supplies to evil soul masters, but they are limited to daily necessities and some low-level cultivation resources to earn some pocket money. But the question is, you actually dared to provide the blood of the evil spirit master. Aren't you afraid that a huge evil spirit master empire will appear in the territory of the Tiando Empire 100 years later?" Although Long Hao had some small thoughts and wanted to save Su Jianxin, he was not as double-standard as Tang San. He would only save Su Jianxin alone. As for the others in the Xianming sect, they should go to hell to forgive the sins of those people who died tragically at the hands of the evil spirit masters. Boom! 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 At this moment, 3 loud noises suddenly sounded, and the 2 clan members hurriedly walked out of the hall, looking for the source of the sound. Is that the direction of Xianming sect? Bastard! Even if Xianming sect did something wrong, it wouldn't be necessary to massacre the entire sect, right? Su Jianxin's heart was bleeding. No matter what the Xianming sect had done, that was still her mother's family. Her brother and nephew were all in the sect. Long Hao suddenly put his hand on Su Jianxin's shoulder. "Girl, tell me honestly, are you hiding something else from me?" There was an obvious flash of panic in Su Jianxin's eyes, and her gaze unconsciously fell in the direction of Xianming Mountain. Then she gritted her teeth and told Long Hao the story that Su Jing and the Blood Princess had to tell. "Grandfather, as long as we lead the blood race into the country, then the Tiando royal family and the Xianming sect will surely become the blood race's spokespersons in the DOURO world. The Sea God Pavilion, the Spirit Pagoda, and the 10,000 Beasts Alliance will eventually be trampled under our feet." Snapped. Long Hao's face darkened and he slapped Su Jianxin to the ground. "You gave up your position as the sovereign emperor and went to be a dog or a child emperor for other planes? I was really blind to let a spineless, traitorous woman like you sit on the throne of the queen. Pass on my order to depose Su Jianxin from her position as queen, demote her to a commoner, and drive her out of the Meridian Gate, and chop her into pieces." Long Hao's voice instantly resounded throughout the Tiando Palace. Upon hearing this, everyone was wondering what the current queen had done to make the royal ancestor so angry. After learning the news, Long Shao stopped Su Jianxin before she was dragged out of the palace and took her to the bedroom of his royal ancestor. Long Shao took Su Jianxin's hand and knelt in front of Long Hao, saying earnestly, "Second grandfather, we are all family. No matter how wrong it is my fault. It is my fault for not disciplining Xiner well. Why can't you talk things out properly? You always want to cut her into pieces. If this gets out, where will the dignity of our royal family be?" Long Hao said angrily, "Brother is so smart. How come there is a descendant like you who is as stupid as a pig? Do you know what this bitch has done? Her brother married a woman from the outside world and led the invaders from other realms, making our royal family serve as running dogs and puppet emperors for those invaders." Before he finished speaking, Long Shao seemed to have been drained of all his strength. He collapsed to the ground, looking at Su Jianxin with eyes full of disbelief. Long Shao struggled to get up from the ground, grabbed Su Jianxin's collar, and roared. "Su Jianxin, have I, Long Shao, ever treated you unfairly? Have I, the royal family, ever treated your Xianming Su family unfairly? Isn't it enough to have an intermarriage with you for generations and make you second to none? People are not plants, who can be heartless." Seeing Su Jianxin kneeling on the ground and begging desperately, the anger of Long Hao and Long Zhao's clansmen immediately dissipated. They didn't care about the monk's face, but the Buddha's face. Long Ke was a filial child. If they killed Su Jianxin, how would Long Ke explain it? Ugh. Long Xiao sighed and walked out of the side hall. As a husband, he was naturally unwilling to let the person beside him die. But as the king of a country, how could he say anything to save Su Jianxin when she made such a big mistake? In the side hall, Long Hao looked at Su Jianxin below and said slowly. Alright, you are already so old, stop crying all the time, what a shame. From today on, you should stay in the harem and take care of your husband and children, and you don't have to get involved in the affairs of the previous dynasty. As soon as he finished speaking, two burly palace maids carried Su Jianxin out of the hall. At this moment, a man in black robe walked into the hall, came to Long Hao and whispered something, and his face changed instantly. In the royal inn of Lingdo City, Qianwu Dongfeng looked at the lonely Long Hao and said coldly. Old Ghost Long, we gave you the face of the Tiando royal family and did not publicize this matter, but you, Old Ghost Long, don't give us face. Why, we just want to ask the girl from the Su family a few questions, can't we? For the sake of the overall situation, Qianwu Dongfeng did not push her too far. It didn't matter whether Su Jianxin, a woman in the deep palace, lived or died. The most important thing at the moment was to search for information about the mysterious ancestor of the Xianming sect, and it would be best if they could find out his whereabouts. Seeing that the other party's attitude had softened, Long Hao naturally would not continue to fight. He immediately picked up the Soul Guide communicator to inform Long Xiao, asking him to bring Su Jianxin to the royal inn to discuss state affairs. This result is not something Long Hao cannot accept. Soon, Long Xiao and Su Jianxin, a couple dressed in casual clothes, walked into the royal inn in Lingdo City. The moment they stepped into the room, everyone in the room except Long Hao turned their eyes to Su Jianxin. After confirming that there were no seeds from other dimensions in her body, they withdrew their gazes and resumed their usual cold attitude. Yunming said calmly, Su Jianxin, you are a married daughter, the mistakes made by Xianming sect cannot be attributed to you. Don't worry, we won't embarrass you, we will only ask you a few questions, I hope you can answer truthfully. There is an old ancestor with a mutilated body in Xianming sect, do you know about this? Su Jianxin pondered, I have seen him and served him for a while, perhaps it was a psychological problem caused by his physical disability, he always wore women's clothes, when he sleeps, he always mutters a name, it seems to be, Nan Nan. Nan Nan? Daughter? Son? Or embarrassed? Judging from the pronunciation alone, it is difficult to determine the gender of the dead eunuch's lover. However, based on past experience, that little Nan Nan should be a girl, the goddess that the dead eunuch could not have met before he was castrated. Everyone's attention was on Su Jianxin, and no one noticed the extremely wonderful expression on Su Yunhan's face in the corner. With so many factors mixed together, if Su Yunhan still cannot detect the identity of the ancestor of Xianming sect, his time travel would be in vain. Oh, I never thought that Su Sancher would turn a disaster into a blessing. He lost his identity as the second-generation Shrek's 7 devils, but gained at least 10,000 years of life. Huh, how ironic. He just said, why does the image in the photo look so familiar? 10,000 years have passed, and his body is now incomplete, but he is still obsessed with Jiang Nan Nan. Of course, Su Yunhan had no idea of exchanging information. The other party had obviously become the leader of the Holy Spirit Church, replacing the fate of the demon emperor in the original work. Before the real war came, it was unlikely to capture the other party's whereabouts. After asking about some trivial matters, everyone left Lingdo City and went back to their own homes. After everyone left, Long Hao set about clearing out the remaining forces of the Xianming sect and charged them with colluding with the evil Soul Master and the Holy Spirit Church with the intention of subverting the rule of the Tiando Empire. A passage leading to another world is hidden under the ground of Xianming sect. No wonder someone would send masters from the Holy Spirit sect to hunt down those 8 soul masters. However, Su Yunhan always felt that something was strange, as if he had missed something important. Never mind. He's just Su Sancher, not someone he should take seriously. After returning to the inner city of Shrek, since it was daytime and the girls were still in school and could not do anything bad for the time being, Su Yunhan prepared to go to the dean's office to inquire about the progress of the Zhuoshe auction. When passing by the playground, Su Yunhan saw, Tang Wulin was wearing a silver-white tube top and short skirt, standing on a high platform, twisting his body, and the leg hair on his thighs was faintly visible. What the hell is going on? Has the aesthetic taste of young people become so distorted? Su Yunhan quickly walked to Wu Qingmeng's side, leaned over to her ear, and whispered, Qingmeng, what is Tang Wulin doing? Wu Qingmeng said speechlessly, that's right. After Xiaoyan became a level 5 blacksmith, Tang Wulin challenged Xiaoyan to see who had the highest success rate in spiritual forging. Whoever wins will get to enjoy the benefits of being a blacksmith committee member. Xiaoyan did not reject Tang Wulin's challenge. Instead, she added a condition: whoever loses will have to wear that skirt and dance ballet in front of the whole class. Ballet? Can Xiaoyan dance ballet? Wu Qingmeng. Is this a question of whether Su Xiaoyan can dance ballet? Why is your focus so strange? So, Tang Wulin couldn't have challenged Xiaoyan for no reason. There must be someone behind him supporting him, right? Wu Qingmeng pondered and said, it seems that Tang Wulin was accepted as a disciple by a sea god pavilion elder named Makino. Su Yunhan had an impression of this name. Wasn't he the leader of the body sect in the original novel and the chef of the master craftsman Zhenhua? On the way to the Xinglua continent, he provided Tang Wulin with a lot of cheats. The Benti sect in this time and space is not a toy of the Poseidon Pavilion. The sect leader's lineage is still the direct descendant of Dubusi, and their relationship with the Poseidon Pavilion is not very good. Since Elder Gu is back, let's announce the appointment of Poseidon Pavilion. From today on, I, the god of war Doluamai, will take over all matters of Poseidon Pavilion and Shrek Academy. This is the direction of change for Shrek Academy. You can take it back and study it. As he spoke, Makino handed 2 pieces of information to the 2 of them. Su Yunhan took it and looked at it. Wow, this is nominally to increase the competition among the students, but in reality, it is nothing more than squeezing the students' value. Compared with my, Zhou Yi and Kai Yuer are nothing compared to him. Makino didn't stay long. He drank all the tea in the cup and left. Inside the office, Su Yunhan and Zhushi stared at each other, with a hint of confusion in their eyes. Mai took over the affairs of Poseidon Pavilion and Shrek Academy. What about Long Yeyue? Why did she give up her power? However, through the communication just now, Su Yunhan noticed some clues. Mai's martial soul seemed to be the king of tiger martial souls, the evil-eyed tiger Saint King. Su Yunhan left the office with mixed feelings. He originally thought that with the help of Long Yeyue's connections, even if he couldn't completely control the Poseidon Pavilion, he could still win over a group and divide a group, thereby weakening the influence of the Poseidon Pavilion on the Dolua continent. But the problem is, he really didn't expect that there would be a day when Long Yeyue, his backer, would collapse. Was Yun Che's life experience exposed? No, that's not right. It should have nothing to do with Yun Ming. He just returned to Shrek City in less than 20 minutes. How could he have completed the transfer of power so quickly? So, either Mai overwhelmed Long Yeyue and gained the support of most of the members of the Sea God Pavilion, thus seizing the power of the Sea God Pavilion. Or, Mai and Long Yeyue reached some kind of consensus, but the reason behind it is unknown. After returning to the mansion and opening the door, Su Yunhan saw Long Yeyue, dressed in a dark red palace dress, lying on a recliner. She did not seem to have any unusual emotions. Su Yunhan walked quickly to Long Yeyue, bowed slightly and said, Aunt, I just got a piece of news that the god of war Doluamai has taken over all the affairs of the Sea God Pavilion and Shrek Academy. Is this true? Long Yeyue said unhappily, Of course it's true, otherwise, how could I leave Poseidon Island and come to your house to have some free time? This Su Yunhan scratched his head, looked at Long Yeyue suspiciously, and without saying anything else, walked into the house. Seeing this, Long Yeyue didn't want to waste any more words on this matter. Continuing to ask would only make himself bored. It has been less than a day since he, Leng Yulai and Yunming left Shrek City. In such a short period of time, the person in charge of the Sea God Pavilion has changed. Ever since Tianwan Dolua's death, the authority of Poseidon Pavilion has fallen into the hands of Long Yeyue. More than 10 years have passed, and after running the Poseidon Pavilion for so long, it is impossible for her to be without supporters. No. Judging from Zhushir's reaction just now, he was completely unaware of this matter and obviously had not convened a meeting of the Poseidon Pavilion to discuss the transfer of power. Soon it was time for lunch, and all the girls returned to the mansion to enjoy the delicious food prepared by the top-notch chef. Aunt, where is junior brother? Why don't you ask him to come over for dinner? Long Yeyue said expressionlessly. Chair and Shinjie went overseas. Oh, by the way, I stopped your 2 medicine shops. The reason is, I know it all, in this Sea God Pavilion, you can have nothing, but you cannot be without power. Aunt, what on earth is going on? Why did you suddenly step down without any warning? Before he finished speaking, Long Yen secretly pinched Su Yunhan's lower back, signaling him not to continue. Su Yunhan could only put away his curiosity and eat the delicious food on the plate in silence. What exactly caused Long Yeyue to remain silent? Could it be that Mai threatened Yun Che with his background? After finishing their meal, Wu Qingmeng, Wu Sidwa, Su Xiaoyan, Gu Yuna, and Yuan Yehue left the mansion and went to the outer courtyard to take up their mission. Long Yen stayed behind. Under Long Yehue's gaze, she hurriedly pulled Su Yunhan into the house and said with a look of loss, "Husband, my cousin, he's dead." Su Yunhan's face was filled with disbelief. How could Yunche die? How could he die? Both of his biological parents are 4-character battle armor masters with the cultivation level of ultimate DOURO. And he himself is a 3-character battle armor master with the cultivation level of soul DOURO. He has no intention of leaving Shrek City recently. Which blind killer dares to hunt him down? Yenner, what on earth is going on? Why did junior brother die? Did you really see his body? As for the corpse, I certainly saw it, because I was the first person to discover it, Long Yen pondered. Yesterday evening, I suddenly had to go to the bathroom when I passed by the teaching building. As soon as I opened the door to the girls' restroom, I found my cousin lying there motionless, his breathing, pulse and heartbeat had all stopped. There were no external or internal injuries on his body. When I found him, his face was filled with fear, as if he had been frightened to death. Scared to death. How could a dignified soul master, a 3-character battle armor master with 8 rings of cultivation, be frightened to death? Even if it was a super DOURO level illusion soul master, without any other backup plans, simply presenting the most terrifying illusion in front of the soul master would be enough to scare him half to death. There must be another hidden story behind Yunche's death. Yenner, didn't you notice anything unusual at the time? For example, were there any people in the other cubicles in the toilet? Ah. Long Yen pouted and said unhappily, I really haven't done that before, but if you talk about abnormality, I think there is something wrong with my aunt's behavior. I don't know why, but my aunt was so slow to arrive that day. It took her a full 15 minutes to get to the scene. Normally, if I was bullied by someone or had something to ask her, it wouldn't take her more than 5 minutes to summon her. But now, her own child has died, but she's so slow, as if she doesn't care much about it. Even after seeing my cousin's body, my aunt didn't show any sadness on her face. She didn't even investigate the cause of my cousin's death. She burned my cousin's body and followed me back home. Hearing this, Su Yunhan shook his head and said with regret, "Aunt obviously knew the cause of my death, and it is very likely that she witnessed the moment when my brother breathed his last." Ah. Long Yen covered her mouth with her hands, her beautiful eyes wide open, and said in disbelief, "My aunt is not a weak person. She witnessed her own son die with her own eyes. Why would she be indifferent? If you lose your husband, you can find another one. If you lose your son, you can have another one, but if your soul power is destroyed, you will have nothing." At some point, Long Yehue appeared behind Su Yunhan, staring at the 2 people in the room, muttering to herself. Su Yunhan turned around and looked at Long Yehue with a look of guilt in his eyes. "Auntie, Senior Guangan, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If I hadn't proposed the idea of leaving the Sea God Pavilion, my junior brother wouldn't have been killed." Alright, why are you looking so sad? You are not wrong in this matter. I was too conceited. I thought that after dealing with Yun Ming, no one in the Sea God Pavilion could restrict our actions. So I exposed that matter in the open. Who knew that there was a war god Dolua hiding in secret, alas. He chopped off Chen Xinjia's head in front of me, and ordered a super Dolua level spiritual master to torture Chair constantly, so that I witnessed the moment when Chair died. If you, Gu Chen, were not still useful, I would have difficulty saving my life. Don't worry, I don't mean to blame you. I'm dead, so what? At most, you can just compensate me with a son. Hearing this, Long Yen curled his lips, walked quickly to Long Yehue, pulled her arm, and said coquettishly, "Aunt, Brother Chen is my husband, how can you do this?" "Tisk, what's the big deal?" Long Yehue said with a smile. "Yenner, in the harems of the 3 great empires, there are too many examples of sisters, mothers and daughters, and aunts and nephews sharing the same husband. What's so strange about that?" As soon as she finished speaking, Long Yehue put her hands on Long Yen's shoulders. Just when Long Yen was confused, Long Yehue put her face close to him, and her little hands began to become restless. After a while, Long Yan's little face turned red. He threw all the propriety, integrity, and seniority behind his mind. He came to the bed, collapsed in Long Yehue's arms, and began the first round of competition. 2 hours later. After satisfying the 2 little goblins, Su Yunhan put on his clothes, walked out of the room, sat down at the stone table in the courtyard, and looked through the information distributed by Mai. The inner courtyard only recruits battle armor masters. All inner courtyard students who do not meet the requirements will be transferred to the outer courtyard. Second, the external college implements the last place elimination system. After the final examination, 5 students will be deprived of their status as formal students and will remain in Shrek Academy as work-study students. Every 2 months, the Academy will conduct a talent assessment on students of each grade. Each group must produce a complete attack defense soul guide, mecha, or battle armor component. The class will be ranked according to the quality of the finished product. The top groups will receive a large number of contribution points as rewards. The last 2 groups in each class will perform voluntary labor for 2 months. After reading the whole article, it seems that the reforms made by Makino have revived the Monster Academy from 10,000 years ago. Conducting a talent assessment every 2 months, what does this mean? Whether it is making mechas, offensive soul guides, or battle armor parts. It takes time to prepare the corresponding materials and make them. This back and forth, nearly a week of time is wasted. Shrek Academy will only recycle the offensive soul guides, mechas, and battle armor parts produced at the market price in the form of contribution points. You know, the students who are qualified to join Shrek Academy are all prodigies outside, and their works are much higher than the market price outside. Makino reformed all the affairs of Shrek Academy, big or small, but did not make any changes to the criticized final examination. Never mind. At worst, he could just wait until the final exam and put Wu Qingmeng, Gu Yuna, Wu Sidhua, Su Xiaoyan, Long Yan, Yuan Enyehui, and Qin Yanyan in a group, and he would just provide close protection for them. Makino didn't deprive him of his position in the Poseidon Pavilion, but he should have this authority at least, right? Su Yunhan put away the information, told the maid not to come back for dinner tonight, and then walked out of the mansion. The scene changes to the Zhuoshi mansion. Su Yunhan sipped his wine, looked at Zhuoshi in front of him, and slowly said, "Brother Zhuo, what do you think of this reform?" Zhuoshi said unhappily, "Brother, you don't know what I'm thinking yet, aren't you asking even though you already know the answer?" Su Yunhan said quietly, "Brother Zhuo, I just want to ask you, after this incident, are you still planning to stay in the outer courtyard?" This Su Yunhan's words made Zhuoshi fall into deep thought. Yes, once Long Yeyue fell, his situation became a little awkward. It would be a bit annoying for him to continue serving as the dean of the external college. Thinking of this, Zhuoshi quickly stood up, bowed in the direction of Su Yunhan, and said, "My dear brother, I am going to go to His Majesty the God of War to resign from the position of Dean of the Outer Court. Do you want to come with me?" Su Yunhan did not reject the other party's proposal. He followed Zhuoshi and boarded the Poseidon Island again. In a room on the top floor of Poseidon Pavilion, a beautiful woman with long blue-silver hair holding a humanoid Q-version doll in her arms was sitting in the main seat, while Makino was standing beside her, bending over as if reporting something to her. The image of the doll in the beautiful woman's arms is exactly the same as the image of Tang-san in the DOURO comics that Su Yunhan saw in his previous life, and the other party's identity is obvious. Just imagine, in DOURO Star, which woman would carry a doll in the image of Tang-san? "You two come in, the Mother Goddess has a mission for you." The Mother of God. The Mother of God. Su Yunhan and Zhuoshi walked into the room, bowed slightly to the beautiful woman in the main seat and said, "Junior Zhuoshi Gu Qin, greets Her Majesty the Divine Mother." Yin waved her hand and said with a smile, "No need to be polite, I am only here to convey the oracle on behalf of my son, Azura God Tang-san. No matter what method you use, after repelling the Abyss Plane, you will bring down the Qinggu family and make the Spirit Transfer Tower a puppet organization under Lord Poseidon. This is the last link of Tang-san's 10,000-year plan, picking the fruit of the ancient family, turning the Spirit Pagoda into a puppet organization under the Sea God. And then spreading the mysterious heavenly art to the entire DOURO Star through the Spirit Pagoda and the Tang sect, opening an era of full practice, thereby continuously absorbing the power of faith of DOURO Star." As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the three people became strange. To bring down the Qinggu family and make the Spirit Transmission Tower a subordinate force of the Poseidon Pavilion? Not to mention whether they have the ability to bring down the Qinggu family. Even if all the inheritors of the Qinggu family died. There are other deputy tower masters and spirit messengers in the Spirit Pagoda to inherit the position of tower master. Neither the Sun and Moon Empire nor the 10,000 Beasts Alliance will allow the Spirit Pagoda to become a puppet force under the Sea God. I couldn't help but ask, Goddess Mother, there is something I should say. Unless all the strong men from other forces on DOURO continent are killed in the battle with the Abyss Plane, there is no possibility for the Sea God Pavilion to control the Spirit Transfer Tower. Yin thought for a moment and said, "This is simple, send some talented and capable disciples to infiltrate the Spiritual Transmission Tower and strive to become a candidate for the Deputy Tower Master before the arrival of the Abyss Plane." Su Yunhan. Makino. Zhuoshi. It's so easy for you to say. If you want to climb to the position of candidate for Deputy Tower Master of the Spirit Transmission Tower, you must at least have the talent of an ultimate DOURO. If a family has a descendant with the talent of an ultimate DOURO, would they not treat him like a treasure at home? How could they be willing to send him to the spirit transmission tower to be a traitor? If you are not careful, you may lose your head. Without sufficient benefits, who would be willing to work for your Tang family? At this time, Yin's cold voice sounded again. My son Tang-san has ordered that whoever can seize the authority of the spirit transferring pagoda and present it to the Sea God Pavilion will be the fourth generation of Sea God. As she spoke, Yin kept looking at Su Yunhan in front of her, as if she wanted to see through him. Mai suddenly realized something and set his eyes on Su Yunhan. Yun Che is already dead. If they can put on a show, Long Yeyue will be able to join the spirit pagoda. Long Yen may not have the talent to climb to the top of the spirit pagoda, but Gu Chen, Gu Yuna, Wu Qingmeng, Su Xiaoyan and the others do. Wrong. If all of Gu Chen and his group joined the spiritual pagoda, could their loyalty still be guaranteed? One Sea God seat is not enough for so many people. Su Yunhan's eyes turned, and he quickly raised his head, bowed towards Yin's position, and said, Goddess Mother, I am now an elder of the Sea God Pavilion, and it is not suitable for me to go to the Spirit Pagoda as an undercover. However, I do have a candidate in mind. As he spoke, Su Yunhan set his sights on Mai. Senior God of War. The disciple you just accepted came from Donghai City with us. Although he is just an ordinary blue-silver grass martial spirit, he has a powerful opportunity hidden in his body. And he also has the talent of a blacksmith. At the age of 11, he is already a 5th-level blacksmith. If he can join the Spirit Transmission Tower, he will definitely be the youngest candidate for the Spirit Transmission Tower in history. The most important thing is that it has been less than a day since Senior God of War accepted Tang Wulin as his apprentice. I think the news has not yet reached the ears of the higher-ups of the Spiritual Pagoda. His identity issue should not be difficult to resolve. As soon as he finished speaking, Yin fell into deep thought. It must be said that Tang Wulin was indeed the best candidate to infiltrate the Spirit Pagoda. Apart from anything else. Even if Tang Wulin becomes the master of the Spiritual Pagoda, there is no need to worry about his loyalty to the Sea God Pavilion. All the family business that Tang San has won will eventually be handed over to Tang Wulin for inheritance. But the problem was that Yin was really unsure about sending her grandson out as an undercover agent. She was really afraid that Tang Wulin would disappear like that unfilial daughter and never come back. Ugh. Yin sighed, and her little hands kept squeezing the doll in her arms, and she almost pulled the doll's hair out. You guys go down first, I'll think about it. If there's anything else, I'll send someone to call you over. As Yin's cold voice rang out again, Su Yunhan and the other two tactfully walked out of the room. Senior God of War, Tang Wulin's last name is also Tang, could he be related to Her Majesty the Goddess? Su Yunhan asked knowingly. Makino said unhappily, alright, this kind of thing is not your business. If you have the time, you might as well go back and take a good look at the information I sent you this morning and check if there is anything that can be optimized. Zhuoshi asked tentatively, Senior Aries, my ability is limited. Even if I just handle some trivial matters of Shrek Academy, I am a little overwhelmed. Can you allow me to resign from the position of Dean of the Outer Academy? The position of the Dean of the External Academy? Mai frowned and asked. Zhuoshi, what do you think of Kaiyuer? If I let her go, can she successfully implement the reform plan I formulated by herself? Re-employ Kaiyuer? Are you kidding? Zhuoshi wanted to protect himself and resign from the position of the Dean of the Outer Court to live a peaceful life again. But the problem was that if Kaiyuer came back to the position, he would rather stay in the position of the Dean of the Outer Court until he died. Not to mention anything else, just Kaiyuer's pettiness. If she regains control of power, his little white-haired apprentice, as well as Gu Chen's two fiancés, little apprentice, and elder sister-in-law will not have a good life. Zhuoshi gritted his teeth and pretended to be angry and said, Senior War God, you don't know that what Kaiyuer did is really unspeakable. Just because a female student with extremely high talent didn't want to be her disciple, she wanted to reject her, she only cares about her own interests. It's clear that she doesn't take the Sea God Pavilion seriously. I see, Makino touched the handle, not knowing what he was thinking about. After a moment of silence, Mai slowly said, I need a capable Dean of the Outer Courtyard. Kaiyuer is a good candidate, but her character flaws are indeed a problem, let's put it this way. From today on, Kaiyuer will take over the authority of the Outer Courtyard Dean again. Gu Chen will be the Vice Dean and have the power to make decisions on the spot. When necessary, he can hold Kaiyuer hostage. Mai's technique of checks and balances was really good. He calculated that Zhuoshi didn't want to get involved in this mess anymore. So he put two people who didn't get along with each other together to jointly take charge of the position of the Dean of the Outer Court. Unfortunately, plans cannot keep up with changes, and Zhuoshi's subsequent impassioned speech directly disrupted his plans. Zhuo stammered, Senior Aries, I think, there is no need to let Kaiyuer take over the power of Shrek Academy again, she is too hated. The goddess mother wants us to replace the Qiangu family and develop the spirit transfer tower into a puppet force under the Sea God Pavilion. We must restore the reputation of the Sea God Pavilion and Shrek Academy in DOURO continent. It is imperative to eliminate the Shrek Academy executives headed by Kaiyuer, who are sarcastic and mean to the students. I am a humble person, but I am willing to do my best for the two sea gods and make Sea God Pavilion and Shrek Academy great again. Mai nodded, and a hint of teasing flashed across his eyes as he looked at Zhuo. You are thoughtful, the people in the Sea God Pavilion are all just idling around, there are not many elders like you who are willing to work, how about this? I intend to rebuild the Shrek Supervisory Group, and you can take the position of deputy head of the Supervisory Group. As for Kaiyuer, no one is perfect as long as they are human, it is a great virtue to admit one's mistakes and correct them, we should give her a chance. After saying that, Mai waved his sleeves and walked away, leaving Su Yunhan and Zhuo looking at each other in bewilderment. This Mai is really a wonderful person. He just plays by the rules and dares to carry out obedience training on a genius titled DOURO who just turned 23 years old. You are really brave, aren't you afraid that others will feel resistance? Let him do it. Poseidon Pavilion will be finished sooner or later if it falls into the hands of such a person, so he doesn't have to make any plans. After leaving Poseidon Island, Su Yunhan went straight to the office of the Dean of the External Court. Kaiyuer, wearing a silver-white dress, was sitting at her desk handling official business. When she sensed Su Yunhan's arrival, she did not raise her head, and her slightly old face was full of wrinkles, as if someone owed her 8 million gold soul coins. Su Yunhan stood in front of the desk, bowed to Kaiyuer, and said, I am here to report on the orders of the god of war DOURO. Hearing this, Kaiyuer stopped writing with the brush in her hand, pretended to have just come over, slowly raised her head, and said. It turns out to be Vice Dean Gu. I just happened to have something to talk to you about, I had an epiphany when reading the information sent by Senior God of War, so I added a few items to the original. See if there is anything that needs to be changed, if there is no objection, the newly formulated rules should be passed on. As she spoke, Kaiyuer handed a piece of information to Su Yunhan. Su Yunhan took it and took a look. Wow, in order to boost the enthusiasm of students from other colleges, all students are not allowed to hold multiple positions, and each group can only have one class leader. A new official has 3 things to do when he takes office, and the first one fell on him. Su Yunhan put down the information in his hand and pretended to think. President Kai's idea coincides with my subordinates. In the long run, prohibiting one person from holding multiple positions can indeed mobilize the enthusiasm of the students. Let's settle this matter. Kaiyuer. I was plotting against you, but instead of being angry. Why are you taking advantage of me? This is the limitation of Kaiyuer. She is a petty person who subconsciously puts others in her shoes. Little does she know that Su Yunhan doesn't care whether Wu Qingmeng and the others are class leaders or not. With a few hundred contribution points a month, he can earn more than that by selling a pill. Looking at Kaiyuer's constipated expression, Su Yunhan bowed and walked out of the office. He had no intention of continuing to argue with Kaiyuer, so he could just use whatever tricks he had. After leaving the dean's office, Su Yunhan undoubtedly came to Zhuo's mansion. The little white-haired Shen Yi was sitting at the stone table in the courtyard eating noodles with scallion oil. When she saw Su Yunhan come in, she hurriedly stood up and saluted. Su Yunhan said, Little white hair, why are you eating alone? Where is your teacher? Shen Yi curled his lips and said unhappily. The teacher is not at home, he was sent out by the new leader of the Sea God Pavilion to form an inspection team, he won't be able to go home for at least a month. Hearing this, Su Yunhan could not help but mourn for the turbid world in his heart for half a second, then he raised his head, looked at the little white-haired Shen Yi in front of him, and slowly said. Well, little white-haired, please have someone bring me a jar of strong liquor that your teacher has collected, I want to drink my fill today. Ah. The little white-haired Shen Yi's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. The master is not at home. But you still shamelessly stay for dinner. Isn't this a bit against the rules? Despite his thoughts, Shen Yi still asked the maid to bring out a jar of liquor from the cellar and place it on the table. Just like that, Su Yunhan drank strong liquor, ate secret recipe braised beef, and vented all the indignation in his heart. In one word, cool. Looking at the braised beef in the bowl, Su Yunhan said thoughtfully, same ingredients, same cooking skills, but I always feel that the braised beef at home is not as delicious as Zhuofu's. Shen Yi said weakly, it should be that Zhuofu's braised beef is free. That should be the reason. Su Yunhan picked up a piece of braised beef and put it in his mouth, chewing slowly. An hour passed, and Su Yunhan drank up the jar of wine. After eating and drinking his fill, he walked out of the Zhuo mansion under the gaze of the little white-haired boy. Not long after walking, Su Yunhan ran into Kai Yuer, who had just returned from Poseidon Island. In her arms was a small wooden box that was 1 meter long, 1 meter wide, and 50 to 60 centimeters thick. Wow, you can say that Kai Yuer has a bad character, but you can't say that she is irresponsible. On the contrary. In the entire DOURO continent, it is difficult to find a second person as introverted as Kai Yuer. It's so late, and she is still running around for the affairs of Shrek Academy. Su Yunhan was free anyway, so the moment he saw Kai Yuer, he immediately stopped and greeted her. President Kai, it's so late, and you're still busy with Shrek Academy's internal affairs, thank you for your hard work. Hearing this, Kai Yuer waved her hands and said lightly. It's not hard, it's just my duty, I do my job and share my worries. As long as I am the dean of the outer courtyard of Shrek Academy, all the memorials submitted will not be kept until the next day. Come here for a moment, I have something I need you to take care of. Before he finished speaking, Su Yunhan walked away without looking back, without considering old lady Kai's feelings at all. Involution. No one can make him involution. If he had the time, wouldn't it be nice for him to lie on the roof with Xiao Qingmeng in his arms and look at the stars and the moon? When he pushed open the door of the mansion, for a moment, Su Yunhan thought he was in the peerless Tang sect period 10,000 years ago. Ning'e was forging soul guide materials in the courtyard, and Xiao Xiao and the others were sitting around the table carving soul guide formations. Alas! I can't go back, I can never go back. Su Yunhan was a little distracted by Mai's actions. He entered the sage mode and went straight back to his room. He lay on the bed and read the 7th level alchemist experience written for him by Han Feng. At some point, the door was pushed open from the outside. Su Yunhan put away the alchemist's experience in his hand and took a closer look. Yuan Nyehue was wearing pajamas with long purple-red hair draped behind her back, and she slowly walked into the room. Su Yunhan frowned and said, Miss Yehue, it's so late, what are you doing in my room? Yuan Nyehue swallowed his saliva and asked tentatively, Teacher, some people say, my fallen angel martial spirit hides the seeds of the devil. Once it breaks through to level 90, it will open the passage to the devil plane. At that time, tens of thousands of demons will wreak havoc on DOURO continent. Is this true? Su Yunhan said coldly, Yehue, who told you these words? Yuan Nyehue said with a disappointed look on his face, it was an old blonde grandfather who told me that, judging from the teacher's expression, he must have been right, right? That is to say, my mother has opened a passage to the demonic plane. Yuan Nyehue was not a fool. The facts were laid out before her. She was able to roughly analyze the course of events and finally understood why her mother had disappeared. Why her father had been imprisoned by Yuan Zhentian, and why her original relatives had treated her coldly. Alas! She is really a person who should not exist as long as she is alive, married and has children normally. She will bring endless disasters to the Yuan family and even the entire DOURO continent. She was not a saint, nor had she ever thought of becoming one, but when she knew that she was carrying the seed of the devil, she did have the thought of ending her life. Su Yunhan got off the bed, walked quickly to Yuan Nyehue, touched her little head, and slowly said, Find some time to go back to the Yuan family and meet your father, grandfather, and uncle. After all, they are your blood relatives. No one can do anything when you encounter something like that. After meeting them, it's up to you whether you follow in your mother's footsteps and end your life directly, or seal and abolish the fallen angel spirit. After seeing Yuan Nyehue off, Su Yunhan lay in bed for a long time unable to calm down. He didn't understand why Mu Yi wanted to make this matter clear to Yuan Nyehue. What was the point? If you don't want the demon plane to invade DOURO continent again, just kill Yuan Nyehue directly. There's no need to go through all these twists and turns. The next morning, Su Yunhan brought his clone Xiaoqing to the office of the Dean of the External Affairs College. President Kai, I need your leave. I need to go back to the Yuan family with Yuan Nyehue to deal with some matters. The work in Shrek Academy will be done by Miss Gu Qing next to me. I know that Dean Kai still bears a grudge against me and doesn't want to approve my leave so easily. I don't care about your leave either. At worst, I will go to Senior Aries and say that you don't know what's good for you and are trying to alienate the relationship between Poseidon Pavilion and Yuan family. Kai Yuer, she hated it most when people put labels on her. After getting the leave note, Su Yunhan took Yuan Nyehue and set off on the Soul Guide train. The reason why he put Xiaoqing in the open was because he didn't want to break up with the Sea God Pavilion. Having a strong person in charge can at least prevent Kai Yuer from making irrational moves. Let's take a step by step. The Yuan family is located at the foot of Tianhe Mountain outside Tonghua City of the Xinglua Empire. It is surrounded by mountains and rivers, with a large area of dense forests behind it, giving it a feeling of being in a paradise. The two walked hand in hand and arrived in front of the village. Su Yunhan handed the visiting card to the guards on duty. Please help pass on the message that Miss Yuan and Yi Hui has learned about the past and wants to cut herself off from the ancestral temple and take the punishment on behalf of her mother. Who is Yuan and Yi Hui? The eldest son and grandson of Yuan and Jintian, the current patriarch of the Yuan and family. And the first heir of the next generation, this young lady actually wants to cut herself off from the ancestral hall and suffer for her mother. This matter is obviously not something they can decide. One of the guards respectfully took the visiting card from Su Yunhan's hand and ran into the village without looking back. Not long after, a middle-aged man who looked 30 similar to Yuan and Yehui walked out of the village. The moment Yuan and Yi Hui saw the other person's face clearly, she fell to her knees with a thump, her pretty face already covered with tears. The dead are gone, no matter how many times I apologize, it's meaningless, only death can let the dead of my tribe rest in peace. After saying that, Yuan and Yehui spat out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person staggered and fell directly into a pool of blood. Yuan and Tianshang was shocked by the scene in front of him. He quickly hugged Yuan and Yehui in his arms and went to find the healing soul master in the clan. Su Yunhan followed Yuan and Tianshang into the village. After walking a few steps, he was blocked by a burly old man. Young man, you have crossed the line, if you leave now, I can pretend that nothing happened. Su Yunhan sneered and said, as long as Yuan and Yehui's fallen angel spirit and fertility are abolished, she will no longer be the carrier of the devil's seed. Even if she loses her parents, she still has a grandfather who loves her and will accompany her to grow up. My granddaughter is almost being forced to death by you, her own grandfather. It would be fine if you didn't go over to take a look. But you are still blaming me here. If I had known that the Yuan family was a bunch of heartless people, I shouldn't have brought Yi Hui back to see you. Yuan and Jintian, let me tell you, Yi Hui doesn't need any of the eldest daughter or young patriarch of the Yuan family. She would rather join the demon plane than return to her ancestral roots. Don't think that anyone is willing to be associated with your Yuan family. After saying that, Su Yunhan followed Yuan and Yehui's gradually disappearing breath, searching for the other party's trace. Faced with Su Yunhan's verbal abuse, the usually strong Yuan and Jintian felt ashamed. He was wrong, so wrong. He had thousands of ways to solve Yuan and Yehui's physical problem. But he chose the most foolish one and threw his granddaughter, who was not even 13 years old, out to fend for herself. But, this can be considered a blessing in disguise. His little granddaughter seems to have found a knight worthy of entrusting her life to. End of this chapter. The scene changed, and Yuan and Yehui was lying on the bed. An old woman was examining her body, while Yuan and Tianshang was pacing back and forth beside the bed, his face full of worry. His wife died at the hands of the devil. Even though she was dead, his heart was still filled with hatred for his sister-in-law Yi Hui. Aunt Zhou, how is Yi Hui? Is she in danger of death? The old woman said calmly, her life is fine, the heart meridian was sealed in time, and the poison did not enter her internal organs, it is best to let her recuperate for a while and not practice in the next few days. After saying that, the old woman slowly stood up and quickly walked out of the room, not giving Yuan and Tianshang any good look at all. The old woman's name was Zhou Chua, fourth tone, a maidservant who came with Yuan and Henshin's wife as a dowry. She and Yuan and Henshin had a daughter, who later died in that plain war. Yuan and Tianshang forgave Yuan and Yehui, but that doesn't mean Zhou Chu has forgiven him as well. She came to treat Yuan and Yehui's injuries purely because her granddaughter was still in the Yuan family and she had no choice. After Zhou Zhuo left, Su Yunhan walked into the room, held Yuan and Yehui in his arms and walked out. Yuan and Tianshang hurriedly stood in front of Su Yunhan. Who are you and where are you taking Yi Hui? Where are you going? Of course, you are going back to where you came from. Yuan and Tianshang gnashed his teeth and said, Yi Hui is the young patriarch of my Yuan family. No matter who you are, you have no right to stop her from returning to her ancestral home. And you have no right to take her away from the Yuan family. Su Yunhan sneered, return to your roots. Ha! When Yi Hui was treated coldly by the Yuan family, where were those so-called ancestors? When she was alone and helpless in Shrek Academy. With no one to help her suppress her evil spirit and she almost degenerated into an evil spirit master, where were those so-called ancestors? Don't tell me about the father-daughter relationship. When Yuan and Tiandang was determined to die for his wife, did he ever think about his lonely daughter? What kind of kinship is this? It's all bullshit. Yi Hui is just a burden created by those two people to meet their own needs. After saying that, Su Yunhan pushed Yuan and Tianshang and walked out of the room. Yuan and Tianshang was afraid of hurting Yuan and Yehui, so he suppressed his restless heart and did not force his move. Just when he was about to leave to look for his father's help, Yuan and Jintian appeared behind him without him noticing. "Dad, why don't you stop them? Yi Hui is the only child left in our family." Yuan and Jintian said in a sarcastic tone, "Yuan and Tianshang, you are really a good second uncle, you let a girl take up the responsibility of the Yuan and family, how come all the men in the Yuan and family are dead? Now, immediately, take in a dozen concubines, whether from within or outside the clan, and train a successor while I am still able to move. I don't think you can count on your eldest brother anymore." Yuan and Tianshang said unwillingly, "Dad, we don't know who that kid is or what his background is, are you so confident in handing Yi Hui over to him?" Yuan and Jintian said meaningfully, "It doesn't matter what his identity is, even if he is just a beggar, I am willing to hand Yi Hui over to him. After living for so many years, I am not as clear-sighted as a young man in his 20s. As he spoke, Yuan and Jintian put his hands behind his back and slowly walked out of the room. "Yuan and Yi Hui is dead, from now on, you will inherit your mother's name and be called Yi Hui." Tonghua City, Tulip Hotel, in a room on the top floor. Yi Hui, who had just swallowed a detoxification pill, climbed up from the bed and looked at the scenery outside the window. Her beautiful eyes moved, and it was unknown what she was thinking about. After an unknown amount of silence, Yuan and Yi Hui came back to his senses, looked in the direction of Su Yunhan, and slowly said, "Brother Chen, can you accompany me outside to play for a few days?" The perspective switches to Shrek Academy. Perhaps it was because of their different genders and perspectives, but every time Kai Yuer left Poseidon Island, Xiaoqing could sense some aura on her that shouldn't exist. On this day, Xiaoqing sat at her desk, sorting out the information submitted by the students, preparing for Shrek Academy's first talent assessment. 2 months is still too short. Let's see how effective this talent evaluation is. If it is not ideal, the time interval between the 2 talent evaluations will be appropriately extended. Just as Xiaoqing was sorting out the documents, Kai Yuer pushed open the office door and walked in excitedly. When Xiaoqing felt Kai Yuer's current state, she was stunned and a strange expression suddenly appeared on her face. She finally realized what was wrong. It should be said that Mai had really strong tastes and could even harm someone like Kai Yuer. She said, "There are actually people willing to employ Kai Yuer, a two-faced fool who only cares about her own interests." Xiaoqing said with a smile, "President Kai, what instructions does Pavilion Master Mu have?" Hearing this, Kai Yuer frowned and asked in confusion, "Miss Gu Qing, I always feel that your behavior is exactly like that of Vice Dean Gu, you both have the last name Gu, so you are not twins, are you?" Xiaoqing, Kai Yuer has no emotional intelligence at all. Can you ask her directly about something like this? Xiaoqing said expressionlessly, "That's right, we are twins, a boy and a girl, and we inherited the martial spirits of our parents respectively." Kai Yuer said, "Oh," then took out a list and a gold soul coin card with a value of 5 million from the soul guide and handed it to Xiaoqing. "The first talent evaluation will begin soon, which will test the results of our recent work. It just so happens that Shrek Academy's soul guide materials are insufficient, we were going to ask Vice Dean Gu to go to Mingdu to purchase them. Since Vice Dean Gu is not here, please trouble Miss Gu to go there." Xiaoqing said with a bad face, "President Kai, I am not a member of Shrek Academy yet, I am just temporarily taking over my brother's job. You don't have the power to order me to run field work, right?" Xiaoqing found it a little funny. Kai Yuer was so stupid. Did she really think she was someone who could be bullied? Kai Yuer quickly changed her words and said, "Miss Gu Qing, you misunderstood, I don't want you to go shopping in person, it's just an ordinary purchase, I can just arrange for a tutor to go, why do I need you?" Xiaoqing pretended to think and said, "President Kai, I just joined not long ago, and I am not familiar with the temperaments of those instructors, I really can't handle this matter. This isn't a difficult matter, it probably won't take more than 10 minutes to arrange it, if Dean Kai is so lazy, I'll ask my brother to report you to Pavilion Master Mu when he comes back." Kai Yuer. It's a bit difficult to deal with. Kai Yuer didn't say anything. She quickly picked up the list and the gold soul coin card and walked out of the room. Looking at Kai Yuer's gradually receding back, Xiaoqing's gaze became more profound. How could she not see that the other party wanted to interfere? As long as she agreed to run errands, Kai Yuer would definitely put the blame on her for dereliction of duty. Use the same method against Kai Yuer? It doesn't make much sense. Kai Yuer is a super doulua and also Mai's mistress. She is definitely capable of filling the vacancy of 5 million gold soul coins. What's more, this method has too many loopholes. Any normal person can figure out the twists and turns involved. Xiaoqing doesn't want to be labeled as someone who only knows how to fight among herself. Thinking of this, Xiaoqing returned to her seat and continued to organize the documents on the desk. On the other side, after leaving Tonghua City, Su Yunhan brought Yuan, oh no, Yi Hui on the Soul Guide train and came to the capital of the Xinglua Empire, Xinglua City. Where are we going to play later? After leaving the Soul Guide station, Yi Hui changed his usual aloof personality and chattered nonstop in Su Yunhan's ear. Su Yunhan thought, let's go to the Imperial City first. It is said that the food at the Starlight Hotel is really delicious. Now that we are here, it would be a shame if we don't try it. So the two of them took a taxi, which took them to the Starlight Hotel in the square in front of the Imperial City. Just as the two arrived at the door, 8 students dressed in the uniform of Xinglua Royal Academy walked into the Starlight Hotel before them. Leading them was a bald, strong man. Well, his appearance was seriously inconsistent with his age. Among these 8 people, Su Yunhan sensed a resonance in the blood of 2 of them. From this perspective, these 8 students from Xinglua Royal Academy should be the 8 kings of the Monster Academy in the original novel. Wow, this crazy dragon has a very unique appearance, no wonder Dai Yunar only treats him as a brother. Mountain Dragon King Martial Spirit, the Xinglua Empire's luck is really good. After some internal complaints, Su Yunhan took Yi Hui's hand and walked into the hotel. Pork in pot, stir-fried pork cutlets, sweet and sour spare ribs, dry pot chicken, braised shrimp. Let's take these first, give us a plate of each. Su Yunhan didn't even look at the menu and directly ordered some dishes that only existed in his previous life. Su Yunhan did not doubt whether the chefs of the Starlight Hotel could make these dishes, because the methods of making these dishes were handed over to the chefs of the Starlight Hotel by him personally. 10,000 years have passed, and these dishes are destined not to disappear in the long river of history. Instead, they will be developed and spread throughout the continent. Just like the entertainment facilities such as Three Kingdoms Kill, flying chess, military flags, and chess, which have been passed down to this day, while retaining the original gameplay. It has also derived many rules that did not exist in the previous life. At this time, a petite girl who looked only 15 or 16 years old, wearing the school uniform of Xinglua Royal Academy, walked over, looked in the direction of Su Yunhan and Yi Hui, frowned and said, "You two look a little unfamiliar, I guess you are not locals." Su Yunhan nodded and said, "I heard that some of the dishes at the Xingguan Hotel are extremely delicious, so I brought my apprentice here to taste them." Apprentice? Dai Yunar looked at Su Yunhan, then at Yi Hui beside her, and couldn't help asking, "You two seem to be about the same age, how could you be master and apprentice?" Su Yunhan said calmly, "The age difference is indeed not that big, only 6 years, but the difference in cultivation is 50 levels. As soon as these words came out, the 7 people led by Long Yu turned around and set their eyes on Yi Hui. At the age of 16 or 17, this girl's cultivation level should be around, level 41. 50 levels apart. In other words, a person who was only 6 or 7 years older than them was actually a. You just brag, and you are still a titled DOURO. Why don't you say you are a god? Su Yunhan said expressionlessly, believe it or not. As soon as he finished speaking, a plate of sweet and sour pork was brought to the table by the waitress who was dressed coolly. Su Yunhan ignored Dai Yunar and picked up his chopsticks to happily taste the food. Seeing that the other party ignored her, Dai Yunar stamped her feet in anger and took away the food on the table. Humph, if you can't explain it clearly, don't eat this meal. Su Yunhan took out a small booklet from his soul guide and read it in a pretentious manner. Dai Yunar, female, first spirit spirit eyes, second spirit nether spirit cat, the only princess of the Xinglua royal family. Emperor Dai Tianling tried to arrange a marriage between Dai Yunar and Long Yu more than once, but Dai Yunar always evaded the question. Why should I bother with a married woman? Long Yu. Dai Yuan. The expressions on the faces of the 4th Prince Dai Yuan and Long Yu were extremely interesting. The disciples from noble families who were pursuing Dai Yunar could line up from Xinglua City to Mingdu. This was the first time they had seen someone who dared to speak to Dai Yunar like that. Clap. Dai Yunar threw the plate in her hand to the ground fiercely, pointed her finger at Su Yunhan's nose, and roared, "You, who are you saying is a married woman?" Su Yunhan said nonchalantly. Who else could it be? The brotherhood between Dai Yuan and Long Yu seems solid, but who can tell what will happen in the future? In order to keep Long Yu, who possesses the Mountain Dragon King spirit, in the Xingluo Empire, the best way is to make him the consort of the Xingluo Empire. Don't agree? If you don't agree, I'll seal your soul power and lock you up in a dungeon. You'll be fed rotten food every day and physically tortured. In less than a month, no one will refuse you even if you marry a beggar. Let alone a muscular man with an unacceptable appearance. Clap. As the wine glass in Dai Yuan's hand fell, more than a dozen burly men instantly rushed into the store, aiming their long-range attack soul guides at Su Yunhan and Yi Hui. Dai Yuan said coldly, I don't care who you are or what your status is, you dare to make up stories about my Xingluo royal family at the foot of the imperial city, don't you know how to write the word death? Arrangement? Does a royal family that relies on women's bodies to maintain its rule need arrangement? This sentence directly touched Dai Yuyan's sore spot. The Xingluo Empire was still the Xingluo Empire that relied on the nether white tiger martial soul fusion technique to rule 20,000 years ago. But the Tiando Empire was no longer the weak Tiando Empire 20,000 years ago. Currently, all members of the Tiando royal family are descendants of Vina and Long Outyan. In addition, the Tiando royal family deliberately controls genes and chooses to marry with the talented disciples of the Body sect and Xianming sect. The family has been passed down to this day. Although the Tiando Empire has the smallest territory, it has the capital to clamor, and they have their own extreme DOURO. On the other hand, in the Xingluo Empire, whether it is Nci or Longyu, they are just outsiders to the Xingluo royal family. Any slight disturbance may have the possibility of overthrowing the rule of the White Tiger Dai family. This is why Dai Tianling must marry Dai Yun'er to Longyu no matter what. Perhaps. Just like the Sun Clan and the Silver Moon Clan of the Sun Moon Empire, their descendants will protect the Xingluo Empire from generation to generation and live and die with the country. Doesn't Dai Yun'er understand this? She understood Long Yu's value better than anyone else, but Long Yu's appearance was really hard to compliment. People all love beauty, let alone a little princess who has been doted on since childhood. Back to reality, the atmosphere in the Starlight Hotel was very tense. Dai Yuyan seemed to be afraid of Su Yunhan's strength. So he only ordered the group of burly men to surround but not attack, and secretly used the soul guide communicator to notify Dai Tianling. Not long after, Dai Tianling, dressed in a bright yellow robe, walked into the Starlight Hotel with a kitten Queen Zhu. After learning what happened, Dai Tianling cleared the Starlight Hotel and left Dai Yun'er alone. Dai Tianling chuckled and said, "Your clothes don't look like a down-and-out spirit master, but you said so many taboo words in the Starlight Hotel, could it be that you have fallen in love with Yun'er?" Su Yunhan said calmly, "Maybe, Princess Yun'er's quirky personality makes it hard not to like her, but, I came to Xingluo City this time not for Princess Yun'er, but to discuss cooperation with your royal family." As he spoke, Su Yunhan took out several small jade bottles from his soul guide and placed them on the table in a row. This is the soul restoring pill, after taking it, you can quickly restore the consumed soul power. This is the golden wound pill, its healing effect is far stronger than most healing drugs on the market. This is an instant explosion pill, after taking it, your potential will be stimulated in a short period of time, and your strength will be greatly increased. Su Yunhan introduced the effects of each elixir to Dai Tianling in turn. Although they were all elixirs for mid- and low-level soul masters, Dai Tianling was still very happy. After all, the research on elixirs in Doulua continent was very weak, and was still stagnant at the level of Xianshui pill, Xinghun pill, and Xuanwu divine pill. Every elixir that Su Yunhan took out, even in this era, could be considered an epic-making product. Recently, Dai Tianling was troubled by the Green Skull organization in the empire. The opponent not only had a well-organized mecha brigade, but also suspected that there was a god-level mecha division. Under the cover of the red-level mecha, the Green Skull organization captured 6 cities in the east of the Xingluo Empire and even pressed forward step by step, trying to block the eastern seaport of the Xingluo Empire in one fell swoop. The Xingluo Empire had no choice but to mobilize Soul Master Corps from other cities to reinforce the front line. However, the army and strong men in Xingluo City did not dare to act rashly. Once the defenses in Xingluo City are weakened, the Sun Moon Empire would not mind sending troops out of Jialing Pass and directly attacking the capital of Xingluo Empire, Xingluo City. By then, the Xingluo Empire will not be fighting on 2 fronts, and the Tiando Empire will also take advantage of the chaos to get a piece of the pie. The best way right now is to respond to all changes with constancy, and to respond to all movements with stillness. At worst, we can just pull back our defenses and let the Green Skull organization take over the land and become king. It's just a civilian rebel organization, how much trouble can it cause? The pills that Su Yunhan brought solved the urgent needs of the Xingluo Empire. Take the soul-restoring pill for example. With this thing, the endurance of a purple-level mecha master can be greatly improved, and the pressure on the front line will be much less. Although he had been on the throne for many years, Dai Tianling could not hide his excitement and asked hurriedly, "How many of these 3 kinds of elixirs are in stock?" "I want them all." Su Yunhan said expressionlessly, "Not much, 5,000 pills of each kind of elixir, the package price is one 10,000-year-old original soul bone." Dai Yun'er couldn't help but say, "On average, 1 pill costs more than 500 gold soul coins, why don't you go and rob it?" Su Yunhan sneered, if you think it's too expensive, don't buy it. If you don't buy it, there are plenty of people who are willing to buy it. Su Yunhan originally wanted to strengthen Dai Tianling and say something like, Dai Yuner, if you accompany me once, I will give you 500 pills from the Xinglua Empire for free. But he still held back, because he could make money in peace. Otherwise, where would he go to make money? Dai Tianling didn't know how many times he cursed Su Yunhan in his heart. All businessmen are cunning, really all businessmen are cunning. He knew very well that if he didn't accept this offer, the other party would most likely turn around and sell it to the Green Skull organization. As for keeping the other party here, Dai Tianling was unsure. The Xinglua Empire was in a precarious period and could not make too many enemies. There was no other way. Dai Tianling pushed a delicate little box in front of Su Yunhan with great distress. The skull of a 10,000-year-old two-headed wolf should be worth the 15,000 pills, right? The two-headed wolf of Gale, skull. The quality of the soul beast is indeed good, but this part is obviously off. Despite this, he still made a fortune. If sold at normal prices, it would be questionable whether these 15,000 pills would be worth 1 million gold soul coins. After checking the status of the soul bone, Su Yunhan threw a necklace-shaped storage soul guide in front of Dai Tianling, then picked up the box containing the soul bone, took Yi Hui's hand, and walked out of the Starlight Hotel. A man in black came out of a nearby room, came to Dai Tianling, and asked, Your Majesty, should we go after them? Dai Tianling frowned, and after a moment of silence, he finally waved his hand and said, No need to chase after him, Yuner, come on, follow me back to the palace. Su Yunhan thought and said, Let's go to Yunnan City. Yunnan City? Yi Hui frowned, constantly searching for information about Yunnan City in his mind. I remember that Yunnan City seems to be a big city in the southeast of the Xinglua Empire. It is currently the headquarters of the Green Skull organization. Yi Hui is not stupid, she has already realized what Su Yunhan wants to do. The scene changed, and Su Yunhan held Yi Hui's hand and strolled on the streets of Yunnan City. Although the Green Skull organization is just a civilian organization, its leader is quite organized. He was not carried away by the successive victories. After capturing 6 cities of the Star Luo Empire, he chose to shrink the front line. Replenish troops, mechas, and siege cannons to prepare for the next fierce battle. Even though Yunnan City had experienced a baptism of war, it did not affect the daily lives of the residents in the city. The major Soul Master families continued to live their lives as usual. Neither supporting the Star Luo Empire nor the Green Skull organization. While people were fighting to the death outside, people in the city were still singing and dancing. It is precisely because these Soul Master families are extremely neutral that the Green Skull organization has the opportunity to take advantage. Otherwise, how can a civilian organization with less than 1,000 Soul Masters raise a team of 2,000 people? Su Yunhan is not the only one who wants to have the best of both worlds. Soon, Su Yunhan and Yi Hui arrived at the door of the city lord's mansion. After handing over the visiting card, the guards at the door led the two to a side room to rest. It seemed that this was not the first time. The two of them drank tea from the city lord's mansion and played chess to pass the time. After waiting for about 15 minutes, a sturdy woman hurried into the room. I have to say that the saying, clothes make the man, saddles make the horse, is indeed true. There is no ugly female soul master. Although this woman has a very strong figure, she gives people a different kind of beauty when she wears a blue and white palace dress. All the flaws are covered up by this dress. The woman clasped her fists and said, My name is Zhu Mingyue, deputy leader of the Green Skull organization, and I have been ordered to receive the 2 guests. Su Yunhan. Zhu Mingyue was obviously forced into a job. She found a palace dress from somewhere and suddenly became the only social specialist of the Green Skull organization. Never mind. We are here to make money, there is no need to be picky. Su Yunhan went straight to the point. He first introduced the effects of the 3 kinds of elixirs and proposed the idea of providing 5,000 pills of each kind to the Green Skull organization. Zhu Mingyue frowned and said, Sir, I really want these pills, but our Green Skull organization is a little short of funds. I'm afraid we can't even take out 300,000 gold soul coins. Well, how about this? We can use the 4 original 1,000-year soul bones we seized on the battlefield to exchange for these 15,000 pills. What do you think? For 1,000-year soul bones? Su Yunhan was immediately delighted. It was really what he wanted. The value of a 1,000-year soul bone was about 250,000 to 500,000 gold soul coins. For soul bones would not be less than 1 million gold soul coins, which was obviously beyond his expectations. Just like that, the two of them exchanged money and goods, and Su Yunhan walked out of the city lord's mansion with a smile on his face. This trip to the Xinglua Empire was really not in vain. Yi Hui said expectantly, "Brother Chen, where are we going next?" Su Yunhan chuckled and said, "Of course I'm going back to Shrek Academy to refine the elixir, and by the way, I'm going to ask Yenner to make some soul guide cannons. We can't let the civil strife in the Xinglua Empire stop here." Yi Hui frowned and said in confusion, "Brother Chen, the Green Skull organization is almost broke, how can they possibly eat all these supplies?" Su Yunhan said with a smile, "Yehui, tell me, what is the most lacking thing in the Green Skull organization's development so far?" Yi Hui pondered and said, "As a civilian organization, the Green Skull organization lacks everything, and the thing it lacks most is a reserve of talent. It can be seen from Zhu Mingyue that her social skills are not even as good as mine. Secondly, although the Green Skull organization has occupied some seaports, the main transportation routes to the outside are firmly guarded by the Xinglua Empire, caravans can basically not get through. It is impossible to rely on the seaports to maintain the army's expenses. Brother Chen, I still can't figure out how the Green Skull organization can afford the supplies you provide. Can it just rely on the goods piled up at the seaport? The profit of those seafood is average. If they are not preserved well, their value may be greatly reduced." Su Yunhan smiled and said, "Yehui, you also said that the Green Skull organization lacks talent reserves. Do they have the ability to repair some damaged mecha parts?" Hearing this, Yi Hui's eyes lit up, and she finally understood what Su Yunhan was planning. "Brother Chen, I understand, in the struggle between the Green Skull organization and the Xing Luo officials, it is inevitable that their mechas will be damaged. They don't have the ability, or the time, to repair them. We only need to lower the price appropriately, and we can continuously obtain scrapped mecha parts. Offensive and defensive soul guides. In addition, the Green Skull organization raided the city lords' mansions in 6 cities, and they must have seized a lot of non-strategic resources. For the skirt that Zhu Mingyue is wearing, if we offer her 10,000 gold soul coins, she would be eager to take it off and give it to us. We only need to clean it, do some simple mending and put it in a tailor shop in Shrek City. And its value will be no less than 50,000 gold soul coins." Yi Hui is a girl who has used countless rouges and powders. She knows the ins and outs of this too well. Some rouges, even if it's just a small box, its value is no less than 1,000 gold soul coins. Funds can always be deducted from the Green Skull organization. If someone can continuously provide them with supplies, equipment, and mercenaries, I am afraid that this war will continue endlessly. Yi Hui couldn't bear it. How many families would be torn apart under the baptism of gunfire? But she could only watch it all, but she couldn't do anything. If you don't do this kind of business, someone else will do it. If you want to be a real strong man, the last thing you should have is that ridiculous saintly heart. After leaving Yannan City, the two drove a purple-level mecha all the way north and returned to Shrek City. After returning to Shrek's inner city, Su Yunhan immediately shared his memories with Xiaoqin to find out what had happened during his absence. "This Kai Yuer is really a thief with a heart of his own. If she knew that I was making money from the war, she would definitely spread the news widely. What can we do about it? Kill Kai Yuer directly? No, she is Makino's mistress now, killing her directly would involve too many consequences. Threaten Kai Yuer? This idea is feasible, but he has no leverage over Kai Yuer. He can't let him put a sack on her and take some nude photos of her, right? He is so old now, he has thrown his face into the toilet long ago, and he probably doesn't care about this kind of thing." After returning to the mansion, Su Yunhan came to Long Yeyue who was eating breakfast, neither breakfast nor lunch, and asked, "Yeye, does Kai Yuer have any weaknesses that can be easily exploited?" Long Yeyue pondered and said, "It's a weakness that's easy to take advantage of." Kai Yuer is a bit extreme. She never cares about what people of lower status think of her, but she especially cares about what people of higher status think of her. If you want to control her, it would be best if you know a little secret of hers, a little secret that is inconvenient for Makino to know. A little secret? Kai Yuer is Makino's mistress. As a man, what does Makino care about most? Thinking of this, an extremely sinister plan emerged in Su Yunhan's mind. After a busy day's work, Kai Yuer stretched herself, sealed up some important information, and then reluctantly left the dean's office. Yu Xiaojiang wants to train a titled Doulua disciple to remove the label of trash from his head. Zhou Yi wants to increase the admission rate by expelling students to earn a reputation for himself. As for Kai Yuer, she is already a super Doulua and can hold a high position based on her strength alone. She no longer needs to accumulate any reputation. Kai Yuer likes this feeling of being superior very much. Especially when facing those students and tutors from other colleges. She doesn't have to care about the rules of Shrek Academy and can exercise the power in her hands as she pleases. That feeling is really wonderful for her. This is the reason why Kai Yuer works so hard. As long as she is introverted enough, no one will be able to take this power away from her during her lifetime. High-intensity work is unlikely to tire a super doulua out. But it is exhausting mentally. Especially when Xiaoqing is almost giving up, she can only do some things herself. After a long time, even the emperor will get bored. After returning to the mansion, Kai Yuer fell directly on the bed, not wanting to move at all. At this moment, she felt an inexplicable fire suddenly surged into her heart. Kai Yuer felt somewhat helpless. Compared to her previous lover Yun Che, Mai's endurance was far inferior, less than 3 minutes. She was afraid that he couldn't even satisfy a commoner girl. Never mind. Kai Yuer put on heavy makeup, changed into a bright red cheongsam, twisted her waist, and walked towards the brothel in Shrek's outer city. She prefers the young brother to that old man Makino who didn't last long. During the years when Yun Che despised her, Kai Yuer visited brothels frequently, and she was very familiar with the procedures there. After spending a fortune, a burly young man was sent to her room. "Sister, who is more powerful, your brother or your husband?" "Of course you are the best, brother, that old guy is just an old toad, he couldn't even last 5 seconds, if he wasn't the head of Poseidon Pavilion, he wouldn't even be worthy of carrying my shoes." Kai Yuer didn't know that while she was discussing life with her little brother, a figure was hiding under the window, holding a video crystal in his hand and recording the scene inside the house. The next morning, Kai Yuer walked into the dean's office full of energy and started a new day's work. About 15 minutes later, Su Yunhan pushed open the door of the office and threw an imaging crystal in front of Kai Yuer. Su Yunhan said with a smile, "President Kai, this is a film I paid someone to buy. The leading actors and actresses in it are very good looking, so I specially burned a few thousand copies. Well, we are colleagues after all, and I will never forget you when I get something good." Kai Yuer thought for a long time before she figured out what the movie Su Yunhan was talking about was. Kai Yuer picked up the video crystal on the table and threw it towards Su Yunhan. "Gu Chen, how dare you? For someone with bad conduct like you, believe it or not, I will submit evidence to the Poseidon Pavilion and have the elders remove you from your position." Su Yunhan said with an unhappy look on his face. "If you don't want it, then don't want it, why are you so angry? You are already so old, but you are still acting one way in front of others and another behind their backs. Humph, what a moral character." Su Yunhan curled his lips, holding 2 imaging crystals in his hands, and walked out of the office. Kai Yuer frowned, but didn't take the matter to heart and continued to deal with the matters at hand. After leaving the office, Su Yunhan got a military coat from somewhere and put it on. He then sat in front of the outer courtyard teaching building holding a wooden box full of imaging crystals. It was class time, but there were still many tutors wandering around. The moment they saw Su Yunhan, they all stopped and watched. What kind of look is this? Is this a popular look among young people nowadays? They watched, but they did not dare to ask. The reason was simple, no one knew the temper of this unimaginably young vice president. It would be a bit unworthy to risk their own future for a little curiosity. Soon it was time for the outer school to finish school, and the students filed out one after another. Su Yunhan also began his hawking. "If you're passing by, take a look, the best study materials are on sale at a low price, the hero and heroine are absolutely hot, you can't lose out by buying one for 50 contribution points, you can't be cheated." Study materials. Not only during the Dragon King legend period, but even in Shrek City 10,000 years ago, there were related industries. Where there is demand, there is a market. As Su Yunhan's hawking voice rang out, many students were attracted and gathered around him. "Boss, how is the content of these learning materials? Is it exciting enough?" Su Yunhan said mysteriously, "I'm not sure if it's powerful enough, but it's definitely worth the money, you can't lose out on 50 contribution points." 50 contribution points, at a ratio of 1:67, is only about 80 gold soul coins. At this moment, Long Yen squeezed in from the crowd, looked at the wooden box in front of Su Yunhan, and said angrily, "Brother Chen, how can you do this kind of business? Yenner, what's wrong with me doing this kind of business? Is there any rule that the vice president of Shrek Academy cannot sell learning materials within the academy?" Snort. Long Yen stamped his feet and squeezed out of the crowd with a red face. The 500 copies of learning materials in the box were quickly sold out. Su Yunhan walked out of the Shrek inner city carrying the wooden box, added some more goods into it, and sat at the gate of the Spirit Pagoda headquarters to continue selling. "Hey, isn't this Dragon Emperor Doluo? Why are you doing this kind of business? Were you kicked out of the Sea God Pavilion?" Accompanied by a cold female voice, Su Yunhan looked up and saw a woman with long fiery red hair appeared in front of him. After seeing the appearance of the visitor, Su Yunhan chuckled and said, "Deputy Tower Master Leng, how are you? I just happened to record a batch of gossip here, so you can definitely eat as much as you want. Sister Yao Zhu, do you want to take some back?" If someone else tried to sell her study materials, Leng Yao Zhu would have slapped him. But the problem was that after spending some time together, the other person was obviously not that kind of person. The vice president of Shrek Academy, a 23-year-old titled DOURO, actually came out to sell study materials. This was a puzzling thing in itself. However, she is the dignified Tianfeng DOURO, Leng Yao Zhu, the deputy tower master of the Spirit Pagoda. If she buys learning materials at the door of the Spirit Pagoda headquarters, will her reputation be ruined if the news gets out? Leng Yao Zhu snorted coldly, turned around and walked into the gate of the Spirit Transmission Tower headquarters. Su Yunhan was not in a hurry and continued to hawk his wares at the entrance of the Spirit Transmission Tower headquarters. Time passed bit by bit. After selling 1,000 copies of learning materials in the outer city, Su Yunhan packed up his stall and returned to Shrek City humming a little tune. The moment Su Yunhan pushed open the door of the mansion, the girls in the courtyard looked at him with extremely strange eyes. Su Yunhan said with an embarrassed look on his face, "I am not the kind of person you imagine, but, alas. There is no point in saying more. Qingmeng, Nar, Yenner, follow me, you can see the contents on the image crystal and understand my good intentions." Hearing this, Wu Qingmeng, Gu Yuna, and Long Yen looked at each other, and the expressions on their faces became strange. Could it be that this little man was using military tactics on them just for some kind of pleasure? Unable to resist their curiosity, the three girls could only follow Su Yunhan into the room. Looking at the three top-notch girls in front of him, Su Yunhan couldn't help swallowing. It was the first time he felt disgusted with the fast-forward function of the imaging crystal. Never mind. Su Yunhan directly opened the video crystal and fast-forwarded to the part where Kai Yuer complained about my brother Chen. It seems that Kai Yuer is just Senior Mu's mistress, right? A mistress goes out to find other men, Senior Mu won't break up with Kai Yuer because of this, right? Su Yunhan smiled and said, "Yenner, you have too little experience and don't understand the ins and outs of this. Men, especially those with high cultivation, hate it most when women say that he is not good in that aspect. Just wait and see, after today, the whole outer courtyard will spread the story of Mai and Kai Yuer. By then, who do you think Mai will take out his anger on? Wu Qingmeng. Gu Yuna. Long Yen. Although I don't quite understand it, I always feel that this approach is hurtful. This is a really good plan. Even if that old guy Mai can keep his cool, the relationship between the two of them will never be the same as before. When the time is right and we add fuel to the fire, we will definitely make Kai Yuer roll out of the position of Dean of the Outer Court. However, in this case, you who pushed this plan forward will only disgust Makino." Accompanied by a cold voice, the four people looked in the direction where the voice came from, and saw Long Yeyue pushing open the door and walking in. Su Yunhan said calmly, "That old guy Mai himself is not very honest. What does it mean to admit one's mistakes and then change for the better? He is obviously afraid that Shrusher and I will become too powerful in Shrek Academy and not be controlled by him, so he has to force someone to act as a check and balance. If it was someone else, it would be fine. We all understand that a new official will start with 3 fires. But he clearly knew that Kai Yuer had a vengeful personality and had a grudge against us, but he promoted her to the position of Dean of the External Court, giving her enough platform to retaliate against us. Mai was the first to cause trouble for us, so why can't we cause trouble for him in return? If he is narrow-minded. At worst we can just leave Shrek City and go to the Spirit Pagoda instead. It just so happens that I have met the Spirit Pagoda's master, Spirit Pagoda Doluo Xingu Dongfeng. And the Deputy Tower Master, Sky Phoenix Doluo Leng Yao Zhu, several times. As public opinion fermented, it took less than an entire afternoon before the entire outer courtyard knew about Kai Yuer and Mai's forbidden relationship, as well as her hobby of visiting brothels. Since Mai has been overseas for many years and has only recently returned to Shrek City, only a few people know of his existence. So many people are wondering what kind of person old lady Kai's husband is, who can't even last 5 seconds. At the same time, in the meeting room of the Spiritual Pagoda headquarters, Qiangu Dongfeng and another deputy pagoda master, Zhang Guiyang, had just finished reading the contents of the study materials, and their expressions suddenly became serious. Zhang Guiyang said with a heavy face, "Tower Master, I never thought that the god of war Doluo is still alive. Should we proceed with the next plan as usual?" Qiangu Dongfeng said in a cold voice, "Of course we have to do it. As long as we can completely wipe out the existence of the Sea God Pavilion and take over the Shrek Inner City, the existence of our spirit transferring tower will surpass the spirit hall of 20,000 years ago. And the faith will be condensed to achieve the status of a god. These words made Zhang Guiyang's blood boil. Even though the position of God was not his, it was still the merit of God. At the very least, it could bless the prosperity of the family for several generations. Dozens of generations, or even dozens of generations. Under the instruction of Qinggu Dongfeng, Zhang Guiyang tried to contact the mysterious leader of the Holy Spirit Church. They didn't know that no matter what they did, they were only helping the Sea God Pavilion. As long as Tang Hao and Ah Yin were alive, the spiritual pagoda and the Qinggu family had no chance of winning. Have you heard? That old lady Kai found a 5-second man as her husband. Since her husband couldn't satisfy her, she went to the brothels to have fun. Ah. Is this true? Even with old lady Kai's bad temper, there are still people willing to marry her. Humph, whoever marries that old witch will be in trouble for the rest of his life. Wow, 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 I never thought that Kai Yuer, the blue flame Doulua who always acted high and mighty and looked down on everyone, would actually go to a brothel to have fun. Early in the morning, in the cafeteria of Shrek's outer courtyard, the students were eating breakfast while discussing gossip about Kai Yuer. It must be said that in Shrek Academy, Kai Yuer was the annoying person. When she dealt with conflicts between students, she always did what she wanted and was never fair. To the extent that, those students who had been favored by Kai Yuer could not bear the condemnation of conscience in the end and could only reconcile privately with the punished persons. After all, the Foreign Affairs Court is a small society. Everyone is dissatisfied with Kai Yuer's judgment, but they dare not hold her accountable, so they can only vent their anger on those who are favored. Commonly known as bullying, it can also be called isolation. After finishing breakfast, the students walked out of the cafeteria in groups of 3 or 5. The scene changed, and Shani walked into the classroom with 2 students, a boy and a girl. Shani said loudly, "Everyone, be quiet, these are the 2 new students joining our class, come on, introduce yourselves." Yi Xinglan, Martial Soul Star Sword, Level 38 Strong Attack System Battle Soul Master, Level 4 Mecha Maker. Su Lizzie, Martial Soul Bun, Level 35 Auxiliary Soul Master, Level 4 Mecha Repairman. Yi Xinglan and Su Lizzie stepped forward one after another and made some simple self-introductions. "Okay, you 2 find a seat and sit down, we'll go to class first, and then we'll arrange the appropriate group for you after school." Shani waved his hand and started today's class. Soon, today's theory class ended, and Shani brought Wu Qingmeng, Tang Wulin, Yi Xinglan, and Su Lizzie to the office. Shani said in a deep voice, "Yi Xinglan joins Wu Qingmeng's team, and Su Lizzie joins Tang Wulin's team, do you have any objections to this allocation?" Before he finished speaking, Su Lizzie raised his chubby little hand and said in a naive voice, "Teacher Shen, I want to be in the same group with Sister Xinglan." Well, Shani frowned, his eyes unconsciously falling on Wu Qingmeng. Including Wu Qingmeng herself, the group she belongs to only has 5 people, Wu Sidua, Su Xiaoyan, Gu Yuna, and Qin Yanyan. Even if Yi Xinglan and Su Lizzie are included, there will only be 7 people. Feeling Shenyi's gaze, Wu Qingmeng spread her hands and said helplessly, "Teacher Shen, you also know our situation, our group cannot accept male students, otherwise, my husband will definitely be jealous." Yi Xinglan nodded and said, "Then, let's do this, I will follow Teacher Shen's arrangements." "Sister Xinglan," Su Lizzie called out again, his tone full of reluctance. Yi Xinglan scolded. "Su Lizzie, get your attitude right, my star god sword martial soul is a super martial soul, are you, a food-type soul master, qualified to pursue me?" As soon as the voice fell, Yi Xinglan realized that she had lost her composure and quickly bowed in the direction of Shani. "I'm sorry, Teacher Shen, I lost my composure." Shani smiled and said, okay, it's not a big deal, the teacher doesn't care, if there is no problem, just do what you need to do." Shani is also a woman, she can understand Yi Xinglan's approach. A soul master with a super martial soul has the opportunity to become an extreme Doulua in the future. But how could a female extreme Doulua, if she is a normal person, marry a food-type soul master? When the 4 of them left the office, their respective team members were waiting outside the door. Su Lizzie was still unwilling to give up, and he quickly knelt on the ground and pretended to hug Yi Xinglan's thighs. Fortunately, Yi Xinglan was prepared and quickly stepped back, preventing Fatty Su from succeeding. Yi Xinglan said coldly, "Su Lizzie, I'll say it one last time, I will not marry a food-type soul master, give up this idea as soon as possible, if you continue to pester me, don't blame me for being merciless." After saying that, Yi Xinglan followed Wu Qingmeng and left the academic affairs office. Watching Yi Xinglan's gradually receding back, Fatty Su felt empty in his heart, as if he had lost something. No, Sister Xinglan, you are mine, you are my wife. Squad leader, have you started making battle armor parts? Yi Xinglan blinked his eyes and like a curious baby, asked about the progress of Wu Qingmeng and others' battle armor. Wu Qingmeng said calmly, my husband said that battle armor or mecha are not the abilities of the soul master himself, so we can't rely on them too much. We don't make battle armor parts, we just take on some tasks in our spare time and make mecha parts to earn contribution points. We will focus more on training and actual combat exercises. Yi Xinglan nodded. She was not a fool, so she could naturally understand this simple truth. Wu Qingmeng and his companions returned to the mansion. As soon as they opened the door, a strong smell of meat hit them in the face. Wow, it smells so good, are we having barbecue today? Su Xiaoyan skipped to the grill, ignoring the red-hot coals on it, grabbed a piece of barbecue, put it in his mouth and chewed it slowly. Yi Xinglan. So, casual. Hearing the chattering sounds in the courtyard, Su Yunhan walked out of the room and his eyes unconsciously fell on Yi Xinglan. This girl looks a little unfamiliar. Gu Yuna hurriedly moved and came to Su Yunhan's side and whispered a few words. Su Yunhan nodded in sudden realization, so it's Miss Xinglan, come and sit down, don't be shy, just treat this as your own home. Oh, Qingmeng, you can take them to make some mecha parts, any parts will do. The workmanship doesn't have to be too delicate, the more the better. I will deliver 120 of the contribution points according to the Shrek Academy mission point standard as your reward. Yenner, you too, mobilize some, soul guide sisters, preferably those who are more tight-lipped, to make some level 5 or 6 soul guide cannons, preferably with higher lethality, and save as much as possible in the budget. To make money from war, the key is to make steady profits. If you start by selling some high-quality soul guide cannons, you won't be able to make money later. The girls were completely confused by Su Yunhan. What do you, a titled DOURO, need such crudely made mechas and soul guide cannons for? Among those present, only Yuan. Oh no, Yi Hui was the only one who knew what Su Yunhan was thinking. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart, what kind of hatred and grudge was this? Did he really dislike the Xing Luo Empire? At the same time, in Poseidon Pavilion, Makino was sitting in his office on the top floor handling official business. At this moment, the doors suddenly opened, and his secretary Wan walked in with a strange expression and threw an imaging crystal in front of Makino. Makino looked at the image crystal in front of him, frowned, and said, Anan, what do you mean? Wan said nothing, then lowered his head and walked out of the room silently. Makino took the image crystal in his hand, quickly concentrated his soul power on his palm, and began to check the contents on it. Assholes, all of them are assholes. As Makino's roars sounded, the young secretary Wan, who had been waiting at the door for a long time, walked into the room again and stood in front of Makino. Mai said coldly, Anan, where did you get this thing? Facing Mai's almost cannibalistic gaze, Wan stammered, Master, I snatched it from a student in the outer court. The entire outer court is spreading the contents of the image crystal. It is said that this image crystal was created by the outer court vice dean Dragon Emperor Doulo Guchen. Asshole. Makino clenched his fist and slammed it hard on the table in front of him. The mahogany desk instantly turned into a pool of powder. Go, call Kai Yuer and Guchen over to me, go quickly. Wan said weakly, Master, are you sure you want to call both of them over? Mai shook his head and said, forget it, go and call Kai Yuer over to me. Wan nodded, then turned around and walked out of the room. About 15 minutes later, Kai Yuer, wearing a silver-white dress, walked into the room. Before she reached Mai, she felt a video crystal hitting her head. Looking at the imaging crystal in her hand, Kai Yuer froze in place for a moment, not knowing what Makino was going to do. Kai Yuer somehow gathered her soul power in her palm and began to check the contents on the image crystal. Thump. Kai Yuer knelt on the ground, the cold sweat on her forehead flowing down her cheeks. Moo, Pavilion Master Moo, I didn't mean it, it was all unintentional, it was all unintentional. Makino said coldly, I know it was unintentional, but if you had intended to frame me, you wouldn't have seen me today. Well, from today on, you don't have to serve me anymore, just do your job peacefully. I advise you not to provoke Guchen again, you can't beat him. Makino waved his hand, and the secretary Wan came out, grabbed the ribbon around Kai Yuer's waist and dragged her out of the room. Master, that Guchen plotted against you, why don't you call him over and teach him a lesson? Huan pouted and said unhappily. Mu Yi said calmly. Anan, you are still young and don't understand the truth here. Although Guchen plotted against me, he has a good sense of propriety. It's just a few rumors, and he can suppress them with a flick of his finger. It's a bit too petty to blame your subordinates for such a small matter. Anan, you have to remember that as a person in power, as long as it does not affect the overall situation, you must learn to turn a blind eye, if the water is too clear, there will be no fish. In this world, there is no perfect person. Oh. The rumor about Makino's 5-second man was suppressed so quickly. Su Yunhan lay on the recliner, looking at the information sent by Shen-Yi, tapping the armrest lightly with his fingers, and constantly trying to figure out Mai's thoughts in his heart. Mai is more patient than I thought. As expected, it is difficult to get Kai Yuer to step down from the position of Dean of the Outer Court with just these few unintentional words. However, this is a good thing for me, since Mai didn't make this matter public. It means that he has completely given up on Kai Yuer. From now on, no matter how I plot against that old witch, he won't interfere. In the Doulua continent where the average IQ is lower than Luo Sanpeo's, Mai's actions seemed a bit too naive. Su Yunhan didn't have to spend much effort to analyze the other party's thoughts. Let that old witch live a little longer. If she is killed, the follow-up affairs of the outer courtyard reform will fall on me. I don't want to work for the Sea God Pavilion. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed, and the war between the Star Luo Empire and the Green Skull Organization had entered a stalemate. After all, the Star Luo Empire was a large empire spanning tens of thousands of years, and the resources of Star Luo City were continuously sent to the front line. Even if officials at all levels withheld some of it, it was not something a small civilian organization could resist. If someone didn't want this war to end so quickly, the army of the Star Luo Empire would have already sounded the clarion call for a counterattack. On this day, Su Yunhan arrived at the gate of the Yunnan City Lord's mansion with ease. The doorman was very tactful. Seeing that Su Yunhan was visiting the palace for the second time, he let him into the mansion without even greeting him. My dear guest, our Green Skull organization is so poor that we can hardly make ends meet. I'm afraid we can't afford to buy your equipment. Zhu Mingyue shook her head. The clothes she was wearing had all been patched up, and she had no idea which faction she had pawned her palace dress to. Long Yan and his team were much less efficient in making soul guide cannons. It took them half a month to make just 6 soul guide cannons and 200 customized shells. The best time to make money had passed. And the Green Skull organization's savings over the years were almost gone. Su Yunhan thought, let's put it this way. I can provide the Green Skull organization with a batch of equipment for free. However, I want Miss Mingyue to sign a contract with me. If the Green Skull organization wins this round of games, it will pay me 1.4 times the value of the equipment in gold soul coins. Otherwise, you, Zhu Mingyue, will become my personal property, and I will never betray you. Zhu Mingyue. Well, others have made all the money, but you are the one who actually starts to make more money than others. Once Yunnan City is breached, she, the Minister of Revenue, of the Green Skull Organization, will be put on the kill list of the Xinglua Empire. By then, what awaits her will be endless hunting. As a loser, if I could save my life, being a maid for a mysterious and powerful man would not be unacceptable. There was no way. In the Green Skull Organization, no matter whether they were men or women, they all came from humble backgrounds. If they were from a small soul master family, they would not have ended up like this. Who doesn't want to have a glamorous identity? If the nobles of the Xinglua Empire hadn't oppressed them too much and treated them like cattle and horses, who would be willing to become a bandit? In the hall, women wearing skirts and sitting cross-legged were everywhere. What was even more strange was that the men did not look at them with lustful eyes, but instead they were arm in arm with them, just like a group of good brothers. Everyone, be quiet. With the sound of chopping boards, the noise in the hall disappeared instantly. Li Tianmu straightened his clothes, looked at the people below, and slowly said. Everyone, according to intelligence, another batch of supplies has been transported to the North Camp, but the Xinglua Empire's army is just defending the camp, neither attacking nor besieging Shangyang City. What do you think of this? How did you watch it? Of course, you watched it while sitting down. At this time, a middle-aged man who looked 3 or 4 points like Li Tianmu walked out of the crowd, bowed in the direction of the main seat, and said. Chief, I am a rough man and don't know what is right and wrong, but I know that if we compete in terms of foundation, 10 Green Skull organizations cannot beat the Star Luo Empire. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present gasped. Only then did they understand the sinister intentions of the Star Luo Empire. The Star Luo Empire was going to fight a protracted war with them. A problem followed. If the Green Skull organization put all its efforts into it, it would not be difficult to forcibly capture all the port cities of the Xinglua Empire. However, in this way, their battle line would be completely stretched, and they would not be able to take care of both ends. Even if they occupied all the port cities and bordered the Tiando Empire, could they, with their roughnecks, convince His Royal Highness the King of Liao to form an alliance with their Green Skull organization and recognize their legitimacy? They went down the mountain in a rush, thinking that with the strength of their Green Skull organization, even if they could not overthrow the rule of the Star Luo Empire, they could at least establish their own territory and become a free and easy local emperor. What was said in the script was all false. How could it be possible that two people would fight each other and the winner would become the Pope? Ugh. Thinking of this, everyone sighed, as if they could see their own tragic future. Suddenly, a woman in black military uniform walked in from outside the hall. When they saw her face clearly, a huge wave of emotion surged in their hearts. Why is she here? Mingyue, why are you here? Could it be that the Xinghua Empire's army has broken through Yunnan City? Zhu Mingyue smiled and said, Uncle, Yunnan City is fine, I specifically asked Uncle Chen to help me watch it for a while, there shouldn't be any problems in the short term. I'm here to introduce someone to my uncle, it's the customer who sold us 15,000 pills last time, she said she has the ability to help our Green Skull organization overcome the difficulties. Hearing this, Li Tianmu hurriedly said, Mingyue, please invite that guest in quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure walked into the hall. It was a woman wearing a pink palace dress and a veil on her face. She moved with light lotus steps, giving people a feeling of floating in the air. That's right, this person is Su Yunhan. He knows very well that if the Green Skull organization can gain a foothold because of his strategy, today's advice will definitely be spread, and he doesn't want to cause trouble. For this reason, he deliberately disguised himself and appeared as a woman. How could it be impossible to associate it with him? Ahem, he just wanted to give himself an extra layer of insurance, not to wear women's clothes. The cold voice of the woman instantly resounded throughout the hall. Chief Li, and all the hall masters. What everyone is most worried about now is that they will not be recognized by the Tiando Empire and the Liao Palace. I have a plan to make concessions and allow the Tiando Empire to cooperate with the Green Skull organization. Give concessions? Li Tianmu's face was full of doubts. The woman nodded and said, yes, it means giving benefits. If the Green Skull organization can gain a foothold, from now on, all official fleets of the Tiando Empire will only need to pay a management fee close to the cost price when docking at the ports owned by the Green Skull organization. As soon as these words came out, Li Tianmu felt that his eyes were much brighter. The Green Skull's previous headquarters was not too far from the port, so he naturally knew the way there. The sea was rough, and with a series of uncertainties such as fresh water, food, wind and waves, the fleet of the Tiando Empire often could not reach the scheduled port, but had to dock and pay high management fees. Conversely, the fleet of the Xinghua Empire was also the same. The Tiando Empire could not help but be tempted by such a preferential treatment. Wait, the Tiando Empire alone is not enough to take over all the ports. It would be best if they could drag the Seoul Transmission Tower into the water and cede the permanent use rights of one or even more ports to the other party. In this way, the Xinghua Empire will never be able to shake the status of their Green Skull. Oh no, the Tianling Empire. Su Yunhan saw the changes in Li Tianmu's expression. Now he could understand Shi Jingtang's decision to cede the 16 prefectures of Yanyan. The emperor was the emperor above millions of people. Coming back to his senses, Li Tianmu quickly bowed and said, Miss, if you are willing to stay, I am willing to hand over the position of leader to you. Li Tianmu's words came from the bottom of his heart. He was very clear about his own capabilities. If he could have a smart and capable leader to lead them and stabilize the current situation, he would wake up laughing in his dreams. The woman waved her hands quickly and said coldly, I will help you only because I can't stand the behavior of the Xinghua royal family, it has nothing to do with you, there is no need for me to join you. After saying this, the woman left the hall without looking back, waved her sleeves, and did not take away a cloud. Watching the woman's back gradually disappearing into the distance, Li Tianmu sighed and quickly arranged for a reliable title Douluo to take Zhu Mingyue on a boat to Tianhai City. Li Tianmu himself went to the spiritual pagoda branch in Shanyang City. As for the outcome of the discussion, it is unknown. After leaving Shanyang City, Su Yunhan moved to a small city in the rear of the Xinghua Empire. He bought newspapers on time every day and followed the battle situation on the front line. This Li Tianmu is too impatient, isn't he even willing to act? Looking at the battle report in his hand, Su Yunhan shook his head. He really overestimated the execution ability of Li Tianmu and others. The Xinghua Empire is not stupid. If a leader like you, with the cultivation of a super Douluo, personally goes out to attack the city, it means that you are either at the end of your rope or have other plans. Such a brainless person, even if he was lucky enough to push to the northernmost part of the Xinghua Empire, if he were Long Yu, he would directly go back on his word even if the cooperation matters had already been negotiated. There is no way. For a person like this who is impatient and has no scheming at all, he will definitely not be able to sit on the throne for long even with the help of the Liao Palace and the Spirit Pagoda. It is easy to dodge an open attack, but it is hard to guard against an arrow from the dark. I am afraid that it will not take long for the Xinglua Empire to infiltrate the Green Skull organization into a sieve. Splitting up a group and winning over a group, without spending a single soldier, to make these honest people kill each other. It's not worth it to cause unpleasantness with the Xinglua Empire because of such a small benefit. Su Yunhan wandered around the Xinglua Empire for a few more days. When the news of Li Tianmu's defeat became known to everyone, he sent a message to Zhu Mingyue who was far away in Tianhai City, and then returned to Shrek City. Wow, is this Shrek City? It's really magnificent. When Zhu Mingyue came to Shrek City, she looked around like a curious baby. Looking at the young ladies coming and going in all kinds of dresses, Zhu Mingyue couldn't help feeling a little sad. Compared with these young ladies, she was like a country girl. No, she also wants that pretty little skirt. Zhu Mingyue went straight into a clothing store and ignored Su Yunhan's orders. Well, pack this, and that, I want them all. Zhu Mingyue waved her hand and ordered several palace skirts. The shopping guide quickly packed the skirts and pointed to the cashier, saying, "Customer, please pay over there." Zhu Mingyue nodded, skipped to the cashier counter and handed over the receipt. "Guest, your total consumption is 640,000 gold soul coins." "How much?" Zhu Mingyue swallowed and looked at the cashier in front of her with shock. "Customer, is this your first time in a high-end clothing store? I looked at your order and found that you bought 5 palace skirts. Each palace skirt costs 100,000 gold soul coins." Zhu Mingyue looked a little rustic, but the aura of Soul Dolua on her was genuine. Even if she couldn't afford these clothes, it was not something that a cashier like her could mock. After hearing what the cashier said, Zhu Mingyue slapped her thigh, her face full of annoyance. She once had such a palace skirt, but she didn't know its value, so someone cheated her out of 1,000 gold soul coins. In the end, Zhu Mingyue spent 10,000 gold soul coins to buy a light yellow dress, which emptied her wallet. Her shopping plan was aborted before it even started. Zhu Mingyue had no choice but to follow the map Su Yunhan left for her and came to the gate of Shrek's inner city. He who comes is stopped. Accompanied by a majestic voice, the soldiers guarding the gate of Shrek's inner city took out the soul-guided ray guns from their waists and pointed the muzzles at Zhu Mingyue's head. The captain took a step forward, looking at Zhu Mingyue in front of him with his tiger eyes. The girl in front of him was wearing a dress that looked quite expensive, without stockings underneath, with a pair of bare thighs. And a pair of, rustic boots on her feet. She didn't wear any jewelry on her wrists, neck, or ears. She stood in a bohemian posture, not at all like a lady. It was initially estimated that the skirt this woman was wearing was stolen or robbed, and she wanted to use this gorgeous skirt to sneak into the inner city of Shrek and achieve some ulterior motives. "Tell me. What is your purpose in coming to Shrek's inner city? Who sent you here?" The captain's roar stunned Zhu Mingyue. "What? What's her purpose?" "She came to Shrek inner city to find her new master." Could it be that, her new master is not an official of Shrek inner city, but a traitor? When Su Yunhan gave advice to their Green Skull organization, he had a lot of ideas. Zhu Mingyue knew very little about the outside world, so she subconsciously labeled Su Yunhan a traitor. It's over, completely over. Will she be unable to escape death after all? Zhu Mingyue felt her feet go soft, and she knelt down with a plop. The words in her mind blurted out unconsciously. "My dear officials, I was called here by a woman, oh no, a man named Gu Chen. He asked me to follow the map to find him at the designated location in Shrek's inner city. Sir, I was ordered to do this. I really have no intention of spying on the secrets of Shrek's inner city." Zhu Mingyue's desire to survive was maxed out. While crying, she took out the map Su Yunhan had given her and threw it in front of the captain. The captain took the map and looked at it, and was immediately shocked. There were 2 destinations marked on the map, one in Shrek Academy, and the other in a residential area not far from Shrek Academy. Gu Chen. This name, The captain had a very strong impression of it. A 23-year-old title Dolua, the youngest vice president in the history of Shrek Academy, and someone who was specifically named by the family as someone who should not be provoked. It would be hard for him not to know him. Then, could this girl be Vice President Gu's lover? Why does she seem a little unintelligent? The cold sweat on the captain's forehead instantly flowed down. If the girl in front of him was really Vice Dean Gu's lover, he would shout loudly, breaking the opponent's momentum and making her kneel on the ground. If Vice Dean Gu knew about this, he would be finished as the captain of the city defense. "Girl, please get up quickly, we are small and cannot bear your gift." The captain immediately knelt down on the ground, crawling on the ground and begging desperately. "What's the situation?" Zhu Mingyue was confused. Why did the official who had just been so domineering now kneel in front of her? Zhu Mingyue kept thinking about the content of the conversation between the two. Suddenly, she slapped her thigh hard. She knew what went wrong. It turned out that her new master actually held an impressive position in Shrek's inner city. Wow, is he going to break into Shrek's inner city and disintegrate the opponent's power from within? Zhu Mingyue had some wild ideas, but she didn't know that one day in the future, she would be surprised to find that her wild ideas had come true. After receiving the message from Zhu Mingyue, Su Yunhan went out personally and took her into the inner city of Shrek. After returning to the mansion, Su Yunhan looked at Zhu Mingyue, who had no idea how to stand or sit and couldn't help but said. Mingyue, I brought you back to Shrek City so that you can help me manage my business. Well, forget it, you were born in a bandit camp and you don't even know the most basic sitting posture, you should learn some etiquette first. Leave the task of teaching this little girl to me. Long Yeyue, who was wearing a dark red palace dress, walked out of the house, grabbed Zhu Mingyue's wrist, and said in amazement. A 27-year-old Sol Dolua, not bad, little man, you are good at attracting bees and butterflies, you can attract a talented female soul master to join you just by sitting at home. Su Yunhan said helplessly, don't think I'm such a god. You know, I was secretly providing supplies to the Green Skull organization. Due to the delay, I didn't earn the last wave of gold soul coins. So I used a batch of mecha parts and soul guide cannons, plus a strategy, to exchange for the loyalty of this Miss Zhu. Long Yeyue nodded thoughtfully, then took Zhu Mingyue's wrist and walked aside to practice standing posture. After dealing with Zhu Mingyue's affairs, Su Yunhan shared his memories with Xiaoqing. In his memories, the first talent assessment of Shrek Academy had ended. And the results were not very good. After discussion, the talent assessment was changed to a midterm exam, from once every 2 months to once a semester. The transformation of the outer courtyard has been completed, and it is time to consider killing Kai Yuer. Kai Yuer is a homebody, whose life is just a straight line. Except for going home to rest, she spends the rest of her time in Shrek Academy. Occasionally, she goes to the brothels in the outer city to have fun. Kai Yuer couldn't move for the time being, or rather. As long as she didn't leave Shrek City, Su Yunhan would have no chance to take action. The dean of the external college of Shrek Academy died in Shrek City, and Poseidon Pavilion couldn't accept the loss of face after all. Before killing Kai Yuer, he had to consider the face of Poseidon Pavilion. In this way, Su Yunhan settled down and lived a daily life of going back and forth between home and school. Soon, a year had passed. On this day, Wu Qingmeng, Wu Sidua, Gu Yuna, Su Xiaoyan, Qin Yanyan, and Yi Xinglan sat around the stone table in the courtyard, looking at the map on the table. What kind of final exam is this? It's clearly making things difficult for us. Confiscating all storage soul guides, communicators, resources, and money. And going to 10 cities to challenge them within 15 days. Do you want us to live in a doghouse during these 15 days? Yi Xinglan frowned and said, Xiao Yan, you can't say that, Shrek Academy is testing our resilience. Students who lack resilience are naturally not qualified to continue staying in Shrek Academy, every senior has gone through this, we have no right to complain. Qin Yanyan said weakly, Sister Xinglan. Have you ever thought about this? The rules of the final exam are very clear, all students taking the exam cannot help each other. Forgers are fine. They can just find a forger association and spend a few dozen minutes to earn the travel expenses. But what about those female soul masters who don't have much forging talent? They have no money. Do they have to steal or rob? Hearing this, Yi Xinglan's face instantly turned gloomy, and he felt a dull pain in his heart. Yes, this kind of exam only takes place in the first semester of the first year. Yi Xinglan can completely rely on her own strength to borrow some startup funds from the second-year seniors. But, what about those female students who don't have the strength? Do they have to sell themselves out to get a batch of startup funds? Are these people really not talented enough and not practicing hard enough, so they were eliminated by Shrek Academy? At this moment, Su Yunhan walked out of the house, looked at the 6 women in front of the table, and slowly said. Okay, don't think about those things, just take care of yourself. You should hand over your storage soul guides to me first, and I will return them to you after the body search tomorrow. Just form a group and challenge 10 colleges at random, there is no need to take it seriously, the final exam of the first semester of Shrek Academy is not to test people, but to select people. Wu Qingmeng, Gu Yuna, Wu Sidua, and Su Xiaoyan took off their storage soul guides without any hesitation and handed them to Su Yunhan. Qin Yanyan was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted. She took off the bracelet-shaped storage soul guide from her left wrist and handed it to Su Yunhan. Everyone present turned their eyes to Yi Xinglan. Yi Xinglan clenched her fists. The education she received at Shrek Academy taught her that she should not do such rule-breaking behavior. However, if she insisted on having her own way and followed the rules of Shrek Academy, her relationship with these 5 sisters would be completely severed. Ugh. Yi Xinglan finally compromised, took off the necklace from her neck and handed it to Su Yunhan. Su Yunhan took the 6 people's storage soul guides in his hand and said with a smile. Miss Yan Yan, Xinglan, don't go back to the dormitory tonight, we will have a barbecue later, there are so many vacant rooms in the mansion, and all kinds of daily necessities are available, you can stay here tonight. After saying that, Su Yunhan waved his hand, and the little cook came out of the house carrying the oven. The next day, after a body search, Wu Qingmeng and the other 6 split into 6 groups and arrived at the Soul Guide station in Shrek City. Inside the Soul Guide train station, Su Yunhan had already bought the box tickets and was waiting for them. The group directly boarded the Soul Guide train with VIP tickets. Brother Chen, which city is our first stop? Wu Qingmeng asked excitedly. Su Yunhan said calmly, of course it is, Tiando City, although we don't have to follow the rules set by Shrek Academy, we still have to select some strong academies as your training opponents. The DAO Academy in Tiando City was founded by the royal family of the Tianhan Empire 10,000 years ago. In the entire Sun Moon Empire, the strength of the academy is second only to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, and is not much different from Shrek Academy. Before he finished speaking, the Soul Guide train suddenly stopped with a huge roar. Then, the sound of Soul Guide shells exploding reached their ears. The faces of the sisters Wu Qingmeng and Wu Sidhua changed instantly. They had experienced the same thing once. This is a hostage-taking incident. Wu Qingmeng exclaimed. Hostage incident? Su Yunhan frowned. During the final exam in the original novel, Tang Wulin also encountered a hostage incident on his way to Tiando City, but that time it was just a minor incident. Several evil soul masters carried heavy soul guides on the Soul Guide train. This time, it seemed that a lot of powerful people were dispatched to directly block the Soul Guide train. Just stay in the box with Sister Xiaoqing, I'll go out and take a look. As soon as Su Yunhan walked out of the box, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. Except for the box, all other carriages had derailed, and Tang Wulin, covered in blood, was confronting an evil soul master. At the front of the train, 6 black-level mechas were firing at the undamaged carriages in turn. Behind the mechas, a little loli in a short top and skirt was floating in the air. With 9 soul rings, 6 black and 3 red, hovering under her feet. Dark Bell Nanali. A level 98 title Doulua of the control department. Seeing this scene, Su Yunhan narrowed his eyes slightly, and a feeling of uneasiness instantly surged into his heart. Does the Holy Spirit cult want to capture Tang Wulin alive? Tang Wulin must not fall into the hands of other dimensions. The Holy Sword of Angel flew out of its sheath, and the shadow of a 6-winged angel appeared behind Su Yunhan. Qian Lingxi had already helped him unlock the highest authority of the Holy Angel Sword, so simulating a real 6-winged angel spirit was naturally a piece of cake for him. Angel Realm open. With a flash of golden light, the 2 low-level evil soul masters who besieged Tang Wulin were instantly purified into a pool of flesh and blood. 7th Soul Skill Angel True Body. 9th Soul Skill, Divine Flowing Light. As a huge 6-winged angel shadow slowly rose, golden raindrops fell from the sky. The evil soul masters led by Nanali only felt that these golden raindrops were eroding the soul power in their bodies. At this moment, Su Yunhan flashed in front of Nanali, with the tip of the angel's holy sword pointing directly at Nanali's heart. Suddenly, a stern man in a purple robe stood in front of Nanali and slashed the blade of the angel's holy sword with a knife. Click! The holy sword of the angel shattered, and Su Yunhan was knocked back several meters. The shadow of the 6-winged angel behind him suddenly disappeared, and the golden rain in the sky also stopped. Nanali, what are you standing there for? Why don't you do anything? As a cold voice sounded, Nanali's eyes flashed, and she flashed behind Tang Wulin and hit him directly on the back of the neck with a knife. Tang Wulin rolled his eyes and fainted. Seeing this scene, Su Yunhan stood up from the ground with a somersault, and the set effect of the 4-character battle armor was instantly activated. Boom! A purple shadow flashed by, and the purple-robed man slapped the armor in front of Su Yunhan with the palm of his hand with tremendous momentum. The armor shattered instantly, and the whole person fell backwards like a kite with a broken string. Even though his battle armor was shattered, Su Yunhan's face was still full of smiles. Not good. Before he finished speaking, a 4-colored fire lotus fell from the sky and hit the purple-robed man directly. Stop! Su Yunhan ignored the pain in his body and quickly stood up and chased in the direction where Nanali was going. Seeing that Nanali was running faster and faster, Su Yunhan became a little anxious and threw 2 colored fire lotuses forward as if they were free. An unknown amount of time had passed before Nanali, whose soul power had been mostly depleted, realized that she could not complete the mission. She suddenly turned around and placed one of her small hands on Tang Wulin's neck. Nanali scolded, "Don't come over here, do you believe I will strangle him to death? What does it matter to him whether Tang Wulin lives or dies? He just doesn't want Tang Wulin to fall into the hands of other planes." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yunhan threw out 2 more 2-colored fire lotuses, and Nanali subconsciously blocked Tang Wulin in front of her. A shocking scene appeared. A deep blue light enveloped Tang Wulin, and 2 2-colored fire lotuses were instantly bounced away. Nanali was immediately delighted and quickly carried Tang Wulin on her back, running forward on her short legs. Su Yunhan. Nanali had a petite figure and was completely blocked by Tang Wulin's body. The 2-colored fire lotus could not blast away the backup plan that Tang San had left on Tang Wulin. The 5-colored fire lotus can definitely annihilate Tang San's consciousness, but, after the battle just now, his Enshaoqing spirit power has been almost consumed. If they force, oh no, they can't condense the 5-colored fire lotus by force, mainly because Doluoxing can't bear it. Never mind. Su Yunhan quickly took out the soul communicator from the storage soul guide and sent a message to Holy Spirit Dolua Yali. If she had not misjudged, the direction in which Nanali escaped seemed to be not far from the Star Do Great Forest. Su Yunhan was not in a hurry either. He just followed Nanali closely to make sure she did not leave his sight. After an unknown amount of time, a phantom of an angel blocked Nanali's way. Su Yunhan hurriedly sped up and arrived in front of Yali in less than a minute. Nanali had disappeared, and apart from Yali, who had activated the effect of the 4-character battle armor suit, the only one left was Tang Wulin, who was stuck on the ground with his head facing down, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. Who is this person? How could a kid with only level 30 spirit power block my full-strength attack? Ugh. Su Yunhan sighed and said meaningfully, "I don't know who he is, but I know that he cannot be taken away by the Holy Spirit Church and cannot fall into the hands of powerful people from other planes." Yali said helplessly, "What a pity, if it weren't for this boy as a shield, I would definitely be able to keep Nanali." Su Yunhan said, "That, Holy Spirit Dolua, Nanali led a group of evil soul masters to hijack a soul guide train, most of the carriages were derailed, there may be some survivors inside, you see." Su Yunhan did not make his words too clear. As far as he knew, it was impossible for those arrogant guys in the Sea God Pavilion to send out a team of soul masters to rescue these ordinary people. At critical moments, it has to be our own family. Seeing that Su Yunhan's mood was a little bit off, Yali seemed to have thought of something. She nodded hurriedly, then took out the soul guide communicator and started calling people. Back at the scene of the incident, Wu Qingmeng, Wu Sidua, Gu Yuna, Su Xiaoyan, Qin Yanyan and Yixinglan had already begun to rescue the passengers trapped in the carriage. Soon, the rescue team of the 10,000 Beasts Alliance arrived at the scene. A small team of fully armed soul masters began to clean up the wreckage of the soul guide train. After digging out the soul masters buried underneath, they were handed over to the healing mecha nearby for treatment. Yali did not personally treat the wounded, nor did she take over the command of the scene. She just stood aside with her arms folded and her eyes closed. Yali is kind, but she is not a pushover. Although the probability is very small, no one can say that Nanali will not strike back. Compared with the lives of those wounded, the mysterious operation of the Holy Spirit Church is more worthy of thought. Why did Nanali capture a Shrek Academy student? A student who had just reached level 30. Yali looked at the healing mecha in the distance, then looked at Tang Wulin whose head was embedded in the ground, and couldn't help but say, Gu Chen, is it really appropriate to just leave him here like this? He can withstand the full force attack of an ultimate Dolua, how could anything go wrong? I don't have the time to babysit other people's children. Wu Zhongkong. Wu Zhongkong. If you don't come out, I will bury Tang Wulin. Just as he finished speaking, Wu Zhongkong, dressed in a deep blue robe, walked out from behind a big tree, grabbed Tang Wulin by the collar, and walked towards the direction of the healing mecha. Is there anything special about this child? Why did Nanali do this? Su Yunhan said calmly, his name is Tang Wulin, and he has a blue-silver grass spirit, don't you have any associations with him? Tang. Tang Wu. Xiao Wu, the 100,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit. It wouldn't be surprising if Tang Wulin was the son of the second-generation sea god Tang San. Whether it was the sea god bloodline or the blue-silver emperor bloodline, it was worth it. Thinking of this, Yali subconsciously glanced in the direction of Shrek City. Rather than the Holy Spirit Church, she suspected that it was the Spirit Pagoda that was behind all this. However, if the Spirit Pagoda was the mastermind behind this series of events, there would be some strange things. Xiangu Dongfeng would not be so stupid. Instead of directly intercepting the Soul Guide train, it would be better to secretly take advantage of Tang Wulin's trip to a Soul Master Academy to find an opponent and kidnap him. Even if the Sea God Pavilion had the ability to reach the sky, it would be difficult to find any clues. Just as Yali lowered her head in deep thought, Su Yunhan quickly walked up to Wu Changkong and said, "Take Tang Wulin back to Shrek City later. I just contacted Pavilion Master Mu. With something like this happening, the final exam will definitely not be able to proceed." Not long after, Leng Yulai and Shen Yi drove over in an armored car. Just like that, Su Yunhan and his party got on the armored car and returned to the inner city of Shrek. The other first-year students also received the notice and returned to Shrek Academy one after another. Su Yunhan and Wu Changkong were directly summoned by Mai to the meeting room of Poseidon Pavilion. Makino said coldly, "Tell me, what happened outside the city?" Su Yunhan recounted what had happened to Mai. Of course, he symbolically concealed part of the battle between him, Nanali and the purple-robed man. No matter whether it was the holy sword of angels or the four-colored fire lotus, telling them about it would only make Mai feel fearful. "Call." Mai breathed a sigh of relief and quickly waved his hand, saying, "Wu Changkong, please go out for a while, I have something to discuss with Vice President Gu." Wu Changkong nodded and walked out of the door of the conference room. Only then did Mai push a piece of information in front of Su Yunhan. Su Yunhan took it and looked at it. The Shrek Academy branch in Tianling Continent Xinghua Continent in the original novel is about to open. And the Sea God Pavilion is preparing to send a cabinet elder and some talented students to preside over the opening ceremony. Su Yunhan looked at the information in his hand and pretended to think, "Senior War God, you showed me this because you want me to represent Poseidon Pavilion and Shrek Academy to go to Tianling Continent?" Mai nodded and said, "Not only you, but the girls under you will also go to Tianling Continent." "Well, Tianling Continent will hold a Soul Master competition soon. And I plan to let them go there to show their faces and demonstrate the strength of our Shrek Academy." Su Yunhan. After bidding farewell to Mai, Su Yunhan returned to the mansion. For the first time, Yi Xinglan and Qin Yanyan did not stay in the dormitory to practice. Instead, they sat at the stone table in the courtyard and assembled soul guides under the guidance of Long Yan. Su Yunhan clapped his hands and said loudly, "Everyone, stop what you are doing, I have something to announce." Hearing this, the girls put down their soul guides and turned their eyes to Su Yunhan. Su Yunhan looked at the girls and said slowly, 3 days later, we will represent Shrek Academy and go to Tianling Continent to host the opening ceremony of the Shrek Academy branch." "The opening ceremony of the Shrek Academy branch?" Yi Hui frowned and said, "Brother Chen, today when I went to the dean's office to get a form, I saw a transfer order on the desk. The order clearly stated that Kai Yuer would lead Tang Wulin and the members of his team to represent Poseidon Pavilion and Shrek Academy to the Tianling Continent in half a month." Before he finished speaking, everyone present frowned. This seemed to be a little wrong. Kai Yuer should have received the transfer order last night or this morning. After Tang Wulin received the assassination attempt, she replaced the diplomatic personnel with them, intending to protect Tang Wulin. This doesn't make sense. Even if Tang Wulin was injured, there were still Xia Erbi, Zheng Yiran, Luo Guixing, Su Baozi, and others. Although they did not have Tang Wulin's extraordinary talent, they were enough to represent Shrek Academy in the mission to the Tianling Continent. There was no need to temporarily change the list of envoys. Seeing that the girls were not in the right mood, Su Yunhan waved his hand and comforted them. "Alright, there's no need to think too much, Nanali went after Tang Wulin, and it has nothing to do with us. Staying in Shrek City is nothing more than living a life of going back and forth between 2 points. It's not a bad thing to go out and see the outside world. Okay, come and get your storage soul guides, and use these few days to buy some daily necessities. It will probably take more than half a year before you can return to Shrek City." Wu Qingmeng, Wu Sidua, Su Xiaoyan, Gu Yuna, Qin Yanyan and Yi Xinglan nodded, retrieved their respective storage soul guides, and left the mansion together to go to the commercial street in Shrek's inner city to buy daily necessities. 3 days passed quickly. Early in the morning, the little white-haired Shen Yi knocked on the gate of the ancient mansion and drove an armored vehicle carrying Su Yunhan, Long Yeyue, Wu Qingmeng, Wu Sidua, Gu Yuna, Su Xiaoyan, Qin Yanyan, Yi Xinglan, Long Yan, Yuan Nyehue, and Zhu Mingyue to leave Shrek City. After a year of training, the former wild girl Zhu Mingyue has become a qualified young lady under the guidance of Long Yeyue. After an hour's journey, everyone finally arrived at the port of Tianhai City. On the surface, Poseidon Pavilion and the Star Luo Empire have a good relationship. Originally, they wanted to use the ports of the Star Luo Empire to go out to sea. Well, due to the mess caused by the Green Skull organization, the port cities of the Star Luo Empire are not very peaceful. So they can only settle for the second best and use the ports of the Tiendo Empire. After getting off the armored vehicle, what came into everyone's sight was a giant cargo ship that could accommodate thousands of people. Little white hair, what does this mean? Poseidon Pavilion can't even afford a ship, so it wants to borrow the ships of other forces to go on a mission. At this time, Kai Yuer, who was wearing a silver-white dress, walked out from the side, looked in the direction of Su Yunhan, and said in a gloomy tone. This is the ship that the Tianling Empire delegation is on, in order to show the friendship between the two major forces. The leader of the Tianling Empire delegation, dragon-binding Doloa Hanfeng, specially invited our Poseidon Pavilion delegation to board this Guangfeng to the Tianling continent. Is Vice Dean Gu dissatisfied with dragon-binding Doloa's arrangement? Haha. Su Yunhan took a step forward, grabbed Kai Yuer's hair and slammed her head against the wall. Kai Yuer, you are really capable, you still dare to bark at me here. Have you forgotten that I beat you to a pulp a year ago? If it weren't for Pavilion Master Mu who let you go this time because of your hard work and great contributions, the grass on your grave would be 3 feet high now. Kai Yuer is really radiant when given some sunshine. She chose to conceal the matter that she had discussed with the Tianling Empire delegation on behalf of the Poseidon Pavilion, making Su Yunhan lose face in front of the Tianling Empire delegation. Well, that's really good. Being able to achieve this level of achievement makes one a leader in the world of weirdos. What Tianling Empire, what Longbine Dolua, Su Yunhan will not give face to anyone. He pulls Kai Yuer's hair and beats her up. It's a disgrace to Poseidon Pavilion. What does it have to do with him? Su Yunhan. After fighting for a while, Han Fengyi finally couldn't bear it anymore, and quickly walked to Su Yunhan, saying in a soft tone. Vice President Gu, as an outsider, I shouldn't be involved in your Shrek Academy's family affairs, but the scheduled time is about to arrive, and we should board the ship. Get on board. Su Yunhan glanced in the direction of Xia Erbi and the others, and chuckled, Aunt, take them aboard first, I'll be there soon. Long Yeyuan nodded, and led a group of Shrek Academy students aboard the tornado. Soon, the whistle of the tornado sounded and it gradually sailed away from the port. Looking at the back of the Guangfeng gradually going away, Kai Yuer said sternly. Gu Chen, I am the leader of the Sea God Pavilion's envoy to the Tianling continent this time, and I am carrying an important mission. Do you want my Sea God Pavilion to lose face in front of the Tianling Empire? Lose face? Just because of you, Kai Yuer. Are you worthy? He's just the head of a delegation. With the current status of the Sea God Pavilion, even if Xia Erbi were to take over, he would be better than you. Kai Yuer. You've been the dean of Shrek Academy for so long, have you lost track of your own position? Looking at the vast ocean in front of her, Kai Yuer's dream woke up. Familiar yet strange memories flooded into her mind. In her first life, she was Yu Shaojiang, the world's #1 beast spirit, the youngest son of Thunder Dolua Yu Yuanzhen, the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. She was the center of attention. Oh no, it should be him, who awakened a dragon, neither dragon nor pig Luo Sanpao spirit, whose innate spirit power was only half level, and was nailed on the shame list of the Spirit Master world. He was unwilling to continue to be humiliated like this, and kept searching through the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family's collection of books, hoping to change the status quo. Later, relying on the connections of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, he entered Wuhan City and served as the administrator of a library. With his eloquence, he captured the heart of Bibi Dong, the saint of the Wuhan Hall. That period of time was the happiest time of his life. The good times didn't last long. Bibi Dong seemed like a different person. She broke off ties with him in front of all the disciples of the Spirit Hall and beat him out of the Spirit City with sticks. Later, he coaxed a talented student with twin martial souls to be his disciple in a small city. His good disciple lived up to everyone's expectations. Not only did he give him magical herbs to help him recover his talent for cultivation, he also became a god, defeated the 2 gods of the Spirit Hall, and became the final winner. After his disciples ascended to heaven, he naturally became the new president of Shrek Academy. He devoted his life to the concept of monsters, training female students as if they were male students and male students as if they were animals. Finally, many students could not accept this monster concept and dropped out. 10 years later, some students with extreme personalities still resented his inhumane training method. When this divine teacher was invited by Emperor Avalanche to give a speech in the Tiendo Empire, they brutally assassinated him. In her second life, she was Zhou Yi, born in a small soul master family in Shrek City. Due to her average talent in cultivation, She was not admitted to the inner courtyard, but she secretly got engaged to Fanyu, a soul guide student in the inner courtyard, through the Sea God Fate blind date meeting. After simple training, she became a teacher at Shrek Academy. Through her understanding of the history of Shrek Academy, God's teacher, Yu Xiaojiang became her idol. And many more. Kai Yuer's eyes widened instantly, her eyes full of disbelief. Why did her second life have two endings? You are Su. Before the word Yunhan was uttered, Su Yunhan crushed Kai Yuer's head and captured her soul. When he was about to burn it with the strange fire, a crisp voice sounded in Su Yunhan's mind. Human boy, her soul contains many causes and effects. If you rashly destroy her soul, aren't you afraid of the backlash of cause and effect? Su Yunhan sneered, Senior Tianhu, be it karma or destiny, you have ultimately led the DOURO world onto a wrong path, it's just a little karma backlash, I don't care. This kind of rotten person who can only steal concepts and bully the weak and fear the strong should not exist in this world. What can destiny do to me? Along with a flash of green light, Kai Yuer's soul completely became nourishment for the green lotus earth core fire. Soon, Su Yunhan landed on the deck of the Kuangfeng. In addition to the girls he brought with him, the head of the Tianling Empire delegation, Han Fengyi, Xia Erbi, Zheng Yiran. Luo Guixing, Su Jiufeng, Li Zixing, Su Baozi, and a student in a black robe whose face could not be seen stood on the deck, looking at him eagerly. Shen Yi took a step forward and asked in a low voice, Dragon Emperor, Your Majesty, how is Dean Kai? Su Yunhan said calmly, she's dead. Dead? Shen Yi said with a worried look on his face, Your Majesty the Dragon Emperor, Kai Yuer is not only the leader of this exchange group, but also the Dean of Shrek Academy. If we kill her like this, how will we explain to the Sea God Pavilion? Su Yunhan chuckled and said, Little white hair, if you were the leader of the Sea God Pavilion, would you embarrass a rising star whose talent is not inferior to that of Qingtian Dolua just because of an annoying old witch? She is just a fool who doesn't know her own position. Do you really think that I released her because she has worked hard and made great contributions and is not guilty of a crime worthy of death? Huh, you are wrong, absolutely wrong. Mai just wants to carry out reforms and let Kai Yuer become a knife in his hand to carry out the reforms. Now that the reform within Shrek Academy has ended, Kai Yuer has lost her original value. It would have been fine if she had kept to herself and honestly guarded her own little piece of land. Her mistake was that she could not see her own value. She always thought that the whole world revolved around her, Kai Yuer, and that no one could shake her position as the dean. Little did they know that this was all planned in advance. Makino knew exactly what kind of person Kai Yuer was. And he deliberately made her the leader of the exchange group so that she could secretly trip me up, giving me a reason to chop off her head. After Kai Yuer dies, Mai will come out to clarify that the last place elimination system and the elite model were all promoted by that old witch Kai Yuer, and he, Mai, is just a poor wretch who was deceived. By then, Mai only needs to label Kai Yuer as the culprit who hindered the development of Shrek Academy and put all the blame on her. He only needs to publicly announce the expansion of Shrek Academy's enrollment quota, lower the enrollment requirements, and abolish the last place elimination system. And he will get everyone's approval. Having said that, Su Yunhan slowly closed his eyes. At the moment when he crushed Kai Yuer's head, he thought of this. He was able to analyze what was in Makino's mind, which was largely due to his god's perspective. He had not read Legend of the Dragon God. But he knew that the Shrek City in Legend of the Dragon God must have been expanded on the basis of Legend of the God of Destruction. Combined with the information that Shrek Academy was going to establish a branch in Poseidon, Makino's move was most likely to be a preparation for expanding Shrek Academy by suppressing before promoting. Xia Erbi, Su Baozi, Zheng Yiran and others looked at each other, their eyes filled with horror. Is there really anyone who can be so calculating? Su Yunhan sighed, looked at the people in front of him, and said meaningfully. While practicing, everyone should also focus on tempering their character. You have all seen what happened to Kai Yuer, a super Doulua with a 100,000-year spirit ring forced himself into a dead end. It is said that in the Doulua world, the strong are respected. But in my opinion, for a soul master, strategy is far more important than strength. Some people are not strong. But they know how to judge the situation and never offend others easily. Even if they are caught in the vortex of power struggle, they can always have a good start and a good end. At this moment, the student in black robes whose face could not be seen suddenly said, Vice President Gu, the tenet of Shrek Academy is that those who dare not cause trouble are mediocre. Isn't this completely contrary to what you said? Su Yunhan said calmly, because these are two different concepts. Shrek Academy is nominally the #1 academy on the continent. In order to maintain this title, it adheres to the law of the jungle and encourages students to fight each other, in order to continuously supply thugs to the Sea God Pavilion. As a foreigner, I will teach you the principles of life, I advise you to stay away from those weird school rules of Shrek Academy if you don't want to become someone like Caillou. Su Yunhan subconsciously glanced at Yi Xinglan behind him, and when he saw that the other party looked thoughtful, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise a little. Be it Tang Wulin or Xia Erbi, Su Yunhan had no intention of recruiting them. To him, the difficulty of recruiting young and beautiful female soul masters was simply not on the same level as that of recruiting male soul masters. If he had the time, he might as well spend more time and effort to coax Ling Zichen out of the Tang sect headquarters. Su Yunhan said coldly, all right, if there is nothing else, just go to your rooms to practice. Oh, by the way, Longbine Doluo. I just received a message from Pavilion Master Mai that I will replace Caillou as an envoy to the Tianling Empire. If there is anything, please come to me to discuss it. Han Fengyi nodded, and then handed a document to Su Yunhan. Your Majesty, you don't need to do anything. After the exchange of letters between the Tianling Empire and the Tiando Empire, His Majesty will publicly announce the establishment of the Shrek Academy branch and start recruiting students. As a representative of the Sea God Pavilion and Shrek Academy, you need to go on stage and say a few words. Here, this is the process of the entire ceremony, please take a look. Su Yunhan took the information and looked at it carefully. He didn't see any problems, it was just some formulaic style of doing things. After saying goodbye to Han Fengyi, Su Yunhan brought the girls back to the cabin. There were 11 of them, plus the little white-haired Shen Yi, a total of 12 people, just enough to set up 4 mahjong tables. The envoys of the Tiando Empire were also on the ship, while the disciples of other forces were communicating with each other. Su Yunhan took the girls to play mahjong in the cabin. Stockings and leggings of various colors were scattered everywhere. Pairs of white and tender little feet were resting on the armrests of the seats, and they would touch each other from time to time. Upon seeing this scene, the little white-haired Shen Yi, Qin Yanyan, and Yi Xinglan all widened their eyes. Do you really not treat each other as outsiders? Are you playing so wildly? They are all cool goddesses outside, but behind closed doors, they act like psychopaths. They didn't feel tired while playing cards, and when they were hungry, they ate the fasting pills provided by Su Yunhan. One fasting pill was enough to match the energy contained in a meal. Shen Yi frowned, walked quickly to the door, opened the room, and stuck his head out. What caught his eyes was Zheng Yiran with green hair. Shen Yi said with an unhappy look, Zheng Yiran, why are you here to see us instead of practicing in your room? Zheng Yiran said timidly, Teacher Shen, it's like this. His Majesty Long Fu asked me to bring you a message. The Tianling Empire officials are planning to hold a dance party this evening and invite our Shrek Academy delegation to attend. What do you think? Su Yunhan winked, Shen Yi understood, nodded, and said, okay, you go and reply to His Majesty Long Fu. And tell him that all the Shrek Academy members will be attending. By the way, notify Xia and the others, and tell them to prepare in advance, so as not to bring shame to Shrek Academy. As the door closed again, the girls hurriedly put away their mahjong and one by one took out palace dresses from their storage soul guides and put them on. Of course, there are exceptions. Qin Yanyan and Yi Xinglan were born in humble families, so they naturally couldn't afford such gorgeous dresses. No matter how spendthrift a girl is, she would not buy several sets of palace dresses. Not only are they expensive, but as formal wear, they cannot be worn out on ordinary days. It's just like a female high-level titled Doluo like Long Yeyue can support it. What to do without palace dresses? Su Yunhan took out 2 large-length wide-sleeved fairy dresses from his storage soul guide and handed them to the two. There was no Hanfu in this world originally. With Su Yunhan's deliberate promotion, this kind of wide-sleeved flowing fairy dress with a front opening and waist length gradually entered the wardrobes of aristocratic ladies and young ladies. However, female soul masters still prefer this kind of palace-style long dress. The reason is simple, Hanfu looks good, but it is a little inconvenient in combat. However, as a substitute for the palace dress, it is still feasible to wear a wide-sleeved flowing fairy dress to attend the official ball held by the Tianling Empire. As for Su Yunhan, he was wearing a silver-white robe and his black hair was tied into a neat ponytail. He looked full of energy. Under the guidance of the waiter, everyone came to the grand banquet hall on the 2nd floor of the Hurricane, because a dance party was going to be held. All the chairs and benches were removed, leaving only 2 long tables on both sides, on which were placed some drinks and food. Looking around, Su Yunhan saw a male student wearing the dark green uniform of Shrek Academy hiding in the corner and stuffing a fruit plate into his mouth. Looking closely, it turned out to be Tang Wulin, who was known as the man that Nanali could never get. As expected, the young man in black robe is indeed Tang Wulin. Wu Changkong didn't come along, which is a bit surprising. As everyone knows, the noble disciples never held a dance party for dancing. The Tianling Empire officials were the same, they just found a reason to bring together the young generation of the three major forces and communicate with each other. After all, students who can represent Poseidon Pavilion on a diplomatic mission to the Tianling continent are definitely in the top tier in terms of talent, regardless of their future status. It will be beneficial to establish good relationships now. Since Su Yunhan was standing next to Wu Qingmeng and the others as a flower protector, the disciples who witnessed him beating Kai Yuer chose to avoid them and had some academic exchanges with Tang Wulin, Xia Erbi, Zheng Yiran and the others, so that these young soul masters from another continent could understand the educational methods of Shrek Academy. For a while, the huge banquet hall was filled with joy. In addition to talking about their respective cultivation environments, they also shared the customs and practices of various continents, empires, and cities. This group of young soul masters under the age of 20 were immersed in it without noticing. Soon, an hour passed. Seeing that the time was almost up, Han Fengyi walked up to the high platform and invited Su Yunhan to dance a social dance, announcing the end of the dance. Before leaving the banquet hall, Su Yunhan unconsciously cast his gaze on Tang Wulin with a strange expression on his face. He knew very well that Dragon Valley was on the Tianling continent, the Xinglua continent in the original novel. Even though he had destroyed the plot beyond all recognition, could it still not stop Tang Wulin from exploring the Dragon Valley? The next moment, Su Yunhan shifted his gaze to Xia Erbi. As long as he was around, Xia Erbi would just be Xia Erbi and would never be able to become the Dragon King of time and space. For years, for more years, his cultivation will be fully transformed. By then, Tang Ritian, In, even if Tang Sen returns to DOURO world with the entire Great God Circle, will only become nutrients for his five-colored fire lotus. But, with the appearance of Nan Ali, the situation in DOURO continent became turbulent. Mai secretly sent Tang Wulin on the Guangfeng, and only left Wu Changkong behind. Even a fool could see that Mai was trying to stir up trouble. I am afraid that the plot in the original novel where 2 12 god-killing soul-guided missiles descend upon Shrek's inner city will be staged again. As long as Yunming is not dead, some people will feel uneasy. Ugh. Su Yunhan sighed and took the girls back to the cabin. It was getting late, so we definitely couldn't play mahjong anymore. The Guangfeng would have to sail on the sea for about 3 months before reaching the Tianling continent. 3 months was not too long. But it was not too short either, so we couldn't fall behind in our training. Long Yeyue, who didn't need to practice, forcibly dragged Su Yunhan into her room. Long Yeyue said thoughtfully, "Little man, when the dance ended, you stared at Tang Wulin with a serious expression, did you think of something?" Su Yunhan said, "Wu Changkong is half of Tang Wulin's teacher, and he usually has nothing to do. Tang Wulin is going to Tianling continent on behalf of Sea God Pavilion, so Wu Changkong has no reason not to follow. I think I should have asked someone to pretend to be Tang Wulin to fish for information, in order to find out what Nan Ali and the Holy Spirit Church behind her are planning." Long Yeyue nodded and said, "That makes sense. Pavilion Master Mu is not someone who will sit still and wait for death. I'm afraid that in the near future, DOURO continent will be plunged into another bloody storm. By the way, I haven't asked you yet, what was the battle like that day? Facing Mai, did you really not hold back at all?" Su Yunhan said calmly, "Of course I have some reservations. Just when I was about to kill Nan Ali with one blow, a man in a purple robe stood in front of Nan Ali and shattered the parts of the 4-character battle armor in front of me with just one palm. According to my observation, there was not a single soul fluctuation on the purple-robed man. I'm afraid he is not from the DOURO world. I spent a lot of effort and was only able to kill him with Xiaoqing's sneak attack." Long Yeyue. If outsiders join the war, it is another matter whether Makino will suffer a loss due to the asymmetric intelligence. If he is not careful, he will become a resource of the Holy Spirit Church. Su Yunhan sneered, "Yeah, you really don't care about anything else. The 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor is incarnated on DOURO continent. And people are turning a blind eye to the growing power of the Holy Spirit Church. Why are you worrying about this? 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor." Long Yeyue swallowed, and a hint of panic suddenly flashed in her eyes. Was it the blue-silver emperor that she knew? Long Yeyue asked tentatively, "Little man, the 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor you mentioned, could it be the mother of the second-generation sea god?" Su Yunhan said expressionlessly, "I forgot to tell you that I, Mai and Drusher, the 2 old guys, saw the transformation of the 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor in the meeting room of the Sea God Pavilion. I have to say that she is really pretty. When I have the chance, I will take her into my room and make her your foot-washing maid." Hearing this, Long Yeyue took a breath of cold air. This little man really dared to say anything. He even didn't let the mother of the gods go, and he wanted him to be their foot-washing maid. Su Yunhan held Long Yeyue in his arms, gently stroked her cheek, and said in a gentle tone. Since you have followed me, I can't turn a deaf ear to your hatred. Wait, sooner or later, I will let you kill Mai with your own hands and avenge our son. After 3 months of sailing, the group finally arrived at the Tianling continent and boarded the soul-guided train prepared by the Tianling Empire for the delegation. After Han Fengyi's explanation, Su Yunhan finally had a rough understanding of the distribution of power in the Tianling continent. There are 3 empires coexisting on the Tianling continent. Namely the Sun and Moon Empire, Tianling Empire, and Wuhuan Empire. The Sun-Moon Empire on the Tianling continent, its royal inherited martial spirits are still the Sun and the purple brilliant sky-destroying dragon. And they share the same roots with the Sun-Moon Empire on the DOURO continent. Emperors of a certain generation infect their brothers to establish overseas countries. Even after more than a dozen generations, the connection between the 2 brother countries is still close. Let's look at the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan and the Tianlong clan. Although they also share the same origin, their relationship is not very good. They even fought each other for the title of Thunder DOURO. As for the Wuhuan Empire, it has nothing to do with the angel family. The inherited Wuhuan of the royal family is the soul-devouring Spider Emperor and the Death Spider Emperor. As for whether they are the direct descendants of Qianrenxue, there is no way to verify it. Among the 3 empires, the Sun-Moon Empire is the strongest, followed by the Spirit Empire. And the Tianling Empire is the weakest. As the first family to establish an empire on the Tianling continent, the Tianling royal family has lost all their face. In order to consolidate their position, they can only ask the Shanghai Divine Pavilion to build a branch of Shrek Academy on their own territory. Everyone, it will take another 2 hours to reach Tianling City by car. Before that, please enjoy the meal prepared by our Tianling Empire's royal chef. Han Fengyi waved her hand, and a group of lightly dressed young ladies pushed over a group of food carts. The food on the carts looked very good, and just one look at them made one hungry. In fact, high-end ingredients only look better. And the taste is not much different from normal food. Su Yunhan was also an emperor. Although he did not have real power, his mother was in power after all. Apart from power, all expenses were the same as those of ordinary emperors. He was tired of the dishes cooked by the palace chefs. After dinner, a maid came to Su Yunhan and whispered something in his ear. Su Yunhan nodded, then quickly stood up and walked towards the rear carriage. The carriage at the rear did not look like a carriage, but rather a small office. Han Fengyi was sitting at a desk with a teapot and 2 small teacups on the table in front of her. Su Yunhan sat in front of Han Fengyi and picked up the teacup to pour himself a cup of fragrant tea. Captain Han, we are all working for others, and we are in your Tianling Empire's territory. If you have anything to do, just give us instructions. There is no need to make such a big fuss. Han Fengyi said with a smile, Your Majesty, the Dragon Emperor is too polite. My Majesty has just sent me a message that he has set up a banquet in the palace and would like to invite you to the palace for a chat. The palace. Su Yunhan subconsciously glanced behind him, and when he saw Long Yeyue's figure, an expression of sudden enlightenment appeared on his face. I'm afraid, the Emperor of the Tianling Empire misunderstood and thought that the Sea God Pavilion sent Long Yeyue, an ultimate DOURO, to guard the Shrek Academy branch. As Long Yeyue's nephew-in-law, Gu Chen was naturally within the scope of the Tianling Empire's top leaders' efforts to win him over. The Princess of the Tianling Empire? To be honest, Su Yunhan doesn't even look at ordinary princesses. The worst one would have to be of Venus level. There are too many beauties around him, and he doesn't need a vase like this that looks good but is useless. Although he had the idea, Su Yunhan did not refuse the Tianling royal family and directly accepted Han Fengyi's invitation. It was already dusk when they arrived at the Soul Guide station in Tianling City. After getting off the Soul Guide train, Long Yeyue led the Shrek Academy students to the hotel. While Su Yunhan, under the guidance of Han Fengyi, came to the palace of the Tianling Empire. The royal family of the Tianling Empire is surnamed Wu, and their inherited martial spirit is the 3-legged golden crow, and they are direct descendants of the golden crow DOURO Wu Ming. It can be said that in this era, if the family's inherited martial spirit is not a super martial spirit, it is not qualified to establish an independent country. The reason why the White Tiger Dai family has been able to survive until now is mainly due to the reputation of their ancestor, the god of war Dai Mubai. In a hall of the imperial palace, Su Yunhan and Han Fengyi sat down, waiting for the emperor to arrive. Not long after, a woman wearing a bright yellow robe and a phoenix crown on her head walked in, surrounded by a group of palace maids. Seeing this scene, Su Yunhan frowned. This outfit didn't look like what a queen or princess should wear. The emperor of the Tianling Empire is a female emperor. An empress with the surname Wu. Fengyi greets His Majesty. Han Fengyi quickly stood up and performed a standard kneeling ceremony in the direction of Wu Xiao. Su Yunhan clasped his fists, giving face to the Tianling royal family. Wu Xiao waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to be polite, and then sat down in the main seat. In this way, the three of them clinked glasses at the table and shared some interesting things that happened around them from time to time. This wine is really strong. Su Yunhan looked at the wine glass in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. He really didn't expect that in this era there would be strong wine that could get a titled DOURO drunk. There is a strange fire hidden in Su Yunhan's body. Under the burning of the strange fire, no strong liquor or poison can hurt him at all. He wanted to see what these two women were trying to do. Your Majesty, he should be drunk, right? Do you want to proceed according to the plan? No, wait until he completely loses consciousness. After a while, Su Yunhan vaguely heard a series of crackling sounds coming from the hall. He was afraid that the two women would notice something. So he did not use his perception to observe the surrounding situation, but asked Tianhu to help investigate. Human boy, those two women had someone push a machine in. Forgive my poor eyesight, but I can't tell what the machine is used for. Machine? Su Yunhan was a little confused. If they were attracted by his body, they could just play with it directly. Why would they need this kind of machine? Not long after, the conversation between Han Fengyi and Wu Xiao reached Su Yunhan's ears again. Your Majesty, are you going to take his seat directly or follow him first? Let's fight him first, not only me, but also you, as well as my nieces and sisters, whether they are married or not, let them come. It would be best to squeeze out more seeds and seal them up to change the genes of my Tianling royal family. Su Yunhan. He has never been so speechless in his life. What kind of orange behavior is this? If it weren't for his special status, he could only stay for one night at most. I'm afraid Wu Xiao would mobilize all the women with royal blood to take turns to fight. It must be said that Wu Xiao is indeed a ruthless person. For the development of the Tianling Empire, he actually made such a shameless decision. Just like that, Han Fengyi and Wu Xiao personally went into battle and carried Su Yunhan onto the bed. Wu Xiao sat on the bed and took out a small mirror from her soul guide to touch up her makeup in order to hide her slightly nervous mood. It is true that she is the Empress of the Tianling Empire, but she is still a virgin at the age of nearly 40. In order to clean up the mess left by the previous emperor, she naturally does not have so much energy to engage in those romantic affairs. 5 minutes passed. Wu Xiao put away the small mirror and looked at Su Yunhan lying on the bed. His little hands were shaking as if he had Parkinson's disease. Ugh. Wu Xiao sighed, looked in the direction of Han Fengyi, and said faintly, Sister Fengyi, can you help me? Han Fengyi. For the future development of the Tianling Empire, she endured it. Although Han Fengyi was already married, she still looked very nervous, with her hands shaking constantly. That was a ruthless man who became a titled Douluo at the age of 23, and the nephew-in-law of an extreme Douluo. If the truth came out, Tianling City would be littered with corpses. Han Fengyi quickly adjusted her state. Just as her small hand was about to touch Su Yunhan's cheek, a pair of big hands grabbed her wrist. Han Fengyi, Wu Xiao, you two really gave me a surprise. Su Yunhan slowly sat up from the bed and stared coldly at the king and his subject. The scene was very awkward for a while. Wu Xiao felt that he had nowhere to put his hands. His eyes kept dodging and he didn't dare to look directly into Su Yunhan's eyes. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yunhan waved his hand and said nonchalantly. All right, hurry up and have someone bring the unfinished food, I'm not full yet. Hearing this, Wu Xiao did not move at all, not knowing what the other party was up to. In the end, Han Fengyi gave a wink, and she stood up to notify the imperial kitchen to prepare some more food. The scene changed, and Su Yunhan was frantically devouring the food on the table. From time to time, he discussed the future development direction of the Shrek Academy branch with Wu Xiao and Han Fengyi, without mentioning a word about what had just happened. After eating and drinking, Su Yunhan left the palace of the Tianling Empire contentedly, leaving Wu Xiao and Han Fengyi alone in the wind. Looking at Su Yunhan's receding back, Wu Xiao's face was filled with worry. Sister Fengyi, do you think this Dragon Emperor Douluo will bear a grudge against us because of what happened just now? When he returns to the hotel, will he take everyone from Shrek Academy back to Douluo continent? Han Fengyi pondered and said, Your Majesty, based on my understanding of him, when it comes to major issues, he always speaks his mind and never hides anything or does anything bad in secret. I have suffered a lot from the blue flame Douluo Kaiyuer in Shrek City. In order to reduce the difficulty of the task, I secretly investigated Kaiyuer's temperament. The result is a bit surprising. She is not targeting my Tianling Empire, nor is she targeting me, Han Fengyi. She is just treating people of lower status than her in this way. She has a bit of a mean-spirited mentality. Just before leaving DOURO continent, the Dragon Emperor DOURO killed Kai Yuer in front of everyone. I originally thought that Dragon Emperor DOURO Guchen was a difficult person to get along with, but the fact is the opposite. During these 3 months, even if the servants were not very considerate in their service, he only gave them a verbal reminder and did not use his status as a member of the Sea God Pavilion to beat or scold the servants at will. Be proud of your superiors but don't bully your inferiors. For a moment, Wu Xiao's favorability towards Su Yunhan reached its maximum. Back at the hotel, Long Yeyue was sitting in the lobby reading the newspaper issued by the Tianling Empire. Well, no matter which continent or empire one is from, they cannot change their innate quality of eating melons. Su Yunhan walked quickly to Long Yeyue's side and whispered, Aunt, why don't you go back to your room to rest so late? What are you doing here? Long Yeyue said solemnly, come on, follow me upstairs, I have something to talk to you about. After saying that, Long Yeyue put down the newspaper in her hand, grabbed Su Yunhan's wrist and went upstairs. Little man, do you know the 9 sons of the dragon god? As soon as he entered the door, Long Yeyue said this incoherent sentence. Su Yunhan answered subconsciously, the so-called 9 sons of the dragon god are the 9 descendants with different abilities that the dragon god created based on his own bloodline for the convenience of governing after he created the god realm. The founder of the Black Dragon clan, the overlord of the Xingdou Great Forest, the golden-eyed Black Dragon King Di Tian, is one of the 9 sons of the dragon god. Since the 9 sons of the dragon god are all above the quasi-god king in terms of their god status, they are also called the 9 dragon kings. Later, the god realm seemed to have encountered an accident, the dragon god and the 9 dragon kings fell, and the status of the Soul Beast clan was no longer as high as before. Long Yeyue nodded and said thoughtfully, little man, from the moment I walked out of the Soul Guide station, the dark holy dragon martial soul in my body began to throb, as if it was afraid of something. Su Yunhan silently placed his hand on Long Yeyue's shoulder and said solemnly, Yeye, do you want to become a god? Long Yeyue was a little confused. What did she just say? How did it bring up the topic of becoming a god? The next morning, the envoys from the Tiandou Empire and Poseidon Pavilion got up from their beds before dawn, washed, dressed, and sat on chairs, waiting for official notification from the Tianling Empire. Unless there are any unexpected events in one's life, the number of times one gets to represent their respective forces in state ceremonies is very few. Perhaps there is only this one chance in one's entire life. It is impossible for one to adopt the usual nonchalant attitude. Right? Just when everyone was looking forward to it, a bombshell news came. Due to some force majeure factors, the state ceremony between the Tiandou Empire and the Tianling Empire was temporarily cancelled and the time of the ceremony was to be determined. In the conference room on the top floor of the Tianling Royal Hotel, all the members of the Tiandou Empire and Poseidon Pavilion delegation stood by the window, watching the armored soldiers coming and going below, with extremely solemn expressions on their faces. What on earth happened that even the long-planned state ceremony was cancelled without authorization? Just as everyone was daydreaming, a woman dressed as a palace maid pushed open the door of the conference room, bowed in the direction of Su Yunhan and Long Yuan, the head of the Tiandou Empire delegation, and said, 2 heads, His Majesty invites you. The 2 nodded and hurriedly followed the woman out of the meeting room. The scene changed. In the know. One private room on the first floor of Tianling Royal Hotel, Wu Xiao divided the information in his hand into 2 and pushed them in front of Su Yunhan and Long Yuan. Wu Xiao said solemnly, last night, the Tang sect branch in Tianling City was wiped out, 1 super Doulua and 3 ordinary title Doulua died in their sleep, there was no sign of a fight at the scene. If it weren't for a Tang sect disciple from Doulua continent who went to the Tang sect branch early this morning to do some work and accidentally discovered the tragic situation inside, I'm afraid I would still be in the dark until now. Su Yunhan asked thoughtfully, Your Majesty, have you found the murderer who wiped out the family? Wu Xiao shook his head and said with regret, it is impossible for them to leave any valuable clues by killing hundreds of soul masters of the Tang sect branch without making any noise. Well, don't worry, I have ordered martial law in the whole city and tried to protect the scene as much as possible. I have also notified the Tang sect headquarters. I believe that it won't be long before someone from the Tang sect headquarters will take full charge of this matter. We will hold the state ceremony after the storm is over. Su Yunhan and Long Yuan had no objection. The annihilation of the Tang clan branch was no small matter. There were many issues involved. And no one knew whether the mastermind behind the scenes would attack the members of the 2 diplomatic missions. 3 days passed quickly. On this day, Wu Xiao once again summoned Su Yunhan and Long Yuan to the know. 1 private room. When they arrived at the private room, they were surprised to find that in addition to Wu Xiao, there were 2 strangers. He was a tall, handsome, middle-aged man with thick eyebrows, and he exuded a very strong aura. If Su Yunhan remembered correctly, This middle-aged man was Zhang Xian, one of the two great friends of the Tang sect. The other stranger was wearing a black robe. His age, appearance and gender were unknown. He was about 164 meters tall and was probably a woman. Ling Zichen. It shouldn't be possible. Ling Zichen's skill points are all in scientific research, and he's not very interested in solving cases. Besides, Ling Zichen's cultivation level is probably not even that of a titled DOURO. Without a space wormhole. She couldn't possibly be standing here unscathed after 3 days of endless flight. There shouldn't be any female spirit masters at the level of a titled DOURO in the Tang sect's upper echelons, right? Zhang Xian said slowly. Since everyone is here, let's go to the scene and take a look. If necessary, I need to borrow your wisdom. Your Majesty is too polite. Wu Xiao, Su Yunhan and Long Yuan hurriedly cupped their fists. With the Tianling Empire Royal Guard leading the way, everyone arrived at the Tang clan branch in Tianling City. Looking at the mess in the house, Zhang Xian frowned and said. It's really strange, more than 500 soul masters have left their bodies intact, everyone's storage soul guides are still there, and even the gold and silver jewelry on the female soul master is intact. It doesn't look like a vendetta at all. Everyone agreed with Zhang Xian's analysis. Even for those of them who were in high positions, if their former enemies fell into their hands, even if they were not cut into pieces, it would be impossible for them to leave their bodies intact. Su Yunhan said thoughtfully, if it was a murder in the heat of the moment, it couldn't have been done so cleanly. I guess it was anticipated. The other party killed everyone in the Tang sect branch, but did not harm the money and resources inside. Perhaps, in the eyes of the other party, the potential value of the more than 500 people who died in the Tang sect branch is far higher than the value of all the collections of the entire Tang sect branch. The speaker has a heart, and the listener has an even more heart. Under Su Yunhan's guidance, everyone thought of a very scary possibility. As we all know, the Tang sect is guarded by 2 quasi-god level 4-character battle armor masters. The other party did not hesitate to massacre the entire Tang sect branch. What they are guarding, could it be, the inheritance of gods? Zhang Xian looked in Wu Xiao's direction and asked hurriedly, Your Majesty, are there any other members of the Tang sect who have survived by chance? Wu Xiao pondered and said, there is, one person. He is a member of the DOURO continent delegation and also a member of the Tang sect. On the afternoon of the day when the incident happened, he went to the Tang sect branch and seemed to accept some mission. Task? Zhang Xian shouted, Your Majesty, go quickly, go and call that Tang sect disciple over. Even the quasi-god level 4-character battle armor master could not hide his excitement. The inheritance of the gods. That was the inheritance of the gods. It was something that every soul master wanted to touch. 5 minutes later, an unexpected figure appeared in front of everyone. Yes, it was, the unlucky kid Tang Wulin. At the moment Tang Wulin appeared, Su Yunhan always felt that the black-robed man's body seemed to tremble. Could it be his illusion? Zhang Xian came up to Tang Wulin, patted his shoulder, and said with a smile. Let me introduce myself, I am the Tang sect's deputy sect leader, Empress Doloa Zhang Xian. Can you tell me what mission you accepted at the Tang sect branch in Tianling City 3? No, it should be 4 days ago. Tang Wulin pondered and said, I don't know the specific content of the mission, I only know that, the Tang sect branch will go to a place called Dragon Valley for training in half a month. Tang Wulin shook his head in bewilderment, staring at the pretty face beneath the black robe, and hesitantly said, Auntie, are you a relative of mine? In smiled and said, Little Wulin, I'm not your aunt, but, your grandmother. Grandmother? Hearing this, the expression on Zhang Xian's face froze instantly, and his eyes were full of disbelief. How could a 14-year-old soul master, whose soul power was less than level 40, be the son of the sea god? Coming back to his senses, Zhang Xian took out a topographic map from his soul guide and spread it out on the table. God, Senior Ain, please come over here quickly, I have heard that the Tang sect has a training ground in Tianling continent, I think it is the Dragon Valley that Master Wulin mentioned. As he spoke, Zhang Xian gently tapped a few times at the location circled in red, about 1,300 to 1,400 miles away from Tianling City. Ain nodded, then took Tang Wulin's hand and took Zhang Xian away from the Tianling Royal Hotel. She waved her sleeves and left without taking a single cloud with her. Although Wu Xiao and Long Yuan were unwilling, they had to suppress their slightly restless hearts due to Zhang Xian's strength. After chatting for a few words, they returned to their respective rooms. After returning to the room, Su Yunhan took out the soul guide communicator and sent a group message. After a while, Long Yeyue, Wu Qingmeng, Wu Sidua, Gu Yuna, Su Xiaoyan, Long Yan, Yi Hui, Qin Yanyan, Yi Xinglan, Shen Yi, and Zhu Mingyue hurried over. Open the door. With a flash of silver light, a door formed by silver-white energy appeared in front of everyone. Su Yunhan said solemnly, "Girls, there will be a big battle soon, you should go in and hide for a while, it is an independent space inside, unless I die, no one can threaten your lives." Before she finished her words, Wu Qingmeng took light steps and walked directly into the portal. The others hurriedly followed Wu Qingmeng, leaving Gu Yuna alone. The scene changed. And the group quickly found the location marked on the map. Ah-in hurriedly mobilized the countless divine powers in his body and tore a hole in the small world where the Dragon Valley was located. The three of them broke in as they wished. Looking at the clouds of various colors above his head, Zhang Xian couldn't help but sigh. It really deserves to be the legendary Dragon Valley, the energy here is 5 times more abundant than the outside world. Compared to Zhang Xian, who was excited, Yin's brows were furrowed from beginning to end, as if he was wary of something. Ah-in felt a little regretful. If she had known earlier, she should have called Tang Hao over. She was the life core of DOURO continent, and her strength would be greatly reduced if she was in the small world of Dragon Valley. However, it is not a big deal. Her grandson has the blood of the Golden Dragon King in his body, which is enough to suppress the residual souls of these Dragon Kings. As they walked, Ah-in suddenly felt something was wrong. This small world was a little too stable. At this moment, a pitch-black hammer with a special pattern hit Zhang Xian's head. Ah-in reacted quickly. And a vine formed by blue-silver grass instantly wrapped around the opponent's neck. When he saw the opponent's face clearly, Ah-yin's face changed instantly. Wuton. Wang Donger said calmly, "My name is Wang Donger, I don't have any other name." As she spoke, the clear sky hammer in Wang Donger's hand flew out and continued to smash towards Zhang Xian's position. Zhang Xian quickly drew out the duoqing sword to resist, but even though he used all his strength, he only made the trajectory of the clear sky hammer deviate a little, and the hammer almost flew past the edge of his ear. After stabilizing himself again and looking at Wang Donger in mid-air, Zhang Xian's eyes flashed with murderous intent. With a thought, the set effect of the 4-character battle armor was instantly activated, and the tip of the amorous sword pierced directly into Wang Donger's face. The next moment, Yan Xia, dressed in a white dress, stood in front of Wang Donger and directly crushed Zhang Xian's head. The moment Yan Xia appeared, dragon souls rose up and circled above the Dragon Valley, as if they were paying homage to the higher beings. Yan Xia is the inheritor of the Holy Dragon King and a true member of the Dragon Clan. As for Tang Wulin, who has the blood of the Golden Dragon King, haha, he is just a thief who stole the blood of the Dragon Clan. Is he worthy of being their master? Looking at the dragon soul hovering above the Dragon Valley, Ah-in felt a chill in her heart. She and Tang Hao were the life core and the lord of the plane of DOURO continent respectively. With the support of the DOURO plane, they were able to fight even against opponents who were 1 level higher than them. But now, sigh. She was not good at fighting. And was on the opposite side of the battlefield. With Tang Wulin as a burden, did she really have a chance to defeat the opponent? Ah-in glanced at Tang Wulin from time to time and secretly made a decision that if the situation was not optimistic, she would directly activate the backup plan that Tang Sen left on Tang Wulin and send her little grandson away. Wang Donger had already broken free from the restraints of the blue-silver grass, pointed the clear sky hammer in her hand at Ah-yin's nose, and scolded, "Ah-in, are you so willing to be a traitor to the Soul Beast clan? A traitor of the Soul Beast clan? When you, Tang Wuton, say this, doesn't it seem, no, the other party has 3/4 of Soul Beast blood in his body, so there is nothing wrong with calling himself a Soul Beast clan. Did she really do something wrong? She was clearly a Soul Beast, but she helped the human gods to oppress her own people." The same words might not work for Tang Hao, but they were enough to touch Ah-yin's heart. Especially when Wang Donger was willing to sacrifice her own relatives for the sake of justice, she began to doubt whether the position she insisted on was correct. There shouldn't be any disputes over interests between humans and soul beasts. It's just that some people are blinded by greed. They clearly have half of the soul beast bloodline, but they just don't want to share part of the power they have obtained, so they want to cut off the roots of the soul beast clan. He wants to destroy the entire soul beast clan today. Isn't he afraid that one day someone will overthrow his rule and use the same methods he used on the soul beast clan on himself? Evil soul masters are rampant on the continent, other planes are spying on the DOURO world, and the people in the Sea God Pavilion are fighting each other for a position of power. Is this prosperous world really what you want? And I could only drink dew every day and absorb the essence of heaven and earth, growing from ordinary blue-silver grass to soul beast blue-silver grass. And then to 100 years of cultivation, 1,000 years of cultivation, 10,000 years of cultivation, and 100,000 years of cultivation. I did it, I became the first 100,000-year-old blue-silver grass soul beast in history. No, it should be the blue-silver emperor. Counting the time, more than 20,000 years have passed since I transformed and left the blue-silver forest. Who could have thought that an ordinary blue-silver grass would one day become the life core of DOURO continent? Or even the life core of the entire DOURO world? Wuton, I don't blame you for not being on the same page with us. But I want to remind you that the characteristic of blue-silver grass is that it is immortal. You can't do anything to me, recognize your own strength. If you let us go now, I can pretend that nothing happened, and from now on I will never set foot in Dragon Valley again. Wang Donger. Yan Xie. Who on earth doesn't recognize his own strength? A tiny blue-silver grass dares to speak so loudly here and boast that it is immortal. Even the dragon god doesn't dare to say that he is immortal. How dare you, Ain? Say that? Who gave you the courage, Fish Liang? A businessman who only knows how to raise evil servants and rob others of their wealth, and in the end he still brags that his wealth was accumulated bit by bit through business. Bah! Disgusting. Are we going to rely on these people who can't recognize the reality to conquer the heavens? If we use the magical skill blue-silver entanglement in front of the strong men from other planes, I'm afraid we will be laughed at. Wang Donger turned her head to the side, looked in the direction of Yan Xie, and asked, Sister Yan, do you want to proceed according to the plan? Yan Xie nodded and said expressionlessly, let's proceed according to the plan. After all, she is the nominal life core of DOURO continent. It is more useful for her to be alive than dead. Wang Donger blinked, grabbed Yin's hair and dragged her forward. Yin naturally would not surrender. With a thought, 5 vines condensed from blue-silver grass broke out of the ground and wrapped around Wang Donger's limbs and neck. The moment the vines touched Wang Donger's body, a ray of emerald green light shot up into the sky. In an instant, the 5 vines were burned to ashes, leaving no ashes. Wang Donger came to Yin with a gloomy face and slapped him 5 times. Yin, I'm telling you, you'd better obey me, otherwise, I'll cut off Tang Wulin's body and throw him into the palace as a eunuch. Tang Wuton, Wulin is your brother, your own brother. You have such a cruel heart. Wang Donger snorted coldly, then gave Yan Xie a look, and Yan Xie understood. She quickly walked to Tang Wulin, pulled up his shirt and started beating him up. Seeing her grandson being abused, Yin's heart was bleeding, but she could not do anything. The strength that she was proud of was no longer effective in this small world. Even the emerald green flame just now could threaten her life. Her life was worthless, she had died once, so she was dead. But Tang Wulin was the heir to the Tang family's divine world, so no accidents could happen to him. Thinking of this, Yin collapsed to the ground and allowed Wang Donger to drag her forward. After walking about 20 miles, a small palace appeared in front of them. At some point, a whip appeared in Wang Donger's hand and she whipped Yin hard. Wang Donger kicked Yin's thigh, pointed in the direction of the palace gate, and shouted, crawl in. Yin is the mother of the god of the sea and the god of Shura. In the god realm, even a first-level god has to politely call her elder when he sees her. When has she ever been treated like this? Just as Yin was about to retort, the whip in Wang Donger's hand fell again. This whip was enchanted with strange fire and hit Yin's back hard. For a moment, Yin only felt a burning pain in his back, and his internal organs were boiling. If you don't obey me, I will cut off one of Tang Wulin's arms right now. Hearing this, Yin knelt down with a plop and hurriedly crawled towards the palace gate. At this moment, she no longer behaved like a goddess, and the pride in her heart had long since vanished. Tang, no, Wang Donger has her blood flowing in her body after all. As long as she behaves herself, she shouldn't do anything to the two of them, right? After all, even if we have different positions, we are all relatives with the same blood. Just like that, Yin was driven by Wang Donger into a room in the palace. Inside the room, a thinly dressed young man was sitting on the bed. Wang Donger grabbed Yin's neck and pushed her down on the bed, then began to tear off Yin's blue and silver dress. No, Wuton, you can't do this, I can't let your grandfather down, Yin begged bitterly. Hearing this, Wang Donger stopped moving, patted Yin's back gently, and chuckled, take it off yourself and move yourself, otherwise I will chop Tang Wulin into a human stick. Yin. The situation is stronger than the person, what can she do? A blue-silver grass transformation, itself has no blood and energy to speak of. When her strength was suppressed by Longu, she could only compromise again and again. Su Yunhan started the eagle-watching tactic. When Yin was tired, he took the initiative, switched offense and defense, and continued fighting, not letting Yin rest. Even if Yin was overwhelmed, foaming at the mouth, and fainted, Su Yunhan would use the strange fire to stimulate her spirit and force her to wake up. Soon, 15 days passed, and Ah-in went from being a compromiser at the beginning to feeling hopeless later on. Even if the other party is willing to let them go, can she still go back? The mother of the Shura god actually betrayed her husband. Sigh. Her existence would only affect Tang San's pure and innocent image. Su Yunhan, Wang Donger, you guys, just give me a quick death and stop torturing me, I will never surrender to you. Su Yunhan said expressionlessly, Donger, go and cut off Tang Wulin's hair for me. Ah-in said coldly, from the moment I was born. I was destined to be the most humble existence in DOURO continent. I am the most ordinary blue-silver grass in the blue-silver forest. I can't even withstand the wind and rain, I can't see any future at all. And I could only drink dew every day and absorb the essence of heaven and earth, growing from ordinary blue-silver grass to soul beast blue-silver grass. And then to 100 years of cultivation, 1,000 years of cultivation, 10,000 years of cultivation, and 100,000 years of cultivation. I did it, I became the first 100,000-year-old blue-silver grass soul beast in history. No, it should be the blue-silver emperor. Counting the time, more than 20,000 years have passed since I transformed and left the blue-silver forest. Who could have thought that an ordinary blue-silver grass would one day become the life core of DOURO continent? Or even the life core of the entire DOURO world? Wuton, I don't blame you for not being on the same page with us. But I want to remind you that the characteristic of blue-silver grass is that it is immortal. You can't do anything to me, recognize your own strength. If you let us go now, I can pretend that nothing happened and from now on I will never set foot in Dragon Valley again. Wang Donger, Yen Xie. Who on earth doesn't recognize his own strength? A tiny blue-silver grass dares to speak so loudly here and boast that it is immortal. Even the dragon god doesn't dare to say that he is immortal. How dare you, Ah-in? Say that? Who gave you the courage, Fish Liang? A businessman who only knows how to raise evil servants and rob others of their wealth, and in the end he still brags that his wealth was accumulated bit by bit through business. Bah! Disgusting. Are we going to rely on these people who can't recognize the reality to conquer the heavens? If we use the magical skill, blue-silver entanglement, in front of the strong men from other planes, I'm afraid we will be laughed at. Wang Donger turned her head to the side, looked in the direction of Yen Xie, and asked, Sister Yen, do you want to proceed according to the plan? Yen Xie nodded and said expressionlessly, let's proceed according to the plan. After all, she is the nominal life core of DOURO continent, it is more useful for her to be alive than dead. Wang Donger blinked, grabbed the Yin's hair and dragged her forward. Ah-in naturally would not surrender. With a thought, 5 vines condensed from blue-silver grass broke out of the ground and wrapped around Wang Donger's limbs and neck. The moment the vines touched Wang Donger's body, a ray of emerald green light shot up into the sky. In an instant, the 5 vines were burned to ashes, leaving no ashes. Wang Donger came to Ah-in with a gloomy face and slapped him 5 times. Ah-in, I'm telling you, you'd better obey me, otherwise, I'll cut off Tang Wulin's body and throw him into the palace as a eunuch. Tang Wuton, Wulin is your brother, your own brother. You have such a cruel heart. Wang Donger snorted coldly, then gave Yen Xie a look, and Yen Xie understood. She quickly walked to Tang Wulin, pulled up his shirt and started beating him up. Seeing her grandson being abused, Ah-in's heart was bleeding, but she could not do anything. The strength that she was proud of was no longer effective in this small world. Even the emerald green flame just now could threaten her life. Her life was worthless, she had died once, so she was dead. But Tang Wulin was the heir to the Tang family's divine world, so no accidents could happen to him. Thinking of this, Ah-in collapsed to the ground and allowed Wang Donger to drag her forward. After walking about 20 miles, a small palace appeared in front of them. At some point, a whip appeared in Wang Donger's hand and she lashed at Ah-in fiercely. Wang Donger kicked Ah-in's thigh, pointed in the direction of the palace gate, and shouted, go in on your knees. Ah-in is the mother of the god of the sea and the god of Shura. In the god realm, even a first-level god has to politely call her elder when he sees her. When has she ever been treated like this? Just as Ah-in was about to retort, the whip in Wang Donger's hand fell again. This whip was enchanted with strange fire and hit Ah-in's back hard. For a moment, In only felt a burning pain in his back, and his internal organs were boiling. If you don't obey me, I will cut off one of Tang Wulin's arms right now. Hearing this, Ah-in knelt down with a plop and hurriedly crawled towards the palace gate. At this moment, she no longer behaved like a goddess, and the pride in her heart had long since vanished. Tang, no, Wang Donger has her blood flowing in her body after all. As long as she behaves herself, she shouldn't do anything to the two of them, right? After all, even if we have different positions, we are all relatives with the same blood. Just like that, Ain was driven by Wang Donger into a room in the palace. Inside the room, a thinly dressed young man was sitting on the bed. Wang Donger grabbed Ain's neck and pushed her down on the bed, then began to tear off Ain's clothes. "No, Wuton, you can't do this, I can't let your grandfather down," Ain begged bitterly. Hearing this, Wang Donger paused, patted Yin's back gently, and chuckled, "Take the initiative, or I will chop off all of Tang Wulin's limbs and put them in a clay pot." Yin. The situation was stronger than the person, so what could she do? A blue-silver grass transformed, it had no blood to speak of, and when its strength was suppressed by this small world, it could only compromise again and again. Yunhan started the giggle-watching tactic. When Yin was tired, he took the initiative, switched offense and defense, and continued fighting, not letting Yin rest. Even if Yin was overwhelmed and fainted, Yunhan would use the strange fire to stimulate her spirit and force her to wake up. Soon, 15 days passed, and Yin went from being a compromiser at the beginning to feeling hopeless later on. Even if the other party is willing to let them go, can she still go back? The mother of the Shura god actually betrayed her husband. Sigh. Her existence would only affect Tang San's pure and innocent image. Yunhan, Wang Donger, you guys, just give me a quick death and stop torturing me, I will never surrender to you. Yunhan said expressionlessly, "Donger, go and cut off Tang Wulin's genitals for me." Yunhan, are you a man? Come at me if you have the guts, what's the point of torturing my grandson? Yunhan didn't say anything and continued with his actions. In order to feel better, Yin could only passively respond. 3 minutes later, Tang Wulin was brought in by Wang Donger. Seeing this scene that was not suitable for children, he felt an inexplicable anger surge in his heart. Yunhan thrust a short knife into Yin's hand. Yin, come here and cut him. Yunhan picked up the naked Yin. Under the control of his powerful mental power, Yin raised his arms with dull eyes, and the dagger in his hand slowly fell towards Tang Wulin's finger. Accompanied by a wailing sound, Tang Wulin rolled his eyes and fainted. "Wulin, woo." Yin covered her eyes tightly, covered her face and cried bitterly, 2 lines of tears slowly flowing down her cheeks. Yunhan took out a small jade bottle from the soul guide, opened the stopper, and stuffed a dark red pill directly into Yin's mouth. As soon as he took the pill, Yin felt his eyes becoming increasingly blurry. Without thinking, he took the initiative and started a new round of battle. 2 months later. Under the successive training of various moves, the ideals that Yin insisted on in his heart were gradually eroded. Not only did she betray Tang Hao, she also cut off Tang Wulin's hair with her own hands. Even if she could return to the Tang family's divine realm, could Tang Hao and his son Tang San still treat her the same way as before? Ugh. Ever since the god realm was blown away by the turbulence of time and space, she was forced to stay on the DOURO continent. She has seen many husbands and sons abusing their unfaithful wives. Hanging them up and beating them is the norm. Yunhan took a 2-pronged approach and also made a promise to her that as long as she returned to the Soul Beast clan and rebuilt the divine realm in the future, she, Yin, would be the new god of healing. The god of healing is a genuine first-level god, and his status is much higher than the 5 brothers of the original Shrek's 7 devils. What life core is nothing in front of a true first-level god. If she was a true first-level god, she would not have suffered such a disaster. After realizing this, Yin's heart was filled with resentment towards Tang San. Whether it was her, Tang Hao, or the Shrek 5 devils, they all worked hard to establish the Tang family's divine realm, but what did they get in the end? Tang San was going to give the 2 god thrones of life and destruction to Tang Wulin and his wife. She knew that her talent was low and she did not dare to ask for the god throne of life. But Tang San refused to promise her even a first-level godhood. What life core? To put it bluntly, it is a tool for Tang San to obtain the power of faith. It is simply an empty shell, and the divine power contained in it is not as good as that of a second-level god. That's right, Tang San is a little too mean. Perhaps in his eyes, only his son and daughter-in-law are worthy of being his family, and the rest are just tools for him to consolidate his rule. Under the brainwashing of Yunhan and Wang Donger, Yin, just like Wang Donger in the past, gradually developed the determination to fight against Tang San. On the other hand, Tang Wulin's only cause was gone, and the Golden Dragon King blood in his body was also stripped out by Wuton. His cultivation suddenly dropped to level 31. And even his strength was much less than before. He fell directly from a high point to the bottom of the valley. As for Tang San's consciousness, haha, he was just a vegetable who didn't cultivate soul power much. The strength of his consciousness was very ordinary, and it directly became the nourishment of a certain Dragon King's residual soul. A blue silver grass spirit master should look like a blue silver grass spirit master. Don't you like to consider yourself a useless spirit master? Now I'll do as you wish. Without the blood of the Golden Dragon King, the toughness of Tang Wulin's blue silver grass marshal's soul dropped by more than half. It was barely enough 20,000 years ago, but now it will gradually become a background board for others. As long as Yin is around, Tang Wulin will never be able to awaken the blue silver emperor martial spirit in this lifetime. After leaving marks all over Yin's body, Su Yunhan led the two of them out of Dragon Valley. As for Tang Wulin, Su Yunhan had a vague memory of him. This play had to go on, and watching Tang San's son become an ordinary person was a very pleasant experience. The flow of time in the outside world was no different from that in Dragon Valley, and 2.5 months had actually passed. At first, when the officials of the Tianling Empire discovered that Gu Chen and his group had disappeared, they were indeed panicked for a while. But they quickly stabilized their position. As early as a month ago, they exchanged letters of credence with the Tiando Empire, and the two empires officially established diplomatic relations. As for Xia Erbi and the others, they were protected by the officials of the Tianling Empire. It was called protection. But in reality they were under house arrest. They could only stay in a small courtyard every day, and someone would deliver food and training resources to them on time. Vice President Gu, you're finally back. We've been almost driven crazy over the past 2 months, Zheng Yiran pouted and said unhappily. Su Yunhan waved his hand and said expressionlessly, all right. Pack up your belongings and prepare to return to DOURO continent. Oh, by the way, classmate Tang Wulin had a small accident, and his cultivation talent is far less than before. You should give him some guidance. As he spoke, Su Yunhan pushed Tang Wulin behind him in front of everyone. When sensing Tang Wulin's aura, his good friend Xia Erbi stepped forward and patted his shoulder, encouraging him. Wulin, it's just a few levels of soul power. If it's gone, it's gone. With your talent, it won't take you long to cultivate back. We are brothers and sisters who have fought side by side. No one will look down on you just because your soul power level is lower. Tang Wulin hummed softly, and did not tell anyone that his physical condition had deteriorated by half. The forging skills he had mastered before were all practical. The most basic requirement for making a one-word battle armor was 1,000 forgings of the first grade. As a former 5th-level blacksmith, he did not take a mere 1,000 forgings of the first grade seriously. After settling Tang Wulin down, Su Yunhan headed straight to the palace of the Tianling Empire. Your Majesty, I'm sorry, something terrible has happened at the Tang sect. We are in no mood to stay on the Tianling continent. As for the Shrek branch, please discuss it with the person in charge there. The school rules, enrollment requirements, and internal operating model will be entirely decided by you. Su Yunhan didn't look very well. He looked as if he was overdrawn and couldn't muster any energy at all. Seeing this scene, although Wu Xiao still had some doubts in her heart, she suppressed her curiosity and replied solemnly, no problem, leave the relevant matters of the branch to us, and we will definitely not let you and Poseidon Pavilion down. Su Yunhan didn't say anything and still didn't stop his hands. 3 minutes later, Tang Wulin was brought in by Wang Dongger. The 14-year-old boy saw the heart-wrenching scene before him. He only felt an inexplicable anger surge in his heart. Su Yunhan thrust a short knife into Yin's hand. Yin, come here, chop it off. Su Yunhan picked up Yin, and under the control of his powerful mental strength, Yin raised his arms with dull eyes, and the dagger in his hand slowly fell towards Tang Wulin's sword. Ah! Accompanied by a wailing sound, Tang Wulin rolled his eyes and fainted. Wulin, woo. Yin covered her eyes tightly, covered her face and cried bitterly, 2 lines of tears slowly flowing down her cheeks. Su Yunhan took out a small jade bottle from the soul guide, opened the stopper, and stuffed a dark red pill directly into Yin's mouth. As soon as the pill entered his mouth, Yin felt as if he was out of control. Without thinking, he took the initiative and started a new round of battle. 2 months later. Under the repeated training of various moves, the ideals that Yin insisted on in his heart were gradually eroded. Not only did she betray Tang Hao, she also cut off Tang Wulin's hair with her own hands. Even if she could return to the Tang family's divine realm, could Tang Hao and his son Tang San still treat her the same way as before? Ugh! Ever since the god realm was blown away by the turbulence of time and space, she was forced to stay on the DOURO continent. She has seen many husbands and sons abusing their unfaithful wives. Hanging them up and beating them is the norm. Su Yunhan took a two-pronged approach and also made a promise to her that as long as she returned to the Soul Beast clan and rebuilt the divine realm in the future, she, Ain, would be the new god of healing. The god of healing is a genuine first-level god, and his status is much higher than the 5 brothers of the original Shrek's 7 devils. What life core is nothing in front of a true first-level god. If she was a true first-level god, she would not have suffered such a disaster. After realizing this, Yin's heart was filled with resentment towards Tang San. Whether it was her, Tang Hao, or the Shrek 5 devils, they all worked hard to establish the Tang family's divine realm, but what did they get in the end? Tang San was going to give the 2 god thrones of life and destruction to Tang Wulin and his wife. She knew that her talent was low and she did not dare to ask for the god throne of life. But Tang San refused to promise her even a first-level godhood. What life core? To put it bluntly, it is a tool for Tang San to obtain the power of faith. It is simply an empty shell, and the divine power contained in it is not as good as that of a second-level god. That's right, Tang San is a little too mean. Perhaps in his eyes, only his son and daughter-in-law are worthy of being his family, and the rest are just tools for him to consolidate his rule. Under the brainwashing of Su Yunhan and Wang Donger, Yin, just like Wang Donger in the past, gradually developed the determination to fight against Tang San. On the other hand, Tang Wulin's root was gone. And the Golden Dragon King bloodline in his body was also stripped away by Wuton. His cultivation level dropped sharply to level 31, and even his strength was not as good as before. He fell directly from a great height to the bottom of the valley. As for Tang San's consciousness, he is just a vegetable who doesn't cultivate soul power. The strength of his consciousness is very ordinary. He directly became the nutrient of a certain Dragon King's residual soul. A blue-silver grass soul master should look like a blue-silver grass. Don't you like to regard yourself as a useless martial soul master? Now it's up to you. Without the blood of the Golden Dragon King, the toughness of Tang Wulin's blue-silver grass martial soul dropped by more than half. It was barely enough 20,000 years ago, but now it will gradually become a background board for others. As long as Yin is around, Tang Wulin will never be able to awaken the blue-silver emperor martial spirit in this lifetime. After planting a mark in Yin's sea of consciousness, Su Yunhan led the 2 of them out of Dragon Valley. As for Tang Wulin, Su Yunhan had a vague memory of him. This play had to go on, and watching Tang San's son become an ordinary person was a very pleasant experience. The flow of time in the outside world was no different from that in Dragon Valley, and 2.5 months had actually passed. At first, when the officials of the Tianling Empire discovered that Gu Chen and his group had disappeared, they were indeed panicked for a while. But they quickly stabilized their position. As early as a month ago, they exchanged letters of credence with the Tiando Empire, and the 2 empires officially established diplomatic relations. As for Xia Erbi and the others, they were protected by the officials of the Tianling Empire. It was called protection. But in reality they were under house arrest. They could only stay in a small courtyard every day, and someone would deliver food and training resources to them on time. Vice President Gu, you're finally back. We've been almost driven crazy over the past 2 months, Zheng Yiran pouted and said unhappily. Su Yunhan waved his hand and said expressionlessly, all right, pack up your belongings and prepare to return to DOURO continent. Oh, by the way, classmate Tang Wulin had a small accident, and his cultivation talent is far less than before, you should give him some guidance. As he spoke, Su Yunhan pushed Tang Wulin behind him in front of everyone. When sensing Tang Wulin's aura, his good friend Xia Erbi stepped forward and patted his shoulder, encouraging him. Wulin, it's just a few levels of soul power, if it's gone, it's gone. With your talent, it won't take you long to cultivate back. We are brothers and sisters who have fought side by side. No one will look down on you just because your soul power level is lower. Tang Wulin hummed softly, and did not tell anyone that his physical condition had deteriorated by half. The forging skills he had mastered before were all practical. The most basic requirement for making a one-word battle armor was 1,000 forgings of the 1st grade. As a former 5th-level blacksmith, he did not take a mere 1,000 forgings of the 1st grade seriously. After settling Tang Wulin down, Su Yunhan headed straight to the palace of the Tianling Empire. Your Majesty, I'm sorry, something terrible has happened at the Tang sect. We are in no mood to stay on the Tianling continent. As for the Shrek branch, please discuss it with the person in charge there. The school rules, enrollment requirements, and internal operating model will be entirely decided by you. Su Yunhan didn't look very well. He looked as if he was overdrawn and couldn't muster any energy at all. Seeing this scene, although Wu Xiao still had some doubts in her heart, she suppressed her curiosity and replied solemnly, no problem, leave the relevant matters of the branch to us, and we will definitely not let you and Poseidon Pavilion down. After bidding farewell to Wu Xiao, Su Yunhan and Long Yeyue took the remaining Shrek Academy students and boarded the Soul Guide train prepared for them by the Tianling Empire, heading towards the southern waters of the Tianling continent. Vice Dean Gu, where are the monitors? Did they go back to DOURO continent first? Dead. Su Yunhan's face was calm, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. Really? That's really a pity. Now that Wu Qingmeng, Gu Yuna and Long Yan are all dead, can she seize power and usurp the throne? Along the way, Jing Yiran kept showing off her beauty in front of Su Yunhan. If there were no other people watching, she would have sacrificed herself to rule the world long ago. Soon, everyone arrived at the port in the southern waters of Tianling continent and boarded a small shuttle boat. The shuttle boat is not equipped with sturdy defensive soul guides, and it doesn't even have a soul guide cannon. Its main feature is that it is small and convenient, and its speed is more than 3 times faster than a large cruise ship. Sailing at full speed, it took only 28 days for everyone to reach the port of Tianhai City. After getting off the boat, everyone went straight back to Shrek City. In the office on the top floor of Poseidon Pavilion, Mai sat in the main seat, looking at Su Yunhan, Tang Wulin and the other 7 people below, and slowly said. Hey, it's been less than 7 months, there is still a while before the Soul Master competition of DOURO continent is held, how come you guys are back so soon? Su Yunhan said with a heavy face, Pavilion Master, except for Long Yeyue, everyone you didn't see, is dead. Who? Who dares to harm the disciples of my Sea God Pavilion? Su Yunhan said bitterly, the day after we arrived in Tianling City. The Tang sect branch in Tianling City was wiped out. Empress Wu Xiao notified the Tang sect headquarters in time, and within 3 days, Amorous Dolua Zong Xin arrived in Tianling City. After some investigation, we discovered a shocking fact, the annihilation of the Tang sect branch is likely related to a place of inheritance of gods called Dragon Valley. Later, we formed a team to investigate Dragon Valley. The result is what you saw, Amorous Dolua Zong Xin and Qing Meng and the others were killed on the spot. Tang Wulin's golden dragon bloodline was taken away. The place also suffered irreparable damage. After something like this happened, I definitely can't stay in the Tianling Empire anymore, I can only take the initiative to return to DOURO continent. Hearing this, Mai paced back and forth in the office with his hands behind his back with a solemn expression. As a soul master. A soul master at the level of extreme DOURO, the thing he lacked the least was ambition. He also wanted to see the place of inheritance of the gods with his own eyes. Gods represent eternity, which is the realm that every soul master dreams of reaching. Ugh. Makino sighed, waved his hand quickly, and said solemnly, you guys go back first. After saying that, Mai waved his sleeves, and a powerful energy wave instantly blew the 8 people out of the office. After leaving the Sea God Island, everyone looked at Tang Wulin differently. Although they were still young, but on this DOURO continent where most people get married at the age of 12 or 13, genius soul masters like Xia Erbi, whether male or female, have read countless illustrated books, so they naturally know what they should know. Tang Wulin's character was impeccable. Apart from his greed for small amounts of money, he didn't have any major flaws. As teammates, they felt deeply sympathetic towards Tang Wulin's experience. Su Yunhan stood at the edge of Sea God Lake, looking at Tang Wulin who was gradually going away, and muttered to himself. The Golden Dragon King bloodline and someone's consciousness are gone, can you still awaken the Blue Silver Emperor martial spirit and the Sea God bloodline on your own? After Ah Yin's rebellion, the only threat left on DOURO continent was his late wife Dolua Tang Hao. I heard from Ah Yin that Tang Hao is still in a sleeping state, hiding in an independent small space on Dolua Star. The space will move with the passage of time to prevent strong people from other dimensions from finding his exact location. Tang Hao doesn't need to consider it for the time being. The most important thing right now is to clean up the unstable factors within Dolua Star, including Mai, Yunming, the ruthless Dolua Chao Diji, the 2 licking beasts, Yuan and Jintian and other potential hidden dangers. They all have the potential to become traitors. Killing openly is definitely not an option, as the pure and innocent image of Sea God Tang San is deeply rooted in DOURO continent, and it is difficult to wipe out all the loyal Sea God believers in a short time. But if they die in the ruins of the gods, then you can't blame others. Su Yunhan hummed a little tune and slowly returned to the mansion he had not seen for a long time. Without Wu Qingmeng and the others chattering in the courtyard, the huge mansion seemed a lot quieter. Just as he pushed open the door of the mansion, the soul guide communicator in Su Yunhan's arms suddenly rang a few times. He picked it up and took a look. Wow, he was really well informed about the news in this corrupt world. Su Yunhan closed the door again and walked towards the Zhuosher mansion. It was still the same small room, with a jar of fine wine in it and several plates of fragrant braised beef on the table. Su Yunhan walked into the room, bowed to Zhuosher's position, and said with regret, "Brother Zhuo, I'm sorry that I couldn't bring your little apprentice back." Zhuosher waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "Everyone has to die, some are heavier than Mount Tai, some are lighter than a feather. She died on the road to becoming a god, so her life was not in vain." Although he said so, Zhuosher didn't think so in his heart. He knew very well that Gu Chen in front of him was not an ordinary person at all. Instead of believing that so many talented soul master girls died in the land of God's inheritance, it is better to believe that they all obtained the God's inheritance and are undergoing the God's assessment. Of course, he would only think about these words in his mind and would not really say them out loud. He naturally understood the principle that a man is innocent but guilty of possessing a treasure. Soon, the two friends of different ages started drinking and chatting as usual, talking about some interesting things that happened recently in Shrek Academy. Zhuosher smiled and said, "My dear brother, you don't know that when the news of Kai Yuer's death reached the outer courtyard, many classes spontaneously organized parties and moved the ovens and other things to the playground. Even some instructors joined in their revelry. During that time, all the fireworks in Shrek's inner city were sold out." Zhuosher frowned and said thoughtfully, "Some time ago, Pavilion Master Mu ordered the demolition of the work-study student dormitory and built 2 dormitory buildings on top of it." Su Yunhan said calmly, "This is not surprising. Shrek Academy has opened a branch in Tianling continent, so the headquarters must be planning to expand enrollment." "Expand enrollment?" Zhuosher said with a puzzled look on his face. "Even if they want to expand enrollment, there is no need to set up a trap around Kai Yuer. I always feel that, there is something inside that I don't know." Su Yunhan said unhappily, "Brother Zhuo, are you getting old and confused? Don't forget. We met the goddess some time ago. She gave His Excellency the Sea God an order, asking us to do everything we can to replace the Qiangu family and develop the Spirit Transmission Tower into a puppet organization under His Excellency the Sea God." It seems to be the case, Zhuosher thought. In other words, Pavilion Master Mu is preparing for the future. As long as the Spirit Transferring Tower becomes a subordinate force of the Sea God Pavilion, the Sun Moon Empire will no longer have the capital to compete with the Sea God Pavilion. In the future, Shrek branches will not only be opened in Tianling continent, but also in Xinglua City, Lingdo City, Tiando City, and even Mingdu. And Pavilion Master Mu went through so much trouble just to save the reputation of Sea God Pavilion and Shrek Academy in the Soul Master world and prepare for the opening of branches in the future. Isn't this a bit too big a step?" Su Yunhan said impatiently, all right, stop talking about these troubles, drink quickly, or the food will get cold if you wait any longer." When he returned to the mansion again, it was completely dark. Just as Su Yunhan was about to greet his cook, he found 2 strangers, a man and a woman, sitting on the stone chairs in the courtyard. He was a tall and handsome middle-aged man. He looked very ordinary and did not have the unique temperament of a superior. Next to him, there was a very beautiful young girl sitting. Well, the girl had a very special look and at first glance, she looked like the type who could give birth to a son. These 2 strangers must be Chao Diji and Ling Zichen. "Master Chao, I'm sorry for not welcoming you so late at night." Su Yunhan's gaze did not stay on Ling Zichen's buttocks for too long. He quickly walked to the seat opposite the 2 of them and sat down. Chao Diji said bluntly, "I don't want to say more, I just want to ask you one question, how did Zhang Xian die?" Su Yunhan pondered and said, "Amorous Dolua had his head crushed by the temple guardian." "Is that so?" Chao Diji slowly closed his eyes, and 2 lines of turbid tears slowly flowed down his cheeks. Thinking back on every little detail of the 2 brothers husband and wife, he felt an inexplicable heartache. Ugh! Chao Diji sighed and stuffed a blue and white token into Ling Zichen's hand. "Zichen, Zhang Xian and I made a vow to be brothers in this life and husband and wife in the next. If he dies, I can't live alone. You have a good talent for cultivation. It's only a matter of time before you become an ultimate Dolua. The Tang sect is now in your hands. Before you become an ultimate Dolua, you must listen carefully to the words of Light and Dark Dolua and Dragon Emperor Dolua, and don't act on your own." "I'm leaving." Chao Diji stood up brilliantly, and without any unnecessary movements, he walked out of the mansion. From beginning to end, Ling Zichen did not show any extra emotions. He just played with the token in his hand, not knowing what he was thinking. The scene changed to the meeting room of Poseidon Pavilion, where Mai, Yunming, Yuan and Jintian, and Chao Diji were sitting around a large round table, looking at the information in their hands with serious expressions. The so-called intelligence was a map that Su Yunhan gave to Mai, on which the exact location of Dragon Valley was marked. "Brother Yuanen, can your family spare some more manpower?" If we go there with just the 4 of us, we may not be a match for the temple guardian. Yuan Enjintian shook his head and said solemnly, I'm afraid, no. I can only explore the miracles with you after I release my son Tiandang. My Yuanen family is not as powerful as you think. If we withdraw too many high-level title Doulua, the family's inheritance will not be guaranteed. Makino, Yunming, Chao Duji. Things seem to be a bit difficult. Do they have to issue a call to summon strong people from all over the continent to go to Tianling continent together to explore the miracles? No, this is not possible. This is the inheritance of the gods. In order to ensure the dominance of Poseidon Pavilion and Tang sect, this kind of thing must not be shared with outsiders. But, there are only 4 ultimate Douluo. Even if Yunming created a semi-god status by himself, he still feels unsure. Chao Duji said tentatively. 3. How about, we try to contact Nanali? According to rumors, the supreme leader of the Holy Spirit cult 10,000 years ago, Death Doulua Yi Shishue obtained the inheritance of the gods, and his evil spirit was completely washed away. He changed his name to Yen Siya and became the first leader of the 10,000 Beasts Alliance. As soon as these words were spoken, the 3 people present fell silent instantly. No one agreed with Chao Duji's proposal, but no one opposed it either. This is a good idea. For the sake of the rule of the Sea God Pavilion, if they abandon the donkey after it has served its purpose, it will only push other forces into the arms of the Spirit Pagoda and the 10,000 Beasts Alliance. When facing the evil soul masters, there is no need to consider so much. After all, evil soul masters are wanted by everyone, so even if they commit treacherous acts, they can still stand their ground morally. Holy Spirit Church Headquarters. Sue Sancher, with her blush on and wearing a bright red wide-sleeved fairy dress, sat in the main seat. She took the letter handed over by her subordinate and began to read it at a glance. Oh. Poseidon Pavilion wants to invite us to go to Tianling continent to explore miracles together. My dear ministers, tell me, what is Poseidon Pavilion planning? Sue Sancher put down the letter in his hand, pinched his fingers like an orchid, looked at the elders and priests below, and said with a serious expression. Nanali walked out of the crowd, bowed to Sue Sancher above, and said, Master. I think that this is the Sea God Pavilion trying to use our Holy Spirit Church as a whetstone. I think everyone has heard that the notorious Blue Flame Doulua Kaiuer of Shrek Academy has died. She was ordered to be killed by the current master of the Sea God Pavilion, the god of war Doulua Mai. From this, we can see that the Sea God Pavilion, which has been silent for thousands of years, is unwilling to be lonely and wants to change its past shortcomings and restore the reputation of the Sea God Pavilion and Shrek Academy in the Soul Master world. It may be that they are using the inheritance of the gods as a gimmick and setting a trap for our Holy Spirit Church to fall into it. Let's take a step back. Even if Poseidon Pavilion really has information about the inheritance of gods, why don't they join forces with other forces to explore, but choose to find our Holy Spirit Church? It's because we evil soul masters are the ones that everyone can kill. Even if we kill them after they have done their job, it won't cause any criticism. Nanali's words were a thorough analysis of the current situation. No matter what the situation was, it was not a good thing for the Holy Spirit Church. Sue Sancher nodded and said thoughtfully, Nanali, in your opinion, what should our Holy Spirit Church do to remain invincible? Nanali thought for a moment and said, Master, I think, it would be best to make public the contents of the letter that Poseidon Pavilion gave us. Before he finished speaking, the eyes of everyone present brightened. This was a good idea. In the outside world, the Sea God Pavilion, which claimed to be a famous and upright sect, but was flirting with the Holy Spirit Church, would definitely be caught in a whirlpool of public opinion. Even if it doesn't cause any substantial harm to the Poseidon Pavilion, it's okay to discuss them at least. Time passed quickly, and 3 days passed in a flash. Just as everyone in the Sea God Pavilion was waiting for the Holy Spirit Church's reply, a piece of heavy news spread throughout the Doulua continent. The Sea God Pavilion and the Tang sect accidentally obtained information about a mysterious realm, and invited the Holy Spirit Church to explore the location of the secret realm together. Nanali made countless copies of Makino's handwritten letters and evenly distributed them in the major cities of the 3 empires, which greatly increased the authenticity of this rumor. The Spirit Pagoda would naturally not miss the opportunity to suppress Poseidon Pavilion and the Tang sect. With the deliberate instigation of the Spirit Pagoda's top leaders, it took less than a day to spread the news to every corner of Doulua continent. For a time, Soul Master academies, sects, and even the lower-level disciples of the Tang sect in major cities flocked to the Tang sect branch to ask for an explanation. Sun and Moon Empire, Soto City. As the Dragon Rising Place of Shrek Academy, the statues of the original Shrek 7 devils are enshrined here. The location is at the ruins of Shrek Academy in Soto City, which is also the location of the Tang sect branch in Soto City. Early in the morning, the Soul Masters who came to ask for an explanation surrounded Shrek Academy village and made it impossible to get in or out. The people below could not stand the pressure, so they reported the situation to Li Xingxuan, the highest authority of the Tang clan branch in Soto City. Upon hearing the news, Li Xingxuan immediately came to the door of the Tang sect branch and quickly waved his hand, saying, "Everyone, be quiet." Li Xingxuan has been in charge of the Tang sect branch in Soto City for many years. Many people at the scene have seen him, and his words are quite intimidating. The Soul Masters who came to ask for an explanation immediately quieted down. Li Xingxuan cleared his throat, pointed at the letter in his hand, and slowly said, "Everyone, whether it is the Tang sect or the Sea God Pavilion. They are all forces founded by the pure and innocent Lord Sea God. They have made many contributions to the Soul Master world over the years and are worthy of the name of a famous and upright sect. They will never collude with the Holy Spirit Church." At this time, a young man squeezed to the front of the crowd, pointed at Li Xingxuan's nose and cursed. "Li Xingxuan, who the hell are you? Relying on the power of the Tang sect, you forcibly occupied my mother and sister, and threw my infant sister to death. Is such a force worthy of being called a famous and upright sect?" With the leadership of this young man, those who have been bullied by Li Xingxuan and even the top leaders of the Tang sect branch in Soto City stood up one after another and accused the Tang sect of its mistakes. Some people with bad tempers directly cursed. Li Xingxuan has been running Soto City for many years. Although he is not as bad as Miles, the platinum bishop of the Wuhan branch hall in Gingxin City during the DOURO period. He is not much better. How could Li Xingxuan, who has always been domineering, tolerate the abuse of ants? He just waved his hand and a stream of soul power descended from the sky, and several soul masters who were cursing were beaten into a pool of meat paste. "Those who insult our Tang sect die." Li Xingxuan looked at the crowd below and said coldly. "They have all been bewitched to ruin the reputation of our Tang sect. From now on, anyone who dares to come to our Tang sect branch in Soto City to gather and cause trouble will be killed without mercy." As soon as the words fell, the onlookers in the audience clenched their fists and glared at Li Xingxuan on the podium, but they dared not say anything. Seeing that the people in the audience showed no signs of dispersing, Li Xingxuan instantly entered a state of martial spirit possession. 8 purple and black spirit rings surrounded him and moved rhythmically. Li Xingxuan scolded, "You have ignored my words, do you want to rebel? Rebellion? What the hell, rebellion? The Sun Moon Empire belongs to the Sun Tzu family, do you think it's your turn to make the decision? That's right, who do you think you are, Li Xingxuan? How dare you act so arrogantly on the territory of the Sun Moon Empire? Come on, brothers, beat him up, beat this son of a bitch to death. Yes, kill him and avenge my dead brother. The Soul Masters living at the bottom of society all hate evil Soul Masters. They will spontaneously organize themselves and go to the Tang sect branch to ask for an explanation, showing that they still have some hope for the Tang sect. After all, Tang sect was founded by the former sea god Tang San. They were skeptical about the other party's alliance with Sea God Pavilion to collude with evil Soul Masters, so they thought of asking here for clarification. Li Xingxuan's behavior is really disappointing. At this point in time, since the Soul Pagoda provided free soul awakening services to commoners, there were quite a few Soul Masters of civilian origin, and their families still lived in various villages. The tragic scenes of evil Soul Masters visiting villages were photographed by the Soul Pagoda and displayed in the most conspicuous places of various branches. If the Tang sect colludes with the evil Soul Master, then the Tang sect has no need to exist. All of a sudden, the Soul Masters of civilian origin in the audience entered the state of martial spirit possession and rushed to the stage, determined to fight to the death with Li Xingxuan. Li Xingxuan was just an ordinary Soul Doulua, a Soul Doulua who didn't even have a 3-character battle armor. Naturally, he could not withstand the successive attacks of so many people, and eventually died tragically at the gate of the Tang sect branch. This time, the Tang sect branch in Soto City was in trouble. Not satisfied with killing Li Xingxuan, they rushed into the Tang sect branch and killed everyone they saw. They smashed any valuable items, instruments, and equipment they saw. Even the statues of the original Shrek's 7 devils were not spared, and the entire Shrek Academy site was burned down. At the same time, in the inner city of Shrek, since Chao Deji was missing, all the affairs of the Tang clan, big and small, were sent to Su Yunhan's residence by a special person to be reviewed by Ling Zichen. "Chen, brother Chen, look, many cities in Doulua continent have begun to boycott the Tang sect, what should we do?" Ling Zichen hurriedly pushed a piece of information in front of Su Yunhan. Although she tried her best to conceal her emotions, her pretty face was still full of panic. Su Yunhan glanced at the information on the table and said expressionlessly, This is simple, summon all the deacons of the Tang sect branches back to the headquarters. From now on, the Tang sect will only regard itself as an ordinary sect and will no longer open branches to the outside world. Ling Zichen said angrily, Brother Chen, the Tang sect has spent dozens of generations of talents to develop to this point today. Tang sect disciples are spread all over the DOURO continent. Is it not the time to give up yet? Su Yunhan curled his lips and said unhappily, Zichen, you are too naive. The Spirit Pagoda has devoted itself to researching the spirit system for the Spirit Master world and awakening martial spirits for civilians for free. The development of DOURO world is inseparable from the Spirit Pagoda. Then, what about the Tang sect? Has the Tang sect opened branches? What contributions has it made to the Spirit Master world? The Spirit Pagoda allows civilians to awaken their spirits for free, which is a mutually beneficial existence with the three empires. But what about the Tang sect? Why would the three empires allow the Tang sect to establish a branch on their territory to compete with them for talent? The decline of the Tang sect is inevitable, just like the rise of the 10,000 Beasts Alliance 10,000 years ago. When the Sea God Pavilion lost its respected status. Even though it is a force founded by gods, it just lies on the DOURO continent and sucks blood, never doing anything for the people. It is destined to be spurned by the world. Take the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect 20,000 years ago for example. After the HIATUS sect closed down, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect became the world's #1 sect in DOURO continent in name only. Sect Master Ning Fengji is only a Soul Saint level auxiliary Soul Master. He knows that this position is not easy to sit in. In order to consolidate his position, he accepted the canonization of the Tiando Empire and became the nominal teacher of the prince of a country. On this basis, Ning Fengji also created a persona of a great philanthropist, spending a large amount of money every year to provide relief to disaster victims, rescue young girls who were stranded at auctions, and so on. If the Tang sect could take out one of its profits every year to build a Soul Master Academy and provide generous preferential treatment to Soul Masters of civilian origin, we wouldn't have reached this point today. Ugh. Ling Zichen sighed. She was not stupid. After this analysis, she finally knew where the Tang sect had lost. Human beings are never satisfied. Ling Zichen said thoughtfully, Brother Chen, if this hadn't happened, how would the Tang sect proceed? Su Yunhan pretended to think and said, Tang sect has the Xian Tian Gong, 20,000 years have passed, why haven't they developed more types of skills based on Xian Tian Gong to suit more soul masters? Look at this. As he spoke, Su Yunhan pushed a piece of information in front of Ling Zichen. Ling Zichen took it and took a look. Wow, with the demise of the Tang sect branch, Xian Tian Gong is no longer the exclusive skill of Tang sect disciples. Some stores even give away a booklet with Xian Tian Gong printed on it if you spend a certain amount of gold soul coins. She really didn't know whether to be angry or sad. Is the Tang sect really that bad? Su Yunhan looked in the direction of Sea God Island and sneered. As early as the moment the news reached Sea God Island, Mai and his group left Shrek City. It seems that they are heading to Tianling continent to look for the inheritance of the gods. Chao Dizhi is gone, Yun Ming and Mai are gone, Long Yeyue has regained control of the Sea God Pavilion and temporarily taken over the position of the leader of the Tang sect. Su Yunhan's goal has been achieved. On the other hand, after learning that the Holy Spirit Church had made the secret public, Mai and his 4 companions left Shrek City directly before other forces had a chance to visit them, and flew at full speed towards the direction of the Tianling continent. But they didn't know that Su Sancher, who was dressed as a woman, led several followers to avoid detection through some mysterious means and followed closely behind the 4 people. It took the 4 of them only 2.5 days to reach the Tianling continent. Without taking any time to rest, they rushed straight to the area where the Dragon Valley was located. This should be the place, right? Makino muttered to himself, looking at the map in his hand. Yunming nodded and said, yes, it is here, I have sensed the existence of a small world, I will rest here for a while and adjust my condition. When Su Sancher and his companions saw Mai and his 4 companions resting on the spot, they stopped and took out some Bloody Mary from their soul guides and swallowed it. When they were almost recovered, Hades Dolua Halosa could not help but ask. Master, why don't we just attack them directly? At this distance, if we launch a sneak attack, they will definitely not be able to react immediately, we have at least a 60 chance of winning. Su Sancher frowned and said, don't worry, Yun Ming is not an ordinary person, if we push him too far, he will directly detonate the half-god seat, and none of us will be able to escape. Let them explore the way first. The inheritance of gods is not so easy to obtain, there is no guarantee that some temple guardians will appear, when the time comes, while they are fighting hard, we will. As he spoke, Su Sancher made a gesture of wiping his neck. Soon, an hour passed, and Mai and the other 3 slowly got up, found the location of the Dragon Valley, forcibly tore a hole in the space of that small world, and then drilled in. Su Sancher and his group followed closely behind. The moment they entered the small world where the Dragon Valley was located, Mai and the other three were shocked by the scene before them. Countless dragon souls were hovering in the sky. Not far away was a majestic palace. The gate of the palace was a teleportation portal formed by condensed energy, which was full of mystery. Yunming, holding the sky-lifting spear, slowly walked towards the palace. The remaining three people were located in three different directions, left, right, and center, following closely behind Yunming. Zhang Xian died here, which had to make them wary. After walking a few steps, Yunming suddenly turned around, pointed the sky-lifting spear in his hand in a certain direction, and said in a deep voice, "The treasures of heaven and earth belong to those who are destined to possess them, and this is even more true for the inheritance of the gods. Since fellow souls are here, why don't you show yourself to see them?" Just when Su Sancher and his companions thought that their whereabouts were exposed, the next moment, accompanied by a flash of white light, a group of title DOURO landed not far in front of them. There were about 100 people, including some super DOURO of level 96, 97, and 98. Sure enough, there will never be a shortage of people who are good at calculating in this world. Looking at the dark mass in front of them, Makino and the other three were stunned. The thing they were most worried about had happened. Human nature is greedy. All the soul masters who come to Dragon Valley are determined to die. If they gain nothing from this trip, there is no guarantee that someone will do something extreme. Alas! If it was 10,000 years ago, when the Sea God Pavilion was at its most glorious, they wouldn't have been so restrained and would have just killed them all. After a long silence, Mai slowly said, "You all came here for the inheritance of the gods. It is a way for you to travel together and take care of each other. I am not talented, but as the current head of the Sea God Pavilion and the leader of the Soul Master world, I am willing to lead the way for all soul friends." After saying that, Mai waved his sleeves and walked towards the palace gate. "Master, what should we do now? Should we just follow?" Su Sancher chuckled and said, "No hurry, let them explore inside for a while. The inheritance of gods is about fate, there is no rule of first come first served. The lifespan of an extreme DOURO is only about 250 years, without the 9 divine tests, who would be willing to wash away this evil spirit and become a normal spirit master?" The followers of the Holy Spirit Church deeply believed in this. With the blessing of the Holy Spirit Church's secret techniques, their lifespan would be a little bit higher than that of normal soul masters. At most, they could live 20 to 30 years longer. Even so, it was still 1/9 of the lifespan of an ultimate DOURO. This world is a little too distorted. Soon, Mai and a group of title DOURO arrived at the palace gate. As the gate slowly opened, a corridor surrounded by fire appeared in front of everyone. Makino and the other three just looked at each other, ignoring the thoughts of the people behind them, and walked in on their own. From this moment on, more than 100 title DOURO divided into more than 10 groups of different sizes and headed toward exploring the interior of the palace. There was no way around it, it was just human nature. Even though they were well aware of the strength of Yunming, Mai, Yuan and Jintian, and Chao Deji, they knew that only by banding together could they have a chance to compete with each other, and they were unwilling to put their backs on a stranger. For a piece of soul bone that is 100,000 years old, fathers and sons can kill each other. And husbands and wives can turn against each other. It is just a temporary alliance, and it is destined to not last long in the face of the inheritance of the gods. For 3 days, a full 3 days, everyone turned the palace and the entire Dragon Valley upside down, but they did not find any inheritance from the gods. What the hell is going on? There is no such thing as a legacy of gods. Who on earth made up this rumor with a lifeless baby? 3 days had already worn out everyone's patience. After all, among those who came to explore the miracle, low-level title DOURO accounted for more than half. At this time, only super DOURO still had some value, and title DOURO had long been everywhere. They did not have the tolerance of Mai and others. Listening to everyone's complaints, Mai felt vaguely uneasy. If this was not an independent little world with energy 3 times as abundant as the outside world, he would have suspected that Guchen was deceiving him. Wait, cheating. Mai finally figured out where his uneasiness came from. A 23-year-old title DOURO, whose 3 fiancés were all dead. It was fine that he didn't want to pay for his wives, but he turned a blind eye to the inheritance of the gods. Is this justified? Mai said coldly. If you delay, something bad will happen, come back to Shrek with me. Before he finished speaking, 3 4-colored fire lotuses fell from the sky and landed directly on the heads of these visitors. Many weak soul masters were instantly turned into pools of blood under the scorching heat of the fire lotus. 7th soul skill, dark black tortoise true body. 9th soul skill, eternal control. At the critical moment, Su Sancher was still reliable. He did not abandon his followers, but held up a huge shield to cover his men. As the flames faded, Su Sancher collapsed to the ground instantly. He aged at a speed visible to the naked eye and became an old woman. Holosa hurriedly took out a small bottle of Bloody Mary from the soul guide and poured it on Su Sanchi's head. Only then did Su Sancher return to his normal state and slowly climbed up from the ground. The condition of Makino and his 3 companions was not very good either. Although they had withstood the explosion of the low-profile version of the 4-colored Fire Lotus, with the blessing of the 4-character battle armor. The consumption of their soul power was not great, but the spiritual trauma was eternal. In this world, is there any flame more powerful than the ultimate fire? Su Sancher, do you still remember me? Accompanied by a clear female voice, Wang Donger, wearing a blue and pink skirt armor, landed in front of everyone. Hearing this, Su Sancher felt a little surprised. Ever since he gathered the followers of the Holy Spirit Church and became the new leader of the Holy Spirit Church, he has called himself the Holy Lord. The name Su Sancher has not been used for many years. Even when Xue Lingxuan was critically ill, he had never returned to Xianming's sect to visit her. You are Wang Donger. Su Yunhan's young wife. Wang Donger said coldly, Su Sancher, you have lived for more than 10,000 years and witnessed the rise and fall of many forces, how do you feel? Su Sancher said in a deep voice, some people always say, immortality is a punishment, no one can endure the grief brought by the death of their loved ones. But it is also a kind of luck that a person does not need to reincarnate again and again, and does not need to experience life with different genders, classes, and identities. You have to sacrifice to gain. 10,000 years of loneliness have saved me from the cycle of life and death, and from living a life like an ox or a horse. As soon as these words were spoken, Mayan Yuan Enjintian's eyes widened instantly. Who among us, especially those in high positions, doesn't want to live forever? If they could find an opportunity for immortality by degenerating into evil soul masters, they would betray their beliefs without a second thought. 8th soul skill, Ling Tian strike. Wang Donger used the wings of the butterfly god to float in the air, and the clear sky hammer, which was more than a person's height, smashed straight towards Mai's head. Mai reacted quickly and instantly entered a state of martial spirit possession. A golden energy shield blocked the clear sky hammer outside. Ants. As Wang Donger's arms continued to infuse soul power into the clear sky hammer, the energy shield surrounding Mai shattered, and a pitch-black hammer hit him heavily on the top of his head. Everyone, if you want to survive, please join forces to fight the enemy. Her strength has already exceeded the scope of the ultimate DOURO. As soon as Yuan and Henshin finished speaking, Su Sancher took Holosa and others back several steps. Seeing that Wang Donger was too busy to take care of them, they hurriedly followed the route they came from and rushed towards the edge of the Dragon Valley. They waved their sleeves and left without taking a single cloud with them. Fight the enemy together. Who the hell dares to join forces with you, Poseidon Pavilion? Looking at the backs of Su Sancher and his group, Yunming said coldly. Senior, would you rather let several high-level evil soul masters cause trouble than block our way? Wang Donger sneered, Yunming, you are a ruthless man who created a semi-god status, why do you want to learn the tricks of the Sea God Pavilion? Why would there be so many reasons for killing a person? Wang Donger released his full momentum, and the clear sky hammer in his hand became so powerful that he was able to fight against 4 people at once without losing the upper hand. But as time passed, Yunming vaguely sensed that something was wrong. If it was a dragon-killing game, why had the 4 of them survived for so long? Judging from her words and actions, she doesn't seem like a person with the mentality of a little girl. She is stalling for time. Poseidon Pavilion, Tang's sect, and Yuan family are in danger. After receiving Yunming's message, the 3 of them changed their expressions and sped up their moves. Now, 3, 2, 1, run. Almost at the same time, the 4 of them detonated the battle armor parts on their bodies. Taking advantage of the explosion, they hurriedly retreated to the edge of the Dragon Valley. When they were about to tear through the space to leave the Dragon Valley, they were blocked by a woman in a green dress. When he saw Xiaoqing's face, Mai's heart instantly sank to the bottom. 3 days. No, 5 days had passed. Poseidon Pavilion and Tang's sect might no longer exist, right? Xiaoqing curled her lips and threw 2 colored fire lotuses towards the 4 people as if they were free. There are obstacles in front and pursuers behind. How to break this situation? 9th soul skill, skylifting, sun shooting. Under the cover of the 3 people, the skylifting spear in Yunming's hand flew out and penetrated the edge of the Dragon Valley. A huge rune was outlined, and the surrounding space was shaking. Just when Yunming was about to continue transferring soul power, Wang Donger arrived in time and smashed down the clear sky hammer in his hand. No, if we continue like this, the four of us will all die here. Take good care of the Tang sect for me. I will go ahead. Zhang Xian died, and her late husband, Doulo Chao Deji, was unwilling to live in vain, so he chose to reverse his soul power and open an escape route for his three close friends. In terms of combat ability alone, Chao Deji was far ahead of Ayin, who was just relying on her status as the core of life to suppress others. A quasi-god level extreme Doulo self-destructed. Even someone as strong as Wang Donger could not ignore it completely. He could only watch Yunming, Mai, and Yuan Enjintian escape from Dragon Valley. Looking at the three people's backs gradually going away, a barely perceptible smile flashed across Wang Donger's face. The first part of the plan had been accomplished. After leaving Dragon Valley, Yunming and the other two had no choice but to flee forward in panic. If they were entangled, their lives would be over. Half an hour passed, and the three's soul power had run out. Without the protection of battle armor, the impact of Chao Deji's self-explosion caused them considerable damage, and the wounds on their bodies began to worsen. There was no other way, they could only rest for a while in a small valley. Without a healing soul master, the three could only use the most primitive method. They first ground the healing medicine into powder, applied it evenly on the wound, and then wrapped it with gauze. This method of disposal, well, is obviously not very useful. And it is considered a last resort. For soul masters of their level, ordinary healing soul masters are of no use at all, and high-level healing soul masters basically do not appear in small cities anymore. Besides, going out to look for a higher-level healing soul master in their current state would be simply courting death. Those two women might have already set up a trap outside, waiting for them to take the bait. The sky gradually darkened. The three men were injured, so they wanted to find a more comfortable place to recuperate. They had just found a cave that could shelter them from the wind, but they discovered, someone had already got there first. Mai was surprised and asked, Su, Master Su, why are you here? Seeing Su Sancher and his group sitting in the cave playing cards, Yunming and the other two felt their hearts drop to the bottom in an instant. Their battle armor was gone and their bodies were covered with wounds. Even if they could defeat these evil soul masters, they would not be able to escape unscathed. Su Sancher said unhappily, why, are you trying to say that we evil soul masters are beings that everyone can kill and are not worthy of appearing in front of you? No, that's not the case, Yuan Enjintian said hurriedly. Everyone, let me introduce myself. I am Yuan Enjintian, the patriarch of the Yuan family. My ancestor Titan is the sworn brother of the first-generation Shrek 7 Devils, Soft-Bone Doulo, and the brother-in-law of the second-generation Sea God. For the sake of our ancestor, can you please let us go this time? Halosa sneered, I never thought that you, the Sea God Pavilion, could be so cowardly. I still remember that when I revealed my talent, you, the Sea God Pavilion, tried to invite me, but I didn't want to, so you labeled me an evil soul master. Why are you not tough now? Didn't you keep saying that your Sea God Pavilion is a reputable and upright sect and will never associate with evil soul masters? Now, why are you kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy from us? Facing Halosa's ridicule, Makino and the other two remained silent. The force was stronger than them, and if they wanted to survive, they had no choice but to swallow the evil consequences sown by Poseidon Pavilion. Su Sancher quickly waved his hand, interrupting Halosa's speech, and looked at Mai and the other two, and slowly said, I cannot attack you, but as a reward, I want the collections of your 3 lives. After listening to the mocking words for so long, the 3 of them were not reluctant to part with these things, which were just personal belongings. After handing over the storage soul guide, Su Sancher was very considerate and asked his accompanying nanny to simply treat the injuries of the 3 people. Watching his little nanny treating 3 people, Feng Jiu, who was known as the Blood Emperor, curled his lips, and the word dissatisfaction was almost written on his face. After hearing Feng Jiu's words, the faces of Mai and the other two instantly turned cold. They quickly stood up and made a gesture as if they were ready to fight the enemy. Su Sancher chuckled and said, Xiao Jiu, don't be nervous, Sky-lifting Dolua, War God Dolua, and Chief Yuan En are not outsiders, at least, before Wang Donger and the others died, we were all in the same boat. Feng Jiu said angrily, Su Xingjun, stop putting on such a righteous attitude here. Aren't you just trying to get some advice on how to create your own godhood by attacking me from the side? You have been wanting to become a god and clear yourself for a long time. Su Sancher said with a bad face, Feng Jiu, if I hadn't rescued you from the Tang sect law enforcement team, you would have been dead. Is this your attitude towards your benefactor? Feng Jiu roared, let's put things in perspective, I'll do whatever you want. Even if you want to satisfy your desire to be with a normal man, I won't reject you. But if you want to betray the Holy Spirit Church, then you'd better step over my dead body first. Seeing this scene, Makino and the other two became even more confused. They didn't know whether there was a real conflict within the Holy Spirit Church or whether it was just a double act in front of them. It's unreasonable, you, Fengjiu, are really unreasonable. Is it wrong for me to want to become a god and live under the sun? Wang Donger and others have reappeared in the world, the days of the evil soul master's freedom are over. Su Sancher shook his head and said with regret, they are different from the Sea God Pavilion, they can't tolerate any injustice, the world is so big that there is no place for the Holy Spirit Church. Su Xingjun, you have lived for 10,000 years, and you are still not satisfied? Could it be that, in order to continue to live, you, Su Xingjun, want to openly betray the DOURO world and invite invasion from other planes? Makino, Yunming, Yuan Enjintian. He came out after calling for thousands of times, still half hiding his face with his pipa in his arms. These two people sang in unison, it turns out that they wanted to. The moment he saw Shaoqing, Mai felt as if the sky had fallen. The person he trusted the most actually wanted to kill him all the time. No one wants to die, especially those who have a certain level of cultivation and power. They wish they could live forever. The moment they heard about the invasion by outsiders, the desire in Mai's heart was instantly ignited. But the problem is that Yunming and Yuan Enjintian have different ideas. One of them created a semi-god position by himself. And his own strength and status were given to him by the DOURO world. The other has no close relationship with the Sea God Pavilion. Even if the Sea God Pavilion perishes, he and his family do not need to be buried with the Sea God Pavilion. After all, the plot has changed. The Yuan family did not move to Shrek City, and Yuan Enjintian did not become a true elder of the Sea God Pavilion. There is still room for easing everything. There is really no need to make such an act of betraying one's ancestors together with the Holy Spirit Church. At the same time, in the inner city of Shrek, Su Yunhan was lying on a lounge chair in the courtyard basking in the sun when Ling Zichen hurried over and threw a stack of intelligence on Su Yunhan's face. Ling Zichen said coldly, the Sun Moon Empire's Shinji Battalion has already marched out of Jialing Pass and has successively conquered several cities in the Xing Luo Empire, how can you still sit still? Su Yunhan picked up the information thrown to him, looked at it symbolically for a while, and said slowly. Zi Chen, notify everyone, in 1 hour, all the senior leaders of the Tang sect. The elders of the Poseidon Pavilion, and the patriarchs of the major families will go to the Poseidon Pavilion meeting room to discuss matters. If you don't come this time, you don't have to come in the future. Ling Zichen nodded, turned around quickly, and ran out of the mansion in a hurry. Half an hour later, Su Yunhan walked slowly into the door of the Poseidon Pavilion conference room. The conference room was already full. Except for the various strong men from the Tang sect, almost all the important figures in Shrek's inner city were present. Su Yunhan closed the door of the conference room, came to the main seat and sat down. After looking around, he nodded and said in a deep voice. Old Tower Master, everyone is here, we can start, except for Ling Zichen, the rest, don't leave anyone alive. As soon as he finished speaking, an old man with white hair walked out from behind the main seat. The moment they saw the old man's face clearly, everyone's heartbeat seemed to stop. The other party was none other than the former master of the spirit-transferring tower, heaven-wearing DOURO Akayan. As the Panlong stick fell, the strong men of Poseidon Pavilion and Tang sect were instantly turned into meat paste. From then on, Poseidon Pavilion and Tang sect were completely destroyed. At this moment, Long Yeyue, dressed in a dark red palace dress, was suspended in the air above the Sea God Island. Through her soul power, her clear female voice spread throughout the entire DOURO star. The acting leader of the Sea God Pavilion and the acting leader of the Tang sect hereby announced that the Sea God Pavilion and the Tang sect will be dissolved and will no longer gather faith for any gods, may the great Tao bear witness to this. As a bolt of lightning fell, the statues of the former Sea God Tang San, the current Sea God Chen Shao, the soft-boned DOURO Shao Wu, the nine-colored goddess Ning Rongrong, the god of food Oscar, the god of war Dai Mubai, the god of speed Zhu Zhuqing, and the god of phoenix Ma Hongjun instantly turned into a pool of powder. This is not over yet. A girl with long golden hair took over Long Yeyue's position, and a beautiful and ethereal voice once again resounded throughout the DOURO star. Angel DOURO Qiangui, today I rebuild the spirit hall, establish my heart for the world, establish my life for the people, and bring eternal peace to the DOURO world. May the avenue bear witness to my actions. The master of the Spirit Pagoda, Qiangu Dongfeng, hereby announces that from now on, the Spirit Pagoda will be renamed the Spirit Hall. The Qiangu family and the Angel family will jointly hold the power of the Spirit Hall to maintain peace in the DOURO world. May the great Tao bear witness to this. Before he finished speaking, waves of power of faith surged into Yi, oh no, Qian Gu Yi and Qian Gu Dongfeng's bodies. The aura of the two of them suddenly soared. They were only one small opportunity away from becoming a true god. The perspective turns back to the meeting room of Poseidon Pavilion. Looking at the mess in the house, Ling Zichen swallowed his saliva and said coldly. Gu Chen, you killed all the high-ranking officials of the Tang sect, why did you leave me, Ling Zichen, alone? Aren't you afraid that I will endure hardships and take revenge on you one day? Su Yunhan said calmly, I have been the head of the Sea God Pavilion for 10,000 years, is this reason enough? The 10,000-year-old pavilion master of Poseidon? Ling Zichen's face was full of doubts. She didn't understand. As someone who came from the Tang sect, even though she was the adopted daughter of the Tang sect master, she had nothing to do with the Poseidon Pavilion. After saying that, Su Yunhan put his hands behind his back and walked out of the Poseidon Pavilion meeting room. After spending a whole afternoon, Ling Zichen finally finished reading the 3 history books. Well, how should I put it, she felt that the Ling Zichen in them was not worth it. The Ling Zichen who guarded the Sea God Pavilion for Tang San for 10,000 years, and in the end, did he achieve the title of Divine King? Obviously. No. After the first generation of the Shrek 7 devils, who have achieved the status of gods. Hui Yuhao, Tang Wudong, Tang Wulin, Tang Xuanyu, and Bai Shuxiu are all from the Tang family. It is said, if the god realm had not been blown away by the turbulence of time and space, Yunming would definitely be able to achieve the status of a god, right? According to Ling Zichen, this is absolutely impossible. If the god realm controlled by Tang San is still there, Yunming might not even be able to condense this godly position, let alone achieve the position of a god. Ling Zichen is not stupid. With her god's perspective, she can naturally see this slight truth. For Tang San, anyone who is not a member of the Tang family must have a different heart, and he will never allow anyone who is not a member of the Tang family to ascend to the god realm. Ugh. Ling Zichen sighed and walked out of the Poseidon Pavilion meeting room. After leaving the Poseidon Pavilion, Ling Zichen only felt an extremely strong smell of blood instantly coming towards him. How many people were killed? At this moment, a girl in armor quickly stepped forward. Bowed slightly in the direction of Ling Zichen, and said. Bishop Ling, His Majesty the Dragon Emperor has instructed me that if you can walk out of the Sea God Pavilion safely, you should go to the mansion to find him, and he will answer your doubts. Bishop. Ling Zichen really didn't expect that she would hear this title that only existed in books in her lifetime. She just didn't know whether it was the Cardinal or the Platinum Bishop. She is about to break through level 80. According to the Spirit Hall's standards, she should be a Platinum Bishop, right? No, the situation is different from before. At this point in time, there are already too many title DOURO, and it is impossible to assign positions according to the standard of 20,000 years. Ling Zichen herself did not expect that just because of 3 history books, she would completely give up the idea. A hero who has guarded the Sea God Pavilion for 10,000 years, not only did he not obtain the title of God King, he doesn't even have a proper god position, is such a god really worthy of her? Ling Zichen's loyalty. Unconsciously, Ling Zichen pushed open the door of the ancient, Su mansion, came to Su Yunhan, and asked weakly. What happened to Ling Zichen in Legend of the Dragon God? In the end, Su Yunhan said thoughtfully, you have also seen that Xiao Wu died of illness. Tang San committed suicide for love, the great god's circle fell apart, Gu Yuna devoured her husband and son, and regained the authority of the god realm for the Soul Beast clan. And the DOURO world once again ushered in a restart. Zichen, what do you think if Xiao Wu didn't die of illness and Tang San didn't commit suicide for love, what would be the fate of Ling Zichen in that world? Ling Zichen pondered and said, in my opinion, Tang San will not keep Ling Zichen from that world in the god realm, but will send her down to DOURO continent to continue to serve as the head of the Sea God Pavilion. Ling Zichen has guarded the Sea God Pavilion for 10,000 years while she has not returned to the god realm. Her reputation in the Sea God Pavilion has long surpassed that of Tang San, the Sea God. Only slightly, given Tang San's temperament, he would never tolerate the existence of Ling Zichen. I'm afraid Tang San will set up a trap to bring in other planes again, or use the anti-Sea God Pavilion forces to grind Ling Zichen to ashes, even devouring his soul, and cutting off the possibility of his resurrection. After doing all this, Tang San will bring down divine punishment and slaughter all those rebels, and then slaughter a few cities to demonstrate the authority of the Sea God. Su Yunhan, this is similar to Tang San. At the same time, in a valley in Tianling continent, my, Yunming, Yuan Enjintian, Su Sancher, and all the people from the Holy Spirit Church sat on the ground, all looking unhappy. After the Spirit Hall was reborn, the status of the Holy Spirit Church was in jeopardy. As the last official leader of the Sea God Pavilion, Mai would definitely be liquidated by the Spirit Hall. No, he must survive and find the way to immortality, even if he has to bear a bad reputation for it. Master Su, when are we going to lead the strong men from other planes to enter? If we delay for too long, the Spirit Hall will regain the hearts of the people, which will be bad for us. Su Sancher waved his hand, and a beautiful woman with cool clothes and dark purple skin appeared in front of everyone. Su Sancher said with a smile, "Let me introduce some to you. This is the fourth of the 7 guardians of the Immortal Clan, also known as the Blood Demon Clan, Tianquan Zai. Tianquan is the title, Ziyi is the name." If Su Yunhan was here, he would definitely be shocked when he heard the title. Tianquan. Tianquan, and there just happened to be only 7 guardians. What a familiar word. Ziyi looked the 3 people in front of him up and down, and finally, said with a strange expression. "I need you to promote the name of Poseidon Pavilion and recruit those ambitious people who still have their hearts set on Poseidon Pavilion. Our immortal clan will take the lead. Yun Ming, Yuan and Jintian. Isn't this right? If they lead armies from other dimensions to attack the DOURO world, the worst that can happen is that they will hide behind the scenes. When everything is settled, who would dare to accuse them of betraying their roots? But if they fight for the immortal clan under the banner of the Sea God Pavilion, when the immortal clan army invades the DOURO world, the 3 of them will definitely be pushed out to take charge of the situation. By then, there is no need to say what will happen to the 3 of them. Together with the 2nd generation Sea God Tang San and the 3rd generation Sea God Qin Shao. Their reputations will become infamous, and there will be no possibility of recovery. However, if you think about it carefully, the immortal clan's approach is indeed reasonable. The 2 worlds have certain differences in cultivation systems, culture, history, and customs. Letting unprofessional people take charge will only backfire. Before this, the immortal clan must win over a force that has a certain reputation in the DOURO world, and the Poseidon Pavilion is their best choice. A force that has been passed down for more than 20,000 years, no matter how unpopular it is, will always have some die-hard fans, right? Hundreds of millions of people cannot be killed. Mai quickly bowed and flattered, "Please rest assured, Lord Tianquan. After I recover from my injuries, I will do my best to recruit available people to fight for the Xianling tribe's attack, so that Lord Tianquan's cultivation will not be in vain." Ziyi. This Makino, forget it. Be shameless if you want to. At this stage, the fairy clan needs such shameless people to take the lead. As long as the absolute strength of the fairy clan is guaranteed, there is no need to worry about the loyalty of such people. The perspective switches to Shrek, oh no, Wuhan City. Most of the former Shrek Academy students were sent back to their respective cities. Since the Star Luo Empire was still at war and Su Yunhan was not an unkind person, the students who were from the Star Luo Empire stayed in Wuhan City temporarily. Su Yunhan was lying on a recliner, looking through the intelligence from the front line, and said thoughtfully. "It's really surprising, such a big thing happened, and Tang Hao didn't show up. And those 2 licking beasts didn't even come to cause trouble. Zi Chen, do you think, are the 2 of them secretly accumulating strength? Preparing to stab us in the back when we are fighting hard with the Abyss Plane?" Ling Zichen said dimly, "It should be, unlikely. After fighting in the human world for 20,000 years, even the most naive soul beasts should have some scheming. Even if they sacrifice their lives for Tang San, when the God Realm returns, can they make further progress in their original status? Obviously not. Without sufficient rewards, who would be willing to risk their lives for Tang San? They are just sworn brothers. And there is no blood relationship. Even if there is a blood relationship, looking at the history of Dolua continent, aren't there many examples of uncles of kings taking the lead in treason?" Ling Zichen started talking and chattered non-stop in Su Yunhan's ear. "In my opinion, they are not opposed to returning to the Soul Beast clan. As long as we don't care, they should not interfere too much in the direction of Dolua continent before the matter is settled." After listening to Ling Zichen's analysis, Su Yunhan nodded, immediately stood up from the recliner, and walked out of the mansion. After leaving the mansion, Su Yunhan left the inner city and walked towards the headquarters of the Spirit Transmission Tower. The original Shrek Academy has been razed to the ground, and the relevant persons in charge are working on the construction of buildings such as the Pope's Palace, the Elder's Palace, and the Dolua Palace. Before that, they have to carve a statue of a 6-winged angel overnight. As soon as he entered the door, Su Yunhan ran into Leng Yulai, who was sulking. Leng Yulai? Yulai, what's the conflict between you and your sister? You are sisters, why is your relationship so strained? Leng Yulai said weakly, although we are sisters, we separated when we were very young and don't have many memories of each other. Later, we applied for Shrek Academy at almost the same time. The two of us, who had similar talents, fought for the position of class monitor for several years. Even after entering the inner courtyard, the fight between us did not stop. Later, by chance, we learned about our own life experiences. How should I put it? We didn't feel the joy of reuniting like real sisters. Perhaps it was because we had been fighting for too long, or perhaps it was for other reasons. At most, the relationship between us was that of ordinary classmates. Humph. A wild woman who came out of nowhere and always wants to control me like a sister. Su Yunhan. The amount of information is quite large. What is the relationship? Isn't this just a tsundere? An older sister who wants to show her love and care to her younger sister, and a younger sister who is unwilling to be a younger sister. What is this? Under the guidance of the maid, Su Yunhan took the elevator and came to the top floor of the spiritual pagoda headquarters. Su Yunhan walked into an office on the top floor, and said to Qian Gui who was sorting out the documents. Gui, how is it going? Is the reform of the spiritual pagoda going smoothly? Yi Gai said softly, it is going smoothly. Many systems of the spirit hall and the spirit pagoda overlap to a great extent. For the time being, it will not affect anyone's interests. Through investigation, we found that the spirit pagoda branches in some cities are severely corrupt. Although they haven't reached the point of robbing houses, they openly embezzle the funds allocated by the headquarters, resulting in extremely poor treatment in the subordinate orphanages. The quality of some souls is worrying. Su Yunhan said calmly, such scum who ruin the reputation of the spiritual pagoda should be sent directly to mine. As for the accomplices, just give them a verbal criticism, confiscate their ill-gotten gains, and cut off their path to promotion. If the water is too clear, there will be no fish. If you want to be the master and be a good master, you must learn to play blind. No one is perfect, and the same goes for soul masters and gods. As he spoke, Su Yunhan helped Qian Gai organize the documents on the desk. Suddenly, the soul guide communicator in his arms rang twice. Su Yunhan picked it up and looked at it. He couldn't help but frown, then put down the information in his hand and walked out of the room. The scene changed, and inside the Su mansion, a strong man in armor knelt down in front of Su Yunhan. Junior Su Ruohui, I pay my respects to the ancestors. Su Ruohui is the direct descendant of Su Yunjua, the son of Su Tianran and Juzi. There is nothing wrong with calling Su Yunhan his ancestor. Su Yunhan waved his hand and said with a smile, Ruohui, no need to be polite, stand up and talk. Su Ruohui then climbed up from the ground, placed his left arm flat in front of him, leaned forward slightly, and said, Ancestor, fortunately I have fulfilled your mission. I have already conquered Xinglua city and brought back all the queens, concubines, and princesses. As he spoke, Su Ruohui clapped his hands, and a group of women dressed in palace costumes were escorted in. Ruohui, isn't it said that Dai Tianling only has one daughter, Dai Yuner? Then who are these girls who are only 11 or 12 years old? Why does Dai Tianling like them? Su Ruohui said with a strange expression, Ancestor, those are also Dai Tianling's daughters, but their talents are poor and they have not awakened the white tiger martial spirit. Dai Tianling does not recognize their identities. When they turn 16, they will be sent out of the palace as rewards to the students of Xinglua Royal Academy. Su Yunhan said coldly, the emperor of a country is actually a beast behind the scenes. Ruohui, has Dai Tianling been caught? Su Ruohui couldn't help but feel guilty, and quickly knelt on the ground, saying, Ancestor, it is my incompetence that led Dai Tianling to be taken away by the deputy leader of the Holy Spirit sect, Death Dolua Fengjiu. Su Yunhan said expressionlessly, all right, I don't blame you. Are there any princesses who were given away as rewards by Dai Tianling who are still alive? Su Ruohui clapped his hands again, and a tall woman who looked no more than 25 or 26 years old was brought in. When the woman glanced at Dai Yuner who was kneeling straight on the ground, a faint smile suddenly appeared on her face. The woman knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times in the direction of Su Yunhan. I am Chu Ying, a commoner, meeting the king of Xinghua. Su Yunhan chuckled and said, Chu Ying, please introduce yourself. Chu Ying swallowed and said with a somewhat panicked look, Chu Ying, 24 years old, martial soul-breaking spear, 43rd level strong attack system battle soul sect. Su Yunhan said, Chu Ying, I have a task for you, teach Dai Yuner to be a qualified slave. After that, you will be the star Luo king of my Sun Moon Empire. Ruohui, provide Chu Ying with a few female guards to ensure her personal safety. Su Ruohui clasped his fists and said, yes, ancestor. In this way, Chu Ying took off Dai Yuner's palace skirt and put it on herself. She also asked several maids to roll up Dai Yuner with a straw mat and tied a small ribbon around her, and carried her out of the mansion like a thermos. As for the rest, the few intact princesses will be kept as rewards for meritorious soldiers, and the others, just destroy their soul power and throw them into the auction house. Before he finished speaking, Queen Zhu, who was at the front of the crowd, quickly crawled in front of Su Yunhan, ignoring the pain in her body, and begged bitterly. Senior Xinhua, please give me a way to live. I am willing to be a slave and a maid. I am willing to do anything you ask me to do. Are you really willing to do anything? Su Yunhan sneered. Bring Dai Yuan here. Su Ruohui seemed to be prepared. He clapped his hands again, and 2 armored soldiers escorted Dai Yuan over. Su Yunhan threw a dagger in front of Queen Zhu and said calmly, if you kill Dai Yuan, I can find you a job, or even allow you to remarry and live the rest of your life in peace. Hearing this, Dai Yuan on the ground struggled for a moment, looked at Queen Zhu who was gradually approaching, and begged, Mother, I am Yuan, your most beloved 4th Prince Yuan, you can't kill me, you can't kill me. Dai Yuan's words of begging for mercy did not arouse any sympathy in Queen Zhu. Instead, she quickened her pace. Queen Zhu gritted her teeth, dropped the dagger in her hand, grabbed Dai Yuan's head and exerted a little force, and the whole head was twisted off by her. Su Yunhan gave Ling Zichen a look, and Ling Zichen understood, then through the storybooks such as The Unknown Side of the Original Shrek 7 Devils. Liuli sacrifices herself to revitalize the sect. The Nether Spirit Cat and the Blue Silver Grass. The Pure and Jade. God King Tang. The Pure Love God of War. Dai Yinhu. The Modest Gentleman. Ma Gulan, and the Lady. Rogue Rabbit, in front of Queen Zhu. Tang San used the method of tampering with history books to discredit the Spirit Hall, and Su Yunhan used the same method to undermine the faith of the Tang family on DOURO Star. What's more, except for the fact that the authenticity of the content of Liuli sacrifices herself to revitalize the sect is not very certain, the rest of the stories are all real events. Queen Zhu agreed to the matter without hesitation. With the service of several maids, she slowly walked out of the mansion without any sadness on her face. Chen, oh no, Brother Han, what are you going to do with the remaining women? Are you really going to send them to the auction house? Su Yunhan thought for a moment and said, forget it, our spirit hall has always been against the slave trade. I, as the judge elder, cannot start this. How about this? Take those virgin princesses with you and teach them, starting with the lowest ranking maids. As for those old women, let them be buried with the Xing Luo Empire. At the same time, on Poseidon Island. The Sea God Island here is not the Sea God Island in Shrek's inner city, but 2 licking beasts. In order to compete with Wanshou Neng for the orthodoxy of the Soul Beast clan. They specially united the Sea Soul Beasts and Sea Soul Masters who believed in the Sea God and built an island in the east of the Tiando Empire. Creating a scene where Soul Masters and Soul Beasts live happily together, in order to demonstrate the benevolence of the Sea God. Inside the Temple of Poseidon, 2 men and 1 woman were sitting on the ground, all with sad expressions on their faces. After a long silence, the demon soul Great White Shark Xiaobai was the first to break the silence. You too, according to the intelligence from the mainland. The capital of Xingluo Empire has been breached by the Divine Machine Battalion of the Sun Moon Empire. It is only a matter of time before the Sun Moon Empire unifies the mainland. I am afraid that it will not be long before our Sea God Island, as the last piece of pure land of the Sea God forces, will be listed as their first target. The Titan Ape said in a silly voice, Brother, are we really going to fight to the death with the Sun Moon Empire, the Spirit Hall, and the 10,000 Beasts Alliance? The Azure Bull Python pondered, the Abyss Plane is approaching. If we fight to the death with the Spirit Hall, we will only waste the Dolua world's resources and let the Abyss Plane take advantage. For the sake of the general situation, let's take all the residents of Sea God Island away from Dolua continent. The people from Spirit Hall won't have the time to cross the ocean to attack us, right? Titan Giant Ape. Noob. That's true, but they always think that you, the Ming dynasty, are scared and don't want to confront the Spirit Hall head-on. The giant 6-winged angel shadow 2 days ago covered the entire Dolua star. The 3 of them saw it all. As witnesses to the demise of the Spirit Hall, they have not slept well since that day. The divine power contained in the bodies of these 2 half-baked divine beasts is less than 1/3 of that of Ain. They really have no confidence to compete with the real angel gods. Not to mention, the co-leader of the soul beasts. The silver dragon King Guyuna, is on the Dolua continent. Even if the other party's injuries have not recovered, the suppression from the bloodline alone is enough to make the 2 brothers lose their combat ability. The reputation belongs to Tang San, but his life is his own. It is unknown whether Tang San can come back, so there is no need to cut off his retreat. Just like that, under the leadership of the three big guys, a handful of sea soul masters boarded the shuttle boats, escorted by a group of magic soul great white sharks, and sailed towards the direction of the Tianling continent. They didn't know that a conspiracy was brewing in Tianling continent. The difference in the minds of the three bosses actually made them fall into the vortex of the struggle between the two planes. Half of my life has flowed like water, I miss you but you don't see me picking the fallen flowers. Long Yu stood in the back garden of the Liao Palace, picked a few petals and placed them in a teacup. Looking at Wu Jingchun and Zhang Qian, Long Yu couldn't help but sigh. For years ago, my useless nephew used the power of my Liao Palace to force you two to marry your daughters. Now, the head of the Wu family has become an elder of the Spirit Hall, a person that even I, Long Yu, can look up to. We can surrender, cede the southern provinces, give up the title of emperor, and only keep the entire Zhili province with Lingdo City as the center as the fiefdom of our Long family. Wu Jingchun shook his head and said, Your Highness, King of Liao, we can allow your Long family to go overseas with their direct descendants to establish a country, but we will never allow a country within a country on DOURO continent. Overseas, establishing a country? With the strength of the Tiando royal family, even if they abandoned most of the army, elders, and priests and only took their own direct descendants to sea, they could build an empire in less than 2 generations. Long Yu said thoughtfully, Elder Wu, let's be frank, the invasion of external forces is imminent. The comprehensive strength of other continents is far inferior to that of DOURO continent. Our Long family will not risk the severance of our inheritance by establishing a country overseas. I heard that the high-ranking officials of Poseidon Pavilion, Tang's sect, and Xinglua Empire all had bad endings. I am quite worried, if our Long family surrenders, will we suffer the same fate as them? Wu Jingchun said seriously, you don't have to worry about this. The Sea God Pavilion, the Tang sect, and the White Tiger Dai family are the culprits who destroyed the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall has re-emerged and should settle accounts with them. The current Tiando royal family has nothing to do with the Tianyi Shui family 20,000 years ago. If the Spirit Hall wants to settle accounts with your Long family, my husband and I will not come here to waste our words with you. We will directly use the Soul Guide cannon to bombard the Lingdo city and get it over with. Long Yu nodded in agreement. In the end, between Mingdu and Wuhuan city, Long Yu chose Mingdu on behalf of the entire Tiando royal family. If the Poseidon Pavilion were to revive, they would still have room to maneuver in Mingdu. Just like that, with the surrender of the Tiando Empire, the Long family moved to Mingdu, and it was only a matter of time before the Sun Moon Empire unified the continent. After traveling for 1.5 months, the people of Poseidon Island, led by the 2 licking beasts, finally saw the outline of the Tianling continent. The Azure Bull Python tapped the armrest of the chair and slowly said, Xiao Bai, you settled a herd of sea soul beasts in an area in the deep sea, Erming and I will take the group of human soul masters to the mainland to buy some supplies. Xiao Bai nodded, then returned to his animal form and sank into the sea. He led a group of sea soul beasts, bypassed the routes commonly used by humans, and used shells to start building their new homes in the deep sea. The 2 licking beasts led a group of sea soul masters to the Tianling continent. Well, there are not many sea soul masters, only less than 300, with a male-to-female ratio of about 4 to 6, and their strengths vary greatly. There are only 3 titled DOURO. This is no wonder. As early as 10,000 years ago, Zhao Ning'er slaughtered the so-called Sea God family. The ones who escaped the net all joined the Sea God Pavilion under the leadership of Qin Yi. As for the current members of the Sea God Island, they were all sea soul masters who came from coastal cities under the banner of the HIATUS sect by the 2 licking beasts. There were originally more than 1,000 of them. But under the laissez-faire attitude of the 2 brothers, many people felt that the Sea God Island had no future and fled on their way back to the mainland to obtain soul rings. The 2 licking beasts did not pursue those sea soul masters who fled in the face of battle. In their view, Tang San's plan was a joke. Letting the 2 of them, the 2 watchdogs, compete with the Soul Beast Co-Lord, the Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna, for the orthodoxy of the Soul Beast clan. Crazy, right? Back to reality. Tianqi Nyoma still had some brains and did not lead more than 200 sea soul masters to rush directly into the coastal city. Instead, they disguised themselves as passing merchants and entered the city in batches. But as soon as the 2 brothers entered the city, they were stopped by Mai in an alley. Makino bowed to the 2 of them and said, Seniors, how are you? How are you? Mai, aren't you the current head of the Sea God Pavilion? How did you end up in this place? It's no wonder that the Azure Bull Python was unaware of the situation. It's really because the news on Sea God Island is too isolated, and the news it receives is always several steps behind other forces. Makino said with a smile, 2 seniors, let's not talk about the previous things, let's talk about the current situation. I have established contact with the Immortal Clan and am ready to gather the remaining forces of the Sea God Pavilion and the Tang sect to pave the way for the Immortal Clan's army to invade the DOURO plain. The two seniors are Tang San's brothers-in-law. If you can restore order, the Demon Emperor will not be stingy with the throne in his hand and crown the two seniors as gods. Hearing this, the Titan giant ape grabbed Mai by the collar and scolded him. Mai, you are unworthy of being a son of a human being, how dare you collude with other planes to harm your own people? Today, I will execute you on behalf of the DOURO plane. Titan giant ape, it may be easy for you to kill me, but what about afterwards? Are you two going to go to the Spirit Hall and beg for forgiveness? Don't forget that you two contributed to Tang San's becoming a god. Now that the Spirit Hall has revived, the Sea God Pavilion, the Tang sect, the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect, the Clear Sky sect, the White Tiger Dai family, and other forces that destroyed the Spirit Hall have all suffered different degrees of reckoning. Do you think you two can escape? It must be said that Makino's words were indeed powerful enough, and after a few words, the Titan ape let go of Makino's collar, lowered his head with a serious expression, and pondered. Actually, the two licking beasts definitely cannot get through to the Spirit Hall, but it's not that there is no chance for them to return to the Soul Beast clan. The periphery of the Lake of Life is still lacking two gatekeepers. What, you said they were plotting against the Emperor's auspicious beast? It was all planned by that vegetable Tang San and the unfilial daughter Xiao Wu. The two licking beasts were at most an insider, oh no. Insider beasts, two simple-minded watchdogs, how could they have the brains to plot against the Emperor's auspicious beast? Mai was avoiding the main issue, constantly repeating the grievances between the two licking beasts and the Spirit Hall, without mentioning the Soul Beast clan at all. Any normal person would be able to hear the hidden meaning in Makino's words. Unfortunately, the two lickers were not normal. Oh no, they were not human at all. They had never experienced the hardships of life at the bottom of society, so they were destined to be led by the nose. But, the Spirit Hall's refusal to forgive them does not mean that they will betray the DOURO world. Their Aunt Yin, Uncle Tang Hao, and nephew Tang Wulin are still on the DOURO continent, so the Tang family is not without a chance to turn the tables. What they have to do now is to find a place to hide, stay out of this muddy water, and wait until the moment when the winner is decided, and then come out to join the corresponding forces. As the bottom of the Soul Beast world, they have no ambition to make progress. Compared to the higher levels of godhood, they want to stay alive more. After coming to their senses, the two brothers looked at each other, turned around quickly, and when they were about to leave, they were stopped by Ziyi and Su Sancher. Since you two are here, why don't you come in and sit down? Our Poseidon Pavilion's residence is very large. Looking at the purple-skinned woman in front of him, the azure bull python's face instantly darkened, and he said unkindly. You go your way, and I go mine, the two of us brothers and your immortal clan should have kept to ourselves, so why are you trying so hard to entangle us? If you continue to pester me, we two brothers will return to the Star Do Great Forest and confess our sins, and report everything to the Soul Beast Lord, the Silver Dragon King. At this moment, the sky blue bull python finally came to its senses and remembered that it also had the identity of a soul beast. Silver Dragon King. Ziyi weighed the pros and cons and decided not to continue pestering the other party. She took Su Sancher and Mai away. Even rabbits will bite when they are angry, let alone two licking beasts. Watching the three people's backs gradually going away, the two licking beasts finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, after this happened, it was impossible for them to rebuild a sea god island near the Tianling continent. The target would be too big, and the other party might come looking for them again. Just like that, the two licking beasts left the Tianling continent directly. That's right, just as everyone thought, they simply abandoned those sea soul masters and the sea soul beasts led by the magic soul great white shark Xiaobai. Xiaobai led a group of sea soul beasts to hide in the deep sea and deviated from the route. As long as they did not take the initiative to provoke human strongmen, there would be no problems. As for those sea god masters, they were all tricked here by them. They are just worthless items. What does their death have to do with them? Now, their main task is to find their great-nephew Tang Wulin, and protect him secretly or openly. Whether they continue to be loyal to the Tang family or tie Tang Wulin up and present him as a gift to the Soul Beast clan, they can take the absolute initiative. This trip to the Tianling continent has made them deeply involved in the vortex of struggle between planes. They know that if the fairies can find them once, they can definitely find them a second time. It will not work to continue to play around like before. After 2 days of flying, the two licking beasts finally returned to DOURO continent, but, as soon as they landed, they were in trouble. Apart from the name Tang Wulin, there was no information about their nephew. I don't even know the names of the other person's adoptive parents, the city they live in, or their growth trajectory. Brother, what should we do now? DOURO continent is so big, looking for a person is like looking for a needle in a haystack. The Titan giant ape took a sip of Tang Retien's brand of low-quality beer, and the expression on his face was extremely uncomfortable. Well. The Azure Bull Python lowered his head and thought. If the Poseidon Pavilion was still there, with the identities of the two brothers, they could just give a simple order, and those old people who kept silent about the Poseidon Pavilion would be able to find the person they wanted in no time. There are no ifs. The Sea God Pavilion has been destroyed, and the Clear Sky sect has been liquidated by the Spirit Hall. They can only rely on their own abilities to find their good nephew. No. It should be nephew Tang Wulin, right? The Azure Bull Python pondered. Ming, I remember that the information stored by the Blacksmith Association is interoperable across the continent, right? It seems to be like this, big brother, you ask this, oh. I understand, Xiao Wulin is Tang San's son, he is likely to have become a blacksmith. Go to the Blacksmith Association to check the resources, maybe you can find out the whereabouts of Xiao Wulin. The two brothers drank a few more glasses of Tang Retien brand beer, and after they were full, they stumbled to the Blacksmith Association in Donghai City. That's right, the two licking beasts were lucky and accidentally came to the city where Tang Wulin had worked. After arriving at the East Sea City Blacksmith Association, the Azure Bull Python was afraid that his second brother would do something bad, so he left the Titan giant ape outside, and he straightened his clothes and walked into the building of the Blacksmith Association. The Azure Bull Python quickly stepped forward, looked at the lady at the front desk, and after organizing his words briefly, he slowly said. Miss, I have a nephew who has been lost for many years, I only know that he is a blacksmith, but I don't know his whereabouts. Please help me inform the top leaders of your Blacksmith Association so that I can check the internal information of the Blacksmith Association. The lady at the front desk instantly became nervous. In this era when mechas and battle armors are popular, the status of blacksmiths has risen sharply. In order to own a complete set of 4-character battle armor, there are many people who secretly kidnap talented blacksmiths with the potential to be a god-level general. The Azure Bull Python came up and asked for internal information of the Blacksmith Association. No wonder the lady at the front desk thought too much. The lady at the front desk suppressed her restless heart and smiled professionally at the Azure Bull Python. Please wait a moment, I will pass the message to the guest. As she spoke, the lady at the front desk ran away like a flash, waving her sleeves, without taking a single cloud with her. Don't you have a soul communicator? Why did you make a special trip? The Azure Bull Python was a little puzzled. When he raised his head again and saw a group of soul masters holding various soul guide cannons pointing at him, he was stunned for a moment. Which link went wrong? Listen, people in front, slowly squat down, put on your handcuffs, and cooperate with the official investigation, otherwise, we will take necessary measures against you. As he spoke, a middle-aged man in the front threw a pair of dark green soul guide handcuffs in front of the sky blue bull python. Ugh! The Azure Bull Python sighed, did not put up any resistance, and obediently put the soul guide handcuffs on its wrists. He knew very well that this matter must not be made a big deal. As early as a month ago, he witnessed Qian Gui becoming a god with his own eyes, and the power of the angel throne was still so strong. The two brothers are just ordinary divine beasts. Without any divine position, the divine power they can mobilize is very limited. It is impossible for them to defeat Qian Gui, who possesses the super artifact Angel Holy Sword. Alas! In order to take the initiative, Azure Bull Python, endure it. As the effect of the soul guide handcuffs was activated, the sky blue bull python only felt a powerful repressive force enveloping him. In order not to burst the soul guide handcuffs, he forcibly suppressed his own strength and lay flat on the ground in a half-dead state. Seeing the effect of the soul guide handcuffs triggered, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and then two strong men walked out from the crowd and dragged the Azure Bull Python that was lying on the ground away. The subsequent interrogation process is no longer the responsibility of their Blacksmith Association. Soon, the city lord's mansion sent someone to investigate the matter. No matter what the officials asked, the sky blue bull python looked half-dead and said nothing. Seeing that he was a scoundrel, the officials had no way to deal with the Azure Bull Python. After confirming that the other party had no criminal record, they sentenced him to half a month in prison. Half a month later, the Azure Bull Python came out of prison and joined his good brothers. This time, they did not choose to attack head-on, but waited until dark and secretly sneaked into the data room of the East Sea City Forgers Association. When entering the data, the two brothers looked at the various devices and fell into deep thought. Ming, can you control these soul guides? Well, brother, you know me well, I don't even understand the martial soul awakening ceremony, do you think I can control this new soul guide device? In the end, the two licking beasts could only quietly leave the blacksmith association and find other solutions. Oh, big brother, my juniors have some connections in Tonghua City, maybe it will be possible to ask them to help us find the whereabouts of Xiao Wulin. It can only be this way. Just like that, the two brothers left Donghai City under the cover of night and flew straight towards Tonghua City. As soon as the sky brightened, the two of them arrived at the foot of Wanhe Mountain. Looking at the ruined Yunhan manor, the Titan ape's emotions exploded at this moment. Brother, let's just find a place to live in seclusion. There are 3 continents and 14 islands. As long as it's not on DOURO continent, we can live in seclusion in any mountain. I don't want to live in fear like this anymore. The Titan ape was so angry that he kept hitting the stone tablet in front of him with his iron fists until the stone tablet turned into a pool of powder. Ming, calm down. Listen to me carefully, even if we go into seclusion now, how many years can we live in peace? In front of a god king level warrior, we can be pulled out even if we hide underground. Ming, are you willing to completely give up our future for a few years of stable life? As soon as these words came out, the anger in the Titan giant ape's heart dissipated for the most part. Yes, if they gave up now. No matter which side between the Fairy Clan and the Spirit Hall won, as Tang San's brother-in-law, they would definitely be held accountable. As long as Tang Wulin can be controlled, he will have more bargaining chips. Once a person is forced into a desperate situation, his IQ will rise sharply. In order to find out the whereabouts of Yuanan's family, they went to Tonghua City and visited the Soul Master families in the city one by one. Masterly, I have some in-law relationship with the Yuanan family. I came to Tonghua City this time just to join them, you see. As he spoke, the Azure Bull Python stuffed a gold soul coin card with a stored value of 100,000 into Li Kei's hand. Li Kei looked at the gold soul coin card in his hand, and a bright smile suddenly appeared on his slightly old face. I heard that the eldest daughter of the Yuanan family was listed as a big figure in the Wuhan Hall, and the whole family moved to Wuhan City. Wuhan City. The sky blue bull python's face didn't look very good. If he went to Wuhan City now, wouldn't he be walking into a trap? God knows whether the members of the Yunhan family will still recognize the Titan giant ape as their ancestor after receiving the grace of the angel god. The scene changed, and the Titan giant ape stared at the scene in Wuhan City for a long time. Unable to calm down. The last time he came to Shrek City was to send his little niece Wang Donger to Shrek Academy. Unknowingly, 10,000 years had passed. The Azure Bull Python's intelligence was still quite good. It did not directly ask passers-by about the location of Yuanan's family. Instead, it came to the commercial street and wandered around aimlessly. Of course, they were not just strolling around, but pretending to be fans of the Spirit Hall. Wandering around the various stalls, and indirectly discussing the major events that had happened in the Spirit City in recent times, including those famous Soul Master families who came to join the Spirit Hall. After unremitting efforts, the two spent 5 days and finally found out the location of Yuanan's family mansion. So, the two brothers took advantage of the night and sneaked into Yuan Tiandang's room. Seeing two strangers sneaking into his room quietly, Yuan Tiandang subconsciously summoned his own martial soul out of instinct. Seeing that things were about to get out of hand, the Titan ape quickly revealed a trace of his aura. Tiandang, don't be nervous, it's me. Hearing this, Yuan Tian was stunned for a moment, then he put away his spirit and said with a bad face. Ancestor, if you are here to persuade us to leave Spirit City, then please go back, for the sake of our common blood, as long as you don't persecute Spirit Hall, I cannot report your affairs to the angel god. Azure Bull Python, ... Titan Giant Ape, ... Quite speechless. The Azure Bull Python quickly waved his hands and said with a smile. Tiandang, we will not interfere with your Yuan family's position. Well, we are here to ask you to do us a favor and help us find the whereabouts of a person in the Blacksmith Association. Yuan Tian frowned and asked, is it that simple? The Azure Bull Python said, it's that simple. Yuan Tian thought, if it's just like this, I can help you once. Yuan Tiandang walked out of the Yuan family's mansion with a heavy face. Surprisingly, he did not go to the Blacksmith Association to help the two licking beasts inquire about Tang Wulin's news, but drove directly to the Pope's palace. Your subordinate Yuan Tiandang greets His Holiness the Pope. Yuan Tiandang knelt on one knee and performed a standard kneeling ceremony towards Qian Gui above. Qian Gui waved his hand and said expressionlessly, Master Yuan, why are you in such a hurry to come to me? Yuan Tian said with a terrified look on his face, Your Holiness, the two brothers-in-law of Sea God Tang San just came to me and asked me to go to the Blacksmith Association to look for information about a blacksmith named Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin. Qian Gai blinked and quickly realized what the two licking beasts were thinking. A plan emerged in her mind. Qian Gai slowly stood up, said, follow me, and walked out of the hall. After many twists and turns, the two arrived at the spirit hall's death cell, the innermost room, a dark room without sunlight. A boy who looked no more than 14 or 15 years old was huddled in the corner, his slightly handsome face pale and his eyes full of confusion. Qian Gui pointed at the young man in the corner and said calmly, "He is Tang Wulin, the son of sea god Tang San." Tang San's son? Yuan and Tiandang couldn't help but feel somewhat fortunate that he didn't go directly to the Blacksmith Association to investigate Tang Wulin's news. End of this chapter. Your Majesty, now what should we do? Should we just surround and kill them both? Qian Gui shook his head and said, "They are both divine beasts, even if we make all the preparations, it will be difficult to save the lives of all the members of a Yuan family. As long as you join the Spirit Hall, you will all be my people, Qian Gui, I will not let them put themselves in danger." Hearing this, Yuan Entian slowly knelt on the ground and said, "I am willing to serve you till my death." Be it sincerity or hypocrisy, at least, the Spirit Hall did not discriminate against their Yuan family because they were the hardcore supporters of the Sea God Pavilion, which was in stark contrast to the extremely xenophobic Sea God Pavilion. Qian Gai didn't say anything else, but threw a peach blossom in front of Yuan and Tiandang, then took light steps and walked out of the dungeon. Looking at the bright silver forging hammer in front of him, Yuan and Tiandang fell into deep thought. In this world, the most difficult thing to guess is the mind of the superior. Peach blossom. Tang Wulin. What does this mean? After leaving the dungeon, Yuan Entian went to the Blacksmith Association in Wuhan City and retrieved some internal information. In Doulua continent, there are 4 blacksmiths named Tang Wulin, 3 of whom are women. Qilin means male and Lin means female. The name Tang Wulin itself is somewhat feminine. Looking at the information in front of him, Yuan Entiandang scratched his head and could only record the information of these 4 people step by step. Tao Hua, Tang Wulin, hey, if you have something to say, why don't you just say it directly? Why are you using riddles like this? After leaving the Blacksmith Association, Yuan and Tiandang once again returned to the dungeon and went straight to the jailer who was in charge of guarding Tang Wulin. Yuan Entian sat in an office, tapping the armrest of his chair with his fingers. He looked at the jailer in front of him and said slowly, "Relax, I just want to ask you a few questions. Is there anything special about the prisoner you are in charge of?" The jailer pondered and said, "Your Excellency, when he was sent here, his body was not sound. Unhealthy." Yuan and Tiandang looked at the peach blossoms in his hand and seemed to understand something. The scene changed, and in a secret room in the Yuan family mansion, Yuan and Tiandang pushed a piece of information in front of the 2 licking beasts. The 2 took it and looked at it, and were stunned. The Titan ape frowned and said, "Tiandang, how come there are 4 Tang Wulins, and they are all women? Ah. Are the 2 ancestors looking for a man named Tang Wulin? Qilin means male and Lin means female, who is so uneducated to give their son such a feminine name? Titan giant ape, Azure bull python, What the hell is going on?" The Titan giant ape said weakly, "Brother, are you sure that Xiao Wulin is our nephew, not our niece?" Well, after hearing what the Titan ape said, the Azure bull python was a little uncertain. In fact, they had never seen Tang Wulin, let alone confirm his gender. The Azure bull python still did not give up and continued to ask, "Tiandang, is there a possibility that the man is obviously a blacksmith, but there is no information about him in the Blacksmith Association?" Yuan and Tiandang pondered and said, "This possibility does exist. All the inner disciples of Haotian sect are blacksmiths, they have their own internal assessment methods and will not go to the Blacksmith Association for identity authentication. There is another situation, before a forger with strong talent joins Poseidon Pavilion, he will go to the Forger Association to cancel his identity information." Hearing this, the 2 brothers looked at each other, and the confusion in their eyes deepened. Yuan and Tiandang seemed to have said everything, but also seemed to have said nothing. If this is true, then the area is too large. For the 2 brothers alone, trying to find the real Tang Wulin would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. At this moment, Yuan and Tiandang looked around and confirmed that there was no one else. He quickly walked to the side of the Azure bull python, leaned over to his ear, and whispered, "Ancestor, I accidentally saw a list today, a list of the members of the Sea God Pavilion who are temporarily detained in the dungeon. The last name is Tang Wulin. Tiandang, can you take me to the dungeon? I want to go over and take a look." "I'm afraid that's not possible," Yuan and Tiandang said helplessly. "Ancestor, you also know that our Yuan family had a good relationship with the Sea God Pavilion before. No matter how tolerant the Spirit Hall is, it is impossible for us to investigate the Sea God Pavilion's diehards. We must avoid suspicion after all. I paid attention to the information about Tang Wulin, he was born in a civilian family in Aolai City. He worked hard in Donghai City for a period of time and joined Shrek Academy a year ago. He has a very strong talent. He was a 13-year-old 5th-level soul master. He was accepted as a disciple by the then-Sea God Pavilion Master Mai. He was detained in a dungeon because of his relationship with Mai. However, from what I have observed, Mai and Tang Wulin are not closely connected. Although they are called master and disciple, they are more like a pair of strangers who have only met a few times. I believe that it won't be long before he passes the investigation and regains his freedom. The Azure Bull Python quickly took out a piece of 100,000-year soul bone from its soul guide and handed it to Yuan and Tiandang. Tiandang, I haven't asked you for anything. Here, take it as the reward for this mission. When Tang Wulin is released from prison, I hope you can notify us. We can just take a look from a distance to confirm whether he is the person we are looking for. Yuan Entian nodded, and with a smile, he put the soul bone into the storage soul guide. After sending the 2 licking beasts away, Yuan and Tiandang came to the original headquarters of the spiritual transmission tower and found Leng Yaoju, the Tianfeng Dolua, who is now one of the 9 elders of the Pope's palace. Arriving at Leng Yaoju's office, Yuan and Tiandang dismissed everyone and said straight to the point, "Elder Tianfeng, there is a secret mission that requires your help." Leng Yaoju asked, "What do you need me to do?" Li. Dai. Tao. Jiang. A substitute for a dead person? Leng Yaoju frowned and said thoughtfully, "Elder Yuan N, there are many levels of Li Dai Tao Jiang. Just tell me, what level of soul master does the opponent of Li Dai Tao Jiang want to deceive?" Yuan Entian said coldly, 2 divine beasts that can mobilize some divine power. End of this chapter. Divine beast? Leng Yaoju nodded stiffly. She knew very well that Yuan and Tiandang did not come to discuss something with her, but to inform her. If she could handle this matter properly and rebuild the God realm in the future, relying on this merit, she, Leng Yaoju, would definitely be able to climb to a good position. It would be best if she could step on Qingu Dongfeng, the old man, under her feet. Why did Leng Yaoju, Yuan and Tiandang and others fully support the Spirit Hall? Because the newly established God realm needs a sufficient number of gods to maintain its operation. It can be said that the heads of large soul master families and talented disciples under the Spirit Hall have the opportunity to become gods. Having 2 gods or even 3 gods in one family is no longer a luxury. In this situation, which fool would still work for Tang San? It's like at the end of the ancient dynasty of Blue Star, a large-scale peasant uprising broke out in the empire, and you, as a county magistrate of a small city, with corrupt officials above you squeezing you, and evil servants at home ruining your reputation. Will you choose to stay in this position and wait for death, or rely on your own talents and resources to join a promising rebel army and seek the position of Marquis or even Duke? The truth is so simple. If Mai knew about this, he would most likely be the first one to raise the banner of resistance against Tang San and Poseidon Pavilion. However, unfortunately, human nature is greedy. Yuan and Tiandang, Leng Yaoju and others are destined not to publicize this matter. They don't want others to get ahead of them. After briefly understanding the situation, Leng Yaoju asked the dungeon staff to bring Tang Wulin over. Soon, Tang Wulin was escorted by several men in black into a laboratory at the former headquarters of the spiritual transmission tower. The moment he took off his hood, Tang Wulin didn't know where he got the strength from. He shook off the man in black beside him and knelt down in the direction of Leng Yaoju. "Auntie, please don't kill me, I'm only 14 years old, and..." Tang Wulin fell to his knees and begged desperately, trying to arouse Leng Yaoju's maternal instinct. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and shut his mouth." Hearing this, the men in black came to their senses, hurriedly found a piece of rag and stuffed it into Tang Wulin's mouth, and then tiptoed to tie him to the test bench. At this moment, a blue light flashed, and Tang Wulin's black hair instantly turned azure blue. He didn't know where the power came from. But he broke free from the restraints of the straps, flapped a pair of azure blue wings, and flew towards the window at a reckless pace. Asshole. Seeing this scene, Leng Yaoju instantly entered the spirit possession state and followed Tang Wulin closely. At this distance, Leng Yaoju's spirit skill could definitely hit Tang Wulin. But, she didn't know how much Tang Wulin could withstand. If she attacked rashly and crushed Tang Wulin to ashes, it would be a waste of time. He ran, she chased him, he couldn't escape even if he had wings. Just like that, the two of them staged a drama of speed and passion in the air above Wuhan City, and soon, they arrived at the north gate of Wuhan City. Although the garrison on the city wall tried their best to block Tang Wulin's way, it did not buy Leng Yaoju much time. Tang Wulin broke through the layers of encirclement and finally regained his freedom temporarily. Leng Yaoju gritted her teeth and secretly began to cultivate her ninth soul skill. If there was no hope of capturing him, she didn't mind killing Tang Wulin directly. However, just as she stepped out of Wuhan City, her vision was blocked by a light blue light, and the next moment, Tang Wulin's figure completely disappeared in front of her. Damn it! Leng Yaozhu stamped her feet in anger. The son of Poseidon, that was the son of Poseidon. She actually lost him. How should she explain when she returned? Just as Leng Yaozhu was thinking, Yuan Entiandang appeared in front of her without her knowing, and made a reassuring gesture. On the other side, Qian Gui stood in the Pope's palace, watching the backs of the azure bull python and Tang Wulin gradually disappearing, and couldn't help but ask, "My lord, from the beginning, did you intend to let Tang Wulin leave?" Su Yunhan nodded and said, "Yes, the Sea God Pavilion has been operating on DOURO continent for 20,000 years. And there are still many spirit masters who are loyal to the Sea God Pavilion. We can use Tang Wulin's identity to lure out all those crazy fans hiding in the dark, saving us the trouble." Qian Gui frowned and said, "Then, master, aren't you afraid that once Tang Wulin escapes, he will break through level 100 and come to trouble us?" "Ha ha." Su Yunhan sneered, "Gui, you have lived for 10,000 years, and you still can't figure this out. Without Tang Wuton, Tang San could have created a Qin Shao to inherit the Sea God throne and pulled the Son of Destiny, Hui Yuhao, into his Tang family's power. If there is no Tang Wulin, there are still Zhang Wulin, Li Wulin, and Zhao Wulin. We will eventually have to face this battle of gods. The Tang family is no longer powerful enough, we are afraid that they will become desperate and unite with other planes to fight against our spirit hall. Gui, in your spare time, don't forget to practice in the creation temple. Even if your cultivation is only improved a little, it will increase our chances of winning. No matter how well you manage the spirit hall, it will be meaningless if you can't win this plane war." After saying this, Su Yunhan left the Pope's palace without looking back. After returning to the mansion, Su Yunhan had a rare moment of free time. Just as he was lying on the recliner, Ling Zichen, who was wearing a light blue dress, walked towards him and threw a pile of memorials directly at him. Ling Zichen said quietly, "This is a memorial submitted jointly by the people below. Well, in 4 months, it will be time to hold the Soul Master competition. Now that DOURO continent has been unified. It would be a bit cliché to hold the Soul Master competition according to the previous model. These memorials are their opinions on the direction of the Soul Master competition. I can't make the decision, so I can only come to you." Su Yunhan waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "Zichen. Spread the word that this Soul Master competition will return to history. Each major academy will form a Soul Master team, and the competition system will be mainly a 7-person team competition. You can use non-standard soul guidance devices, but you cannot use mechas and battle armor. As for the age of the contestants, it is set at under 20 years old. The reward for the champion team is a complete set of 3-character battle armor or a 9th-level soul guide." Hearing this, Ling Zichen said thoughtfully, "Brother Han. What are you planning? Due to the emergence of mechas and battle armor, amplification-type soul masters have gradually lost their value. Are you delaying their exit from the stage of history?" Su Yunhan said expressionlessly, "Maybe, if we win the plane war, I will focus the development of DOURO world on the Soul Master system." End of this chapter. Forget it, you won't understand even if I tell you. You should just go do what you need to do. DOURO continent has just been unified, and some banditry has not yet been eliminated. We must ensure good security for this Soul Master competition. We must not bring shame to our spirit hall. As for the specific competition system of the Soul Master competition, well, you can ask Donger for advice. Just tell him to follow the system of the second Soul Master competition. The second Soul Master competition. Ling Zichen wrote all of this down, then simply sorted out Su Yunhan's things, took them in his hand, and walked out of the mansion. Shortly after Ling Zichen left, a bald strong man pushed open the door and walked in. That's right, this bald strong man is Long Yu, but this Long Yu is not that Long Yu, but the human form of the Mountain Dragon King. In other words, the Mountain Dragon King took over Long Yu's body and still claimed to be Long Yu. Long Yu took a step forward, bowed slightly towards Su Yunhan's position and said, "Father God, I have found Tang Hao's whereabouts." God the Father? Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna is the incarnation of the Dragon God. It can be said that she is the mother goddess of the 9 sons of the Dragon God. According to seniority, the Mountain Dragon King, one of the 9 sons of the Dragon God, should indeed call Su Yunhan Father God. This title, well, is a little bit awkward, but when I think about it, Wang Donger and the others are over 10,000 years old, I don't feel so resistant to it. It's just a title. Su Yunhan frowned and asked, "Where is Tang Hao now?" Long Yu said, "In the northern part of DOURO continent, in the province of Fasno, outside the city of Notting, in a small village called Shenhun Village." Yunhan village. This Tang Hao really never forgets his original intention. Su Yunhan said in a cold voice, "Long Yu, go, gather the men, equip them, and set off tonight, let Yunhan village become Tang Hao's burial place." With the advent of the battle armor era, many new jobs have emerged. Take civilians for example. Some are engaged in the most basic farming industry, while some people are a little stronger and can do the simplest forging, or repair certain parts of the mecha. Yunhan village is not very large. At first glance, it is no different from a normal village with only about 100 households. Apart from its name, there is nothing special about it. Ironically, in the collection of books at Shrek Academy, there is no mention of Tang San's history in the Holy Spirit village. At first, Su Yunhan didn't understand why Tang San wanted to cover up this history. But after thinking about it carefully, he found a problem. Tang San might not want to cover up the history of the Holy Spirit village. But, to cover up the history that the Spirit Hall's branch hall deacon had awakened the spirit for him, the great god King Tang. In Yunhan, oh no. In Yunhan village, there was still that dilapidated blacksmith shop. Tang Hao was wearing a tattered robe and lying drunkenly on a straw mat. With his unkempt appearance, it was hard to associate him with the father of the great god King Tang. Is it true that Tang Hao, who is in the Yunhan village, is unaware of the news of the re-emergence of the Spirit Hall? Of course he knew, and he was well aware that Poseidon Pavilion and the Tang sect had suffered a huge disaster. Even so, Tang Hao had no intention of intervening in the situation on the mainland. Because Tang San had given him a death order that before the Plain War started, no matter what happened on DOURO Star, he should not interfere in related matters. Tang Hao slowly closed his eyes, and just as he was about to fall asleep, he felt a familiar yet unfamiliar aura rushing towards him, and he quickly took out the clear sky hammer to block it. Bang! How could the dilapidated houses withstand the battle between two level 100 warriors? With just a simple collision, all the houses in the Yunhan village collapsed. Holy Sword Judgment. Qian Gui was suspended in mid-air, holding the Holy Angel sword high, and slashed straight down towards Tang Hao's position. Tang Hao smiled contemptuously, and the clear sky hammer in his hand enlarged several times. Without making any dodging move, he faced the falling angel holy sword head-on. In this attack, Qian Gui used all his strength. Without any mental preparation, Tang Hao fell backwards like a kite with a broken string. At this moment, Tang Hao realized the gap between himself and the real gods. He had no divine position, no divine skills, and no super artifacts. The divine power contained in his body was only slightly more than that of a god's servant. As for the power of the plane, it is only effective against people from the outside world. When it comes to the native gods of the DOURO world, it is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. After Tang Hao stood still, he still looked calm and composed. As the lord of the plane in DOURO continent, he could repair the injuries on his body by absorbing the power of the plane, thus achieving the effect of endless vitality. Qian Gui is not a first-level god in the true sense. It is difficult for him to threaten Tang Hao's life with his own strength. No one can do anything to anyone else. In the past, Tang Hao might have avoided the opponent's pursuit, found a mountain valley to live in seclusion, and went down the mountain regularly to destroy the spirit halls in various cities. Now, Tang Hao would never do something that was not cool. As the lord of the plains and the father of the Shura god Tang San, if he wanted to do something, he had to do something earth-shattering. A plain lord may not be able to do anything to the angel god, but what about adding a life core? Tang Hao already had a mature plan in his mind. After fighting with Qian Gui for a while, he pretended to be exhausted and flew towards the direction of Sunset Forest. Old shut the lights, you always brag about how powerful you are and how the six-winged angels are so vulnerable, it's only been 20,000 years, and you don't even have the courage to fight me to the death. Tang Hao, I forgot to tell you that I wiped out the HIATUS sect, not a single inner sect disciple was left, I also dug up the graves of your elder brother, sister, and grandfather, and threw the tombstones into the public toilet in Wuton city. I am not as sympathetic as our ancestor Qian Daolu, at that time, he spared the HIATUS sect for Tang Chen's sake, but no one in the HIATUS sect accepted his kindness. Squeak, 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 I cut off the limbs of those inner disciples of the HIATUS sect and hung them in rows on the walls of Wuhan city, watching their lives slip away bit by bit, that feeling is truly wonderful. Hearing this, Tang Hao felt the blood in his body surging. His HIATUS sect was just gone. Tang Hao gritted his teeth, forced himself to suppress his restless heart, and flew straight towards the blue-silver forest. Even if he was seriously injured, he would not let Qian Gui walk out of the blue-silver forest alive. How innocent are those ordinary disciples of HIATUS sect? Aren't you afraid of retribution for doing this, Qiangui? End of this chapter. Following the route in his memory, Tang Hao quickly entered the range of the blue-silver forest the moment he sensed Yin's breath. He immediately turned around and struck Qian Gui's head with the clear sky hammer in his hand. Qian Gui hurriedly drew back the angel holy sword to resist. Just like that, the two men fought each other again. Tang Hao was no match for Thousand Bone Clothes and could only absorb the energy of the surrounding heaven and earth for his own use again and again. The blue-silver grass growing on the ground withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. 3 minutes later, Tang Hao received a message from Yin. He feinted a hammer and took advantage of the opportunity when Qian Gui turned around to block it, and quickly retreated several meters. The next moment, 10 orange gold soul rings slowly rose from under his feet. Big Sumeru Hammer Explosive Ring. 9th Soul Skill, Ling Tian Strike. Seeing this scene, Qian Gui curled his lips. Even if you don't have a god status or a super artifact, 20,000 years have passed, and you haven't come up with anything new. You're still using this outdated trick. Although he thought so, Qian Gui had no intention of looking down on Tang Hao. He moved his mind and a ray of golden light enveloped the angel holy sword, which directly faced Tang Hao's big iron hammer. Yin, now. Before Tang Hao finished his words, a blue-silver figure appeared behind Qian Gui. 5 vines formed by blue-silver grass emerged and headed straight towards the direction where the two were fighting. The next moment, a dramatic scene appeared. The vines directly passed over the thousand-bone robe and tightly wrapped around Tang Hao's limbs and neck. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qian Gui raised his arm, and the holy angel sword in his hand, with tremendous momentum, stabbed directly at the clear sky hammer in Tang Hao's hand. Boom! Qian Gui used all his strength in this attack, and the clear sky hammer in Tang Hao's hand could not bear the weight and turned directly into a pool of powder. Without the clear sky hammer, Tang Hao might not be able to exert even 1/10 or 1/12 of his strength. Run! Tang Hao did not run, nor did he struggle to break free from the blue-silver grass vines. He just sat on the ground, as if all his strength had been drained away. Yin, why is it so? Why is it so? 2 lines of turbid tears instantly flowed from Tang Hao's pair of tiger eyes. He never dreamed that the woman who sacrificed herself for him in front of the 2 armies would actually betray him. Yin sneered and said, "My lord is right, you can have many husbands and many children, but only this life and this cultivation are your own. Tang Hao, didn't you say that you would do anything for me? Well, then you should kill yourself now and offer your head to the Lord. With this merit, you might be able to obtain the status of a divine king." Yin's voice was extremely cold, without any emotion, and Tang Hao was chilled to the bone when he heard it. Tang Hao questioned, "Qian Gui, you Wuhan Hall are so unscrupulous that you actually use such a vicious method to control Yin, aren't you afraid of being punished by heaven?" Qian Gui, she was convinced, wholeheartedly convinced. She would never be able to learn Tang Hao's ability to confuse right and wrong even if she spent tens of thousands of years. Seeing Yin standing there in a daze, Qian Gui frowned and said in a cold voice, "Yin, you have to think carefully. If you let me take action, all the trust you have accumulated from the master will be gone, in the future. When the god realm is rebuilt, at most you will be given a second-level god position and there will be no possibility of promotion." Hearing this, Yin's body trembled slightly, and then she took out a dagger from the storage soul guide, walked quickly to Tang Hao, and put the dagger on his neck. Tang Hao didn't cry or make a fuss, he just stared quietly at Yin in front of him. Yin felt a little bit reluctant, but when he thought about his future career in the god realm, the last bit of guilt in his heart disappeared, and was replaced by murderous intent. At this moment, a silver-white flame spread out from the tip of the dagger, and instantly burned Tang Hao to ashes, leaving no traces, not even his soul. Seeing this scene, Yin swallowed subconsciously. She thought that Tang Hao, who was the lord of the plains, would be difficult to kill, but, just like this? Yin couldn't help but feel a little relieved. Fortunately, she didn't fight to the end. A difference of one thought led to 2 completely opposite lives. Qian Gui came to Yin with an expressionless face, patted her shoulder, and said expressionlessly, "When I return, I will report today's events to the master truthfully, don't worry. As long as you don't have second thoughts and contribute to the god realm wholeheartedly, no one will let you down. The throne of the god of plants is not far away from you, Yin. Let's go, we should go back and report. The spirit hall has just been born, and there are still many things for us to do. Qinger, tell me, am I too timid? I could have pursued a higher realm, but I chose to disperse all the extra cultivation and build a mini version of the god realm based on the Dragon Valley and the Creation Temple. I am willing to farm in the DOURO world. My lord, perhaps in the eyes of some people, your idea is cowardly and timid. But they overlook one point. The path of cultivation is endless. You can call the wind and rain in the DOURO world, but in a completely new world, you may become cannon fodder in the hands of some unknown villain. It is important for people to know themselves. Yes, the 9-star Do Sheng in the DOPA world only has a lifespan of a few thousand years. Even if you are lucky enough to break through to the Do Emperor and go to the Great Thousand World to become a saint-level heavenly supreme, you still can't achieve immortality. As long as we manage the DOURO world diligently and prepare some backup plans, we will eventually have millions of years of peaceful life. Oh, by the way, Qinger, I know you are not some clone. You have always been by my side silently. Now, the God realm has been established, and the situation in the DOURO world has gradually stabilized. It's time for you to come out and meet me. Right? As soon as the voice fell, Su Qing, still dressed in those white silk hanfu, slowly walked out from a silver-white light curtain. Her cultivation level, huh? Why is it only Soul Saint? Su Qing said faintly, my dear husband, in order to cut off the cause and effect of the other world, I choose to disperse all my cultivation and start over in the DOURO world. Originally, I wanted to wait until I became a god before coming out to reunite with you, Humph, since you are so anxious, I will not be polite. As she spoke, Su Qing pushed Su Yunhan down on the bed. Her little hands became restless and began to tear off the clothes of the two. Although Su Qing only has the cultivation level of a soul saint, the strength she displayed is not weaker than that of a top-level ultimate DOURO. End of this chapter. Time passed quickly, and 4 months passed in a flash. The Soul Master competition arrived as scheduled. All the academies were gearing up and bringing out their strongest lineups, hoping to show off in front of the Angel God. In the end, the Spirit Hall team, led by Qiangu Zhangting, won the championship of the Soul Master competition. The Sun and Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy won the runner-up, and the second team of the DAO Academy Body Sect won the third place. The entire Soul Master competition went very smoothly, and there were no die-hard fans of the Poseidon Pavilion causing trouble. After the Soul Master competition ended, DOURO continent entered a period of stable development. Su Yunhan led a group of high-level officials of the Spirit Hall to practice in the mini-god realm. Su Yunhan and Wu Qingmeng divided the origin of the Holy Dragon King equally and became the second and third Soul Masters to become gods after Qian Gui, achieving the status of gods of destruction and life respectively. At the same time, the god seed of creation in Su Yunhan's Sea of Consciousness has shown signs of maturity. In the third year of the DOURO calendar, the second year after the Spirit Hall was reborn was the first year, the Immortal Clan opened a portal in the extreme north of the DOURO continent. And the remnants of the Sea God Pavilion, led by Mai, led the way and invaded the DOURO world on a large scale. The Sun Moon Empire, the Spirit Hall, and the Soul Beast Clan were well prepared. Long before the invasion of the Immortal Clan, they secretly moved most of the residents in the northern border to the rear, and built a solid line of defense along the Jialing Pass and Baishui Pass to resist the invasion of the Immortal Clan. In August of the same year, when the coalition forces and the Immortal Clan were fighting fiercely, Tang Wulin completed the 9 trials of the Sea God and became the new Sea God. He gathered another group of Sea God Pavilion's diehard fans in the southern border of the former Xinglua Empire. Quickly occupied several cities, and began to march towards Wuhan City. After knowing his life experience, he had no good feelings towards the Spirit Hall and was determined to destroy the Spirit Hall again and restore the rule of the Sea God Pavilion. However, as early as the second year of the DOURO calendar, Emperor Tian secretly surrendered the 2 beasts, and under the stab of the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, he successfully deprived Tang Wulin of his Sea God status and Sea God Trident, abolished his cultivation, and reunited with Tang Xiren and Lang Yu in Aolai City. So far, Tang Wulin has lived the life he has always dreamed of. In the 5th year of DOURO calendar, due to fighting away from home, the offensive of the Immortal Clan began to show a downward trend. Yunming and Yuan Enjintian were unwilling to be traitors. So they took this opportunity to persuade some Soul Masters who were deceived by the Sea God Pavilion, and successfully launched an uprising under the guidance of the coalition forces. Although they did not cause any substantial losses to the Immortal Clan's army, they killed Mai, the #1 traitor. Seeing that the situation was not good, Su Sancher abandoned the lower-level believers and fled with the remaining high-level members of the Holy Spirit Church. Mai's death dealt a heavy blow to the Immortal Clan, also known as the Blood Demon Clan, which did not belong to the human category. Without Mai to educate the distant residents of the DOURO world for them, they had a hard time on the DOURO continent, and the morale of the army, which had just been suppressed, began to waver again. The army's morale was unstable, and if they continued to fight, there might be a mutiny in the army. The 7 guardians could only choose to preserve their strength and led the army of the immortals to leave the DOURO world in disgrace. At this point, the DOURO world won this plain war. As a reward, the original DOURO continent was replenished with Tang San's energy, and the lifespan of the top-level extreme DOURO was restored to the standard of the DOURO II period, which is about 400 years. 10 years into the DOURO calendar, Yunhan, the god of destruction and god of creation, announced that the reconstruction of the god realm was complete. All strong men above level 96 and the talented soul masters of the younger generation can go to Wuton city for assessment. Soul masters who pass the assessment have the opportunity to become a god and go to the god realm to enjoy the treatment of immortality. Of course, Yunhan did not favor one over another. The residents of the 108 small worlds enjoyed equal treatment. In the same year, Qin comprehended the great way of cause and effect, created the 6 paths of reincarnation, and achieved the status of the dual god king of cause and effect in the underworld. At the same time, she made changes to the cultivation system of DOURO world. Soul beasts no longer have a long lifespan, and soul masters no longer have the speed of flying cultivation, which completely changed the original structure of DOURO world. Soul masters no longer need soul rings to cultivate. Like soul beasts, they have to go through a heavenly tribulation every time they break through a major realm. Every time they go through a heavenly tribulation, they will add 1,000 years to the lifespan of the soul master, and at the same time, they will also bring the soul master the innate soul skills derived from the martial soul. After reaching level 90, each small level is regarded as a major realm. In other words, a top-level ultimate DOURO will have a lifespan of 17,000 years. Since low-level soul beasts have undeveloped intelligence, as compensation, their lifespan will be longer than that of soul masters of the same level, about 2 to 3 times longer. With the establishment of the 6 paths of reincarnation, the DOURO plane was upgraded, DOURO star became independent from the universe, and 108 small planes were merged into one large plane. The newly merged large plane was called the lower world by the world, and the divine world was awarded the title of the upper world. Everything was changing too fast. The soul masters in the lower world said they could not keep up with the latest version and began to explore the new cultivation system bit by bit. As time passed, the people in the lower world were surprised to find that their originally gentle soul power had undergone a qualitative leap and began to become violent. They could no longer stably drive mechas, battle armors, and various soul guides. At this point, the era of battle armor came to an end, and new professions such as weapon refiners, alchemists, puppeteers, etc. began to flourish in the underworld like mushrooms after a spring rain. At the same time, Yunhan spread the skills he had, and the soul skills adapted from fighting skills throughout the lower world in a miraculous way. 3,000 years later, the number of gods in the DOURO god realm has reached more than 4,000, and this number is still growing. Yunhan was not satisfied with this, but instead ordered those warmongers in the god realm to invade the world of Dionysus and other worlds, plundering resources in order to support more gods. When Tang-san returned to DOURO world with a group of good friends, he was surprised to find that the original fantasy sewer had become comparable to the weaker immortal world under Yunhan's management. The number of residents in the upper realm exceeded 5 digits. The number of gods reached 7,000, and there were more than 100 god kings. Moreover, this god king is not that god king. With the continuous upgrades of the DOURO world, the top-ranked god kings are already comparable to the mid-level DOURO saints in the DOURO world. The little jerk didn't even have the ability to resist, and Yunhan directly stripped away his soul, packed it up and sent it to a parallel world in Dupo, with his memories attached, and reincarnated him into a smart villain, Lu Shi. After eliminating all hidden dangers, Yunhan and his harem lived a shameless life. The end.